Randidly Ghosthound was walking back to his dorm, sighing when it happened. System initializing. Randidly stopped, looking around with a frown. If he didn't know better, he would say that a godlike entity had just spoken into his mind, or that he was suddenly in a video game and received a system announcement. What was? And then the world warped, walls shifting and changing, and with wide eyes, Randidly turned to find an exit. It was about that time that Randidly was smashed aside by the three-horned demon ram that spawned next to him, sending him sprawling into the wall. Luckily, it was only a glancing blow, because the charging ram had spawned practically on top of him, but the glancing touch of the ram's powerful flank was enough that Randidly's head was smashed into the wall, and he quickly fell unconscious. When he woke, it was to a headache and several floating screens. Welcome to New Earth. Your world has been entered into Nexus, and as such, are now running on a new system to give you the tools and challenges to survive and live a fulfilling life. Good luck. For more information, you can view your stats anytime by thinking menu and then selecting status. Congratulations. The newbie path is open to you. Congratulations. Due to being the first player in your world on the receiving end of damage, the PDEF path is open to you. Congratulations. For reaching 1 health, the risk taker path is open to you. Warning, your health is extremely low. Due to being under level 10, arrows will be formed on the ground guiding you to the nearest safe zone. Sitting up, Randidly looked down to find that he appeared to have been passed out in a pool of his own blood. For now, it seemed best to assume that the notifications meant something, and to head to a safe zone. Cradling his painful head, Randidly stood and looked onto the ground for the red arrow. There was none. He blinked several times, then came to a realization. The pool of blood was likely blocking the arrow. He took several steps forward and saw the blinking red arrow. It was pointing directly backward between his legs. Randidly turned around and looked up. A slightly glowing blue door was directly above the pool of blood. He had probably cracked his head on it. Feeling slightly foolish, Randidly went into the room. You have entered a safe zone, plus 200 to regeneration. Randidly found himself in a rather large room with a pond and a small tree, which was slightly off-putting in a small stone room. Randidly had been walking home in the underground pathway on Rollins University campus, and apparently whatever change had come over the world had changed things, but had worked with what was already there. Honestly, though, the room was about half the size of a football field. How could he possibly believe this was natural? He was 90 sure this used to be a maintenance room not 5 minutes ago. But then he rubbed his head and realized that he honestly didn't know how long he had been down there. Sighing, he sat down and brought up his status screen, waiting for his health to regen. It took a little less than a half hour to rise from 5 health to Randidly's max of 28. Feeling somewhat better, Randidly decided to take a peek outside again to see what was going on. Carefully opening the door, Randidly looked in both directions. This wall looked relatively normal, but beyond that they seemed to be in some sort of underground jungle. Thick foliage obscured the far wall. Turning left and right, the tunnel also seemed to extend. Most of the wall he was near was clear, and it extended for quite a long way on either side. Not really seeing anything around, Randidly started walking, keeping along the wall, trying to see what he could find. About 20 minutes later, Randidly sprinted back to the safe room, 2 LVL-24 howler monkeys chasing after him, having learned a lot of things. One, that the area around him was incredibly large, and it wasn't as uninhabited as he thought. 2, Randidly's level of NA was far from sufficient for fighting level 24 enemies, not that he tried, but the way they crossed the distance towards his position before he had even noticed them spoke of their strength. Luckily, once the monkeys dropped from the tree, their speed dropped to just slightly higher than his own, allowing Randidly to escape by the skin of his teeth. Third and finally, the system also had skills. Perhaps the real reason that Randidly was able to escape was that he learned the running skill as he fled and leveled it to 3 in the mad dash on the way back. Each time it leveled from 1 to 2 and then from 2 to 3, he earned a PP. Still, it had been a close thing. By the time he had made it back to the safe room, his stamina had been at 1, and the thought of continuing to move for even a second longer made his vision go dark. After sitting by the pond, slurping down some water from the pond and catching his breath, Randidly opened up his menu. There were 4 options in the menu: Map, Status, Paths, and Friends List. Both Maps and Friend List was grayed out, and Randidly already knew what Status was, so he clicked on Paths. A new menu opened up that showed Randidly the 4 paths he had available, as well as numbers next to them. Newbie Path was currently 0.5, while PDEF and MSUP were 0.10. Risk Taker was 0.15. In the top right there was PP2, which made Randidly believe that PP stood for path points or something. After a slight hesitation, Randidly clicked on the newbie path, which then switched to 1.5. Congratulations, you have earned 1 stat point S. Sure enough, when Randidly switched over to his status, there was a plus next to all of his stats, which seemed rather simple but shook his head. There were just too many stats. Although they seemed self-explanatory, there was no real information available to him. He He would have to learn through trial and error. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his heart. Does that mean he could die? Shaking his head, he put that thought to the side. No use worrying over it now. Instead, he considered what to do with a stat point. He was torn between something defensive, like Vit or End, and something more active like Augie, which would let him run faster. Struck by an idea, he went back to the path screen and clicked on Newbie again, and sure enough. Congratulations, you have earned 1 stat point S. Now with 2, he put 1 into Vit and 1 into Augie with a clear conscience. Randomly also noticed that when he put the point into Vit, his health went up by 2, while his health region per hour went up by 3. Stamina region increased by 1, which he supposed was pretty small in the grand scheme of things. Randomly quickly stumbled upon a problem. Originally, he had just planned to happily grind up his skills while staying near the safe room, increasing himself stat by stat. He had even started out quite well, earning himself LVL4 in running, and learning the skill physical fitness and swiftly leveling it to 2, just jogging around the safe room. But then randomly realized he was getting hungry. He stopped, sweating lightly from the constant exertion. He supposed a few hours had passed, but still. Gritting his teeth, randomly faced the truth. He knew where some food was. While he was walking outside, he had spotted strange fruits and berries in the jungle surrounding him, but going out there. His stomach rumbled unpleasantly. After much thought, randomly put his 2 more points for levels into the newbie path, and put both of those PPs into Augie. The plan would be to go in and get out as fast as possible. Randomly hopped experimentally side to side, and was pleased to find he certainly felt a little faster. With that extra bit of confidence, he walked to the door and opened it. The indoor rainforest swayed softly, almost invitingly, and randomly shivered, but still crept out and tiptoed towards the tree line. When he reached the edge of the ferns, which extended for several feet before the vine-encrusted tree line, and right beyond that tree line, randomly hesitated. He could continue to move slowly, trying his best to remain quiet, or he could simply dash in and grab some fruits and then leave. But because he hadn't seen any berry bushes in the area, just a few scattered glimpses through the tree line, he chose the conservative sneaking route. And as he began to walk quietly forward, he learned Sneak LVL1. Although the first level of a skill didn't give a path point, it still boosted his confidence that he might be able to pull this off. He wound his way slowly forward, pressing aside the ferns and entering the trees. He peeked around a particularly thick trunk, eyes scanning. No animals, no movement, but there was a bush that was heavy with dark purple berries 10 yards down from him, still near the edge of the tree line. He began creeping down in that direction, his breath sounding extremely heavy in his ears. When he reached the berries, he had another conundrum. How would he carry them? Well, first things first. He tentatively bit into a berry, which was a little bit larger than a grape. It was sweet and ripe, filling his mouth with a wonderful fruity taste. He had to spit out some seeds, but initially it seemed like they were good for eating. Satisfied, he pulled up his shirt and began filling it like a pouch. Around the time the pouch was full was when he realized he was being watched. A lime-green frog, around the size of a small dog, sat on a low branch, gazing at him. Above it hovered the notification LVL27. Randomly stopped picking and backed slowly away. The frog watched him go, tilting his head to the side. Receiving a notification that his sneak skill was now level 2, randomly turned and ran back through the ferns into the safe zone. There, he ate about half of his gathered berries, spitting the seeds into the dirt by the small tree. Afterwards, he collapsed on the ground, looking up at the stone ceiling. The fluorescent lights had apparently also been transformed, because the light they produced felt a lot like warm sunlight on his skin. Sitting up, randomly went to his paths and put the point he had earned for Sneak 2 into the newbie path, getting an end stat. As he watched, the extra point in End. Watching closely, he saw that the End got him 5 points of health and 3 of stamina, but only 0.25 health region and no stamina region. So End was more base, Vit focused on regeneration. When it came down to it, randomly supposed he would probably prefer to buffer up his endurance then, for now. Increasing the maximum value of his health and stamina was more important than anything else. Laying back, randomly fell asleep, half hoping that this was all a dream, half hoping that tomorrow would be filled with even more grinding. It was strange that he felt so torn. Although this was life or death, there was always something about RPGs that he appreciated. The simplicity, the systems, and the stats. Like there was a secret way of playing that could allow him to break the game. In life, there were no secrets. Or at least no secrets that didn't leave you feeling slimy. So although his heart was pounding, randomly felt content. When randomly awoke, it was to some very weird notifications. As he opened his eyes, he noticed that the lights above flickered on, as if they had immediately shut off when he fell asleep. Shaking his head, he inspected the notifications. Overnight, he had apparently reached level 3 in farming. Sitting up, randomly was stunned to find several sprouts coming up out of the spot that he had thrown the seeds from the berries. Excited, he got up and went over to inspect them. Although they didn't seem like much, if they grew. But then Randedly shook his head. Although it might be safe in here, he didn't plan on remaining here forever. In fact, even just staying in the room and grinding would become a chore after a while. Still, farming would be incredibly useful for decreasing the danger in the short term, allowing him to gather sufficient strength before venturing out. I wonder how Ace and Sydney are doing, Randedly muttered, his eyes going unfocused. But then he snapped back to the moment, opening his path screen with an excited expression, putting the final 2 points into the newbie path. Congratulations, you have earned 1 stat point S. Congratulations, you have earned 2 stat point S. Congratulations, you have completed the newbie path. +1 to all stats, +1 stat point per level, +4 health per level, +2 mana, and +2 stamina per level. You have learned the active skills Mana Bolt LVL1 and Heavy Blow LVL1. Continue using paths to explore this world. Remember, there will always be a path open to you. Randedly laughed out loud. It seemed like completing a path certainly earned a lot of rewards. Not only was the final point he inserted worth 2 stat points instead of 1, but completing the path also had a big reward. Then Randedly frowned, although a lot of it was tied to level gains. And his level was still NA. Did he miss something? Randedly did a once-through on his menus, but there was nothing that he missed. Grimacing, Randedly considered the option that he had hypothesized about but didn't want to give voice to. If this is like a game, then there is likely a newbie area. But since he was underground when the system initialized, he just spawned right into a dungeon, and in the newbie area. Randedly's eyes went to the spot where there was a series of lines instead of class. In the newbie area, you earn a class, which allows you to level up, and without a class. But then Randedly shook his head. No need to worry about that right now. He was improving slowly, and that is enough. He also had 3 stat points he could distribute, and now he had 2 skills that he needed to figure out how to use. After eating the other half of yesterday's harvest of berries, Randedly decided to put 1 point into End, 1 point into Augie, and deciding to take a gamble, another point into Per. Increased perception would hopefully allow him to spot approaching enemies like the frog earlier, if it had wanted to attack him at that time. Randedly shivered. After distributing his points, Randedly looked at his status. Randedly Ghost Hound. Skills: Running LVL4, Physical Fitness LVL2, Sneak LVL2, Farming LVL3, Mana Bolt LVL1, Heavy Blow LVL1. Putting several points into End had improved both his health and his stamina, which was important. Survivability and his ability to escape were critical, but for now. Randedly turned his attention to his 2 newly learned skills. Feeling slightly foolish, Randedly said Mana Bolt. Immediately a screen popped up in front of him. Mana Bolt, focusing your energy, you fire a bolt of pure mana at your enemies. Costs 10 mana. Damage based on intelligence and level of skill. Pleased, he then said Heavy Blow. Heavy Blow, concentrate your force into 1 powerful attack. Costs 5 stamina. Damage based on SDR and level of skill. He tried saying the rest of his skills, but nothing happened. Apparently it only worked with active skills. Experimentally, Randedly raised his hand and pointed, focusing on his finger. Nothing happened. Feeling silly, Randedly concentrated again and said Mana Bolt. Something inside of Randedly moved, something that he hadn't had before yesterday, and hadn't noticed because it never had been there before, rising and rushing to his finger. Surprised, Randedly looked down towards below his stomach, where the feeling was coming from. Blue energy condensed on his finger and shot forward, or rather downward, because the distracting feeling caused his arm to fall to his side. So the Mana Bolt shot downward and struck himself in the foot. Yelping and hopping, Randedly glared at the hole in his shoe, chiding himself for his idiocy. Then he checked his status. It had done 5 damage to him, so at least it's just flat intelligence plus skill level, huh? Randedly wanted to try again, but due to the fact his maximum mana was only 19, he would need to wait a bit. And with a mana regeneration of 8, even tripled to 24 in this room, refilling his mana would take a while. Making a mental note to figure out what the Ys and Int stats did to his status, Randedly turned his attention to Heavy Blow. Stamina recharged per minute, so it seemed like this would be much easier to grind. Feeling like he was in a martial arts movie, Randedly walked up to the small tree in the room, spread his feet, took a deep breath, and punched it. To get it over with, Randedly had punched rather hard, and the small tree shook slightly. Surprisingly, there was a dull ache in his hand, but no real pain worth mentioning. Perhaps this was his stats of VIT and End paying dividends. This time, when Randedly punched, he said Heavy Blow. Another new force moved within Randedly, this time originating from his heart. And where the other was cool, this was warm and vibrant, filling his fist with destructive energy. When this punch reached the tree, it once again shook, but noticeably more. Shaking his head, Randedly admitted he had been expecting a bit more, but it was probably enough to have this. After all, his skill was still level 1, and he only had a STR of 3. As time passed and his stats and skill level increased. but then Randedly shook his head, ridding himself of the budding excitement. Life or death, stay focused. After a few hours of grinding, Randedly had improved his physical fitness to LVL 3, running to 5, and both Mana Bolt and Heavy Blow to 2. Surprisingly, Mana Bolt had reached 2 first. It seemed like the lower cost of Heavy Blow meant it took more to level it, although that just meant it had taken 5 Heavy Blows, rather than the 2 Mana Bolts it had taken. With the earned PP, Randedly had started down the P-Def path. His odd points the first and third net him P-Def stats that could only be used on Vit and End, which suited him just fine. The evens were regular stat points. Randedly put 1 in each of Vit and End, and with the distributable ones he put 1 in Int and 1 in Wise. Intelligence increases maximum mana by 2 and mana region by 0.25. Wise increases maximum mana by 0.5 and region by 1. Another thing that Randedly noticed was that he was rather inaccurate with mana bolts. At around 10 feet, it became luck to hit a certain large cinder block on the wall, but he was out of berries, and with a determined face, Randedly once more left the room. Once more he snuck down towards the tree line, moving across the grass instead of inside the trees down to where the berries were. But when he arrived, he was stunned to find that the bush had been picked clean. With nervous eyes, Randedly looked up, and sure enough, the lime-green frog was still there, but it was looking quite a bit fatter. It actually had the nerve to burp, looking at Randedly with a dismissive glance. Randedly glared back up at it, and forgetting about his plan of remaining relatively calm in the face of danger, he raised his hand and channeled mana into his palm, preparing a mana bolt. He had discovered that he didn't actually need to say anything out loud to use it, just channel the strange mana he found inside of himself. The bolt slowly formed, taking almost 10 seconds to condense. The casting time was a problem, but it had already shortened a little bit, so hopefully that would continue in the future. Surprisingly, the bolt that shot forward in a mostly straight direction, slamming into the frog's bulging sides. Almost immediately, its eyes went wide, and it seemed to be engaged in an internal struggle. Finally, after a few seconds, it opened its mouth and vomited a cascade of half-digested berries and yellow goop that splashed on the tree next to Randedly. It then turned its eyes towards Randedly, which began to glow red. But just as he noticed that his hand was burning and looked down. Several small drops of the vomit had splashed on him. Then he heard a sizzling noise. He looked up to find the tree was disappearing before his very eyes, eaten by the strange vomit. Then his hand began to burn. He turned and dashed away, setting his hunger aside for the moment, earning himself another level in running as he sprinted back towards a safe room. But the next notifications were much more foreboding. Congratulations, you have learned the skill Acid Resistance LVL1. Hearing a splash behind him, as if the frog spat again, Randedly redoubled his efforts, tapping into that hot energy inside of his heart. Congratulations, you have learned the active skill Sprinting LVL1. Congratulations, Acid Resistance is now LVL2. Randedly broke out of the trees and crossed the ferns in a second. He then leapt, scrambling up the rest of the distance to the safe zone door. Congratulations, Acid Resistance is now LVL3. Congratulations. Sprinting is now LVL2. Warning, some of the acid has entered your bloodstream, causing you to be poisoned. Congratulations, you have learned the skill Poison Resistance LVL1. Randedly opened the door and scrambled through it, ignoring the continuing notifications. He was starting to get distinctly dizzy. Congratulations, Acid Resistance is now LVL4. Congratulations, Poison Resistance is now LVL2. Congratulations, Poison Resistance is now LVL3. Warning. Your health is extremely low. Due to being under level 10, arrows will be on the ground guiding you to the nearest safe zone. Congratulations, Poison Resistance is now LVL4. Not even stopping inside of the room, Randedly sprinted downwards, diving into the pool, frantically wiping at his hand, which now had a rather large hole eaten all the way through it. As Randedly gazed at his bone, his resolve wavered for a second. Then he snapped back to focus, his brow furrowing. He checked his status and saw his health was at 10, and as he watched, it ticked down to 9 and then 8. Frantically, he opened up his path screen, dumped the 6 points he had gotten on the trip into P-Def. Before he could switch back, he noticed another notification, but he decided to ignore it. Then switched back to his status screen, dumping all 6 points into End. Instantly, his health rose by 30 weight. Why was it not 30 and 44 instead? Not that he was complaining. The health continued to tick down, but it was obviously slowing. It continued to slow as he rubbed at the wound and gulped down the cool water until it stabilized at 12 health. Letting out a long breath, Randedly slumped back and considered the notifications. He ignored the ones for getting points from the P-Def path but looked at the final one. Congratulations, you have completed the P-Def path, +2 to all P-Def stats, +1 P-Def point per level. You have learned the skill Iron Skin LVL1. Congratulations, Acid Resistance is now LVL5. Congratulations, Poison Resistance is now LVL5. Congratulations, Acid Resistance is now LVL6. The healing pool has cleansed your body. You are no longer poisoned. Congratulations. Acid resistance is now LVL7. Sighing, Randedly collapsed on the floor. That was probably too close. The worst part was that he had only been splashed by a tiny drop, and it still ripped a hole in his hand and ate at his flesh, eventually poisoning him, if it wasn't for this healing pool. Shivering, Randedly once more realized how close he was to dying while he remained here. But he couldn't help grinning slightly. He had survived, and as such, he had benefited immensely. Not only had he finished the PDF path, but he now had 4 more PPs to spend on the next path, as well as the skill Iron Skin. Perhaps it would be helpful in defending against the acid, but based on how quickly his acid-resistant skill had leveled, Randedly doubted that he was at the level where withstanding a direct blow from the acid would be possible. Randedly put the 4 PPs into the M-Sup path. As expected, he received 2 distributable stats and 2 M-Sup stats. He hesitated, but put both into control, hoping that it would increase the accuracy of his mana bolt. For the distributable ones, Randedly struggled. He already experienced a huge boost in survivability with the end increase, but he was beginning to believe that it was just a drop in the bucket. A direct attack would kill him several times over. So instead, 1 point went into Augie and 1 into Per. Sighing, Randedly looked again at his stats. Too close, he muttered, sitting down to recover. His stomach grumbled, but he ignored it. His life was much more important than going without a meal for a few hours. He was tired and needed to rest and steady his nerve before he returned to the outside world. It took around an hour and a half for his health to regenerate back to full, even with the bonuses of this room. It made Randedly realize about the different uses of End and Vit even more. He resolved to put a few more points into Vit when he had the chance. But at the same time, he needed to get his Augie and Per even higher, and without more points in Int, his magic was useless. But during that time, he had been grinding his stamina skills, including Iron Skin. Iron Skin, concentrate on your skin, increasing your defense. Higher mastery means quicker activation and localized application. Costs 10 stamina per second. Defensive boost based on level of the skill. Although the cost meant it was more of a one-time use thing in battle, rather than a constant buff, the quickness of the recovery still meant that Randedly could keep it on for 6 seconds, wait 2 minutes for his stamina to recharge, and then do it again. Through this method, he already pushed Iron Skin to LVL3, allowing him to put another point in control and 1 in Per. This room really was designed to be an area that allowed one to grind stamina skills incredibly efficiently. The regeneration tripling made stamina fill up within minutes, but he was unable to rely on this for much longer. The berry bushes inside the same room were growing, and much faster than was natural, but it wouldn't be quick enough to save him from hunger. He needed to go out once more for food. As his hand gripped the doorknob, it trembled and Randedly closed his eyes, but then he opened them. I'm not just Randedly, I'm also the Ghost Hound, and I will make these damn frogs pay. And with that thought, he pushed his way outward. Much to his surprise, he immediately saw frogs, although they didn't see him. As he watched their movements in the trees, it seemed as though they were searching. Randedly felt another chill, but this one was even more quickly smothered. Instead, he turned and crept away along the wall, moving away from the frogs. He even earned another point in Sneak, raising it to 3. After moving some distance away, Randedly quickly cut towards the tree line. Much farther and he would reach the area of the howler monkeys, which were also outside his ability to deal with. When he moved past the ferns and into the trees, he was disappointed to find no berry trees, but there were several other trees within sight that seemed to have fruit or nuts. But that would require going even deeper into the rainforest area. But he needed food, so he headed towards a tall, slender tree that was the closest, around which was what appeared to be tan walnuts. After peering carefully around, he knocked one against the tree until it cracked and inspected the insides. Seemed like a nut. He nibbled on it and was delighted to discover that it had a savory, almost smoky flavor. He quickly cracked open several others, taking the edge off of his hunger. Satisfied, Randedly was preparing to gather more in his shirt to take back when he caught a whiff of death. Moving very carefully, he looked through the tree line to a small clearing he saw earlier, but had ruled out as too far in. But still his eyes had been dragged there, to what appeared to be glowing red crystals hanging in the tree. Now his eyes went to the ground, where he saw a long, scaly green body lying still in the clearing. His eyes flickered, and then once more against his better judgment he approached, letting his intuition guide him. His sneak increased to LVL4 as he quickly circled the area, moving on light feet. The entire area was silent, and Randedly was finally able to see why. A strange creature with pointed ears was waist deep in the large snake's mouth. But at the same time, that creature had managed to drive a blade through the top of the snake's skull, where apparently the snake had died, either from brain damage or blood loss. They were both caked in dried black blood, but Randedly couldn't take his eyes away from the dagger, the handle long and slender, wrapped in leather, with a simple amethyst set into the hilt. A weapon would certainly make this much easier. Deciding to go for the speedy route, Randomly sprinted out into the clearing, grabbing the dagger, pulling, and then turning to go. But then he lurched to a stop, the dagger stuck fast in the skull. Freezing, Randomly waited for his impending doom. Nothing happened. So slightly reassured, Randomly began pressed back and forth, beginning the laborious process of grinding the dagger outside of the snake's skull. Thankfully, everything in the area seemed quite dead. The process took so long that at one point, Randomly had to take in several minutes as a break and allow his stamina to recover. Eventually, with a sickening pop, the dagger came free and Randomly admired the slightly carved blade with a wickedly sharp edge. The notification was even more interesting. Congratulations, you have learned the active skill Equip LVL1. Equip, Randomly said out loud, curious. Equip allows you to inspect and equip weapons and armor. Skill level must be greater than or equal to weapon level to utilize the bonuses seen with Equip. Utilizing a weapon of higher level will raise skill level. Inspect. Item quality too high to inspect. Item quality, Randomly had expected not being able to utilize the dagger for its benefits, which he suspected would be stat gains, but the fact that item quality blocked him from even examining it was strange. Still, it was an interesting mixture of disappointment and excitement. Disappointment because he didn't know what it was or how it could help him. Excitement because it was a rare weapon. Although if it suddenly revealed himself to him when was only level 2 in Equip, that would be its own disappointment. But Randomly suspected it wouldn't be that simple. Pleased with his haul, Randomly gave the pointy-eared fellow a once-over before he spotted the satchel hanging over his shoulder. It was pressed against the ground beneath his back. Feeling slightly embarrassed to be stealing from the dead, Randomly tried to be gentle, but quickly realized that if he did, this would take forever. So he began wrestling with the dead body. Within minutes, Randomly's more irreverent approach had yielded the satchel, which Randomly opened to reveal a swirling darkness. Frowning, he prodded it with the dagger, which instantly vanished, sucked into it. Gasping, he grabbed after it, perhaps foolishly sticking his hand into the darkness. But as he did so, a strange knowledge entered into his mind. Inside the bag, in a strange 1 cubic meter space, floated several items. Some dried rations, it looked like, a map, some weird coins, a book in a language he couldn't understand, 15 empty vials, a bedroll of some kind, some stuff that looked like campfire tools, and the dagger. And with but a thought, the dagger reappeared in his hand. Randomly gazed at the bag in wonder. 20 minutes later, Randomly left the clearing. With his newfound dagger and bag, he cleaned out everything he could find. The strange glowing red crystals in the giant tree, as well as the blue ones that studded the roots. All the nuts from the first tree. Several green, banana-shaped fruits from nearby. He even used the dagger to carve out one of the snake's long fangs, which was as thick as Randomly's wrist, and was just about to start on the second when a rustling from the bushes spooked him, sending him dashing back to the safe room. His little series of sprints also raised the sprinting level to 3. Upon arriving back at the room, the first thing Randomly did was have a fine meal of nuts and banana things. The glowing crystals he was a little wary of, and decided to wait until later. Afterwards, he considered the area. Then, using the dagger, Randomly carved out 9 holes, spaced several feet apart in a line, and buried 3 nuts, 3 of the bananas, and finally one of the red crystals, 1 of the blue crystals, and 1 with both of them together, to see if he could grow a tree like the one outside. While he was doing so, he even had the pleasing notification that his Equip skill increased to LVL2. Fortunately or unfortunately, it was still unable to inspect the dagger. Satisfied, Randomly lay down for a nap, laying out his new bedroll, the lights dimming on cue, leaving the rest of it for after he had some rest. More notifications awaited Randomly as he awoke once more. Congratulations, farming is now LVL8. Congratulations, you have learned the skill plant breeding LVL1. Congratulations, plant breeding is now LVL2. So many levels, and plant breeding. Randomly muttered, rubbing his eyes. His original berry bushes were now approaching a point where they would produce berries leafy and healthy looking. There were thin sprouts from the first 6 of the holes, the 3 nuts and 3 bananas, but disappointingly, the final 3 showed no change. Well, anyway, there was still a lot to do. First, Randomly took stock of his supplies. He had about a dozen of each color of the crystal, 30 nuts, 25 bananas, and some weird bread and dried meat from the person who killed the snake. That was probably enough to keep him going for a few days, giving him time to spend all his effort on grinding out his skills to increase his chance of survival. Next, he went to his path screen. He currently had 9 PP and used 4 of them to finish off the M-Sup path. As expected, he received 2 million Sup points and then 2 free stat points, which he put into control and vitality respectively. Then he examined the completion notification. Congratulations, you have completed the M-Sup path, plus 2 to all M-Sup stats, plus 1 million Sup point per level. You have learned the skill Meditation LVL1. Meditation allows user to enter into focus state, increasing regeneration by 1 per skill level. May be knocked out of meditation by disturbances. Increasing skill level allows more actions to be done while meditation. Small now, but there is a lot of potential there. I wonder if it stacks with the safe room bonus. Then randomly put the remaining 5 into the risk-taker path. Much to his disappointment, the first 4 PPs did nothing. Only the 5th and final gave him hope. Congratulations, you have earned +1 all stats. He figured it made sense that as he continued, it would get harder to get individual stats. But rewards every 5, and likely the completion reward, would still be worth it. Randomly also got a better sense of some of the stats. Perception really did make his eyes and ears more sensitive, and the tiny boosts in reactions he received enabled him to respond more quickly to things. The boost to int made his mana bolt slightly more bright and powerful, and it also now seemed to travel farther before dissipating, which randomly suspected was the increase in his wisdom. The large boost to MSUP he had received let him determine that while control made his accuracy with spells better, focus decreased the casting time. It only took around 5 seconds to channel the energy for the spell now, which was much shorter, but also too long in terms of what it would require to use mid-battle. So for the next 2 days, randomly threw himself into grinding. He planned it out well. In the mornings, he would jog, sprint, and do push-ups, interspersing that mana bolts. Then he would take a meal and spend several hours grinding heavy blow, practicing slashing the small tree, which seemed to be growing rapidly, with the dagger leaving long scratches. It even earned him the dagger mastery skill. In the evening, randomly alternated between using iron skin and shooting mana bolts and meditating. For 2 days this continued, randomly ignoring the notifications and instead just continuing to grind. He realized he might miss out on some marginal benefits by turning in PPs for stats now, but he ignored that. Better to not let anything distract them. At the end of the second day, while he ripped away at some of the dried jerky he had taken from the dead body, randomly considered his gains. Farming LVL 8 had increased to LVL 11. Running LVL 5 had increased to LVL 7. Sprinting LVL 3 had increased to LVL 6. Physical fitness LVL 3 had increased to LVL 10. Mana Bolt LVL 2 had increased to LVL 7. Heavy Blow LVL 2 had increased to LVL 9. Iron Skin LVL 3 had increased to LVL 6. Dagger Mastery LVL 1 had increased to LVL 5. Meditation LVL 1 had increased to LVL 4. Equip LVL 2 had increased to LVL 7. All in all, he had earned 42 PP, which might have been more than the amount he had used to this point. Initially, he was intimidated by that number because he didn't have enough paths, but 2 things soothed his thoughts. First, when physical fitness reached LVL 10, he unlocked the basic fitness path, which would require 20 PP to finish. Second, the notification at the end of the path completion made him think there was some secret to paths. Continue using paths to explore this world. Remember, there will always be a path open to you. So randomly first finished off the risk-taker path, getting another +1 to all stats at 10 and 15 respectively, and then a completion notification. Congratulations, you have completed the risk-taker path. Not all risks are rewarded equally. Received 1 random chest, +1 experience per each level a defeated mob has over you. Congratulations, you have obtained a small chest U. And as randomly watched, a small chest, the size of a tissue box, appeared in front of him. After a brief hesitation, randomly opened the chest, finding a pair of leather gloves. He immediately put them on and inspected them. Fine leather gloves LVL, vitality +1, agility +3. Even though it was a failure, apparently his equip level was high enough to at least see that little bit of information. Still, he was left without knowing how long it would take to equip the gloves for real. Satisfied, randomly then poured 20 PP into finishing off basic physical fitness. Like Risk Taker, only every 5th one had a reward. At 5 he received on P attack which he put into Augie, at 10 a P def which he put into Vit, and at 15 a P sup which he put into Perception. 20 was a free stat which randomly put into Wise to raise his mana regeneration. Congratulations, you have completed the basic physical fitness path, +10 health, +5 stamina, +1 stamina per level. Another health boost was always beneficial, although it was probably less useful than straight stats. But increasing level up gains would be useful for him, hopefully, eventually. Randomly then went back to his path screen, a sinking feeling in his chest, but as he looked at all the grayed out selections, a notification popped up before him. Continue using paths to explore this world. Remember, there will always be a path open to you. Please select one of the paths below for your continued journey. Trainee Path 015, 020. Randomly considered. Although the second one was effectively random, it seemed like a higher level path because it would take more PP. It had the same amount as basic physical fitness. Still, Trainee Path seemed like the natural continuation of the newbie path, and that had granted him skills. Deciding to play it safe, Randedly selected Trainee, pouring his remaining 12 PP into it. To his surprise, he received a bonus every level, which made him quite happy, but he was stopped after putting his 5th point in. Congratulations, you have earned +3 to health. Congratulations, you have earned +2 to mana. Congratulations, you have earned +1 all stamina. Congratulations, you have earned +1 stat S. Congratulations, you have encountered a branching path. Choose either +4 stamina and the skill Mighty Leap or +10 mana and the skill Entangling Roots. Warning, your choice will affect the remainder of this path. Frowning, Randedly weighed his options. Essentially, he had to choose whether to proceed down a mana or a stamina build. The obvious choice was stamina, but Randedly was pulled towards mana for 2 reasons. First, a stamina build would require more direct confrontations, which Randedly did not yet have much experience with. Especially when he considered those acid-spitting frogs, it seemed like it would be a bad idea. Second, the associated skill was much more desirable. Entangling Roots sounded like crowd control, which could hopefully tie down the frogs or howler monkeys, enabling him to escape. In addition, Randedly was very tempted by the 10 mana bonus from learning the skill. With these things in mind, he selected the Entangling Roots option. Entangling Roots summon roots from the ground to tie down opponents. Costs 35 mana. Duration of roots depends on skill level. Strength and size of roots depend on skill level and intelligence. Accuracy of roots depends on control. Immediately, he felt an intense regret. 35 mana cost. His total mana was only 42, and even with the bonus from the safe zone, his mana regen per hour was just 42. It would take him almost an hour and a half to get enough mana to use it again. Sighing, Randedly entered in the next 7 PPs, emptying himself out, but those notifications brought some measure of optimism back to his heart. Mana Shield, conjure a thin shield of mana, effective against both magical and physical attacks. Will block 20 damage plus the skill level X5, costs 20 mana. After putting the 2 stat points he had earned from the trainee path into wisdom and boosting his mana regen, Randedly felt much better. His mana pool was now at 51 and his regeneration at 17 per hour. In the room that was 51, just above the casting cost of Entangling Roots, training it up 1 per hour, alternating with mana bolts, was just barely enough for him to stomach. Closing the menus, Randedly considered his options. What was the best method to ensure his survival here? One of the items he obtained in the bag was a map, and after touching it, the map option in his menu screen became selectable. Inside, there was a general outline of the dungeon, which was simply called the Underground Jungle. Ultimately, what he saw made Randedly's heart sink. The dungeon he was in was simply too big. He was situated in the safe room halfway across the southern wall. It was equidistant from the entrance and the boss room. But that distance appeared to be something near 20 miles. More disturbingly, while the boss's chambers appeared to be in the southeastern corner, the entrance was in the northwestern corner, meaning Randedly would need to cross through at least some portion of the forest in order to get there. Sighing, Randedly dismissed the menu. He had a long way to go before having any confidence in crossing the forest. Randedly looked at his stats one more time before laying down for a nap. After careful consideration, Randedly found himself sneaking back over towards the howler monkey area. There were 2 reasons for this trip. One was to stop by the nut, banana, and weird crystal trees and stock up on more food, and the other was to actually engage the howler monkeys. Well, hopefully to lure one away, and then bind it with Entangling Roots and then something. The more Randedly thought about it, the worse the idea seemed, but he also knew that grinding was done for the explicit purpose of going out after and getting some actual experience. He needed to be able to use his skills. Additionally, the howler monkeys had only been scary within the tree line. Outside of it, they were slow enough that even a Randedly without all of his skills and stats was only slightly slower. He was now confident that his 13 agility would be enough to outrun them. Unfortunately, there were only 2 or 3 glowing crystals that had grown back, but there was several dozen nuts and bananas he had missed the first time. After filling his satchel, he began creeping back towards the monkey area. To his surprise, he gained a level in both sneaking and equip. He was still unable to see the level of the dagger or the gloves, but the 2 PP let him almost finish off the trainee class, which Randedly did, huddled up against a tree. Congratulations, you have earned +1 to mana regeneration. Congratulations, you have earned +1 stat S. The fact that the stat point went directly into Augie probably was evidence of Randedly's nerves. With that done, he continued creeping forward, aiming to the howler monkeys area. As he approached, Randedly noticed what he didn't previously, that in that area the trees changed, their crowns stretching higher, their trunks farther apart. Also, the area was thick with vines. Feeling slightly foolish, Randedly came out of his crouching position in the ferns and walked boldly past. Nothing happened. Randedly scratched his head. Last time had been so much easier. A blur at the edge of his vision was all the warning he had. Had it been the him of a few days ago, it probably would have ended with him wounded. but the threat of danger and stat increases had sharpened his senses. As soon as he noticed the projectile, he summoned a mana shield. It smashed against Randidley's shield, slowing it only briefly, and a stone the size of an apple crashed into him, sending Randidley staggering. His head whipped around, and he saw a monkey standing in the tree, chittering with laughter as it hefted another stone. Furious, Randidley raised his hand and pointed, a mana bolt shooting out. With Randidley's improved control, his attack flew true, striking the howler monkey in the chest. With a squawk, it was dislodged from its position on the branch, falling to the ground. Howling, it then rumbled up towards him. With not enough mana left to cast entangling roots, Randidley fled, returning to the safe room. As he unpacked and sorted the gathered food, Randidley viewed the notifications he had with serious eyes. First, the stone had pierced through his mana shield with enough force to do a little over 30 damage. That means the stone itself, thrown by the monkey, would be about 55. Second, blocking that stone had increased mana shield skill to level 3, which seemed like an awfully quick level up, even though level 2 was usually quite easy. Finally, hitting the monkey in the chest with the mana bolt had increased it to LVL 9. For a while, Randidley had been wondering whether it was a common thing to hole up in a safe room where the regeneration is doubled and grinding up their skill level, but he was beginning to suspect it wasn't, because it seemed that actually using the skills in real battle was much more effective at leveling them. Sighing, Randidley used a PP to finish off the trainee path. Congratulations. You have earned +2 to M stats. Congratulations. You have completed the trainee path mage branch, +10 mana, +1 mana region, +1 mana per level. The 2 stats went into control and intelligence. If I was going to start trying to grind outside of the safe room, I needed a bigger mana pool. It wouldn't be feasible in the short term to try and raise my regeneration to the point where it could matter. When he went back to the path screen, there was only one option. From before with 020, he clicked on it and the name shifted to Wandering Survivor. Seems relevant, Randidley muttered and put his remaining 3 PPs into it, and to his surprise, he received something each time. Congratulations, you have earned +2 to health. Congratulations, you have earned +2 to mana. Congratulations, you have earned +2 to stamina. Apparently it was a rather helpful path as well. Pleased, Randidley wandered over to view his growing plants. His initially planted berry bush was beginning to bud. Fruit would come soon. The others were growing to a good size, except Randidley frowned at the final banana plant, which was around double the size of the others and about twice as tall. Abruptly realizing something, Randidley got out his dagger and began to dig. After about 5 minutes, he leaned back on his heels. As he thought, the red crystal that had been nearest in the ground to the banana was gone. The lone blue crystal and the red and blue together with both still there. So the red crystal had been absorbed somehow by the plant. And that was likely where the plant breeding skill had came from. Thinking this, Randidley looked around, abruptly realizing that the room seemed slightly larger than he remembered. But he ignored it, instead going to the side and digging 6 holes, very far from one another. 3 were bananas, 3 were nuts. He did the same line of crystals, 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 both, just to see the effects. Satisfied, he laid out the bedroll from the satchel and prepared for a nap. When Randidley awoke, he realized that he honestly had no idea how long he was asleep and awake for, so there was no way of knowing how much time had passed. He believed it had been 4 or 5 days, but it was hard to know for sure. But then he turned his attention to the notifications. Farming had risen to 13. Plant breeding had risen to 5. Expectantly, Randidley threw those points into the Wandering Survivor path. Congratulations, you have earned +1 to Stat S. Congratulations. You have earned +1 to Perception and Reaction. Congratulations, you have earned +2 to Health. Congratulations, you have earned +2 to Mana. Congratulations, you have earned +2 to Stamina. Although not receiving a skill was somewhat of a letdown, the extra stats also helped. The extra stat he put into Intelligence, committing entirely to his new grinding plan. The morning proceeded as usual, with physical exertion, interspaced with Iron Skin and Mana Bolt. Even though it had reached the point that Mana Bolt could be cast every 15 minutes, Randidley could tell that he was reaching the limit of what could be really grinded out here. Mana Bolt only increased 1 LVL. Iron Skin increased 2, but that too was slowing. Running and physical fitness didn't go up, but sprint went up by 1. What was disappointing was that getting Mana Bolt to 10 didn't unlock a path for it, but Randidley supposed that it hadn't worked that way with farming either. Focusing on the now, he threw his 4 PP into the Wandering Survivor. Congratulations, you have earned +1 to Stat S. Congratulations, you have earned +1 to Perception and Reaction. Congratulations, you have earned +2 to Health. Congratulations, you have earned +2 to Mana. The nice surprise that Randidley did receive was that his equip also leveled up while he was applying PP, giving him enough to get the +2 stamina boost from the Wandering Survivor path again. The stat point again went into Intelligence. Next, Randidley proceeded outside to start his new type of afternoon grinding, having rocks thrown at him by the monkeys. Although the rocks could do about 50-60 damage, Randomly believed that the combination of an improved mana shield and iron skin, he could shrug off most of the damage. Randomly also noticed that there were no longer patrols of frogs in the opposite direction, which made him feel better. That fat frog was welcome to the berries. He was growing plenty of his own, or would be soon. There were 3 howler monkeys waiting for Randomly this time, which made him nervous, but he figured he could handle it. They hooted to each other, pointing at him knowingly, and the smallest ran to the ground to fetch some rocks. When the small one returned, the bigger 2 smacked it, then took the rocks from its arms and started throwing them at Randomly. The first was a bit off in terms of the target, namely him, and simply glanced off the shield. But the second struck it squarely, sending long cracks through the shield of mana. But apparently it had leveled enough to handle a hit because it barely survived. This seemed to annoy the first monkey, and the second hooted its glee. Furious, the first monkey grabbed another stone and whipped it as hard as it could, which, it turned out, was a lot harder than Randomly was ready for. The shield broke, and even with activating iron skin, Randomly fell to his back. He checked his stats, and the stone had done 60 damage, but also both mana shield and iron skin leveled up from that one stone. This was of course ignoring the significant ache in Randomly's chest, but he ignored that, slowly straightening. Or he planned to slowly straighten, but the viciously thrown rocks meant he hastily rolled to the side, causing his throbbing chest to tighten. Congratulations, you have gained the skill Dodge LVL1, hopping side to side, Randomly sighed. Well, at least he was still grinding a skill. He also raised his hands and shot a few mana bolts, keeping the monkeys on their toes. However, even when they took them directly to their body, it only seemed to annoy them, causing them to throw stones faster. After 10 minutes, which felt like an eternity, one of the monkeys finally hopped down, lumbering towards Randomly, and he took this chance to quickly check his mana. It was unfortunately only 27, and that 8 would take forever to regenerate. Frustrated, Randomly blasted the monkey twice in its face with mana bolts and then turned to run. But as he did so, a stone struck his leg, sending him sprawling. The monkey that was on the ground jumped forward, aiming for Randomly's scrambling form, but he managed to get his feet out from under him and roll forward. Then he started sprinting, not stopping until he was safely back in the safe room. However, as he entered, he froze. Sitting in the pond with his back turned to Randomly was an extremely tall and broad individual. From the way his gaze was pointed, it looked like he was looking at Randomly's plants. Based on the blood stains on the floor, the figure was heavily wounded, but he currently was healing. As quietly as he could, Randomly closed the door behind him. He even got another point in sneak, but still the figure turned. His skin had a strange bluish tint, and he was bald, but other than that he was a rather typical-looking fellow, except for the third eye in his forehead. He said something in another language, and Randomly felt something happen in his head, the sounds he made twisting in his mind, and suddenly they snapped together. Ah, you had not met travelers from other worlds before. There now you can understand, yes. Hello, little friend. Are you the one who brought these things here? He pointed at the plants. Randomly nodded, wary. The man shook his head, laughing slightly. Do not worry, friend, we are both travelers, and you are from one of the newly acquired world, yes. For you to proceed into a LVL 35 dungeon after such a short amount of time is truly a wonder. Randomly sat down sighing. He had expected that the world had drastically changed due to the arrival of the system, but this was all a little much, wasn't it? In very general terms, Randomly explained his situation, spawning directly in the dungeon by the safe room, and doing his best to hole up here these past few days. Then three-eyed man, whose name was Shal, seemed rather shocked. Extraordinary, he muttered, looking Randomly up and down. So you do not have a class or a level. That would make things difficult. Normally, I would not mind helping you secure some kills in the area so you can find your feet, but... Then the man paused. However, I could do you the favor of escorting you to the entrance if you would bring me food while I recover here. It will take several days, and to rid myself of this curse, I cannot leave the pool. That would be appreciated, Randomly said slowly. Satisfied with the exchange, Shal turned back away, sitting calmly in the pool. After meditating for about an hour, Randomly took stock of himself. Dodge had become LVL 3, while Iron Skin and Mana Shield also increased by 1. Equip 2 went up. The biggest gain was Mana Bolt, once more gaining 2 levels. With these 7 PPs, Randomly could finish off Wandering Survivor. Congratulations, you have earned +1 to Stat S. Congratulations, you have earned +1 to Perception and Reaction. Congratulations, you have earned +2 to Health. Congratulations, you have earned +2 to Mana. Congratulations, you have earned +2 to Stamina. Congratulations, you have earned +2 to Stat S. Congratulations, you have earned +1 to all stats. Congratulations, you have completed the Wandering Survivor path. +2 to all regeneration. Randomly barely stifled a gasp. While it wasn't a per level up gain, the increase in regeneration across the board was incredibly powerful. Especially as he strengthened his iron skin further. if his stamina regeneration was so high that he could maintain the skill almost constantly. The 3 stats he got, all of them went into intelligence, boosting that mana pool just a little bit more. Then he admired his new stats. When he returned to the path screen, he received another notification. Continue using paths to explore this world. Remember, there will always be a path open to you. Please select one of the paths below for your continued journey. 05 and 05. Rolling his eyes, Randomly selected the second option. You have selected the pathless eye path. Well, at least it will be short. Feeling slightly awkward about the stranger sitting there, in what Randomly had grown to consider his pond, he went around behind the now medium-sized tree and practiced heavy blow, dagger mastery, and entangling roots. Although he hadn't put any points directly into STR, the +1 all stats had started adding up, and Randomly was beginning to cut chunks out of the tree with his blows. When he was out of stamina and mana, he would meditate, then go check on his plants, trying to investigate the differences between the different breeds. The berry bush was now heavy with fruit, so Randomly ate several and took others to plant by the far wall. By now, he was sure this place was getting bigger, he just wasn't sure how. In this way, most of the evening passed, Randomly's entangling roots finally making it to LVL2. Heavy blow went up 1, and dagger mastery rose 2. Randomly was finally starting to feel comfortable swinging the weapon. Randomly even got a level for farming out of the blue, likely due to his ministrations on them. With that, he had enough PP to finish off the path. Strangely, he didn't receive anything for any of the points, even the 5th. He only got a bonus with the completion notification. Congratulations, you have completed the pathless eye path, +1 stat S. You have received 1 random chest. Congratulations. You have received a medium chest. A white box the size of a microwave appeared in front of Randomly. When he opened it, he found a leather tunic, and when Randomly inspected it, it actually worked. Average leather tunic LVL5 basic article of clothing, +5 resistance to physical damage, +2 vit while equipped. As he crept outward, Randomly sighed, resigned himself to another few days of fruits and nuts. He really missed meat and cheese. Sneaking gained 2 levels, as a strange, monstrous spider scuttled past while Randomly was prying the crystals from the tree. It was heading directly towards him, but he quickly cast his first live entangling roots. It was only distracted for a split second before it ripped right through the bindings, but that was enough for Randomly to stop what he was doing and throw himself off the tree, sprinting away. He heard a wet hiss and sensed more than saw something heading his way, and leapt to the side. A large wad of what could only be spider web smashing into the tree above him, strands falling towards him. Scrambling forward, he got out of the area of it and sprinted all the way back to the safe room. In that final scrum, it seemed entangling roots, sprinting, running, and dodging had all leveled up. Real experience really did do more than repetitive grinding. Feeling slightly giddy, Randomly sat down and meditated, deciding not to enter the room. He very quickly entered into an introspective state and stayed there until he had regained all of his mana. When he awoke, to his surprise, meditation had gained 2 levels and was now LVL7. With this 7 PP, Randomly turned to his path screen. There was once again 2 question mark options, both costing only 5. Feeling lucky, Randomly once more picked the second option. You have selected the pathless II path. Randomly speechlessly put 5 PP into it. Once more, the only reward was the final completion notification. Congratulations, you have completed the pathless II path, +2 stat S. You have received 1 random chest. Congratulations, you have received a tiny chest. Oh, was this a rare tiny chest? Because Randomly hadn't gotten any size duplicates, he couldn't tell if the chest sizes themselves had relative rarity or the items inside had that rarity. Either way, it was at least nice that this was a rare chest, and the amount of stats he got had increased. He put the 2 stats into int and then opened the tiny chest. It wasn't a piece of equipment, which was a disappointment. It was just a basic mortar and pestle. Although when he inspected it, he wasn't able to see what it was, so at least it was a decent level. Feeling as if he had tested his luck enough for one day, Randomly returned to the safe room before he assigned his other 2 PP. But Shal gestured to him before he had the chance. Come, bring me some of your food. Recovering has taken more strength than anticipated. Rather dutifully, Randomly handed over bananas and nuts. He had briefly considered demanding higher payment for his delivery, but Randomly was growing increasingly desperate to know what was going on with his friends, especially Ace and Sydney. Randomly wasn't very close to his family, but he had found a new one here at college. And if something happened to them while he was gone? Shaking his head, Randomly turned to Shal. Excuse me, do you know what these are? Randomly put out a hand, holding one of the red and blue glowing crystals. Shal spared the crystals a glance before returning to his regular sitting position. Yes, they are basic vigor crystals. They can be refined into health and mana potions, but although they are in a LVL 35 dungeon, they are just the basic kind put next to a safe room to help truly desperate individuals. I would say even a master alchemist could only create potions that restore 100 health or mana from them. Randedly just stared. Mana potions. Oh, how do you refine them? Shrugging, Shal gestured dismissively. Unrelated to my class, I cannot learn this skill. Give me some time, I must heal. But even as Randedly walked slowly away, his eyes were bright. If he had mana and health potions, even if they weren't as efficient as Shal stated, they would still be invaluable to training up his skills. And surviving, he added to himself, a bit belatedly. 6 hours later, Randedly had it, or at least thought he had it. He had experimented with the red crystals first, because what he really wanted was mana potions, and he didn't want to waste the materials for them. After playing around with them and applying pressure, he realized that they were quite brittle and crumbled quite easily. So, being of a determined sort, Randedly put some of the crystal dust into his mouth. Instantly, heat flooded his body, and he began sweating. But his poison resistance did climb a level, so it wasn't a useless attempt. Also, wasn't it true that too much medicine is poison? The next several hours saw Randedly cutting off smaller and smaller bits of crystal, and his poison resistance climbing another level. It was only after becoming dejected and rummaging through his satchel that he found the old vials from the original owner of the dagger. Trembling with the possible simplicity of it, Randedly added water to the vial, then put some red powder from the crystal in it. Then he inspected it. Amateur's Potion LVL1 will restore 10 health over 5 seconds. Congratulations, you have gained the skill potion making LVL1. With an explosive sigh, Randedly used the rest of his mana and then prepared for bed. It had been a long day. Randedly woke up to another level in farming, and after he had fed Shal, he set to experimenting with potions. He had only used a fraction of a single crystal to make his first amateur potion, and he had over 50 crystals of each color to play with. He started simply, just trying to find the best potion he could make. Randedly swiftly realized two things were the primary determinants of whether the potion would heal more. That was the ratio of crystal to water, and then the uniformity of the crystal grain size. It didn't appear to matter what size the grains were, as long as they were uniform. But for some reason, it also didn't work to just drop a single chunk into the water. It needed to be split into a certain number of pieces, which was a high enough count that it was rather impossible to ensure uniformity. So then Randedly started grinding them up with the mortar and pestle, and achieved a pretty even consistency. The ratio was even easier, if slightly unscientific due to the lack of available equipment. Eventually Randedly had his ultimate creation, an LVL5 potion-making skill. Apprentice's Potion, a potion made by an inexperienced but serious apprentice, will restore 48 health over 3 seconds. Although it was a far cry from 100, 48 health was still quite a bit, and Randedly was pleased with himself. He had even only used about a dozen of the red crystals, and had made a fair amount of potions that could restore 30-some health. But the problem was that he only had 15 vials to fill with health potion, so 5 became health, and then 8 he filled with mana. Most of these were in the low 40s, but Randedly did manage to make one that restored 61 mana. He tucked that one away for emergency situations. For the final 2, Randedly experimented with different combinations of health and mana. This was much more difficult, because if they were either 50-50 or 75-25, the potion turned into a foaming gray mess that he quickly dumped out. 75-25 with red in the majority was a stamina potion, and it restored a staggering 80 stamina, but Randedly suspected that was a rather poor result. After all, that would come back in 4 minutes anyway. 50-50 was something that can only be described as a concentration potion. Under it, even the tiniest detail seemed to stick out. While under its influence, Randedly's speed of potion making and accuracy of measurement skyrocketed. He remixed most of the potions, and soon every one of his vials was filled with liquid that restored between 50 and 60. But when it wore off, it left him with a staggering headache that lasted for about an hour. He took that time to practice jogging, sweating out the weird potion, and although it was strange, it certainly was useful in small doses, so Randedly filled one of the vials with it. 75-25 with blue in the majority created the following potion. Lesser Restore LVL7, weakens the effects of foreign influences on the body, cures minor status ailments. That potion was not only the highest level he had yet made, but it also pushed his potion making up to LVL12. Blinking, Randedly couldn't believe that he had persisted so long without noticing the passage of time. Then he frowned. He also didn't feel tired. Did end or vit also affect a person's need for breaks or even sleep? But still, in the hopes of leaving the dungeon sooner, Randedly approached Shal. "Oh, excuse me. Will something like this help you recover?" Randedly hated how weak he sounded, but he had to admit he really was in the weak position here, and he was desperate to escape the dungeon. Shal spared him a glance, then beckoned him closer. Randedly tossed the potion, which Shal deftly caught. After sparing it a glance with his third eye, Shal grunted and swallowed the contents, then tossed the vial back. For several seconds, Shao was quiet. Then he said, in a small way, yes. If you had 1,000 of such things, I would be cured almost immediately. Grimacing, Randidly walked away. It had seemed to help, but it wasn't enough. Even though he had been expecting something similar to this reaction, the rejection still felt rather fresh. 1,000 such vials. Although possible, it would be rather slow-going, 15 at a time, and he would be forced to dump out his precious potions. Shaking his head, Randidly refocused on the moment. Better to do what he can do now, and leave the worrying for later. Bringing up his path screen, Randidly noticed that he had 2 new options for the staggering 15 pp he had gathered while making potions, but seeing them gave a sense of foreboding. 010, 010, why did both change? Shouldn't I still have access to the old one, unless... Resigning himself, Randidly picked the first option. You have selected the pathless III path. Sighing, Randidly instantly maxed out the path. Quite surprising was that he earned 1 stat at 5 as well as 1 at 10 in addition to the completion bonus. Congratulations, you have completed the pathless III path, plus 2 stat S. You have realized that all paths are the same, and all paths lead to the same place. You have gained the skill Pathfinder LVL1. Pathfinder LVL1, it is very difficult for you to lose your sense of direction. Landmarks and interesting locations that you pass will be automatically added to maps you possess. 4 stats and a random skill wasn't such a bad haul, all things considered. Without a thought, Randidly dumped all the points in int. He needed his spells to be stronger. Learning to fight and handle close combat was too distant a goal, and with that, Randidly returned to the path screen. Surprisingly, the options weren't mirrors of each other. 015, 010. Shrugging, Randidly selected the 15 options. You have selected the Pathfinder path. 14 pp got Randidly nothing, but 5 got him +1 to peace up, which was a nice boost. With these improvements, Randidly left the safe room, heading towards the monkey area. By now, dodging was relatively simple, but he kept still for a while, allowing the rocks to hit his shield, leveling Mana's shield twice. It was almost enough to withstand a full power throw from the monkeys. Mana Bolt improved 1 level as he threw some back at the monkeys to keep them honest. It was when they finally dropped down that he finally began using the mana potions. Randidly practically chugged them, casting entangling roots over and over again. It was still barely enough to stop them for a split second, but it delayed them enough that he was never in any danger. And he also gained 3 levels in entangling roots. The only disappointment was whatever that spider was that had scared Randidly previously. It had set up shop around the crystal tree, covering the surrounding area with thick web that Randidly didn't dare touch. It even had taken over the banana tree. Making a mental note to venture a little farther for food next time, Randidly returned to the safe room. Back at the base, Randidly once more checked on the plants. The second-generation plants mixed with the crystals had fully grown and now had fruit, but he set that to the side for now. It did mean that farming and plant breeding both increased a level. With his 8 pp, Randidly tossed the rest of it into the Pathfinder class. At 10, he earned +1 all MSUP, which was helpful for his spells. Then he turned to the fruit. He began with the bananas because he basically knew what to expect. The red bananas were bigger and had a strange spicy savoriness that was a quite welcome switch from the regular sweetness. The straight blue crystal bananas were tingy and were strangely spongy, almost like a cake, but they certainly seemed like they kept longer without going bad. It was the mixed crystal bananas that were really peculiar. When he touched most of the bananas hanging from the slender tree, most of them turned to ash. Except for one that seemed to pulse with light. At the same time, it was strangely dripping juices, vibrant and alive, and quite sticky. Slightly nervous, Randidly took that one and took a small nibble. Instantly, warm waves of heat washed through his body. He smiled and flexed his hand. He felt powerful. Acting purely on instinct, Randidly produced the knife and made it dance across his fingers, slashing left and right. Almost immediately, he gained a level of equip, which just made him smile wider, and soon he was leaping back and forth, cutting invisible enemies to pieces. Very quickly, Randidly was filled with a strange confidence that he was wrong about hand-to-hand fighting. Although he wasn't experienced, that didn't necessarily mean that he couldn't defeat a lousy monkey. He was quick, he was strong, he was smart. He could spot the monkey's weaknesses. An increase in the level of his physical fitness made his confidence swell. He definitely felt stronger and more resilient, and it wasn't just the stats. It was the lifestyle, it was the diet. His body was changing, he was changing. Then Dagger Mastery gained a level, and he was so sure in that moment. He could do this. Hell if he wasn't babysitting this dumbass. Then all at once the confidence departed, an empty coolness suffusing his body. Randidly shivered. What was that? Trembling, he breathed in and then breathed out. The previous few minutes were a heady blur. Perhaps the most disturbing thing about the whole situation was the confidence that buoyed him after he took the small nibble, and the fact he had gained 3 skill levels in about 5 minutes. Although it might have been a coincidence, it didn't feel like one. Being careful not to breath any stray fumes from the banana, Randidly peered closely at the banana, trying to figure out why it had such a profound effect on him. Congratulations, you have learned the active skill Analyze LVL1. Analyze, closely examine materials and rare items. Works primarily to determine the crafting potential of base materials. Can also give some insight into completed projects. Congratulations. Analyze LVL1 has risen to Analyze LVL2. Lesser origin banana, made from a tree that grows rich in both yin and yang energies. Only one origin banana blooms per tree. The concentrated energy within it has great potential to increase the efficacy of most effects. It even could increase the efficiency of training, but more than that, it doesn't explain that monstrous confidence that appeared so quickly. Still, another skill and skill level were useful, and Randidly tucked the banana away for safekeeping. Meanwhile, he walked over to the middle of the nut trees, having high hopes for another origin food. Unfortunately, his luck was not that good. When he pulled off a nut, an unpleasant scent wafted up from it. Warped halnut, strange energies have warped this halnut, can be refined into a poison with unpredictable effects. Unpredictable wasn't exactly what Randidly was looking for, so he turned to the blue halnuts. Popping one off of the tree, he cracked one open and gazed inside. Although it was oddly cool, it was otherwise quite normal. It was also more oily, the flesh on the inside shifting when he pressed it. Analyzed hit, the level going up once again. Cool halnut, a variant of the halnut with a unique taste. Its core is useful for crafting. Randidly nibbled on the edge. To his surprise, it tasted oddly mintly. He took a bigger bite, enjoying the strange peanut butter-like consistency, combined with the minty flavor. He took another bite, his teeth smashing against what could only be the core. A thread of cold energy got into his mouth, numbing him, and Randidly spat out the whole thing. After the numb sensation went away, Randidly carefully cleared away the flesh, revealing a small blue bead. Blue energy bead, a refined version of a blue energy shard, not edible. Ignoring the strange insult from the description, Randidly pulled out one of the glowing blue crystal he had harvested from the tree. Blue energy shard, basic, low-grade material, can be refined into various potions. With glittering eyes, Randidly turned to the red halnut bush. 4 hours later, having gained 2 more levels in Analyze and 2 in potion making, Randidly returned to the pool. Shall, I think this might be more powerful. Randidly's voice was carefully controlled because whatever it was that he had created, it had leveled him twice in potion making in one go, and when he tried to analyze it, he had failed. Instead of regular red and blue energy shards, Randidly had used the beads. And he had used water with a few drops of the origin banana's juice as a base. He had failed 3 times, getting the ratios just slightly off. It seemed that as the level of the potion increased, the requirements were even more exact. But on the 4th try, once more Shal beckoned and Randidly threw him the potion. This time, when his third eye gazed at it, his entire gaze sharpened, his 2 normal eyes opening. This even I do not recognize it, but... After a few moments of hesitation, Shal threw it back. Immediately he huddled lower in the pond, submerging even his head. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the water began to bubble and boil around him. Randidly cautiously backed away, which turned out to be a wise decision because a giant black bat made of a black mist erupted upwards from Shal. It screeched and gazed around, its ethereal eyes finally finding Randidly. With a roar, it charged. But before it had moved an inch, a spear shot up and skewered it. With a weird explosion, the bat deflated and disappeared. With a huge grin, Shal leaped out of the pool, laughing. Wonderful, wonderful. You have saved me many days in this terrible room. I shall repay you immediately. Are you ready to leave the dungeon? The trip to the entrance was surreal. Randidly barely had time to harvest all his plants until he was dragged out. Shal explained that you passively lost experience while in a safe room, which is why no one in their right mind would stay there. And also why me being there didn't matter, Randidly thought. Most of the way Shal carried Randidly, leaping large distances through the forest. Shal explained that the enemies around here were below 30, mostly meant to grind down weaklings' resources. It was only in the area right after Randidly's safe room, where the forest gave way to plains, that the dungeon became difficult. It was there that Shal was cursed by a orc shaman mini-boss after sustaining serious injuries, leaving him in such a wounded state that he was forced to take shelter in the safe room. Then Shal sighed. However, it is hard. The mental attacks of the shaman are too confusing. I might need to spend a few months leveling to get my willpower high enough to withstand them. For the rest of the journey, Shal was silent. It only took about 5 hours, with Randidly riding on Shal's back. To distract himself, Randidly had been meditating and even got a skill level. Then they arrived at a set of huge iron doors. Here, friend, just press your hand against the doors and click yes. Shal smiled good-naturedly at Randidly. Honestly, Shal's whole outlook had changed since Randidly had given him that potion. After a small hesitation, as Randedly wondered how to thank this strange, alien man, this action of bringing him to the entrance of the dungeon likely had saved his life. If he had been left to his own devices in here, Randedly just nodded. He wasn't really a sappy sort, but when he pressed his hand to the door, the notification made the blood drain from his face. You are unable to enter the dungeon. Please choose a class and reach level 10 before proceeding. There is no further level requirement, but please see dungeon level for a guideline of the necessary strength. But Randedly said aloud, I'm trying to leave. It seems, Shao said slowly, that this turn of events was never considered. You must be level 10 to use the door to a dungeon, but while you are in here, you cannot gain a class and therefore cannot level. Randedly just stared at the floor. Was he really stuck here? It had been over a week since the change had happened. He wasn't sure what was happening outside of the dungeon, but it couldn't be good. Although the monsters out there in a normal area might be lower level, they were still monsters. Monsters that tried to kill you. For Shao, he felt slightly awkward. He didn't want to abandon this little friend who had helped him, but he also didn't want to babysit him. Sighing, Shao considered his own troubles. Leveling wasn't so difficult, but he was a physical-focused class, so getting enough points into willpower to survive would be slightly difficult. Shao only got 2 free points per level, and paths required skills to increase, and most of his were above LVL 50 and almost impossible. But then Shao froze, his eyes going wide. No, class, kid, what are your skills? Shao asked abruptly. Randedly opened his mouth, then closed it. He knew he had no reason not to trust Shao, but revealing something like that so freely. But Shao was already waving his hand. No, that is not it, you misunderstand. How many skill do you have? After a quick count, Randedly answered 19. Shao burst out laughing, his face once more suffused with a grin. Let me tell you a secret, kid. When you receive a class, you are given a skill cap, that at the maximum number of skills you can learn. You can keep the skills you have from before, but it limits what you can learn afterwards with the system. My cap is 12, and my class is rather rare, yet you having 19 skills already. Then Shao began to do some mental map in his head. Honestly, it seemed too easy. With a wide grin, Shao turned to Randedly. There is of course another way to get out if you are interested. Perking up, Randedly asked, there is another entrance. I didn't see it on my map. No, Shao said, waving his hand. There are no more avenues of retreat, but you can always move forward. Shao extended his hand. Help me defeat the boss of this dungeon, the acid salamander, and I will carry you out of this place. Defeat the boss. Randedly just looked at him. Well, you won't be doing anything as grand as that. Before the boss, there are those orc shamans that so grievously wounded me in the past. You shall help me get past them. It shouldn't be that difficult. If we concentrate and get your willpower up to 50, it will be a simple task. I had forgot. You can learn as many skills as you need. A measly willpower of 35 will be sufficient if you learn mental attack resistance and train it up some. A willpower of 35, how will we? Shao patted Randedly's back, a strange twinkle in his eyes. Now, don't worry about the details, but we must hurry. The sooner we begin, the sooner we get out, yes. Within the day, Randedly had been carried rapidly back to the safe room. Shao seemed to be in immensely good mood, and it made Randedly hesitate. Although he was happy to have a thread of hope for escaping this dungeon, he couldn't help but wonder whether it would really be as easy as Shao said. After dropping him on the ground in front of the safe room, Shao said, how many more PP do you need to finish off your current path? Randedly checked. 2, and I have enough to do it now. Then finish it, but then don't select another path. For 14, Randedly received nothing, but 15 gave him +2 stat S and +2 perception and reaction, as well as the skill map making LVL1. Feeling slightly swayed by Shao, Randedly put the 2 points into willpower. All right, now what? Randedly asked. Shao reached out and put his hand on Randedly's head. Now we enter into a bargain. If I do this, you must promise to assist me in defeating the shamans and all other troubles I encounter in the dungeon. If we escape, I shall consider your debt paid. But more than that, Shao continued. You must consent to the training I will give you. It will not be easy. It will hurt, but you need this strength. Both the strength to persist through the pain and to use the skills I will give you. To this, do you agree? Randedly looked up at this strange alien, his mind quiet and cool. And then one thought unbidden rose to the surface. I want to be strong. Randedly nodded. Then go to your path menu and select the option to be my disciple. Opening the menu, Randedly did so, looking at the strange option. Disciple of Shao 0x. It goes to X. Shao nodded. Yes, it will continue to my level. Currently, I am 36. When you catch up, you will receive a skill and the path will end. Depending on your performance, it might be a skill I have, or a superior, evolved version, or even a partial simplified version. Randedly clicked on it and dumped his points into it. What was shocking was that each level gave a distributable stat point. At 5, he received a stat point and 1 point in End and Augie. Immediately impressed, Randedly threw all the earned points into willpower, pushing it up to 19. All right, now what? Randedly said. Shao just smiled. Shal had given Randedly a spear, told him to play around with it while he made some preparations. Randedly had done so, learned the skill Spear Mastery LVL1, and even leveled it up 3. Perhaps even more pleasing than these developments was that his equip skill rose to 10. When it did so, Randedly was finally able to equip and receive the bonus from the leather gloves he had gotten from the small chest. Gloves of Quickness. Gloves made from the leather of a wind deer. Add speed to the wearer. Vit +1, Augie +3. Although the boost couldn't be considered significant, it was still a big bump at the level of his stats. More than that, the 3 PP he earned pushed him up to 11, which allowed him to get 3 more stats into willpower, and at 10 he received +2 Augie, +1 STR, and +1 React, as well as the skill Phantom Thrust. Becoming a disciple is definitely a good thing, Randedly thought, trying out the skill. It cost 15 stamina, but the training spear Shal had given him moved so fast that Randedly couldn't even control it. The stabs went wide more often than not, but they were undoubtedly powerful. That was around when Shal returned, and the training changed. Let us begin the training. There was something very different about Shal's tone of voice now, but Randedly didn't notice, too excited about his new skill. He was about to show Shal, but there was a coldness in his eyes that stopped him. Put down the spear, Shal said coolly, holding a box in his arms. Randedly did so, but slowly. When he had finished, Shal beckoned him over. You must do something for me. Stay still. There was iron in that voice, and the hairs on the back of Randedly's neck sensed something was coming that he wouldn't like, but he was still taken by surprise when Shal dumped green goop on Randedly's leg, and his flesh began to flake and sizzle. Randedly screamed, all hopes for the future and pride forgot. He fell to the ground and clutched his leg, the pain overwhelming him. Shal kicked him. Stand, this is nothing. Ha ha. And as the shock wore off, Randedly realized that it wasn't so bad, just a jarring burning sensation at the edge of his consciousness. Frantically, he checked his health to find that it was rapidly decreasing. With wide eyes, he looked at Shal. My health. You have health potions, do you not? And you have the materials and ability to make more. Stay here and survive. Randedly's acid resistance rose a level, and abruptly he remembered why he was here. It raised his skill levels to train. Although it was slightly barbaric, it seemed it might be effective. Hurrying, Randedly fixed a health potion and drank it, satisfied even though it was only 37 health. It was still pretty good for wildly shaking hands. The acid continued to rip away at his focus with daggers of pain, but the rate at which his health decreased was slowing, giving him some hope. He still had 60-some health, and he drank another 40 potion, getting him back over 100. Randedly gained another point in acid resistance, and cashed both PPs in, getting 2 more points of willpower. Instantly, he felt slightly steadier, able to control the pain. It seemed like willpower was a pretty useful. Another splash of acid hit him, catching him in the chest and face. Some of it got into Randedly's mouth, and he began coughing up blood. Acid has reached your bloodstream. You have poisoned. Poison resistance has increased to LVL6. You better hurry. It was slightly infuriating how calm Shal's voice was. If you do not work quickly, acid and poison shall kill you before you can brew more potions. Gagging on his own blood and bile, Randedly forced himself to drink 2 potions to restore his health to safe levels. Even so, the acid and poison ate at him, pushing his health back below 80 and then 50. He gained a point in acid resistance. With shaking hands, Randedly tried to mix another health potion. He succeeded and his potion mixing went up, but it was only for 29 health, barely above a failure, but he still drank it as quickly as possible and began work on the next one, his hands steadying. With a sigh, Shal grabbed Randedly and dragged him into the safe room. Since it is your first day and you are weak, I will be merciful, but you will regret forcing me to do this. Even though the movement jarred Randedly's healing skin, it was still relieving to be back within the safe room, where regeneration was doubled. His regeneration rose, now barely letting the poison take away any health at all, and Randedly made another potion, this time for 50, which he immediately drank. Just as his hands began to work on the second one, another wave of acid hit him, but Randedly gritted his teeth and did his best to ignore it. Just when it ended, he began moving again, but then another wave of acid hit, basically covering every inch of him. The pain was an incessant buzzing, grinding away at his focus. His hands could barely move, he wanted to vomit. Shivering, it was the best Randedly could do to simply continue to exist. 3 things affect how quickly you earn skill levels, Shal said simply, setting his box down and giving Randedly a long look. First, repetition. More is better, that is simple. Second, the theoretical difficulty. The more difficult it should be to accomplish, the more of your effort goes towards raising the skill level. Finally, and Shal punctuated this with another wave of acid that splashed across Randedly. The actual difficulty. His chest heaving, his eyes bloodshot, Randedly began to slowly move, carefully mixing the amounts of ground crystal. Although every second was agony, he did his best to focus. He wanted to live. He needed to live. Sydney. Wise. There is some disagreement on why it is so. Some say that the world knows your true plight, not just the theoretical one. Others say that the more an individual wants it, needs it, the more the world responds. You warp the world with your wish, randomly mixed, almost ignoring the pain. Then a drop of goop slid down his face and dripped into his eye. It began to burn like a thin rod of iron was shoved into the soft flesh at the edge of the eye. Even though it was twitching, randomly kept it open. He gained the skill Pain Resistance LVL1 but ignored it. Both acid resistance and poison resistance rose a level. I believe that is what it is. The want, the need. Do you want it? What did you call yourself? Ghost Hound. Do you really want to get out enough to push through this? Do you crave that strength? Randomly was on fire inside and out. It hurt and burned, and deep down he hated. Why the fuck was he doing this? Why did he need to go through this? Was every moment longer than the previous one? What would be at the end of this road? Would he get a rest after this? No, it never end. Shal answered as if he could read his thoughts. If you start walking, you continue to accelerate or you die. Do you have that strength? Randomly finished the potion. The result floated in front of him, taunting. It would restore 71 health points after drinking it. He had gained a level in potion making too. Randomly silently drank it, stoically choking down his screams as he was splashed with more acid, this dose seemingly more concentrated and vicious than the previous. His pain resistance and acid resistance went up as he brought out more supplies to make the next health potion. Belatedly, his poison resistance went up. Randomly wasn't sure if he had that strength now. He furrowed his brow, focusing, but he would find it. Randomly settled in a routine. The morning was acid and agony and potions. He would make and make, attempting to keep up with the veritable vats of acid that Shal would bring back, each a strange, painful variation. Some days he wouldn't be allowed to make potions, simply meditating, focusing on that hair-thin bonus it granted him. Several times it was very close to killing him, but Shal somehow knew the edges of his willpower, his sanity and endurance, even as he pushed him. His health would often drop down to something like 8, and then level off as randomly trembled and tried his best to ignore the tears in the corners of his eyes. His health would be plummeting below 20, crashing towards 0, and randomly would finally manage to successfully finish a potion, healing 40 health, buying himself a brief respite. Half of those times, he could use that time to recover his mental state. As days passed, though, more and more, that would be when more acid was splashed on him, and he frantically would need to brew additional potions. The afternoons were Randomly's favorite. It was spell practice, with Shal as the target. A target who moved like a ghost, dodging Randomly's entangling roots and mana bolts effortlessly, closing the distance and brutally knocking the wind out of Randomly, or throwing him into the forest, where Randomly would be forced to jump up with a yelp and rush back out, fearful of the monsters there. This would continue until Randomly had run out of mana and had meditated back to full too many times for Shal's taste, and then would come the third and final training period of the day. And the one that was the worst, spear training. The spear, Shal had explained, giving Randomly a simple, light weapon that he had been able to identify as being LVL-10, is the greatest weapon. It is versatile, it can be quick, it can be powerful, it can stab, it can sweep. But most of all, it is wielded by a spearman, the most powerful warrior of all. You are weak, you have no hope of being a spearman. But like my master still dutifully tried to drill the moves into me, I shall ravage your body until it knows the moves. So that is how you become a spearman, Randomly asked uncertainly. This day had largely numbed his fear of pain, but still the entrancing grace of Shal handling his spear gave him pause. Shal chuckled. No. But it is a way that non-spearmen can slowly come to know the spear. Even I am not yet even close to being spearman. I am a man with a spear, but to you. His spear blurred and Randomly felt his left arm, which was lightly holding onto the spear, shatter from the impact. But to you such concerns are too far in the future. For now, do you best to survive. And through mana shields and iron skin, Randomly did his best. Time had lost meaning. There was only opening of his eyes in the morning, the training, and closing the eyes at night. Randomly wondered about whether even that was an accurate way to tell time. As time passed, as 1 week of the hellish training turned to 2, the time they spent training grew. And yet night never came before Randomly laid his head down on the ground. There was a strange magic in the place, that the day would continue for as long as necessary for it to be filled. Which made him realize that time meant increasingly little, and that the span of time he spent inside this dungeon was growing much faster than could be anticipated. But even as his worries mounted, Randomly did not try and rush things, nor ask Shal. It was all that Randomly could do survive the exponential increase in difficulty. His skills grew at a prodigious rate under the large strain. Each day Shal had found some new way to torture him, to push his limits. Randomly swiftly gained the skills fighting proficiency, first aid, and block. And Shal seemed to know, and to change up his strategies to isolate those new skills, forcing them upwards. It only took a week and a half for Randomly to gather enough PP to finish off the Shal's disciple path. Shal had recommended that he refrain from putting the PP in until all at once, so he could experience how the stat changes affected him by feeling it all at once, rather than gradually. So Randedly had putting the last 24 PP in all at once. So starting with 14, it was congratulations. You have earned 1 stat point S, congratulations, plus 3 N plus 2 Augie, congratulations, plus 1 Vit plus 1 Augie plus 1 Int plus 2 Reaction. You have learned the skill Spear Phantom's Footwork LVL1, congratulations, plus 4 Augie plus 1 Per, congratulations, plus 1 Augie. You have Eyes of the Spear Phantom LVL1. Congratulations, you have completed the Disciple of Shal path. You have learned Phantom Half-Step LVL1. It was 24 distributable points in total, and upon Shal's urging, Randedly chose to put it all into willpower. Immediately, he felt his mind sharp and clear. There was a focus that he hadn't possessed before, although focus isn't such a good word for it due to the stat labeled focus. With firm eyes, he met Shal's gaze. Shal grinned. Good, finally some spunk. What skills did you learn? At the end, Shal grunted. Your luck is pretty good. Those are all core skills. Now show me this half-step. It appears to be an inferior version of the Step of the Spear Phantom. Randedly did so. It was a skill that needed a target, so Randedly targeted Shal. Immediately, Randedly felt something strange. He could use it in 2 ways, away or towards. Deciding to do towards, Randedly stepped. He immediately appeared halfway between his original position and Shal. He tried again, stepping backwards, but unfortunately the skill took 80 stamina, and he barely had enough to use it once. But Shal didn't require any more demonstrations, and grim-faced began the training. The great weakness of the Step of the Spear Phantom is the lack of utility. It can cross vast gulfs to appear before an opponent, but the distance is such that you must immediately attack or risk the opponent getting within you guard, but this half-step of his. Although it is clearly a strange mutation, its potential is limitless. Although Randedly's willpower had reached the level Shal desired, the training continued, focusing on the new skills that Randedly had learned. If anything, it intensified. It was brutal, and every day the training ended not because of weariness, but that Randedly's injuries had reached the point where he couldn't continue. There was a small part of Randedly's heart that was unsatisfied at the continued trainings, but one day, as if sensing this, Shal allowed Randedly to fight against a howler monkey. The experience quickly dispelled any lingering doubts in Randedly's heart. He remained weak. Although he had mana skills, the howler monkey's vastly superior health let it force health trades that Randedly could not keep up with. Very soon, Randedly was out of mana, and only Mana Shield and Entangling Roots allowed Randedly to escape, fleeing back to Shal, who watched on with cool eyes. Why did you lose? Shal spared the monkey a glance, and it was enough to send it stumbling backwards, unwilling, but intimidated by the obvious power of Shal. The difference in stats, Randedly finally said unwillingly. Nodding slowly, Shal finally said, and it will continue as such until you leave this place and find a guide to give you a class. So what will you do? Clenching his fist, Randedly said, raise my skill level to the point that stats become meaningless. Shal simply laughed. Randedly began ripping through paths as his skill level shot up. He began with Pathless IV, which gave him 1 stat point at 5 and 10. Congratulations, you have completed the Pathless IV path, plus 3 stat S. You have realized that all paths are the same, and all paths lead to the same place. In a rare conversation between them during training, Randedly asked Shal whether he had any further recommendations about stat distribution. Shal just snorted and spun his spear, the spearhead ripping through the muscle of Randedly's shoulder. So after careful consideration, Randedly decided to return to his initial plans of raising his skills at Magecraft. So 3 of the stats went into Int, 1 into Control and Focus, but Randedly didn't stop there. The training had had truly unfathomable results. Randedly had more than enough PP to complete Pathless V, Pathless VI, and Pathless VII. Altogether, they gave 25 stats. 10 went into Int, and 5 to Control, Focus, and End. End was due to the fact that as Randedly's skills expanded, he began to use an increasing amount of stamina just to fight. The brief skirmish with the howler monkey had disturbed him. The day after, Randedly unleashed his magic with wild abandon, throwing out mana bolts as fast as he could. None of them landed, but their strength definitely caught Shal's eye. And the boost in power was enough to give Shal pause. That day, Randedly's mana-based training shifted, and the howler monkeys became his new training partners. It was less of an exercise in him overcoming, but more of him surviving. Entangling Roots and Mana Shield underwent a baptism of constant use, their skill level rising quickly. Mana Bolt became Randedly's bread and butter. The increase in his Int was enough that a direct hit to the face of a howler monkey would stun them, giving him time to escape. Struggling in this new environment, Randedly completed Pathless VII, which netted him 11 stat points to distribute. These all went into Control. Shal began forcing Randedly deeper and deeper into the forest, and now it was a common occurrence for 7-8 monkeys to be chasing him down. He couldn't afford to miss. That would mean being caught, and being caught led to one thing: death. There was only one time that this was close to happening. The combined rock throws and a tackle by a monkey had broken through his mana shield and brought him to the ground. The monkey had a rock in hand and brought it smashing down towards Randedly's head. He reflexively activated Iron Skin, but he still felt something crack when the rock struck him. Although Randedly was dizzy, he still instantly produced the dagger he had found inside the snake, but the monkey reacted quickly, using his free arm to catch Randedly's wrist. Because it was so unexpected, Randedly did nothing for several seconds. He just laid there, gaping. The howler monkey, screaming its glee, raised its stone and brought it down again. Again, Randedly activated Iron Skin, but the pain in his head grew only larger, the vision in his left eye fading to black. For a split second, Randedly wondered whether this would be the point that he died. He felt somehow instinctively that Shao would not save him. So as the monkey lifted the rock up, Randedly used his free hand to withdraw the snake tooth he had taken from the dead snake and stuffed it into the eye of the howler monkey's eye. Immediately it began screaming, and Randedly shoved it off him and scrambled to his feet. Gritting his teeth to resist the nausea, Randedly glanced at Shao, who watched him coolly in the distance, and used the phantom half-step to cross half the distance. Immediately he turned to the right, using his good eye to land a couple entangling roots on those monkeys close enough to be a threat. Then he stumbled the rest of the way past Shao and back to the safe room, where he meditated for several hours to recover. When he opened his eyes, Shao was standing there. "You were not going to save me," Randedly said slowly, watching for a reaction from Shao. Shao simply shrugged. "If you had died, it was only because you are too weak." So the training continued. At around 2.5 weeks, a few days after the monkey incident, Randedly reached the point that he could meditate while doing most actions. Using active skills broke it, but otherwise he could maintain the passive bonus while generally sparring with Shao. Sparring was a strong word for it. Honestly, mostly it was just Randedly blocking and dodging, but still, he could now survive a lot longer against the onslaught of attacks from Shao. The next big change came when Randedly got his Mana Bolt skill to 20, unlocking the Mana Bolt path. Still, Randedly continued to go to the pathless paths, feeling strangely connected to them now, after grinding his way to here. Pathless IX was 25, and earned Randedly 14 stat points. After some thought, he ended up throwing all of the points in Wisdom, which provided a pretty significant boost to his mana regeneration. Pathless X jumped all the way up to 50, and it filled Randedly with a thread of excitement. He threw himself into training, working his way through the different spear moves, focusing on the spear Phantom's footwork and Phantom thrust. That, combined with marginal improvements in the level of physical fitness and meditation, was enough to finish the path. Congratulations, you have completed the Pathless X path, plus 2 health mana stamina per level, plus 1 stat per level. You have realized that all paths are the same, and all paths lead to the same place, and that the path continues ever onward. Randedly allowed himself a wry grin, so he still had more to go. Inside his path screen, he saw that he now had access to the path Pathless without a Roman numeral, and it had 100 next to it. He had a few spare PP after finishing it, but then he just laughed out loud. If he would get it, it would only be by going all the way, one step at a time. No reason to hold back now. He put 3 PP into Pathless and followed Shao deeper into the forest to find more monkeys. Shao gave Randedly a long look, then finally sighed. "I suppose it is time. You now have enough strength not to embarrass me. Let us leave this place." It had reached the point that Randedly was about to fight against several howler monkeys and win. His mana bolts sizzled their flesh and stunned them, his phantom thrusts and heavy blows slowly whittling down their health. Randedly glanced at his status screen. He was getting close to finishing the pathless path, but the rate of improvement was definitely slowing. It had been almost 2 months since the training had began, and whether it was physique, mindset, or work ethic, Randedly was incomparable to the way he was before. Gathering his things, Randedly followed Shao away from the safe room. To his surprise, they went towards the webbing-covered area, where the strange, giant spider had set up shop. As they passed through the groves of trees wrapped in webs, Randedly reflexively activated the skill eyes of the spear phantom, burning a small amount of stamina, but sharpening his vision to a degree he would have believed impossible before the strange system descended over the world. But things had changed. He had changed. So when the first spiderling leapt out from the brush, Randedly had seen it coming a mile away and speared it cleanly through the chest, killing it instantly. The small things were only LVL 12, and Randedly wasn't sure how much status point one gained while leveling up, but his skill levels made this sort of enemy just too simple. Shao didn't even look up, calmly striding forward while the spiderlings began leaping out in 2s or 3s. But he did calmly remark, "Although, if one touches even the hem of my cloak, perhaps we can revisit the sufficiency of your current pain tolerance training." Had he been the same Randedly as he had been 2 extremely long months ago, he might have paled. If he had been the Randedly a few weeks after that, as the training started, he might have gasped. The current Randedly just narrowed his eyes and got to work, his spear blurring to intercept all comers. As they stepped over the corpses of dozens of spiderlings to reach the inner sanctum of the spider, the tree that had grown the source of Randedly's potions, Shal stopped. "You are running low on resources for your potion, yes. Fetch some, and bring me the head of the guardian." There was a demand in Shal's voice, but Randedly just nodded and walked forward slowly. His sharpened eyes immediately picked out the camouflaged form of the giant spider, hiding in the canopy of the largest tree. The fearsome LVL-37 hovered above its head in Randedly's vision, as well as a strange purple coloring to its name. Clearly this type of enemy was unusual. As if sensing his thoughts, Shal spoke from the edge of the clearing. "The coloring is something you will come to know. White, green, blue, purple, red, orange. Common, uncommon, rare, ancient, runic, legendary. It describes items as well enemies. There is also pink, which is unique, but that is reserved for extremely rare spawns and the dungeon boss. The fact that an ancient enemy is here, in a level 35 dungeon, well, it must have wandered in from somewhere else, somewhere much more dangerous. Good luck." Randedly stepped forward without hesitation, raising his spear. After training with Shal's merciless attacks, he couldn't even help himself. As he walked closer, the spider first hissed, and then began to slowly climb down, spiderlings skittering out of the surrounding trees to rush towards Randedly. Without batting an eye, 5 mana bolts shot forward, slamming into the giant spider. It howled in annoyance, the speed of its descent increasing. Randedly calmly dispatched any approaching spiderlings, always advancing, Shal's voice whispering into the back of his mind. "He who stops, dies." Then the spiderlings were all dead, and the spider reared up and spat acid towards Randedly. He stepped to the side, employing the footwork taught to him by Shal, and then stepped closer. Although some splashed on him and stung slightly, his acid resistance was high enough that he could almost completely ignore non-direct contact with that substance. The spider spun its body and lashed out with its legs, but Randedly just ducked under and calmly executed a phantom thrust, the spider's carapace cracking slightly. It hissed and lashed out again. An hour later, the spider's armor was covered in dents and cracks, its moves sluggish as it slowly tired out. Randedly was also tired mentally, but his controlled movements kept his stamina high enough for him to continuously perform. Dodge, dodge, approach, thrust. Dodge, dodge, approach, thrust. And while each hit was negligible, the damage continued to accumulate. This time, when Randedly struck, he punctured forward enough that a strange green fluid began dripping out of the hole in the spider's carapace. 3 hours later, there was a large hole in the armor that Randedly began to target to inflict more damage. An hour after that, the spider had began keeping the legs on that side close together, protecting the wound. By the time another half hour had passed, the reduced mobility on the spider's part due to its leg strategy meant there were 2 fresh holes in its armor. Filled with fury, the spider spat acid everywhere. Randedly felt his health start to fall, but he ignored the pain and coldly calculated the damage and came to a single conclusion. He would survive. Ignoring the vicious acid that would give most others pause, he continued to chip away. Fully 9 hours later, with a sigh, the spider collapsed. Randedly instinctively leaped backwards, his mind dull but his responses drilled into him. But when the spider did not move, he blinked and straightened. Good. A little over 15 hours is embarrassing, but it is better to have a worthless pupil than a dead one. Rest, we depart in 5 hours. Boneless, Randedly fell to the ground, but in his mind he felt a hint of glee. It is possible, he thought to himself, to make up the difference in power with just skill. When Shal kicked him awake, Randedly was happy to see that he had some impressive gains during the fight. Physical fitness rose 3 levels to 20, heavy blow rose 1, dodge rose 2 to 24, spear mastery rose 1 to 34, and phantom thrust rose 3 to 30. Throwing all these points into his path earned him 2 stat points, which he put into intelligence to increase his maximum mana. Then he followed Shal through the forest and out onto the plains. This area was dominated by orcs who wielded stone axes and rode a strange ram creature the size of a small car, which Randedly abruptly realized must have been what had hit him to start this adventure. Shal ripped through these enemies with ease, calmly speaking over his shoulder. Unlike that spider, resistances cannot save you from these enemies. You may shoot your magic if you wish, but try not to catch their attention. I will not save you. At first, Randedly dutifully stood around and did nothing. But then a strange itch began to take hold of him. He wanted to fight. Finally, he spotted an enemy that had been heavily wounded by Shal's thrust but was staggering to his feet. Randedly cast entangling roots, which gratefully leveled up. Then, with a combination of mana bolts, heavy blows, and phantom thrusts, Randedly killed the orc, watching as the light in its eyes dimmed. Inwardly, he felt nothing, and that disturbed him somehow. Unlike the howler monkeys or the spiders, this creature was obviously intelligent, and yet he took its life. But then Randedly shook his head. These were just spawns. He couldn't look any more deeply than that. They would kill him otherwise. Pupil, prepare. It is time to show your usefulness. And just like that, Randedly looked up to see an enemy, named Orc Shaman, with a blue name, throwing a skull made of smoke at Shao. Feeling dubious, Randedly stepped forward and blocked it with his spear, but it passed right through. Immediately afterwards, Randedly froze as strange thoughts flooded his brain. Kill, kill now, worthless, kill, self, dead, worthless, kill now, blood. Randedly stared at the blade of his own spear, fascinated. Maybe. But then a slap on his back woke him from his stupor. Good, you did not succumb. I was worried. You have the same willpower as me, yet you are so puny and weak. Let us continue. Feeling more than a little disturbed, Randedly followed woodenly after Shao, noticing that he had learned both the skills mental strength and curse resistance. Mental strength had even increased to 2. As it happened, this got him to 90 in Pathless X, giving him another stat point, which Randedly surreptitiously placed into willpower. Better safe than sorry, he muttered. Time passed strangely, the sunlight until you dropped climate throwing off Randedly's perception. He supposed that was part of the point, to keep you pushing if you could go further, to extend your boundaries and make you forget about your former limits. Feeling strangely observed, Randedly glanced around then continued on after Shao. They continued to plow through groups of orcs at a rapid rate. It didn't seem like any of the wandering groups had shamans, but after you killed 3 groups, a group led by a shaman would show up, and Randedly would offer his body to their strange curse. Due to the exposure, mental strength increased to 7, while curse resistance rose to 3. Mana Bolt increased a level, and running did as well, as Randedly struggled to keep up with Shao's long strides, leaving him only 1 point away from completing this path. In a good mood, Randedly didn't even really pay attention to the orcs that Shao was fighting, and instead was doing some quick calculations in his head. Based on the map, if they continued to mow through the orcs at this rate. Oi, worthless student. Randedly looked up, finding Shao surrounded by 3 new arrivals, named Elite Orc Guards, their names green. Beyond them, 2 orc shamans chuckled evilly, muttering to themselves and spreading a thick purple smoke on the ground around them. Get over here and stop them. I can overcome these 3, but not if my legs melt off, Shao complained, jumping up onto a large stone, slightly raised off the ground. Immediately the 3 elite guards circled around him, grinning evilly, but they were taken completely by surprise when Randedly cast Grasping Roots, holding one down for a few seconds, and hit the middle one in the side of the face with a mana bolt. The 2 hit with his spells turned to glare at him, but Shao had already cut off the arm of the last remaining elite that paid attention to him, and then turned to the 2 regarding Randedly. Unfortunately, the purple mist reached the legs of the one, just as it was ripping away the roots Randedly had conjured. He was fast and strong, but not fast enough. The mist reached him and his flesh began to boil. With a scream, he fell face first into the knee-high mist, but quickly fell silent. Randedly felt some sweat drip down his back. Bah, he has no poison resistance, worthless apprentice. You do. Go stop those 2 stick bags and I will crush them. Randedly raised his hand and shot a mana bolt, narrowly missing the shamans, who hissed at him. One raised his staff and shot a gray skull at Randedly, which took him in the chest. It only took up a second, but he quickly banished the strange, violent voices, earning him another point in mental strength. Although he wanted to complete his pathless, it was rather foolish to do it now. Unfortunately, it was clear that he wasn't accurate enough at this range to simply snipe his opponents. So with gritted teeth, he stepped into the creeping purple mist. His pants soon disintegrated to nothing, and then his shoes. He had to grind his teeth to withstand the pain. Poison resistance and pain resistance both rose a level, but Randedly simply trudged forward, throwing back a health potion to stay above the damage. As Randedly grew closer, the thickness of the mist increased, as did the height, leading to increased pain. By the time it reached mid-thigh, Randedly stopped sweating. If it went. Praying silently, he raised his hand and shot off a mana bolt. It struck the shaman in the chest, disrupting the spell and making him take a step back. The other shaman was shocked and glared at Randedly furiously. But as Randedly raised his hand for the second shot, the shaman had already completed whatever strange incantation it was doing, and the purple smoke began to rush backwards towards it, forming a huge skull, the size of a fast food restaurant. Its mouth opening soundlessly, it rushed forward, losing its shape, but becoming a wide flood of purple energy as tall as a man. Even Shao paled, swearing colorfully. The wave hit Randedly first, submerging him completely. The pain was horrendous enough to make him sway, barely holding onto consciousness. He opened his eyes and immediately regretted it, the strange poison eating away at his eyes. But still he kept them open, using Phantom's eyes to stare at Shao, waiting for something. Shao frowned and then started running towards the oncoming rush of purple smoke. At the last moment, he thrust his spear into the ground, vaulting up and over the skull. The monstrous thing turned and howled soundlessly and then collapsed. But then Randedly's bloodshot eyes widened as it reformed, growing from the middle of the purple smoke area, rising up to devour Shao. With a worried expression, Shao considered his options. Gritting his teeth, Randedly raised his hand and pointed, invoking mana. As Shao descended to the wide, open mouth of this poison mist skull, he saw something. A weak and sickly series of vines, quickly rotting, wrapping up, forming a foothold. Shao softly landed and kicked off, leaping again over the smoke, even as the vines collapsed from his weight. It had been enough, and the shamans were both killed before they could do more than stare stupidly at the descending god of death wielding a spear. Randedly woke up with a start. Then, realizing Shao stood only a little ways away, cooking stew, he calmed himself and immediately began meditating. To his surprise, it increased a level. But more than that, Randedly was shocked to see that entangling roots had gained a level, and he had a new skill, root manipulation. Root manipulation LVL1, control roots in the surrounding area by sensing them and infusing them with mana. Duration of control and distance increases mana expenditure. By using more mana, you can increase the size and strength of the roots you control. Before looking at his path screen, Randedly took a few minutes to experiment with this new skill, earning himself another level in it, increasing it to 2. Although there was only grass in the immediate area on this strange plain, Randedly could still sense several larger roots, deeper in the earth, but moving them basically emptied his mana pool immediately. Shifting his attention to the smaller grass roots, he marveled at his ability to control every single one, causing them to reach up out of the ground and grip tightly at the toes of his bare feet. Ruefully, he shook his head. This was basically useless currently. The mana expenditure was much higher than entangling roots, and the power wouldn't stop anything, but at the same time, Randedly shrugged inwardly. He kinda liked it that way. It was versatile and would only get stronger as he trained it. Then with a rapidly beating heart, Randedly returned to the path screen and placed the last point into Pathless. Congratulations, you have completed the Pathless path. You have realized that all paths are the same and all paths lead to the same place. But after this utterly worthless notification came up, another one appeared. Although all paths lead to the same place, you have realized that different feet traverse them, and as different footsteps echo, the whole world shifts. You have unlocked the Soul Path skill Green Spear Mastery LVL1. A Soul Path skill will gain a skill level anytime you consume a PP moving forward on another path. PP cannot be used to advance a Soul Path skill. Remember that as the path extends before you, ever onward, ever changing, sometimes you will change too. Warning: at any point you may only have one soul skill. Gaining another will cause you to lose the previous skill, as well as all associated gains. Curious, Randedly brought up his stat screen. Sure enough, he had a new skill, although it appeared slightly different, underlined on his screen. Green Spear Mastery. Utilize insights into the spear to understand the earth, and insight into the natural world to advance with your spear. Success at crafting with materials from the natural world increases with skill level. High skill levels makes it marginally easier to learn spear, crafting, earth, and life-related skills. Just a passive buff. Although it would grow naturally, Randedly was still somewhat disappointed. At first he thought it was something similar to a class, but now it just seemed like an affinity skill. Still, like his new root manipulation, it would grow to be extremely strong, he hoped, after a short while, so no use complaining. Soon, Randedly's attention returned to the rest of the path screen and his plethora of options. Physical Fitness Path 025, Mana Bolt Path 025, Evasion Path 035, Phantom Thrust Path 040, Spear Mastery Eye Path 050. All of Theses had paths, except the last one had been unlocked when he reached certain levels in his current skills. The question was which he wanted to do first. Immediately he eliminated the Mystery Path and Spear Mastery Eye, the former because it was probably more pathless stuff, and Randedly was tired of that. The latter because it would cost so much PP. For the same reason, Randedly hesitantly set aside Evasion and Phantom Thrust, even though those were his bread and butter. The real reason that Randedly was leaning towards these smaller paths was the possibility he entertained that they would reward him with a skill. Because Mana Bolt seemed more likely to do so, and would likely give him mana, Randedly decided on that one. Immediately he put 5 PP into it, earning him 1 mana on levels 1-4, then +1 of any M stat on 5. Randedly put that into intelligence, but what was really surprising was the notification that had followed. Green Spear Mastery has reached LVL 5, +5 mana. Spear affinity increased, so it was a skill that behaved like a path. And it would level every time he used PP. Feeling oddly pleased with himself and peaceful, Randedly looked again at his status screen. His intelligence and willpower seemed pretty respectable, even if his physical stats, especially strength, had fallen by the wayside. What was really impressive was his long list of skills. Randedly walked over to Shao. Now what? Shao gave him a dismissive look. Obviously, we continue until every enemy in front of us is dead. The dungeon boss, a poisonous salamander, oddly reminiscent of one of the first creatures that Randidly had encountered, lay dead behind them. A glowing yellow portal floated before Randidly. 7 months had passed since Randidly had started training under Shao. The end part of the plains had been a grind, pushing through increasing numbers of elite guards and shamans, and then the orc chieftain had left them stumped for a month before Shao gained 2 levels and worked on his skills, finally allowing him to take on several of the guards at once. Beyond were the swamps, filled with frogs and pythons, where Randidly had finished the mana bolt and physical fitness paths, earning him the skills Arcane Orb and Haste. The Arcane Orb was finally a powerful attack spell, and Haste doubled normal stamina consumption to slightly increase speed. Combined with his resistances, Randidly led the way through the swamp, slowly wandering through, taking another 3 months. But the final month and a half was repeated attempts at the boss salamander. Randidly had gained a lot of skill levels, improving himself, and methodically completing the paths available to him. But what was more delightful was that green spear mastery. Every 5 levels he would gain something on a 20-point rotation. First was 5 mana, then a point in vitality, then 5 stamina, then 2 freely distributable stats. Still, even then, against that final boss, he was nothing but a meat shield for Shao, rapidly mopping up. It was nothing. It is every spear user's duty to tell the tale of the spearman, Shao said simply. Then he cocked his head. Why do you hesitate now? You are free. Did you not worry for your friends? Randidly pictured Sydney and Ace, but only smiled ruefully, shaking his head. It has been more than 7 months, if they still live a few more minutes. Ah, Shao said, patting his shoulder as he did when he noticed something. This makes sense. I was foolish and didn't connect the dots. Of course you would not know. Time in dungeons is strange. It is accelerated, so it is almost impossible for one to find an empty dungeon when entering it, and impossible to enter at the same time as someone else. I believe they are roughly 1000x faster than normal speed. The time that occurred outside is but a fraction of what you experienced here. Randidly's jaw dropped. Then, with his now much higher intelligence, he began doing some mental math. Some of the days are long, but if it really is around 7 months, only 5 hours has passed in the outside. For several seconds, Randidly just stared at the ground. Then he leapt through the portal without a backwards glance. Shao laughed at his disciple's impulsive actions, then tensed up, before looking at the portal with a guilty glance. Ah, I should have told him about the system. Well, it is no matter, Shao concluded, his eyes burning as he looked at the portal. He has a spear. The problems will sort themselves out. With a slight feeling of nausea, Randidly found himself standing on a road. The first thing he noticed was the noise. Car alarms were blaring, and he could hear screams from several directions around him. Below that, a lower hum was the sound of mechanical engines and the roars of beasts. Then he felt the heat, and he turned to find the building behind him was consumed by flames. Randidly's mouth formed a grim line. It seemed like the system's arrival had hit hard outside of the dungeons too. Then he noticed a series of notifications that popped up. You are currently within an area of Newbie Zone inside of Earth Zone 32. Original geography within this Zone 32 has been scrambled. Within the Newbie Zone, only monsters under level 20 will appear. To survive, slay rare monsters to obtain golden coins, which can be used to found a newbie village. At the newbie village, you can obtain a class, which will allow you to grow and obtain power. Warning: founding a newbie village will automatically cause the newbie zone in the surrounding area to degrade within 7 days. Grow strong quickly, or you will die. Monsters will invade newbie villages periodically, threatening its survival. Fallen newbie villages will become infested by monsters and turn into dungeons. Dungeons house great treasure, but also great peril, so enter at your own risk. If a village-formed dungeon is not cleared within a month of its formation, a vast wave of monsters will spill out and attack nearby areas. It is advised that you pacify dungeons as quickly as possible. Randidly scanned the notifications, then raised a mana shield, blocking a fireball from a small, imp-like thing wearing a red robe. A sizzling mana bolt shot back towards the creature, hitting it in the chest and smashing it into the wall. Randidly smiled. It was oddly satisfying, finally facing enemies that he was supposed to be facing. Although he didn't want to assume he was grossly overpowered right now, if these enemies were supposed to be survivable with starting stats. On reflex, Randidly went over to the body and scoured its pockets, and was pleased to find several small red crystal shards in the pockets of the thing. A shocking amount, but Randidly supposed that most people wouldn't realize they were worth anything unless they were flooded with things. Right now, Randidly had a few goals. The main one was to find Sydney and Ace. The second was to find his parents and brother. Finally, he wanted to kill one of the rare monsters, which he suspected shouldn't be too hard, and finally obtain a class. Unfortunately, original geography had been scrambled. For a moment, Randidly was stumped as he looked around, and truthfully, based on the place where he thought he was, the mountains should be looming above them, not far to the east. But he was not near the university like he should have been. Was this a side effect of entering the dungeon? But then Randidley had an idea. He walked around the block, covering a fair amount of ground. The block itself was extremely strange. The place Randidley had come out of the dungeon was in the middle of the street, in front of an apartment building on the one side and a flaming storefront on the other. But apparently, wherever the apartment building had teleported from, nothing else had come. So beside it was only grass. That whole side of the street was grass, aside from the one, extremely tall apartment building. Meanwhile, the other side of the street appeared to have been taken from a small, sleepy town. Strangely named restaurants and antique shops were the only buildings. As Randidley walked around, he saw the source of the screaming. Several Wolverine-looking animals were slowly dragging a woman across the street, while she bled slowly out and reached for a stroller. Immediately, Randidley leapt forward, activating haste and appearing next to the enemies, his spear ripping holes in their bodies. As soon as their claws fell out of the woman, she scrambled forward, crying, "My baby, my baby." But before she could cross the 8 feet to the stroller, something inside of her gave out and she collapsed, coughing up blood. With dull eyes, she rolled onto her back and died. Solemn, Randidley walked up to the stroller, then grimaced. Inside was a silent, bloody mass of gore. Turning away, Randidley's attention was grabbed by gunshots that sounded reasonably near on the other side of the small town, but he was hesitant to proceed deeper without checking something. So Randidley walked to the end of the street and opened his menu, selecting maps. As he had hoped, his map maker skill was active, pushing away the fog on the map, marking things down, coincidentally how he named them. But as he zoomed out, he frowned and then swore mightily. The newbie zone was huge, too huge. Based on what he could tell, it was at least a 200-mile by 200-mile area. Perhaps if it had been a Randidley fresh from the apocalypse, he would have hesitated, lost for a while. But this Randidley had been tempered for 7 months with death hanging over him. He had been trained by Shao. He had stood against enemies far more powerful than this. "Guess we're just going to go out of order," he muttered to himself, hefting his spear and activating eyes of the spear phantom, his enhanced gaze scanning the area. It was not a good day to be a rare monster in this area of the newbie zone. Several gunshots made Randidley pause, considering his options. Although he had gone solo thus far, he had to admit that was mostly out of necessity. If he could obtain some assistance, it would likely make searching the surrounding areas much easier. At the same time, Randidley wondered what he would say to people, to explain to them what to do. Should he teach them the spear? Would anybody listen to him? Suddenly feeling a bit leery, Randidley turned away from the gunshots and spared the stroller a glance. The gore there reminded him that this wasn't a nice world. With a hardened heart, he walked away from the town and headed into the wilderness. Randidley settled down on his haunches, rubbing his chin and surveying the area. He picked a spot around 2 miles outside of town to set up. Having searched for a few hours and seen no sign of the rare bosses, he had decided to start a small base. Eventually, he had chosen this spot for several reasons. First, there were no people in the area. The valley that Randidley was looking at had a small cabin, but it appeared to have been abandoned rather hastily when the strange Wolverine creatures moved into the area. Randidley mopped the Wolverines up without a thought. Most people seemed to have the crazy idea that fleeing to the city was the right answer, so the wild places like this were completely devoid of other souls. Second, this was around the spot that 4 different types of enemies intersected. The Wolverines were the big presence here, but Randidley had killed dozens of them without finding any rare mobs. Also present were strange, Komodo dragon-sized lizards that belched thunder and those imps that Randidley had encountered when he had arrived. And while Randidley was searching, he noticed small, sharp goblin eyes watching him from the brush. All enemies were confounded by his mana shield and fled from his mana bolts, so the exploration nearby had gone smoothly. Third, the cabin and nearby farm. If he was going to spend some time here, Randidley wanted to experiment. First, to see if plants would grow as quickly as they did inside the dungeon, but also to try experimenting with different combinations of farming. Randidley had found some strange plants deeper in the dungeon and was itching to see what they could do. So Randidley began taking stock of the area, clearing out Wolverine bodies. Randidley found a relatively clear tract of land and looked at the supplies he had brought in his satchel. Some were poisonous that he wanted to experiment with in making potions, but Randidley had brought several foodstuffs. The first 2 were the banana-style fruit and the halnuts. In addition, he had seeds for stallberry bushes. Much more interesting was a plant that grew up almost like bamboo, but where the stalk could be eaten and tasted like radishes. His ultimate find were tiny red potatoes. Randidley supposed he would need to learn how to clean and dress an animal, maybe even these Wolverines, for meat, although they looked quite stringy. For now, he planted his 5 crops in the areas around the wooden cabin, and then sat and meditated while practicing his control with root manipulation. His progress from where he started was impressive. because he could now transform tiny grass roots into knobbly things the size of caterpillars by flooding them with his mana. They extended upwards, waving softly at him, and Randedly's mouth curved in a grin. Then the sound of someone approaching made him look up. Slowly, Randedly stood, keeping his spear within his satchel. Briefly, he considered hiding, but he was sitting in the middle of the field between his precious plants. An extremely skinny-looking teenager stumbled out of the woods, glancing warily around. He had small, beady eyes and thin brown hair. Randedly's eyes narrowed when he noticed that the kid was using what looked like gloves with claws attached, which he had seen drop from some of the wolverines he had killed. But after inspecting it, it was only a level 1 equipment that simply gave +1 strength, so Randedly hadn't bothered to collect them. But he supposed that to a person who started with 2 or 3 strength, +1 was quite a lot. The kid gave him a surprisingly frank look, then narrowed his eyes. "Or you think you can move in on my spot while I'm away?" Randedly was honestly taken aback. Was this really the right time to quibble about a spot? Wasn't the human race in jeopardy? Swaggering aggressively forward, the kid gave him a dismissive look. Weakling. "If you must, you can hang around and do odd jobs for me, but get in my way. Don't be surprised if I HMPH, well." The kid was interrupted twice by screeches coming from the nearby forest-covered hill. Stumbling forward, the kid ran to Randedly's side. "Haha is my first OO order, investigate that noise." Sighing, Randedly was considering what to do when he heard a high human yelp of pain. Picturing that eviscerated hunk of flesh in the stroller, Randedly slowly walked forward, removing his spear from his satchel. Although he didn't want to purposefully seek strangers out, that didn't mean he was willing to just let them suffer right in front of him. In a second, he had accelerated forward into the tree line, leaving the stunned kid behind. At the very least, hopefully he would keep wolverines away from digging up the seeds that Randedly had planted. As he raced through the trees, the sounds of combat grew more loud. Deciding that timing was more important than stealth, Randedly burst out through a bush onto a mountain road. Immediately he saw that a truck had been forced to swerve to avoid a falling tree and was now swarmed by goblins. Several hooded figures huddled in the bed of the truck were the source of the screams, batting at the approaching goblins, while a man near the front of the pickup truck was swinging a wood-cutting axe. A shotgun and empty casings lay at his feet, as well as several moaning bodies of wounded goblins. Still, there were at least 4 dozen of the goblins still living, and only 4 or 5 turned to face Randedly as he arrived. His lip curled upward in derision. He immediately activated the skill he had learned when he had maxed out the Phantom Thrust Path, Phantom Onslaught. Instantly his spear blurred, dozens of lightning quick stabs ripping forward, goring the goblins that noticed him to pieces, and plowing through several of the ones that weren't paying close enough attention. As they all slowly turned to him, Randedly raised his hand and poured mana into his palm, launching a large arcane orb, which slid forward into the thickest concentration of goblins and exploded with a wave of concussive force. Those nearest were torn to pieces, while the remainder fell back stunned. And Randedly, wielding a spear like a god of death reaping lives, moved among them. After he had dispatched most of them, Randedly noticed that the man wielding the axe, who Randedly now noticed had short gray hair and seemed about 50 years old, had taken the opportunity to kill several of the nearby goblins, his axe crushing their smaller bodies. But several more crept up behind him, stone weapons in hand, grasping roots. Instantly, huge roots sprung from the ground, slithering up the goblins and gripping their necks. Then they squeezed, shattering their spines. Looking around at the mangled body and the few scared survivors, even Randedly was slightly surprised at his own strength. He supposed that these enemies really were designed for it to be possible to overcome by the average person, but still. As the old man chased away the last goblin, he turned and met Randedly's eyes. Both were silent for several seconds, and then several more. Randedly's eyes flicked to the side, and he noticed that the figures in the bed of the pickup truck had pressed themselves down, out of sight. His eyes slid back to the old man, who had noticed the shift in Randedly's attention and had narrowed his own eyes. As the old man opened his mouth to finally speak, Randedly threw something at him, and he reflexively raised his hand to catch it. When he looked at it, the old man was surprised to find a small bottle filled with red liquid, health potion. Randedly said shortly, and then after a second of thought, added, "The world is like a game now. That will help you heal faster. I'm uninjured." The man growled. Randedly looked at the truck bed and shrugged, tired of the conversation. "Honestly, this was too much of a hassle. Then in case of future injuries, I'm leaving." "Wait," Randedly paused, his back to the old man, his senses sharpening. But the old man just sighed and asked, "Where are you staying the town? Is there anywhere safe? Did you get a class at one of those newbie towns? Is that why you are so strong?" Randedly turned back around, his tongue feeling abruptly thick. What to say? "I'm staying in a cabin in a nearby valley. I have avoided the town, but I doubt it's safe." "I don't have a class, I was just lucky." It made Randedly want to laugh, calling what happened to him luck. 7 months of agony and strife. but he supposed it paid dividends. Then, seeing the old man's thoughtful face, Randedly fled, returning to the cabin and his planted seeds. To Randedly's dismay, when he returned to the cabin in the field, the punk kid was not alone. He was facing off against an Asian girl who looked to be around 17 and a chubby-looking teen standing next to her. Those two were both glowering at the punk. "Back off, Tara." The punk spat. "This is me and my buddy's spot. We will kick your ass if you hang around." Tara the girl snorted. "Oh please, I saw you steal that claw off a dead Wolverine. You probably haven't even figured out skill levels and path points yet, huh, you little pussy." "Fucking bitch," the punk said, spitting at the ground and getting red-faced. At around that moment, the three teens noticed Randedly standing there. He supposed from the way their eyes widened, he struck quite a figure, standing with a spear in his hand looking completely pristine. But his weapon was soaked in blood. Randedly coughed quietly and walked past the group, sitting back in the spot among his fields. The punk kid hurried over pleased, but Randedly hissed at him, noticing his path. "Wait," Randedly said, and then got up and drew lines in the ground with the butt of his spear around the spots where his seeds were planted. The punk kid stumbled back out of the way. "Don't walk here." Then he placed his spear back into his bag and sat down in his spot. Only then did he notice the shocked looks they were giving him. Ah, the satchel. He studiously closed his eyes and ignored them. Tara and her follower were engaged in a heated whispered discussion, and the punk kid was loitering around Randedly, looking unbelievably smug for someone who had just gotten yelled at for walking. Sighing, Randedly slipped back into meditation and root manipulation, while simultaneously activating Iron Skin. Raising skill, he had discovered, was about difficulty and the stress, but it was also about familiarity and control. Even if the skill level didn't necessarily improve, just increasing the usage efficiency would. "Hey," the girl spoke, interrupting Randedly's train of thought. He opened his eyes and glared at her, which caused her to stumble as she approached, but then her mouth firmed into a line and she walked forward. "Hey, you are strong. How did you do it?" Randedly inwardly sighed, but the punk answered for him. "Heh, you want to talk to one of my minions? You will need to go through me first, and make sure you don't walk on our spots." The punk kid puffed up self-importantly, gesturing to the areas Randedly had outlined on the ground. Tara just gave him a look. "You must be joking. You are saying that you are in charge. You pissed your bed until you were." "No, he is. Talk to him," Randedly said, feeling suddenly inspired. Leaving now would be annoying because it would waste all of his seeds, but continually interacting with people who came to him would also be tiring. Having this punk stay here and hold the base while Randedly searched for rare mobs would kill two birds with one stone. At Randedly's words, the punk kid chuckled coolly. "As I said, I'm the boss around here." Tara rolled her eyes. "What the fuck is that dusk shit, Donnie? Anyways, why is he so strong?" Donnie turned to Randedly. "You heard her. Why are you so strong?" A vein in Randedly's temple began to throb. Randedly briefly explained skill points, PP, and paths to them, as well as that obtaining a class would make them more powerful. Then he informed them that they couldn't get a class until they founded a newbie town, and the only way to do that was to defeat certain monsters. In this regard, Randedly finally was rewarded with good news. The chubby teen, imaginatively named Chubbs, said he had seen a huge group of goblins farther east, away from the city, a little bit north from where they were now. Donnie then imperiously told Randedly to go get the item for the town the next morning, so he could discover what great class he was meant to have. What was annoying was that was exactly Randedly's plan, so he remained silent. Pleased, Donnie called dibs on the cabin and went inside to sleep, while Tara and Chubbs brought out a backpack and produced a small tent and sleeping bags from inside. The sun was yet to set, but they all seemed so dead tired that it didn't matter. But before she laid down, Tara came over to Randedly. "Should we take turns keeping watch or something, like in the movies?" Randedly considered this, then shook his head. "No, for tonight I will be sufficient." Giving him a weird look, Tara walked away, and honestly, Randedly thought it would definitely be fine. He had apparently grossly underestimated the passage of time in the dungeon. He had come out several hours later than he had calculated, and the only way to make up that time was to assume that days were longer than he believed, almost double as long. Staying up a night or two would cause him no trouble. Just as the sun was setting, another event occurred. A familiar-looking pickup truck drove down the dirt track to near their position. After turning off the engine, the old man got out of the truck and walked over to Randedly. They stood there for a few minutes just looking at the nearby fields. Chubbs, who had been kicked out of the tent by Tara, looked on curiously. Not many monsters to be seen on the way over. The man commented. Randedly nodded, his mouth curling up in a grin. If they want to die, let them come. Seemingly satisfied, the man turned and headed back to his truck. And come they did in the dead of night, a column of goblins and wolverines, seemingly working together. What was most interesting was that a goblin with a green name to lead them. LVL-7 Goblin Warband Leader. It wasn't what he needed to found the newbie town, but it at least proved that higher-level monsters among the goblins existed. The darkness was nothing for his eyes of the spear phantom, and when they had come within range, he abruptly stood, shooting 20 mana bolts off in quick succession. In the cloudy night, the bolts burned like lightning across the goblin's retinas, and those not struck and killed screeched in confusion, blinded. Randidly rapidly down 3 mana potions and strode forward, as the goblins gathered more tightly together, rushing towards him. With a grin, he raised a hand and shot an arcane orb towards the group, which exploded in a mass of gore. And apparently the sound had finally awoken the people behind Randidly, who began to come out, confused and blinded by the dark. Strangely, the green-named goblin barked something in its language, and most of the goblins turned and fled. Incensed, the wolverines still rushed forward, their eyes covered in a haze of bloodlust, and Randidly moved forward, calmly ripping the remaining monsters to pieces, haste enabled to give him a small, extra edge. By the end of the night, Randidly was delighted to discover that he had gained points in Spear Mastery, Mana Bolt, and Haste. Using the 3 PP raised the level of Green Spear Mastery to 170, granting him another point in Vitality. Randidly took a quick glance at his status. Even without a class, the addition of Green Spear Mastery giving him bonuses every 5 PP used had begun to add up in terms of stats, and with all his skills. Still feeling the fire in his blood from battle, Randidly settled back, moving slowly through the spear forms taught to him by Shao. The point he reached now was good, but it wasn't enough. He needed strength. Strength to find Sydney and Ace out here in this huge area, and that would only come by squeezing as much benefit out of the downtime as possible. Roots began to wiggle underneath his feet, pleased to feel the flow of his mana. Randidly made a mental note to ask about glass containers for potions later. The greatest pleasure of the morning was that moment when he got a notification that his farming had increased to 18. Grinning, he looked over at his farming area to see that several sprouts had come up. The rest of the people who were staying in the area were also up and awake, and Tara, Donnie, and Chubbs were looking with open mouths at the piles of bodies. The old man just folded his arms, his reaction to be even more inscrutable. Randidly nodded in satisfaction. "I'm going to go find the goblin boss." Before you go," Donnie said, his voice rather high-pitched, "can you give us some pointers on skill levels? I know you said practice, but to get that strong." "Simply practice, raise skill levels," Randidly answered reflexively, but Donnie kept pushing. "Well, what sort of skills are there?" After a bit of hesitation, Randidly answered, "I believe they can be anything. I have skills for using the spear and for casting spells, but also strange things. Farming, running, physical fitness, woodcutting, cooking, cleaning, anything." The old man said noncommittally, spitting over to the side. Then he nodded towards Randidly. "I'd like to speak with you when you return." He turned and walked away, and Randidly left the 3 teens with their thoughts. Covered in gore, in possession of several more items than he had departed with, and very pleased about the whole trip, Randidly returned to the valley to find some very dramatic changes had happened in a short amount of time. Someone had constructed a short wooden fence around most of the area that Randidly had planted his seeds in, which were now visibly sprouting and growing, leaving small openings to enter the tiny fields. There was also a raised platform made from cut wood in the center of the field area, which would provide a good view of the surroundings. The surrounding area was now strewn with large logs and piles of firewood. Someone had dug out a fire pit and lined it with stones, and now a wolverine was spitted over it, roasting slowly. Most interest was that a second, smaller dwelling, or at least the bones of one, had gone up next to the cabin. Tara, Chubbs, and Donnie were furiously dragging smaller, cut saplings over to stack, serving as the walls. Their constant bickering could be heard from far away, but Randidly ignored it, heading to the fire pit where the old man stood. The old man grunted in acknowledgement as Randidly arrived. Wood cutting LVL 4, woodworking LVL 5, construction level 3, animal skinning level 4, hunting LVL 2, axe mastery LVL 4. "I currently have 16 PP, I haven't spent any of them. Any recommendations?" Randidly frowned, casting his memory back. "You have the newbie path available." The old man nodded, as well as woodsman and something with question marks. Nodding, Randidly said, "Finish off the newbie path, it should only take 7 PP. Then you will get Mana Bolt and Heavy Blow, 2 active skills that you can use while you raise your passive skills. From there you will just need to continue to practice. And for the stats." The old man asked. Randidly briefly explained his understanding on what the stats affected. Then he asked, "Is this what you wanted to talk about?" "No," but the old man removed the skinned wolverine and checked it. "Perhaps it won't matter. Did you find whatever you were looking for?" Randidly smiled and produced a glowing golden coin. "You have 1 gold Nexus coin. Use, YN." Without thinking about it too much, Randidly selected yes. Instantly a smartly dressed man appeared in front of him. He smiled serenely at Randidly. "Hello, I am your guide, Null. Congratulations, you now have the qualifications to found a newbie village. To do so, you simply need to receive your class." As the first person to receive a class from me, you will receive the Soul Skill Village Chieftain, which will help you survive in this world. Are you ready to proceed? Randedly's eyes were practically sparkling as he nodded. With a class, he could finally level. And then another notification popped up. You are about to be taken to the class screen. Once you enter the class screen, you cannot leave without picking a class. You will have the option of choosing from 3 classes. The first will be a general class based on the system's initial impression of your skills and personality when the system first initialized. The second will be a random class. The third will be a class generated based on your current natural gifts and disposition. Do you wish to proceed? YN. Randedly frowned, turning to Null. When it says current gifts, what does that mean? Null gave him an innocent smile. Different individuals are naturally blessed. At the time of the class selection, the system will examine you and recommend a class based on that. Do your natural blessings include skill levels, current stat levels? Null only continued to smile, ignoring the question. Randedly sighed and selected no, so it was that sort of system. If Randedly did select a class, it likely wouldn't be the first choice because that class would be based on the him from several months ago, or at least that's how it would seem to him. A 23-year-old who hadn't ever had to struggle in his life. Similarly, the second, random option, seemed unreliable and not a real choice at all. So the third option would be what he was betting on, a current scan of his natural blessings. Anyone else fighting for their lives wouldn't think anything of that phrasing, but Randedly had noticed it immediately. If it scanned them now, perhaps scant days after the scan for the first choice, what was it scanning for? Natural blessings. No, that would have been caught on the system initialization recommendation. By natural blessings, they meant stats and skills bestowed by the system in addition. It would likely take most people more time than Randedly to strengthen themselves and work up the nerve to found a newbie village. In this time, they would be relying solely on paths to grow stronger. And also hanging over Randedly's head was Shal's statement that you can only learn a set number of skills once you have a class. Although likely less detailed, it seemed the old man's thoughts were on a similar track. So it's a game of chicken, huh? Are you gonna gamble on learning new skills so you get a better class, or are you going to take the class to grow strong? Null turned from Randedly to the old man. Since he has rejected this opportunity, I now offer it to you. Remember, gaining the first class from me would mean that you also gain the Soul Skill Village Chieftain. The old man just snorted and spat, not interested. Hey, who is that? Chubbs asked, wandering over with a bickering Tara and Donnie in tow. Null instantly beamed at the new arrivals. Which of you would like to be village chiefta? For the second time, his pitch was interrupted, but this time by Donnie's yell. M-E-E. Donnie immediately rushed forward to a bowing Null. Do you choose to select a class? No. I do, Donnie said, practically salivating. Randedly and the old man exchanged glances. Do you know anything about what a class gets you? The old man asked in a quiet voice. Randedly shook his head slightly. They both looked at Donnie. Since Randedly was already letting him be the one who dealt with people, he saw no reason to stop him from being the village chieftain. Although Null was talking it up, the slimy way they almost explicitly refused to indicate methods to get better classes made Randedly rather skeptical. And if it did turn out to be a good thing, it's not like it would be that hard to kill another rare mob once he found one. Null gestured, and suddenly they all could see a giant floating screen. On it were 3 choices. The first choices Null began to explain, but Donnie just waved his hand, ignoring him. No need, he said imperiously. I choose the second option. I am Dusk Knight. No, wait, Knight of the Dusk. Randedly had a hard time suppressing his smile based on the first and third options, but he supposed it was a good thing the random class ended up being so official and gamey sounding, like the rest of the world. Hopefully, the level-up gains would give them an idea of what a class could provide. Instantly, motes of gold flew from Null's hand to Donnie, and as the group watched, a short sword and shield appeared in Donnie's hands. Grinning from ear to ear, Donnie began to swing them around, but promptly underestimated the weight and fell on his face. What did the class give you? Tara asked, jealousy clear in her voice. Even sitting on his butt, his face covered in dirt, still Donnie was glowing, and he waggled his fingers at Null. Show them the same notification you showed me, so they can stand and be awed in my brilliance. Shrugging, Null complied. Randedly looked closely at the notification that appeared. Congratulations, you have received the class of Knight. You have gained the skill Ride LVL1. You have received the skill Honorable Charge LVL1. You have received the skill Stalwart Defense LVL1. You may learn 7 additional skills to these and those you already possess. Skills may be forgotten to learn new skills. Plus 12 health per level, plus 1 mana per level, plus 7 stamina per level, plus 2 vit, end, or STR per level. These points may be distributed between 2, plus 1 resist per level. The old man blinked, then shook his head, looking at Randedly. Those numbers just make my eyes water. How good is that? It seems like a hell of a lot. Randedly nodded slowly. Once he completes the newbie path and gets that bonus, that's 16 health, 3 mana, and 9 stamina, plus 4 stat points per level. 2 among Vit, End, and STR, 1 to resist, 1 freely distributed. Hard to gauge how much the stats mean, but all that extra health and stamina will add up, do a lot to keep him alive. After 15 levels, he will have comparable health and stamina to me, and that's not even counting the bonuses he would get putting it into Vit and End. Frowning, the old man nodded, so it really is hard to tell how useful it is. Well, I'll try the skill level route for a while and then revisit the issue. You must hurry, Null said with a smile, looking at Randedly and the old man. Remember, the newbie zone protection will wear off on this area in 7 days and stronger monsters will come. You should select your class immediately. When he saw that neither of them really cared, Null turned back to Donnie, smile attached. So where would you like your village to be? Because Null begrudgingly admitted that the village would take up a fair amount of space and have an indeterminate effect on the previous geography within its zone, Donnie proudly marched about half a mile along the valley, up from their original spot with the cabin. Curious, Randedly and the old man followed. When Donnie finally indicated a spot, a blinding light immediately robbed them of their vision. Acting on instinct built on months of struggle, Randedly dropped into a crouch and drew his spear, his senses sharpening. But when no attacks came, and after several seconds the light slowly faded, resolving itself into a clearing with several buildings. Perhaps the strangest feature was the pillar of light that rose from the center of the village. But as Randedly saw the notification that had appeared in front of him, and everyone else's, based on their expression, his visage darkened. Congratulations. A newbie village has been founded near your location. A pillar of light has been placed there, and will remain there for 7 days, so it may be conveniently found. Due to the founding of a newbie village, the starter protections in the surrounding area will disperse in exactly 7 days. At that time, monsters level 20 and over will begin to appear. It is recommended that you proceed to the newbie village and acquire a class as fast as possible. But it seemed the implications of this notification did not worry Donnie. Instead, he was laughing. Haha, this is so cool. Because I was the first one to found a newbie village, I get an extra 500 soul points towards upgrading it. I'm fucking first. This is so awesome. Soul points, Tara asked, looking at Donnie, but he just continued to giggle to himself. Instead, Null stepped forward, his bland smile in place. Yes, soul points, which are used to strengthen and upgrade your newbie village. Besides turning in other golden coins for 500 soul points, you gain soul points for your village anytime you level up. And eventually, the newbie village too can expand, giving greater benefits for the people who choose to have their class based here. How much would it take to upgrade a newbie village into a Randedly hesitated, then went with his gut? A trainee village, 10,000 soul points. Null gave Randedly a strange glance. There was something there. It was not fear, but almost annoyance. But then the bland smile returned, more blanketing and numbing than ever. However, a trainee village possesses the possibility of allowing you to reclass, increasing your growth rates monstrously with the stats and skills you have gained by leveling. And instantly he shifts what he is saying, trying to sway me to get a class well. I will be thinking this over very carefully. Randedly thought, nodding calmly and walking away towards the tree line. Casually, he looked over his shoulder and said, "You all should rest now and prepare. I suspect that we shall have a lot of company soon. Donnie, you are going to need to decide about who you want to let into your village." Then, Randedly walked away, wanting a bit of insurance for later. Almost exactly 3 hours later, Randedly returned, having gained quite a few things. The first was a skill point in running and a skill point in pathfinding, which was enough to finish off spear mastery, netting him 2 new skills, sweep and spear deflect. Sweep was a powerful area of effect attack, a wide swing of the spear, while spear deflect was effectively spinning the spear in front of oneself, knocking away smaller projectiles and reducing the strength of magical attacks. Both skills had Randedly excited, first for their utility, but also for their ability to be leveled. The higher a skill got, the harder it would be to level, which had become especially clear since he had left the dungeon and came here, where monsters were quite weak in comparison to himself. Even just a few minutes previously, when he had searched and found the Mother Wolverine, which was level 13, it had been able to withstand several of Randedly's attacks, but was ultimately killed rather simply. As Randedly walked back to the cabin area and the nearby obnoxious pillar of light, he considered his path situation. He had used all of the paths he had gotten by leveling skills, and was now left with 2 similar options. One included the 0, but they were essentially the same. Rather than overthink what was happening, Randedly just chose the one with the 0 showing. Monster Slayer I-01, but the 1 point that Randedly had put into it was enough to instantly finish it off. Congratulations, you have completed the Monster Hunter I path, +1 stat S. Sometimes the path you walk is stained by the blood of those who would stand against you. Immediately, Randedly went back and checked the path screen again, even though there was no more PP to spend at the moment, and sure enough, waiting for him Monster Slayer II-03, Watcher 0. Looks like Monster Slayer would be another chain series of paths, and cheap ones too. What was interesting was that he now also had the Watcher path, in addition to the question mark option. Shaking his head, Randedly walked out of the tree line and towards the cabin. The second group of things he had brought back were various fruits and vegetables that he had been able to find wild in the area. There wasn't anything exceedingly strange, but he had found a new variety of nut and a mushroom that he was quite sure was poisonous. Still, growing it under the influence of the mana crystals would hopefully result in new species with interesting effects. Included in that group was a large quantity of red and blue energy shards that he had found in the local area, often guarded by more comically weak imps or wolverines. As Randedly continued to think, he brought out a large stick he had found and began to crudely till the surrounding area by his first fields, which were beginning to grow upwards at a shocking pace. He wanted to get all of his seeds down and growing as soon as possible. What was slightly disturbing is that goblins had all but vanished from the surrounding area, and wolverines were also currently in the decline. The lizards and imps were growing stronger, both in numbers and in levels, and were able to force Randedly to be wary of large groups. Not needlessly so, but he now paid attention to his surroundings, where his guard had begun to drop previously. After all, as far as he could tell, he was the strongest thing for quite a few miles, and honestly, Randedly could get used to this feeling. But at the same time, he never forgot it, the edge of death that he had danced next to in the dungeon. Null's bland smile and subtle directions. Frowning, Randedly looked up towards the pillar of light. This newbie town was not what he had hoped it would be. Raised voices eventually distracted Randedly from his farming, and he looked up with a frown. As he trudged up towards the newbie village, Randedly used the 2 PP he had earned from farming levels and the 1 root manipulation skill levels to open and instantly complete Monster Slayer II. Congratulations, you have completed the Monster Hunter II path, +2 status +1 to health, mana, and stamina. Sometimes the path you walk is stained by the blood of those who would stand against you, but you cannot hesitate. Snorting at the tiny gains, Randedly threw the points into agility and walked towards the source of the commotion. To Randedly's surprise, there actually hadn't been that many people who turned up at the Pillar of Light, seeking the ability to get a class. But perhaps he had underestimated and overestimated humanity, simultaneously. First, underestimated how much of a pack animal they really were. If there was a large group, it was sufficient to send a small group to investigate. Second, overestimated humanity's ability to cope with huge changes in their situation and appreciate how necessary the thing called classes would be, or at least their potential. There were several gaunt-eyed and bloody people standing in the outskirts, looking on warily. These were likely the lone wolves who had killed the monsters before and came to seek more power, but they were not the source of the noise. The newbie village couldn't really be called a village. It was simply a large building, seeming to be an inn next to a statue. In a slightly disturbing twist, that statue was Donnie, hefting his sword and shield, looking quite a lot more mature and capable than he really was. Standing in front of the statue was Donnie, who glared at a tall, well-muscled, dark-skinned man. That man also happened to have an assault rifle strapped to his back. "I'm just saying, what do you expect?" the man said with a shrug. "Sure, son, what you did was very admirable, and we are all very curious about what having a class means for the world, but didn't you also recognize the danger? If in a week, bigger and stronger monsters come, you will kill them effortlessly. I'm going to level up before then and handle it, and if you want to get a class from my village, you need to agree that I am your boss beforehand. That's all I'm saying." Donnie added pompously, continuing to glare at the man. "Look, kid," the man said, finally losing his patience and stepping forward. "I've tried being nice, and I know a lot has happened in the past few days, so I'm willing to look the other way on some things, but don't be unreasonable. The Shelton Police Department has the situation controlled inside the town. Now we are looking into ways to protect the citizens. It seems like gaining a class is an effective one, so I'll ask you again, will you let me see this class thing, without any of your stupid?" Donnie just turned away. "HMPH, you'll be back." Scowling, the well-muscled man turned and walked away. Several of the more even-looking loners around the newbie village hurried over to him and began to speak with him as he left. "He's right about one thing," the old man muttered. He had walked quietly over to Randedly when he had come up. "They certainly will be back, especially as that 7-day window closes." Randedly grunted, warily eyeing the rest of the loners. There was one in particular that caught his eye, and as he examined him, that one was walking forward with a small smile on his face. He was an almost skeletally skinny man with greasy red hair. From his shirt, he worked in a fast food chain before the system changed things. "Excuse me, are you the guy who founded the first newbie village?" His voice came out high and nasally, but Donnie visibly puffed up in front of his attentions. "Ha ha ha, yes I am. I'm actually looking for capable subordinates to handle some of the lesser matters, if you think you have what it takes." Donnie grinned. The greasy man gave him a cheesy smile back. "Oh, I'll do anything if it means working with you, boss." Clapping him on the back with a happy laugh, Donnie took the man over towards Null. As he did so, several of the seedier-looking men who were standing around the outside of the clearing exchanged glances and then trailed after them towards the central building. Randedly had a strange feeling about the group, but set it aside for now. Instead, he turned to the old man, a question at the tip of his tongue, but then he paused and asked a different one. "What's your name?" "Sam." The old man answered simply. Randedly nodded. "What do you plan on doing then, Sam? Choosing the class or waiting? I cannot give any guidance on whether any advantages you can get by waiting will be worth it." Sam grunted and then spat to the side. "At any rate, for now, I can afford to take my time, raise some skill levels, sound out the surrounding area. Those police types will be back, and honestly, we might need it. A certain type of person thrives in this sort of environment and makes it more difficult for others." Silently, Randedly remembered the 3 hooded figures he had seen in the back of Sam's truck. "Are you just going to let them go like that?" Sam asked, tilting his head towards the gaggle of hungry and violent-looking men that were around Donnie. Randedly shrugged. "He deals with them so I don't have to. If he can't handle it, I'll find someone else." Sam gave Randedly a long look. "Some would say that's a very cold view to take." Again, Randedly shrugged. "Some people are welcome not to take it." As night fell, Randedly began to move. Although he hadn't necessarily been slacking, being around other, normal people who bothered to sit and rest had made Randedly stop training so frantically. That stopped tonight. Randedly had a spear in one hand, spinning his spear around in spear deflect, while his other hand punched against a tree, utilizing heavy blow. His eyes constantly sharpened with eyes of the spear phantom. During all of this, due to his high level of meditation, he continued to meditate, increasing the rate of stamina regeneration by 26. Meanwhile, Randedly alternated between arcane orbs and mana bolts, shooting his projectiles high up into the sky in order to keep the noise to a minimum. When his mana or stamina ran low, he would pause and work his way through the forms taught to him by Shal, depicting the moves of a true spearman. While he was training, Randedly pondered whether saving up and waiting for a class really was worth it. Sure, best case scenario, he would have the points from his large skill list while reaching a high level, and it would give him a definite advantage when it came to fighting someone of a similar level. But what about the people who had been leveling while he was training up his foundation? It really depended what kind of RPG game the system was based on and how high the level cap was. His experience with Shal raised more questions than it answered. Based on the difference in results, Shal had stats much higher than Randedly's current physical stats, especially in agility and vitality. It was awe-inspiring how quickly that man could have worked his spear, and how serious of injuries he could recover from faster than should be possible. But that also might have been exacerbated by the difference in skill levels. His current spear mastery, LVL 38, demonstrated nowhere near his finesse with the spear, and that clearly wasn't something that could be made up with class levels. Sighing, Randedly switched from spear deflect to practicing sweep. It was comically easy for him to exert himself all night, carefully studying these different moves and improving them. It was now becoming evident to Randedly that it wasn't just knowledge and capability that raised skill level, and skill level raising capability. It was a little of both, and him, training now with some skill in the spear, made these spear-based skills increase by leaps and bounds. An hour before dawn, Randedly's eyes snapped open. He had gained 1 skill point in Mana Shield, 2 in Arcane Orb, 1 in Root Manipulation, 1 in Meditation, 2 in Eyes of the Spear Phantom, 3 in Heavy Blow, 1 in Physical Fitness, 4 in Spear Deflect, and 6 in Sweep. But Randedly just put those PP on reserve for now and stood, glowering at the darkness. Monsters were coming, and there were a lot of them. Randedly coolly removed some empty potion bottles and brewed 3 mana potions, while sitting and meditating. The monsters appeared to be massing on one of the ridges above them, some distance away. Inwardly, Randedly made another mental note to ask about glass containers. After he finished, he looked to his left and right, frowning. Ultimately, though, he turned to the right and padded quietly up towards the newbie village. It seemed as if that was the monster's target, and Randedly trusted Sam not to get himself ambushed, much more than he trusted Donnie. When he approached the village, the remnants of a fire had burnt low, and several men lay sprawled around, beer bottles rolling between them. Randedly stepped over them and headed to the main building. Neither Donnie, Tara, Chubbs, nor the red-haired man was among the prone forms on the ground. As he approached the main building, Randedly saw that Chubbs was asleep, his back against the main door. Snorting at the quality of the watch, Randedly just hopped up to a nearby window and pushed it open, dropping to the floor in a dark room. 2 forms lay entwined in the darkness, and Randedly felt a small pang of embarrassment for interrupting them. In the darkness, he saw very clearly one pair of eyes flicker open as he landed quietly, their gazes locked. Then the figure stood, his emaciated limbs and red hair clear even in the darkness. "I wanted to meet you. You have such a great smell about you. You were the one who found and beat the boss to get the golden coin, weren't you? Are you strong? Donnie is just there as a front, eh? Randedly ignored the man and spared a glance to the other person. Tara rolled sideways, yawning, and blinked upward in the darkness, frowning towards the man. Declan Wah. What is your class? Randedly asked, looking back up towards the man. Although he gave him a distasteful feeling, his curiosity got the better of him. Randedly could see the flash of yellowed teeth, even in the darkness. See, this is why I liked you before I even knew you. What will you give me for that knowledge? After a thoughtful moment, Randedly removed the dagger he had found, stuffed into the head of the giant snake all those months ago. Even now, with an equip level of 15, he was unable to receive the bonus from it, as such. Will this suffice? Randedly flicked his fingers and threw the curved dagger lazily, and the man snatched it out of the air. Clear to Randedly's gaze in the darkness, the man took the dagger and drew it along his forearm, drawing a thin line of blood. The man's body shuddered in the darkness. Oh yes, this is perfect. Ha ha ha, my class is killer. Only a +3 to stamina boost per level, but I steal the growth rates of the strongest thing I've killed since I last leveled up every time. Ha ha ha, what a fun class, right? In a way, it made sense, and it was certainly versatile, especially if he could find powerful enemies to kill. Although he wasn't quite disturbed by the class as much as he thought he would be, Randedly's eyes sharpened, taking in every inch of this man. Then he walked past him. Donnie is a buffer. I don't have time for most of these problems. I am the ghost hound. And prepare that dagger, plenty of enemies to test it out on are coming. Declan began to laugh, and Randedly left and searched through the rooms until he found Donnie, shaking him awake. Up and at 'em, village chieftain, Randedly said grimly, we have company. As the rather drunk rabble that had taken an oath to call Donnie boss roused themselves, Randedly slipped back past the cabin into the small camp area that Sam had set up by his truck. For a moment, Randedly slowed as he approached, but he figured that whoever those figures were, they would be sleeping within the wooden shelter Sam had made. The spot that would grant the watcher the most visibility was the bed of the truck, so Randedly walked there. As he approached, he saw movement in the truck bed, but the figure that sat up was small and covered in a camo raincoat. For several seconds, the two regarded each other. As Randedly opened his mouth to ask after Sam, the other figure spoke, the voice feminine and lyrical. It looked like fireworks. Huh, fireworks. You were doing magic earlier, right? The girl said, her voice a strange combination of eager and wistful. Mine don't look like that at all. As if it was the most natural thing in the world, she raised her hand and a thin bolt of energy shot forward, sliding over the grass until it hit a tree with a dull thump, leaving a small scorch mark. Randedly tilted his head to the side. Your skill level is just low. As you raise it and your intelligence, it will get stronger and brighter. The hooded figure nodded as if that was profound wisdom. I'm working on it. You want Mr. Haas? Dubiously assuming Sam was Mr. Haas, Randedly nodded. The figure hopped down off the truck and walked away, leaving Randedly to wonder about this masked girl. She definitely seemed a teenager, maybe 15, but why was she and the two others kept hidden? Sam hurried out moments later, with his mouth open to say something, but Randedly just shook his head. Now's not the time. Something's coming. I don't think Null has properly explained all of the rules about newbie villages to us. Several hours later, Declan picked blood out from under his nails, waiting for his hands to stop trembling. Tara sat huddled up next to him, dull-eyed and unfocused, her blood-stained daggers laying next to her. Although she was cute enough, Declan was already tiring of her flimsy bravado and her excitable personality. Still, if he would be forced to wake up to a horde of monsters every morning, he definitely needed someone to vent his nervous energy on. Not that Declan minded, looking at delight at his status screen. Most of his stat points he had put directly into agility, and that had let him move freely among the 36 or so wolverines that had streamed out of the woods, coming for the newbie village. 11 people had gotten classes the previous day, and those 11 men had generally gotten rather bland classes like Minuteman or Subordinate Thug. Still, they all gathered, nervous and excited, at the prospect of strengthening themselves. Of those 11, Declan and Donnie made it out all right, staying close to each other. As much as the little shit was annoying, he could slow several down with his shield work and handle the attacks of several at once. A few of the other people who had obtained classes had broken and ran, quickly hamstrung and eviscerated by the wolverines. Declan had been considering fleeing himself when that ghost hound had come out of the hills. With a wave of his hand, blasts of energy accurately smashed several wolverines to the side. Even more frustratingly, the guy moved like a ghost, his spear lashing outwards, leaving only dead bodies in its wake. He cleared out the bulk of their forces and then left them to thin out the stragglers. By that time, only 6 of the 11 classed individuals were still breathing. After they had killed the rest, Declan had walked to the forest, curious where the ghost hound had come from. What he saw had even left the man with the class killer nauseous. It looked like less than half of the wolverines had made it past the ghost hound, reaching the rest of them. The bodies were caking the forest floor, headless, blasted, burnt, impaled on thorns. Some of them appeared to have been splashed with acid, most of their bodies melting away. And so now Declan sat, trying to contain his rising excitement, barely keeping his hands from trembling. The ghost hound was talking with the old man he was often with, who was carrying a bloody axe. They seemed to be talking about using the wolverine bodies for something. I've decided, Tara said next to him, looking up at him. I'm going to get a class. Even if I could get a better class by getting stronger first, I need strength now. Declan nodded lightly, watching the ghost hound. As the ghost hound waved his hand, roots sprouted out of the ground and began slowly gathering the bodies of the wolverines into a pile. His face splitting into a wide grin, Declan turned to Tara. Good, do it as quickly as possible and we will go hunting immediately. Her face brightened. Really? Can Chubbs come? Sure, whatever. Declan said, already turning back towards the ghost hound, who seemed completely uninjured. That level of strength, he would do anything to have it. You want to skin them? Randidly asked hesitantly, looking at the impressive pile of bodies. And then his eyes shifted to the spear holes ripping through most of their pelts, and he shifted slightly uncomfortably. Sam nodded, both for the skins and for the meat. I suspect we can get something akin to a tannery skill, which will be useful. Also, the rations we brought are starting to run low. Are your plants safe to eat? Yay, the first batch will probably be done later today. Randidly answered, the hairs on the back of his neck prickling upwards. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw that Declan was staring at him again. Resolving to ignore it, Randidly turned back forward to see Sam making an uncomfortable expression. Then perhaps you could come to my, camp for dinner. We could have discussions. Sam finished with atypical awkwardness. Shrugging in confirmation, Randidly switched the subject. I did a rough count of the amount of wolverines that were here while I was fighting them. About 80 or 90. How many did you get by you? Sam grimaced. Quite a few. Nowhere near what you had up here, just some stragglers. Maybe 24. Lucky you warned me in time. I was able to set up enough traps to stall them while I got to work with my axe. Randidly said nothing about the numerous arrows that he had seen sticking out of the wolverines down by Sam's camp. If that puts it right about 100, just a theory, but I suspect there were 110. Glancing at him, Sam's eyes suddenly sharpened as he made the connection. 10 for each of the 11 people who obtained classes. I already asked Null, and he said that we would be forced to discover the rules as we went along. But if this gets worse, or if more people come for classes, or if you hadn't been here, Sam muttered, his eyes glittering. The village would probably have been wiped out before it even got off the ground. Well, Randidly said with a nasty glint in his eye, hopefully most people wouldn't have gotten drunk immediately after obtaining a class, if they had leveled a few times. Enough to fight off 10 wolverines each, all at once. Sam's statement hung in the air and they shared a long glance. Then I guess it's back to work, so it doesn't happen to us next. Randidly said, raising his hand to block the rays of the rising sun coming up over the horizon. In addition to the 21 PP he had from earlier, he had also gained 2 more levels in sweep, and 1 in entangling roots as he repulsed most of the wolverines in the pre-dawn fight, putting him at 24 in total. Monster Hunter III would take 6 PP, but when he went to the path screen, another option caught his eye. He had unlocked the heavy blow path 020 at LVL 20 of the skill, and there was a high chance of him receiving another skill if he completed it. After a slight hesitation, he put 20 PP into it, finishing it instantly, netting him 2 STR and 10 stamina, as well as the following notification. Congratulations, you have completed the heavy blow path, +1 status plus 20 stamina. You have learned the skill Empower LVL1. You have learned the skill Calculated Blow LVL1. Empower LVL1 costs 30 stamina. Infuse any physical movement with effort, very slightly increasing its speed and power. Effectiveness improves with skill level. Calculated Blow LVL1, passively begin to see weaknesses of creatures after fighting them. Their weaknesses become visible to you. Hitting those weaknesses slightly increases the damage dealt. Effectiveness improves with skill level. Randidly was rather pleased with his previous decision. Not only had it net him a fair bit of strength and stamina, but it also gave him 2 skills. The passive would slowly add up, especially now while he was absolutely ripping through large groups of enemies. But Randidly was far more interested in the first skill, that would let him empower any moves. He experimented with it for a few minutes, empowering strikes and leaps. Even the few attempts he did pushed it up to LVL3 of the skill, although it was nowhere near enough to equal the extra strength that was added to an attack by heavy blow. It was just enough to give him an edge. Randidly grinned, and combined with haste. The sudden shift in speed was enough to leave most enemies he would encounter dazed, he was willing to bet. Randidly then used the remaining 6 PP he had to start and finish Monster Slayer III. Congratulations, you have completed the Monster Hunter III path, +3 stat S +3 to health, mana, and stamina. Sometimes the path you walk is stained by the blood of those who would stand against you, but you must continue. Having a sudden thought, Randidly turned back and regarded the newbie village. He had seen Declan, Tara, and a few of the survivors going off together into the woods, but Donnie had remained behind. Donnie had been rather unpredictable thus far, and it worried Randedly. He wanted the village to prosper generally, but specifically he wanted them to grow so he could learn more information about classes and villages. As it currently was, Donnie didn't appear to appreciate either the gift that Randedly had given him, or the danger of the world, even now that he had a class. It was time to change that. Although it would be a hassle, taking Donnie hunting was the smart long-term play the kid needed to survive. Honestly, with the gains he probably made last night and a few more levels today, his increase in health would be enough to sustain him, as long as he didn't do anything stupid. As long as he didn't do anything stupid. Sighing, Randedly walked over towards Donnie, who was standing with Chubbs. Ahaha. Well, Donnie was saying, but then his eyes brightened as Randedly approached. Ah, here, let Randedly handle this. I'm just off hunting. Randedly grabbed him by his dirty t-shirt before he could skulk away. Perfect, I was just thinking the same thing. Let's hunt for a few hours. As Donnie nodded uncertainly, Randedly turned to Chubbs. What is it? Oh, I got a class, and my first class ended up being quartermaster. The stat gains are pretty small, but I got the skill insight. That lets me intuit things, based on the amount of information I have. So I was wondering if Boss Donnie had any ideas on what. Randedly interrupted him. Track down everyone with a class and interview them. Find out classes and stat gains. Also ask them about weird skills they gained and what skills level up the fastest. Then ask about paths and skills gained from those. Then ask about class-specific paths. Then ask after habits of enemies. Then local flora and fauna that have changed since the system appeared. Understood. Good, I will speak to you later. Randedly pivoted on his heel and walked away, Donnie trailing along behind him. Donnie stabbed his sword into the neck of another lizard, its struggles against the roots binding it, completely useless. A small ding notified him he had leveled up again, and he brought up his status screen. Even though Randedly had told him to keep his VIT and end high for survivability, Donnie had decided that what a true leader needed was not the ability to endure, but the strength to do something about problems. Still, this sort of hunting was very unsatisfying for Donnie, and seemed to be so too for Randedly. Earlier, Randedly had asked whether Donnie wanted this to be hard or easy. Donnie had naturally chosen easy, and this had followed for a boring 45 minutes. Looking at his double-digit strength, Donnie hefted his shield and bumped it lightly against a nearby tree, enjoying the way the trunk shook. He turned to look at Randedly, who, as always, was in a constant state of motion. Whether it was practicing with the spear, mixing weird chemicals, shooting off spells, or striking trees, he always maintained constant motion. Inwardly, Donnie was slightly worried about Randedly's mental health, but was pleased he had such a dedicated subordinate. But then the Randedly of last night flashed before Donnie's eyes, a man soaked in gore and moving like wind, and he couldn't help but shiver. Shaking his head, Donnie said, I changed my mind. This is too easy. Can we do this faster? The hard way maybe. Shockingly, Randedly stopped and turned to Donnie, his gaze placid. Perhaps, but once you choose the hard way, you won't be able to stop it halfway. It might take a few hours. That's fine, Donnie said, scratching the back of his head. The longer I'm away from that creepy village guy, the better. Randedly practically disappeared, even though he had been right in front of Donnie not seconds ago. Donnie hurried through the brush, kicking it aside and cursing, trying to keep up. Randedly, so why are you helping us? You seem so strong already, and you don't want a class. As if by magic, Randedly stepped out from behind a tree to Donnie's left, causing him to jump. How had he? I am looking for my friends, but I do not know where to start. This section, as the announcement called it's too big. Trying to find two people, Randedly shook his head. So you are giving up? Donnie asked, mouth gaping. Randedly gave him a sharp look. Of course not. But if I cannot find them alone, I have few options. One of them is to grow the village so much that it attracts them. Another is to recruit people to help me in my search. Randedly hesitated, then said, or I wait long enough that most of the population is concentrated, and then search those locations. After all, the newbie village mechanic will drive people to gather around an area they can receive classes. Only waiting that long worries me. Then Randedly blinked and grinned, turning and looking deeper into the forest. Here is the first batch. Let the hard way begin. A minion, shouldn't we? No, we continue. But my health is low, and my regeneration. I told you to invest in vitality, did I not? When you level next, do so. You need the regeneration. Well, just for now, GACK. UKICKED me. You would not advance. Raise your shield, the imps are coming. AHHHHHHH, they are throwing fire. If nothing else, your class gives you resistance, which should weaken the effect of magic. Enough for you to survive this. Don't worry, 10 more seconds and I will intervene. What? You are still just standing there. How else would you learn how to defend yourself? Careful, they are aiming for your legs. Just barely passable. You survived for the 10 seconds, but you passed out immediately afterwards. Drink this and then we continue. Nuo. Ooh, just let me die. Did I hear you correctly? You want the difficulty to be raised. Although your performance is shit, your attitude can be considered barely deserving of a compliment. Let us go then. Put me down. Ah, good. Here is a large group. Careful of the lizard bites. Their teeth are very sharp. Perhaps we should gather some and take them back to Sam. Do you really want to kill me? Obviously not, but let me ask you a question. SHIITT. It's biting me. You want to be a knight, yes, the Dusk Knight, to have the strength to be the village chieftain and lead us. Die you fucking shit. With your level of strength, anything other than defense is inadvisable. You are like a turtle. Even now you can only knock them backwards with your shield and wait for my help, because you bring 20 of them at once. But can you deny that they are weak? They have no weapons, they have no skills, they are common fodder. Yet you struggle. Is this what you want? To struggle against these forever. What I'm saying is this: we have a relationship. I have strength but no ability or willingness to deal with people. You have little strength right now, but you can handle people. Well, handle might be a strong word, but fuck, it hurts so bad. However, that was just in the old world. When that police officer came from town, he did not back down after you refused them. He postured with force. For sure, he will return, seeking what he wants. And what will you, as village chieftain, do? Fuck, what will you do? What will you do, Donnie? Damn it. What will you do? I'll fight if I have to. I'll stare down a gun. I'll throw him back until he agrees to call me boss. Aside from the boss comment, good. But you remain too weak for me to believe you. I'll kill most, but these last 5 I shall leave for you. After you finish them, we shall immediately continue. Is this really necessary? Did you think it was easy? Finding strength, I mean. You must sweat for every ounce of it. Love. Don't worry, that Declan character seems promising. If you die, he will just be the figurehead of my new newbie village. Haha, that prick, he seems charming enough. Did you know that Tara has taken to sleeping with him? What? How did that GAH? That's what you get for letting your attention wander. Focus ahead, I've brought more monsters. Although Donnie was sure he was going to die, he couldn't deny that the training was effective. After looking at his status screen for a long minute, Donnie turned to Randedly. What level are you? Randedly stopped moving through the spear forms and turned to him, shrugging. I do not have a level. Then Donnie looked at him with wide eyes. Your strength. Randedly just smiled and said, skill. Now let's head back. You need to rest before the people from town return. Randedly didn't gain anything for 4 hours aside from the profound satisfaction for finally getting to experience the perverse joy of forcing someone to go through the torment Shal had subjected him to. It was also nice to reassure himself that Donnie wasn't just a sack of shit and also possessed some backbone, but really the profound joy from stepping into Shal's brutal shoes was the true reward at the end of the day. That, and of course some skill levels. He had decided to put more effort into increasing the utility of his root manipulation skill, and had begun allocating stat points into control to increase its usefulness. This also seemed to have a very small effect on the mana expenditure using the roots, although once more Randedly was confused whether his control made him more efficient, or his higher control made the mana use more efficient. He was quite pleased with the 2 skill levels he had earned in 4 hours on that front. Calculated blow had risen to 4, and Randedly was beginning to sense the weak points of the imps and lizards that he fought, not that he really needed them. In addition, Empower had increased to level 6, and Randedly was swiftly learning that although the stamina cost was pretty debilitative in an extended fight, it was oppressively powerful. He planned to practice using it while performing spear forms and spear footwork, if he could master it. But Randedly knew that the real way to grow was not training here, and to that end, after dropping off a sobbing Donnie onto Chubb's lap, Randedly headed due east, away from the town, towards what used to be a lake. Now there was only sloping hills that gave way to a cracked plateau, noticeably devoid of people. Randedly suspected there must be an edge to the safe zone. He didn't think the entire map was really a safe zone, just that many probably sprung up around people, giving them a chance at life. But beyond that, in this wide area, Randedly gained a point in pathfinding and map-making as he reached the edge of what the map was telling him was a place that was safe to be. Beyond that point, the map was tinged red. Grinning, Randedly stepped over the line and began to creep forward, falling into habits he had picked up in the dungeon. Spear out, eyes of the spear phantom constantly activated, scanning the surrounding ground. And it was a good thing that he was prepared, because when the enemy came, it came fast. It was a bolt of fur and snarls, rushing at Randedly's blind spot. He spun quickly, mana shield activating instantly, but the creature smashed through the shield within a second. Randedly's eyes narrowed, his blood roaring in his ears, but all he felt was elation. Yes, it was always like this, wasn't it? His spear shot forward, utilizing heavy blow and phantom thrust, the attack almost impossible to see with the naked eye, but the black bolt simply flowed around it, a flash of light on its claws the only signal that an attack was coming. Entangling roots activated, huge roots rushing upwards to grip the slippery thing. But it hopped to the side, its momentum almost completely maintained as it rushed forward. But this time Randedly was ready. As the creature made its leap to the side, Randedly attacked again, throwing everything he had at the monster. Phantom Onslaught, Haste, Empower. A dozen stabs ripped forward towards the ever so slightly off-balance creature, and although it was slippery, several long gashes were left on the creature's body, slowing it. Although entangling roots made roots and grasped with them, they slowly stiffened after the spell was cast, until the mana supporting them disappeared. But as he wounded the creature, Randedly activated root manipulation, causing the roots from the previous spell to grow forward and slam down on top of the creature. Somehow, Randedly had again underestimated its speed, as it slashed at his throat before the roots could arrive, aiming for the kill. Only an empowered Spear Phantom's footwork enabled Randedly to dodge, and even then, a long gash was left in his shoulder, his health dropping a good 30. The roots smashed against the creature, and it seemed to sway, concentrated on speed rather than strength, and it was able to twist so it was facing forward to slash at these new foes. The creature hissed in pain as its movements caused blood to pump out of the long scratches Randedly had left on its torso, and that was all the change Randedly needed. While its head was turned, only half a meter from the speedy death machine, Randedly raised his hand and activated Arcane Orb at close range. He could feel his finger break from the force of the explosion, but when the smoke cleared, it had apparently also been enough to shatter the spine of the thing, finally killing it. Randedly had around 60 of his health remaining, but 20 and 5 of mana and stamina, and when the second two ran out, the first would be swiftly devoured by another weird creature like this. He swiftly picked up the body, which only seemed to weigh around 80 pounds, and the small necklace it had dropped while dying, and returned to an area not marked red. Licking his lips, Randedly couldn't suppress the strange emotions running through him. The thrill of a fight when his life was on the line, the fear of death, the responsibility he had towards the strange newbie town he had created, the need to find Ace and Sydney, and the slowly growing anxiety as no easy way to do so presented itself. He sat down to meditate, setting aside the body for now. Although the battle was short, it was incredibly fruitful. Not only did he sharpen the little bit of an edge he had lost since coming here, he had gained a skill level in physical fitness, iron skin, entangling roots, mana shield, dodge, phantom thrust, spear phantom's footwork, root manipulation, arcane orb, phantom onslaught, and empower. All in all, that was 11 pp in 23 or so seconds. Randedly's face split into a grin, but then he grimaced. Although this was good improvement, the problem was the risks associated with it. He wanted to continue to go out and farm in this zone, but if he encountered a second one at the same time, but then he remembered one of the last pieces of advice Shal had given him, right before they had made their final, successful attack on the boss. Chuckling to himself, Randedly looked out towards the cracked plateau, with its strange cat creatures with excited eyes. During the course of recovering, he had gained another point in meditation, which was always a pleasant surprise. Every point in that increased the effectiveness of his regeneration, especially while training. As he stood preparing to head into the plateau again, his stomach rumbled. Annoyed, Randedly looked at the horizon. It was a few hours past noon, and he had not bothered to take a break after training Donnie to eat, and he had not thought to bring food with him. His stomach rumbled again. Grumbling, Randedly turned away, making a promise to himself that he would return tomorrow. But there were several reasons he wanted to return early to the camp. One was to witness Donnie's resolve, and the other was hold up his end of the bargain if it was a contest of strength. Randedly was not yet willing to let the newbie village be on the losing end of it. If it was to grow into something that would be a useful platform for him, it needed to survive these earlier encounters. Randedly opened up his path screen as he walked. He had already put a few points into Monster Slayer IV, and the amount he currently had enabled him to finish it. Congratulations, you have completed the Monster Slayer IV path. +4 stat S +0.5 to health regen, mana regen, and stamina regen. Sometimes the path forward leads through blood and gore. Randedly's eyes immediately sharpened as he examined this notification. An increase in regeneration. Although the costs for the Monster Slayer path were getting higher, these increases the stat was small, but he had never gotten regeneration before. Interested, he poured the rest into Monster Slayer V, raising it to 725. Then he took out the necklace that the monster had dropped. It had simply been a common level 33 enemy, apparently on par with what Randedly faced in the dungeon, but its speed was so overwhelming that it seemed more powerful than that. Although that was compensated by having a relatively weak body, a single direct spell from Randedly was able to kill it. It was to a weak point, and his intelligence had increased since the beginning of his journey, but it still wasn't oppressively high enough to one-hit most monsters of that level, or any of them to Randedly's knowledge. Considering this, Randedly looked at the item. Necklace of the Shadow Cat LVL 20, Vitality +1, Strength +2, Agility +7. Randedly was still quite a few levels away from being able to equip the item and take advantage of the stat boosts, but the possibility tantalized him. just the boost to agility alone. Then he grimaced and shook his head. Frustrated, Randomly wondered how you could ever obtain items you could use by fighting monsters. Shaking his head, he jogged back towards the newbie village. Luckily, it seemed he had arrived before anything had happened. The sun still remained high in the sky. Randomly estimated it to be around 4 p.m. Quickly, he went to check on his plants. He harvested the ripe ones and replanted them, checked on his second series of fields, then started opening a third field where he began to place stranger combinations of plants next to each other. Although he didn't have much hope that he would find more recipes for potions, it didn't hurt to try. While munching on some halnuts, Randomly considered his stats. Randomly knew he had grown stronger, and it was due to a variety of things. The sheer quantity of skills he knew gave him a natural advantage over most others when it came to paths, and that was one that he would never lose. He could always level these skills, and based on what he had heard from Shao, he could forget them to learn others. It made him wonder whether it would be worth it to take the time to learn a bunch of skills and keep them at low level. It probably wouldn't be hard to ask around, especially to Chubbs now that he had put him to work, and find some that wouldn't be too hard. The question was simply whether it was worth the time spent, and right now, he wasn't sure. It was only just now coming up on 2 days since he had left the dungeon. The other big help had been the addition of Green Spear Mastery. It basically leveled when anything else leveled, and every 5 levels, he would get one of 4 rotating things. 5 mana, 1 vitality, 5 stamina, and finally 2 distributable stat points, which meant that as his skill was now past 210 vitality, 50 mana, 50 stamina, and 20 stats to anything, mostly intelligence, agility, and most recently control. Although it was slight, Randomly was really beginning to appreciate what control could do for his root manipulation, especially after that fight with the cat. Speaking of the cat, Randomly made a mental note to take the body to Sam later. Then his mind drifted back to his status screen. Although his current build made him strong now, he was slightly worried that if he attempted to keep this up, it would ultimately lead to weakness. He couldn't stay good at everything, and the choice of what to specialize in. Shaking his head, Randomly took a rare break, leaning back against the ground, feeling the warmth of the sun and hearing the movement of the trees. Men were shouting good-naturedly up around the newbie village, where Randomly believed they were play fighting, trying to relieve stress and get a handle on the new determinative factor in their lives' strength. Randomly heard the steps before the body had approached him, but Randomly didn't move. Chubb sat down next to him, and it was easy to sense the apprehension that the kid felt. "Speak," Randomly said simply. Chubbs nodded and opened his mouth. I did as you requested," and asked around about. "Anything unexpected or interesting? Any powerful-seeming classes?" Chubbs hesitated. "Well, no. Donnie's is the best, but I think Declan's might even be better if..." Anything else? Randomly didn't really mean for his tone to come off as sharply as it did, but he couldn't deny that hearing the mundane details wasn't something he wanted. But finally, delightedly, Chubbs surprised him. "Actually, yes, I wanted to talk about the growth of the newbie village." "Growth?" Randomly asked, sitting up and turning towards the other man. Chubbs nodded. "Yes, Null doesn't like you, I think, because you didn't get a class from him, and I have some theories as to why that is, but I also believe that due to that same fact, he has no need to be honest or forthright with you. But when I asked him things alone, he was more than happy to assist me. You see," Chubbs continued, "it's like a currency system. Donnie, as the boss, gains points when people he gave classes to level up and when they kill monsters. Those points can be spent on buying buildings for the newbie village or by upgrading the village, which I believe is basically upgrading Null. He's like the spirit of the village, which is why he doesn't like you. Your strength does nothing to bring soul points to the village." Randomly nodded slowly. "Buying buildings for the village. Oh yes, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. We have gathered around 500 soul points, and that's enough to buy one of the basic shops. Weapons, armor, accessories, potions, or the marketplace. I wanted to know, well, Donnie says he's going to save up for the upgrade, but I think it might be better." "What's your name?" Randomly asked, looking at Chubbs directly for the first time. Although he was heavy for his age, he was still tall and strong-looking. His hair was light brown, and his eyes were the same mild color. He blinked at the question. Daniel. Daniel, what currency would we spend at these shops?" Daniel opened his mouth, then closed it. Then he got up and hurried up the hill. As Randomly had expected, the police officer returned. What he hadn't really anticipated was that the group of them would drive over in a police van and hop out in full SWAT gear. They strutted forward, heading once more towards the main building, where Donnie stood, his arms crossed and looking petulant. Slipping closer, Randomly wondered idly how much health a bullet would deplete. Probably not a large amount, especially if you had some endurance to toughen you up. A human started with something like 20 health and were pretty easily killed by bullets. But it wasn't even the impact, it was the internal damage, the bleeding. So maybe vitality would be more useful for surviving a bullet. Declan lounged on one of the wooden chairs that Sam would trade for a certain number of wolverine or lizard carcasses, considering the approaching police force. Based on their stature and stance, the first 3 or so were well trained, but the rest, well, they were likely newly deputized. Their hands kept jumping to their guns, and their helmeted heads flicked back and forth, scanning the rather sizable crowd. Declan was extremely disappointed that he had missed the chance to be trained by Randedly like Donnie had, but he had made himself useful in other ways. Him, Tara, and some of the other survivors from last night had made rounds through some of the nearby valleys, looking for small hamlets that used to be there. Some were there, some weren't. Sometimes the ones that were there were covered in gore, but others had survivors, either looking up at the pillar of light from the newbie village with suspicious eyes or cowering in their cellars. Either way, when Declan arrived, he gave them a greasy smile and gave them something they hadn't had in a while: the chance for human interaction. They managed to gather 20-odd people during the day, and about the same amount had drifted in, seeking the light. What was most pleasing was that their group now numbered 8 women, not including Tara. More disappointing was the fact that none were as young and fresh as Tara looked, except for one that was firmly under the arm of a rather special individual who called himself Dozer. Dozer was built like a linebacker and had a forehead that could crack granite. What was more annoying was that he obtained the class Brute, which apparently gave +2 SDR per level, +1 stat, and +4 health mana stamina. The flat strength bonus was a lot less useful than Donnie's split among 3 stats, but even if Dozer wouldn't grow up to be tough, he could hit hard. Right now Declan, Dozer, and about a dozen others sat in chairs, watching the police approach, lounging lazily like the group that knew they were effectively the strongest of people who were here currently. Declan and the other survivors hadn't joined in the sparring, but Dozer had. Declan had no doubt that he had put everything he could into strength, with the way he had thrown another man like a rag doll, taking his chair as spoils and joining Declan's circle, his raven-haired female friend under his arm. But that event did have a positive consequence. One of the newer individuals who wandered up, a thin man with glasses, revealed himself to have the class disciple, and possessed the skill Healing Palm, mending the wound, making a recovery that should take weeks only take hours. That man Ptolemy also sat in the circle of chairs, albeit nervously. One of the newcomers shifted uneasily as the police stopped in front of Donnie, who stood alone by the village chieftain's house. Think we should go help?" The man asked uncertainly. "They have guns, just sit down, it will sort itself out." Another hissed. Declan just chuckled. "It's fine. Nothing will happen as long as the ghost hound is watching." The 4 individuals who had taken classes to fight and survived last night nodded fervently, having witnessed his strength. Dozer grunted and tilted his head. "Who is the ghost hound?" the girl under his arm asked, her voice slightly petulant. Closing his eyes, Declan ignored the question, and the talking ceased as the head police officer removed his helmet, revealing his dark skin and serious face. "Kid, I'm only going to ask you once. And I'm going to say this once," Donnie interrupted, his voice nasally but lower and more controlled than Declan had been expecting. "If you refuse to come under my flag, why should I help you? The more people who take classes from here, the more monsters assault us every night." The group around Declan started muttering, shocked at this news, but Declan saw Dozer open his mouth in a tiny little tooth smile. To Declan's surprise, Donnie continued to speak, wiping away any positive goodwill he had built for his calm demeanor. "We could barely make it through last night alive. It's too much of a risk to allow more people to get classes. The answer is simple," the policeman responded. "Move into the city. We have set up a defensive perimeter. The monsters will be easily slaughtered." But Donnie was shaking his head already. "The village needs to be defended. If the monsters make it to the center and destroy it, then we will give you that protection. Police officers will be stationed out here. You might have classes, but we have guns. Why are you being so stubborn? We are trying to help." Donnie just stared him down. "You might have guns, but you are not strong. If you were, you would just kill a blue monster yourself and obtain a coin to found your own newbie village. Do you think you can hide and still benefit from those of us who risk our lives?" "You fucking little," the head policeman stepped forward, but his instinct stopped him dead. "There is another option." The voice was mild, but the fact that the 20-something man in front of him had appeared there without any warning cooled the police officer's temper. Was this, he wondered, the power of a class? Declan leaned forward and waved his hand lazily, his eyes glued onto the action. "Enters the ghost hound." Dozer frowned and squinted at the figure. Declan admitted he wasn't anything much. Tall but not too tall, athletic looking but in a wiry way with the long arms of a swimmer, short dark hair, cold eyes the color sunlight on grass, a vivid warm green that strangely filled you with a deep fear. His trademark spear was nowhere to be seen, but Declan had seen it appear from thin air before. He was wearing tan shorts and a brown shirt with a satchel over his shoulder. His feet were bare and dirty, and it looked like he had been bleeding because his left shoulder was stained red. "Another way," the policeman repeated, eyeing the figure in front of him. His initial instincts from 10 years on the force told him that he wasn't a threat, but something deeper, more primal made him cautious, and the possibility of a class gave him pause. But then the man did something the policeman hadn't expected. He flourished his hand and produced a golden coin. Most of the watchers' eyes went wide as saucers. I was worried that you would press, so I had insurance. There should be 4 blue bosses in the area. I've taken the goblin and the wolverines. The imps possess magic, and you are too fearful of the lizards' underground dens to challenge them, right? You were at a loss, right? The police officer's fist tightened. Randedly tilted his head to the side and looked at them. You can have it. All I want in exchange is glassware. Glassware, the policeman repeated in a disbelieving tone. Randedly nodded. Beakers, vials, jars, that sort of thing. Anything glass and sealable. Plastic will not work. Deal. The police officer stood still, towering a good 5 inches above Randedly. But Declan had watched people all his life, and the policeman was the one who stank of fear. What is your name? The policeman finally asked. Ghosthound, the word was soft, but Declan felt himself and several others mimic the word, saying it silently, feeling it out with their mouth, echoing it so it hit the police officer again in a soundless wave. Ghosthound. Fine, Ghosthound, you have a deal. And with that, Randedly flipped the coin to the police officer and walked away, heading towards Donnie. After an unwilling few seconds as the police officer struggled over the fact he had been clearly dismissed, he turned and walked away, the rest of his group following. Declan watched it all with sparkling eyes. Humans were complex and simple at the same time. They had 1,000 motivations, 1,000 justifications, 1,000 reasons. They struggled and fought for all of them or none of them. But sometimes it only took one powerful ideal, one object, one symbol for all the complexity to fall into line. It didn't seem likely that anyone in the village would act out too much, with this powerful figure lurking in the shadows. Declan found his lips moving again, almost against his will. Ghosthound. Randedly walked towards Donnie, annoyed that he stepped forward and was forced to deal with the cop, but glad that it had turned out simply. He was slightly worried about making sure that the town honored the deal and brought him glassware, but if they dragged their feet, he started actively taking it, and they wouldn't be able to say anything about it. Mostly Randedly just wished the system included some skills that helped with interpersonal skills. At this point, it was halfway between something he didn't want to deal with, and half something he didn't know how to deal with. He had been a quiet gamer before the system came. He wasn't equipped for this. Still, once he had all those containers, he could really up his potion production, which would benefit the whole village. But for now, Randedly went to speak with Donnie, who appeared to be still glaring after the police, and Daniel, who had walked out of the chieftain's house and was speaking rapidly. Awkwardly rubbing his neck, Randedly approached. After today, he was done interacting with people. After a short discussion, Randedly believed he had made himself clear. The first building they would buy was the recycler building, which would buy certain parts from the corpses of monsters in exchange for currency they could spend at other shops. This would build excitement for the eventual shops to come and give the people an immediate goal, which would keep them satisfied. These justifications were Daniel's, and Randedly agreed. He in fact agreed so much that he directed Donnie to concentrate solely on leadership, leaving Daniel to make the bland decisions about construction. When framed as construction, Donnie seemed to agree, whimsically smiling as he recounted his heroic stand against the police to himself. The final order of business Daniel wished to discuss was food. Specifically, they had meat, but were any of Randedly's crops able to be eaten? Annoyed, Randedly dumped most of his first haul onto the ground, the non-potion-making items, and returned to his fields and watch stand, exhausted mentally. But just as he settled down into his spot to train, he saw the corpse of the cat he had killed in the cracked plateau, and groaned at the memory of one more discussion he had to have before he could focus on training. Grumbling, he walked over towards Sam's campsite, the cat laying across his shoulders. He thought about the 3 crouching bodies of who he assumed were Sam's daughters. Unbidden, the words of the teenager rose to his mind. It looked like fireworks. Randedly looked down at his hands as he crossed the clearing. He hadn't even stopped to consider the beauty of his magic, just its utility. He had come into this world with the system an inch away from death. It was hard to see these skills as anything but tools of survival, and survival meant killing others for strength. But his strength remained insufficient. Outside of the safe zone, he was once more an inch from death. This small cat was enough to force him to go all out. Sydney, Ace, Randedly's hands tightened into fists. It was hard to realistically think that he could find them before they were forced into a situation where they would die. Without Randedly here, the group probably wouldn't have had a village for several days or a week tops. The police probably would have made a concerted effort to hunt down the goblins at some point, if they were out there now without classes, but there was no way to find them in the huge area of the map. It was better to operate on the assumption that they would survive. They both were strong, far stronger than Randedly had been prior to his experience in the dungeon. They would live. the logical conclusion was that they would group up with people to survive. So his best bet would be to find other newbie villages, looking for rumor of them. Randidly stopped. Honestly, he hadn't even thought to ask around here, or in the area the policemen controlled. They might even be there. Feeling a small flame of hope for the first time in a while, Randidly walked into the area of Sam's fire. As he did so, a glowing blue butterfly floated up towards him. Instinct took over and Randidly's spear appeared in his hand, a phantom thrust ripping through the thing, dispersing it into glimmering motes of light. Told you it was a bad idea. Sam stood over the fire, slowly rotating some wolverine meat. Next to him stood two figures. To Randidly's surprise, neither were cloaked nor hooded, but instead wore strange dresses made from stitched-together wolverine pelts. How was I supposed to know he would freak out and attack it? What was up with that anyway? The smaller figure spoke, tilting her head to the side and regarding Randidly. She had medium-length blonde hair pulled up into a ponytail. Her cheekbones were sharp and her lips were expressive. She was honestly one of the most beautiful women Randidly had ever seen, in a girl-next-door kinda way. And it did seem like she was the same figure who spoke to him last night. What was more intriguing was that it seemed like she had created that strange butterfly. It was a construct of mana. But what sort of skill could it have been? Perhaps some sort of scouting? Randidly put his spear away, still regarding the girl thoughtfully. She was starting to glare at him, and Sam looked up from the meat and was also regarding Randidly coolly. Randidly opened his mouth to speak. What sort of skill was that? Like what you see, the second figure spoke tartly, and then froze, hearing Randidly's words. Randidly turned to regard the second woman, who stood 6 inches taller than the first, almost as tall as Randidly himself. Full-figured with golden skin that looked like honey, this woman was also beautiful. Her heart-shaped face was of the style that modern culture found most attractive, where the other girl's features were too sharp and impish. Even as she blushed, she looked incredibly attractive. Turning to Sam, Randidly said, "I assume you made these clothes to ugly them up a bit. Really great effort, but I can see why they would prefer not to just walk around." Sam gave Randidly a wry smile and Randidly turned back towards the first woman. "The skill, oh this," she said shyly, raising her hand, producing a glowing orb. It instantly sputtered and disappeared, and she shook her head in annoyance. "Fuck shit, out of mana. It's just called mana manipulation. I can basically do anything if I have enough mana." Cool, right, mana manipulation. Was mana something that was really that easy to manipulate? Randidly basically just focused on the skill and it would occur. He couldn't tell without looking at his status what his mana was at. There was no sensation of loss, just a weird sensation of inward movement. Even when his mana pool was empty, he didn't really feel it, just noticed based on the ease of skill use. Setting that information aside for now, Randidly just nodded and placed the cat at Sam's feet. "You've been working on making clothes, right? Make me something with this. It should be much higher quality than the Wolverines." Sam grunted and then said, "All right, I'll work on it for tomorrow. For now, did you bring any food? You don't eat for free around here." Helpless, Randidly produced more of his farmed fruits and nuts, making a mental note to make a fourth field. During the meal, some rudimentary introductions were made. "This is Lyra," Sam said, gesturing the blonde girl who was ripping chunks off of her meat. She flicked her hand dismissively at them and then continued to eat. Then Sam pointed to the other woman. "That's Elaine. The other two won't join us tonight. We were all traveling together in the truck when the system came online. I hit a Wolverine and got the skill driving LVL1. I knew something had changed." Elaine voraciously ripped through Randidly's fruits, seemingly glad to eat something aside from meat. Besides that, the meal was relatively quiet, all three of them giving Randidly strange glances. He ignored it, preferring to wait for them to just say what they were thinking. But considering their complexions, it didn't seem like they were his daughters. Then who were they? After the meal, Sam gestured him over to talk about equipment. They walked behind the truck to an area where several small wooden tables had been erected. On them were various garments made of wolverine pelt. Most of them appeared to be shoulder pads. It's surprisingly difficult to work to make armor from these creatures' body parts. Part of it is the difficulty in manipulating the fur and scales, but the other part is my own body. I need points in strength just to handle it. I've worked out a pretty good system for making them, and made a few discoveries. Before that, try this. Randidly reached down to the cat he was carrying and held it up by a paw. Then he pulled, ripping out one of the claws. After brushing off the gore-covered tendon, he offered it to Sam. Sam took it with a frown and then pressed the claw one of the shoulder pads he had made. It passed through it like it was nothing. Randidly took the shoulder pad and examined it. Poorly made shoulder pad LVL11 and amateur's work, +2 health. Randidly frowned. Much worse than receiving a single point in vitality, and its level was so high. But then I did some experiments. I can't get the bonus because my equip level is too low, but the girls can without the equip skill. It gives you vision, but it also limits you. Not that the PP isn't useful, but that most people should just not learn it and trust the sellers for the information about it. More importantly though, once I told the girls that none of them learned it, even though I've had them wear all that stuff for hours. Do you get what that means? For the first time ever, there was a hint of excitement in Sam's voice. It means that we influence what we can and can't learn by our beliefs. Randedly nodded slowly. That skill of Lyra's, mana manipulation. I've thought about it a bit, and I don't know if I could learn it. I've thought of this like a game, an RPG. You learn skills and use mana to cast them, that's it. I can't sense mana. Just finding her own understanding made her discover her own skill. Makes you wonder about the usefulness of trying to help others at all. Exactly. Which is why I think we should keep the information we share with each other general if we do it at all. Sam said, I have an idea for what I want to do, and if it works out. A woman's hiss and hurried footsteps interrupted their discussion. All the excitement disappeared from Sam's face, and he sprang into motion, rushing back towards the fire. Randedly followed closely, his eyes narrowing, but they only found a nervous-looking Daniel, who was staring at the two women. Luckily, it looked like they had gotten their hoods up in time, because Daniel turned back to Randedly rather quickly. The killer Declan was standing smugly in the middle of a circle of people when Randedly approached. His eyes flitted across the surrounding men, almost 50 of them. Their group had really grown today. They all parted as he approached, and he walked forward, finding Donnie standing with Declan and a mean-looking brute with dull, expressionless eyes. What's all this for? Randedly asked directly. Null stepped forward with a happy expression. Finally, one of the villagers has reached level 10. As such, I can now provide a new function for the newbie village and other guests, he said, giving Randedly a distasteful look. But at least he was now willing to talk to Randedly, so having some people here, getting classes and leveling must put him in a good mood. Players may use me to transport themselves into far-off parts of the Nexus, competing in what are called skill challenges. The prizes are self-evident skills. Randedly straightened, his eyes narrowing at Null. You can earn skills. Null nodded, but of course the usefulness depends on how many skill slots your class provides. In that way, production-focused classes have a definite edge. In addition, your options are limited by what tier you are in. Tiers, Daniel sounded like he was salivating at the thought. Yes, Null continued. No doubt you have noticed that there are certain main paths that unlock naturally, based on total stat value. For example, you start with Newbie Path, and Trainee Path unlocks at 100. Apprentice is 400, Journeyman 750. So although the skill challenges provide breadth of skills, they won't give anyone a skill more powerful than they are. Null made a strange gesture with his hand, and a notification appeared before Randedly. He instantly clicked skill challenges. Newbie, running 5 SP, jumping 5 SP, dogding 5 SP. Trainee / 10 SP, endure 10 SP, roundhouse kick 10 SP, sneak 10 SP, magic missile 15 SP, healing palm 25 SP. Apprentice locked. Randedly did some quick math. His current total stats were 358, not including items, which Randedly suspected did not count. That meant he needed less than 50 to unlock the apprentice path, but for now. Of the available skills, some Randedly already had. Others, like jumping, slash, and endure, seemed like they would be easy for some levels, but he ultimately wouldn't use them. On the other hand, roundhouse kick, magic missile, and healing palm intrigued him. The first for some variance in his fighting style, the second for another spell, and the third for the utility it could bring should he ever be injured while alone. How do you get SP? Randedly asked shortly, turning to Null. Null's lips pursed in distaste. Normally, you would earn it passively by gaining levels and killing a certain number of enemies. You will need to trade in especially rare items in order to gather it. Will this suffice? Randedly produced a third gold coin, this one taken by killing the rare boss of the lizards. Null's eyes widened and he nodded, happily accepting it. Yes, this is good for 500 SP. Randedly's eyes narrowed at the amount, but he didn't ask for the coin back. If Null was so willing to part with SP, it was probably a treasure. But Randedly knew nothing about the system, so it was hard to gauge. Still, the smug grin on Null's face did not sit well in Randedly's stomach. How does it work? Daniel inquired. Most of the other nearby people had turned away, uninterested. After all, although the skills would give them variety, they would take up a valuable skill spot. As their class advanced, they would naturally unlock paths relating to that class, giving them skills. As such, this was a cost they weren't willing to pay. Simple, just select the skill and the trial begins. Time will flow differently there, so if you pass, others will think it took you but a moment. But of course, if you fail, Null snorted, giving Randedly a glance. But Randedly flashed him a grim smile and selected the roundhouse kick skill. The world around Randedly warped, and he suddenly found himself in an archaic stone room lit by torches. A notification hovered in front of him. Defeat the Guardian and gain power. But be careful, it will not be easy. A dark figure stood in front of Randedly, regarding him coolly. As Randedly dismissed the notification, the figure exploded into motion, rushing towards him. Or at least, the figure exploded as much as he could with his seemingly low stats. Randedly stepped to the side, avoided the roundhouse kick the figure aimed at him, and lashed out, his hands slashing at the opponent's throat. When the blow landed, the dark figure shattered, turning into a black mist that flowed into Randedly's body. Congratulations, you have learned the skill roundhouse kick LVL1. And just like that, Randedly found himself back in the dark clearing, the group of people slowly dispersing. Daniel was giving him an uneasy look. Perhaps you should go first, he said, his brown eyes nervous. If there is danger. Randedly snorted. I've already returned from the roundhouse kick challenge. If you are prepared and have at least 10 in strength and agility, the trainee challenges shouldn't pose a serious problem to anyone here. To demonstrate, Randedly performed a slow and controlled roundhouse kick. Then he accelerated, enjoying the explosive power. He might need to increase his flexibility a bit to use this effectively, but otherwise it seemed incredibly useful. After a few strikes, the skill increased to level 2, and Randedly ceased kicking, the eyes of the watchers wide from the speed of the strikes. Randedly glanced around. Even if the skill level was low, his agility of 42 probably was a level higher than any present here were used to. They obviously hadn't seen Shal's casual grace or the vicious speed of the orcs. Even the cat beyond the safe zone was an impossibly powerful existence for them. Sighing to himself, Randedly wondered if it really was possible for Sydney and Ace to still be alive, if they were at this level of strength, but then he quieted that thought and turned back to Null. After obtaining both the Fireball and Healing Palm skills and raising them both to level 2, Randedly decided to take a quick nap. The Fireball skill produced a ball of flame that would explode on contact. Although the explosion was small now, the heat was already impressive. Randedly was curious how much more powerful the explosion would get. Magic Missile cost the same amount as Mana Bolt and was slightly weaker, but the dart-like missiles could be controlled somewhat, causing them to avoid shields, defenses, or terrain and home in on the enemy. Still, even though Randedly wanted to train these useful skills, he decided to nap. If the enemies would come at the same time as the previous day, they wouldn't come for 6 or so more hours anyway, which would give him time to rest. Although it was clear that Randedly didn't require nearly as much sleep as an average person, there was undoubtedly a limit to that, and as he planned on once more to go beyond the edge of the safe zone tomorrow, he didn't want to encounter that limit. So he slept. When he awoke, it was to a long, slow stretch, and to a familiar sensation of danger it appeared the horde was coming. Randedly stood and moved smoothly out from his cabin, drawing his spear. Activating Eyes of the Spear Phantom, he scanned the edges of the valley. His frown deepened. Although he had expected it, it was still somewhat intimidating to feel the movements of almost 500 enemies beyond his vision. It seemed like the enemies were still gathering, so Randedly spared a glance for the forces of the village. Sam had been busy today, and it looked like he had help, because they managed to set up a fence around the entirety of the village and dig a trench outside that. There was a wide gate area, but the rest would serve as a way to funnel the enemies into a place where they could be slaughtered, or at least that was the plan. Turning away, Randedly sat and filled his empty potion vials, making as concentrated a mana potion as he could. His greatest success was a potion that would restore 91 mana, but he had several others that would restore 80 at a time. Pleasingly, his potion-making skill improved another level, the first time in a while. Not today because he wanted to go out beyond the boundary, but tomorrow, Randedly made a mental note to visit the village of the policeman and make sure he held up his end of the bargain, providing glassware to hold more potions. With those, Randedly could afford to be much more free with his spells, making hordes of low-leveled enemies like this dead meat. Rising with glittering eyes, Randedly smiled in the darkness. Well, it wasn't like they would be much challenge anyway. As the sun dawned, Randedly surveyed the battlefield. The fence had certainly bought time during the beginning of the fight, but the sheer numbers of monsters had eventually overrun it, making it useless, and the villagers as they had taken to themselves had been swamped by all sides. Surprisingly, they didn't break. Donnie's skills made him a great force for locking down large numbers and focusing their attention. Declan came and went freely, wolverines and goblins and lizards falling to the side dead. Dozer wielded a huge club, smashing at least 2 or 3 enemies with every strike. Randedly had started the fight by taking it to them, throwing out arcane orbs and drinking mana potions like water, rocking the enemy lines. Of the 500 some, probably only 200 made it past him to assault the village, but that was still 200 enemies rushing against 50. Casualties had been prevented somewhat by Daniel and a slight man named Ptolemy, who gained the Healing Palm skill naturally from his class. But then something happened to the defenders, or at least most of them. They ran out of stamina. Most of them chose either of Declan's or Dozer's paths, focusing on strength or speed. Very few chose to invest a heavy amount of their points into vitality or endurance, resulting in a steep drop-off in their skill usage after a few minutes of hectic battle. And although they would only need about 2 minutes to recover their stamina fully, there was no time for that with a wolverine slashing at your throat. All in all, 13 people died, their total number of individuals with classes falling to sit at 41. With the sun at his back, Randedly stood before the exhausted individuals, covered in blood and grime, looking at the ground. I'm sure you all noticed it, Randedly said, speaking softly, but most people looked up at him. The limits of what you can do without a true tank. What you do is your business, but you need to be strong enough to defend the village. Inwardly, something clicked and Randedly offered a rare smile. I will not be present for tomorrow's horde. I hope you manage to survive in my absence. Donnie's face twisted in horror, and there was shock and worry on most faces. Randedly simply shrugged, turning away. As he departed, he turned and spoke once more over his shoulder. Perhaps you should consider forming divisions underneath Donnie, Declan, and Dozer. Specialize but cover all your bases, and become familiar with fighting together. If you don't have sufficient individual strength, at least come up with a plan. Good luck. Randedly knew this would seem like an impossible challenge to them, but a day's worth of leveling, especially with some points going into vitality or endurance, could do a lot. And without this prodding, they might grow too reliant on him, leaving them useless in the future. As for himself, Randedly was quite pleased with the Knight's Hall, although he was slightly perturbed by his lack of reaction to death. But he supposed that was just the world they were currently living in. Dodge, fighting proficiency, spear phantom's footwork, and haste had all improved by 1 level. In addition, arcane orb, empower, and sweep had improved by 2. The biggest gains, however, were in roundhouse kick, healing palm, and calculated blow, which improved by 4, 3, and a staggering 7, respectively. Apparently killing large amounts of low-leveled opponents did a lot for calculated blow. As it was currently, it was almost effortless for Randedly to see the weaknesses of the 4 enemies that populated the area. The skill gains were enough for Randedly to finish off Monster Slayer V. Congratulations. You have completed the Monster Slayer V path, plus 5 stat S plus 1 to health regen, mana regen, and stamina regen. Sometimes the path forward leads through blood and gore, and sometimes the path is long, but you cannot hesitate. But the completion of the path left Randedly with several choices. He had unlocked the Monster Slayer path, which would take 50 PP, and also still had the Watcher path, but he had also earned Potion Making Eye path after getting the skill to LVL 20. It cost 25, but Randedly hesitated because of the real possibility that a skill lay at the end of it. Ultimately, the lure of that skill was too great, and Randedly chose to pour his remaining 14 PP into Potion Making Eye as he did so. He was delighted to find that after putting 5 in, he got a point in focus, and 10 gave him a stat in control. It was a nice surprise after the Monster Slayer paths that only gave a completion bonus. After Randedly put the 12 of his 14 PP into Potion Making Eye path, something else happened that gave him pause. Congratulations, your Soul Path Green Spear Mastery has reached level 250. You have followed this path for a long time, yet now it forks. On your left lays the Waning Rafflesia, and on your right lays the Blooming Hydrangea. Choose where you wish to walk. Randedly wasn't overly familiar flowers, but he understood waning and blooming as adjectives. He briefly considered trying to perhaps consult Sam on what exactly the flowers were, but they didn't seem very important. Instead, Randedly went with his gut, Waning Rafflesia. The other paths seemed to be the softer sides of plants, growth, and healing, but Randedly knew that to possess the strength he desired, to protect the village, to find his friends, he needed the strength of rot and death. You have chosen the path of the Stinking Corpse Lily. Green Spear Mastery has become Spear of Rot Mastery. Skill level has reset to 1. You retain all the benefits of Green Spear Mastery. You have learned the skill Pollen of the Rafflesia LVL1. You have learned the skill Edge of Decay LVL1. You have learned the skill Summon Pestilence LVL1. Pollen of the Rafflesia. Release pollen from your spear, spreading the scent of spiciness and rot. Enemies caught inhaling your pollen will experience drowsiness, nausea, and minor hallucinations. Costs 50 mana. Effectiveness depends on intelligence and skill level. Edge of Decay, passive ability. Wounds you inflict contain a hint of Rafflesia's rot, often leading to increased infection and necrosis of the wounds. Frequency of rot and speed of rot depend on skill level. Summon Pestilence. The Rafflesia has a strong relationship with hungry insects. Summon a group of those hungry insects to unleash upon your enemies. Number of insects depends on intelligence and skill level. Concentration of insects depends on focus, wisdom, and skill level. Control over insects depends on control and skill level. Randedly smiled reflexively, then shook his head sorrowfully. There were just so many skills he had to grind now. There simply wasn't enough time in the day for them, but still. Randedly adjusted his plans and looked south, towards the area that the fireball casting imps came from. Perhaps he should try out these new skills before anything else. After sneaking past their patrols and earning himself another skill point for sneak, Randedly stood in a ruined building that served as their base. While he had been getting in position, another pillar of light had risen up into the sky, and a notification about the policeman's newbie village had appeared before Randedly, but he dismissed it, focusing on the task at hand. As he stood hidden, he activated Pollen of the Rafflesia, and could sense rather than see a cloud of something the pollen spreading out around him. Randedly's eyes narrowed as two imps walked forward, or rather floated right into the pollen. At first nothing happened, and Randedly was slightly disappointed. But then he noticed some strange movements and activated eyes of the spear phantom, his vision instantly sharpening. The left imp still seemed fine, but the right imp was twitching. And as Randedly watched, it seemed to be talking to itself. As it walked deeper into the cloud of pollen, the twitching got progressively worse. Two more imps, who had been out of Randedly's vision around the corner, appeared heading in the opposite direction of the first two, and the twitching imp's response made Randedly gasp. It raised its hand and blasted its compatriots in the face with a fireball. They fell back shrieking, but it just aggressively rushed forward and blasted more. Randedly's pollen of the Rafflesia improved to LVL2. The right imp, finally responding to the horror, grasped at the other imp back but missed and fell to the ground, where it vomited up the contents of its stomach. The one imp continued to roast the other two imps, but Randedly was impressed. His intelligence stat probably made up for the lower skill level and was pretty effective against the imps when they didn't know what was happening. Randedly flexed his hand, summoning pestilence, a swarm of buzzing insects the size of his fist appearing above his hand. They instantly began to fly everywhere, and Randedly frowned, pressing down with his will, and they unwillingly gathered back up. While doing so, the skill improved immediately to LVL4. It seemed that his control was helping him gain levels more quickly. Randedly then pointed, and the pestilence surged forward, albeit haphazardly, hitting the imp that was vomiting on the ground. The flies and wasps instantly dug their greedy mouths into the imp's flesh, causing it to roll around, screeching. Within seconds, half of its head was missing, eaten away by the pestilence. The imp who was flaming the two other imps turned, its eyes dull and confused. Randedly reached out and pressed, and the pestilence rose up off the first imp and attacked this second imp, or at least most of the insects did. Some admittedly stayed, gnawing on the imp on the ground. It even earned Randedly another skill level. After watching them for several minutes, Randedly concluded that it was a useful skill, but currently not deadly. Although they could eat a lot of the imp's flesh, it was mostly just superficial wounds. He suspected that the skill would fare slightly better now that it was LVL5, but not enough to make a difference. Still, it would be excellent at distracting enemies and reaching hard to catch enemies, like the cat. With magic missile and summon pestilence, Randedly felt much more confident about facing the enemies beyond the edge of the boundary. Sweat dripped down Randedly's brow as he faced the enemies in front of him. He had made a terrible mistake. If he had encountered a singular cat, there was no doubt in Randedly's mind that he would have been able to handle it easily. And indeed, there was only a single cat in front of him. But of course, there were also two lizard men wielding scimitars. Randedly had stumbled across the lizard men and decided to risk a fight. But coincidentally, Randedly and the cat appeared at almost the same moment, ambushing the lizard men, and had both frozen. Now an uneasy and aggressive truce existed between the three parties. However, it seemed that the lizardmen and the cat had both come to the same conclusion and turned their eyes towards Randedly. He was the weaker party. They advanced quickly, rushing towards him, the cat turning into a blur of sharp claws and death. After a half-second of hesitation, Randedly gritted his teeth and removed something he had hoped to never use again, the strange, invigorating juice of the origin banana. It would leave him extremely weak, but the only path for a spear is forward. A man holding onto a spear cannot hesitate. Randedly gulped it down and almost immediately relaxed, a smile spreading across his face. Why had he even been worried? The cat screeched closer, its claws ripping towards him, followed by the grim-eyed lizardmen. Spinning his spear, Randedly yawned casually. And then he stepped, activating the phantom half-step, closing half the distance to the furthest back lizardman, phasing entirely through the cat and appearing next to the closest lizard man. Phantom half-step gained a skill level. Randedly made a pleased noise. This one was very hard to raise. The lizard man's eyes widened, then narrowed, but Randedly had already delivered a kick to the side of its knee, sending it stumbling. Randedly harumphed, his spear stabbing forward, catching it in the shoulder. Although the lizardman was knocked backwards, there was only a small amount of blood from the wound. It seemed like the scales were tougher than Randedly had anticipated, but Phantom Thrust had gained a skill level, so he didn't concern himself overmuch with the lack of damage. He glanced casually to the side, his left hand twisting and summoning pestilence, the insects then exploding towards the eyes of the second lizard man who was rushing forward, his scimitar raised. The insect sank into the soft flesh of its eyes and nose, causing it to open its mouth and roar, and then the remainder of the insects ripped into the soft flesh of its mouth and throat. It fell back, senseless. All in all, Randedly gained 5 levels for Summon Pestilence, controlling the insects so acutely. Raising a mana potion to his lips, Randedly turned to regard the vicious blur that was almost upon him. He instantly activated Spear Phantom's footwork in haste, throwing himself to the side, almost amused by the cat whizzing past. Strangely and disturbingly, the cat changed directions midair, rushing towards Randedly's face. Frowning, he summoned entangling roots, completely filling the space between himself and the cat. But the cat just slashed with its claws, easily ripping a hole in the roots. Fortunately, Randidly had anticipated this, and an empowered phantom onslaught rumbled forward towards the newly made hole, the dozens of stabs ripping small gashes in the cat. But still, its preternatural grace overwhelmed the opposition, and it just slid cleanly through. Only to be smashed to the side by the magic missile Randidly had summoned and left hidden behind the entangling roots. The cat hit the ground, for the first time off balance, and root manipulation exploded upwards, grasping its limbs and holding it down. For safety, Randidly hit it with 2 arcane orbs, basically emptying his mana pool. Then he strolled forward, ignoring the lizardman that had gotten up and was hurrying to his friend's side, trying to figure out why it was screaming. Randidly deftly cut off one of the cat's claws and raised it to the sky admiringly. Then he turned to face the 2 lizardmen who were staring daggers at him. Apparently the shock had passed, or the lizardman's vitality was more impressive than Randidly had thought, because his connection to the pestilence had been cut. He considered summoning some more, then laughed aloud. His mana was all gone. Instead, he spun his spear and smiled at the approaching lizardmen. They spread out to surround him, but Randidly rushed forward towards the left one, that he had stabbed previously with his spear, lashing out with a phantom thrust. The lizardman took it on the chest and pressed forward, swinging his huge scimitar. But Randidly calmly deflected the attack, then stepping to the side with Spear Phantom's footwork, positioning himself so that the lizardman couldn't attack him at the same time. Then he continued to attack and dodge and block, weaving his way between the two with Spear Phantom's footwork. It was strange, this focus, this confidence. This was probably what Shell felt all the time, Randidly thought, his smile widening. This is what he needed, this strength. They continued to fight, Randidly's stamina decreasing, but his smile never wavering, until one of the lizardmen took a huge gulp of air and spat poison, splashing it all over Randidly's arm. The lizardman's eyes curved upward in gleeful anticipation of victory, but Randidly simply laughed, ignoring the poison and the lost health, and instead stepping closer, too close, so close that both the scimitar and the spear were useless. The second lizardman circled around, trying to assist his friend, but the first just hissed in a gloating fashion, dropping its scimitar and reaching forward with its scaly hands, confident in its strength. And it was right to be, Randidly reflected. The strength of the lizardman was undoubtedly higher than his, but Randidly simply reached out and drew a smile across the lizardman's neck with the claw of the cat, the scales parting slightly unwillingly but cleanly. Looking down at the blood spewing from its own neck, the lizardman stilled, then fell forward. Randidly slipped out of the way and cast entangling roots on the other lizard man, his mana finally restored to a small amount after the long few minutes of scuffling with the lizardmen. It hissed, and almost instantly ripped the roots out of the ground with brute strength surging forward. Randidly shook his head sorrowfully. There was no rest for the wicked, he supposed. Relying on the distracting explosion, Randidly used the rest of his mana to hit the lizardman in the face with a fireball. The flash of light, smoke, and heat caused it to stumble, and Randidly rained empowered phantom thrusts upon it, ripping hole after hole after hole in its skin. After several desperate swipes, it finally gave up on Randidly as prey and turned and ran, abandoning the body of its comrade. Randidly watched it go, admiring how much health it must have for it to shrug off all of those attacks. The timing was good too, because the last few phantom thrusts were just for show. Randidly's whole body was trembling, and he could hardly stand. The banana serum had run off. Inwardly, Randidly resolved himself to never use it again. It could become like a drug if he relied on it too heavily. More than that, he wanted the strength to succeed on his own, not strength by relying on a strange potion. Still, the results were pretty compelling. Aside from the skill levels he had noticed at the beginning of the fight, he had also gained 1 level of haste, 3 of Spear Phantom's footwork, 1 of physical fitness, 2 of dagger mastery, 1 of phantom thrust, 1 arcane orb, 1 entangling roots, 3 of magic missile, 1 fireball, and 2 for edge of decay. Randidly considered his status screen. Randidly Ghost Hound. Class level NA. Health R per hour, 206 279, plus 6 114 plus 9. Mana R per hour, 139 273, 53.25. Stam R per min, 105 240 740 1.5 plus 3. Vit 33 plus 3. End 30. SDR 18. Agi 42 plus 3. Perception 23. Reaction 24. Resistance 9. Willpower 52. Intelligence 56. Wisdom 30. Control 36. Focus 19. Equipment average leather tunic LVL 5 plus 2 Vit, gloves of quickness Vit plus 1, Agi plus 3. pp. 21. Skills running LVL 17, physical fitness LVL 26, sneak LVL 20, farming LVL 20, mana bolt LVL 28, heavy blow LVL 22, acid resistance LVL 22, poison resistance LVL 14, sprinting LVL 13, iron skin LVL 25, equip LVL 16, plant breeding LVL 9, meditation LVL 27, dagger mastery LVL 10. Entangling roots LVL 29, mana shield LVL 23, dodge LVL 27, potion making LVL 20, analyze LVL 24, pathfinding LVL 8, mapmaker LVL 4, spear mastery LVL 38, phantom thrust LVL 40, pain resistance LVL 11, fighting proficiency LVL 28, first aid LVL 12, block LVL 24, spear phantom's footwork LVL 26. Eyes of the spear phantom LVL 16, phantom half step LVL 5, mental strength LVL 8, curse resistance LVL 3, root manipulation LVL 24, spear of rot mastery LVL 11, arcane orb LVL 20, haste LVL 12, phantom onslaught LVL 10, sweep LVL 11, spear deflect LVL 5, empower LVL 9, calculated blow LVL 11, roundhouse kick LVL 6, fireball LVL 3. Magic missile LVL 4, healing palm LVL 5, pollen of the Rafflesia LVL 2, edge of decay LVL 3, summon pestilence LVL 10. Randedly certainly had a lot of skills now, and some PP saved up, but first things first, he picked up the cat body and the lizard man, grunting at the surprising weight, and began to trudge back towards the boundary. After meditating back up to full health, mana, and stamina, Randedly distributed his PP, finishing the potion-making path. As he had suspected, he earned a skill, Refine, which let him use mana to refine materials to more purified versions of themselves. Immediately Randedly tried it, making more concentrated versions of the potion ingredients, and producing a mana potion that would restore 130 mana in a single drink. Over the course of it, Refine increased by 2 levels, and potion making by 1. Now he was really looking forward to obtaining more containers to hold potions. Randedly then started on the Monster Slayer path, which would take 100 PP. He was leery about it, but the fact that the previous rewards were regeneration rates made him commit to it. He put the rest of his PP in, but was pleasantly surprised to find he also got 1 stat every 10 PP. Even more pleasantly surprising was the gains from Spear of Rot Mastery. Like Green Spear Mastery, it gave out benefits every 5, but the rotation had changed to 10 mana, plus 1 vitality and control, plus 10 stamina, plus 2 stats. Basically the only thing that hadn't changed was the 2 stats, everything else had doubled in effectiveness. Randedly once more pulled up his status screen, and this time focused on his stats. Stat total was now at 378, which put him very close to gaining access to the apprentice path and the related skills. What he needed to do now was focus, or at least make a decision in regards to how he wanted to distribute his stats from now on. Recently, he had been putting points into intelligence, to keep the power of his spells high and to raise his mana pool. In addition, Spear of Rot Mastery would passively give him an acceptable amount of vitality and control. What was increasingly becoming clear was that the benefits of not having a class would become more and more evident as he gained more and more skills and could accomplish more paths. It was frustrating that it seemed like most of the higher-level paths gave out fewer rewards. In addition, unlike an individual with a few skills that they would polish repeatedly, Randedly spread his attention across a wide variety of things. His skills would be weaker, even if his bag of tricks was larger. Sighing, Randedly settled back, leaning against a tree. That probably wouldn't be true until the end game, but it was good to be aware of the drawback now. He needed to choose his direction. Randedly spent a few minutes reorganizing his skills, sorting them into categories. Then he examined them again. Skills Soul Skill, Spear of Rot Mastery LVL 35. Combat Spear Mastery LVL 38. Phantom Thrust LVL 40. Spear Phantom's Footwork LVL 26. Eyes of the Spear Phantom LVL 16. Phantom Half Step LVL 5, Heavy Blow LVL 22, Dagger Mastery LVL 10, Iron Skin LVL 25, Dodge LVL 27, Fighting Proficiency LVL 28, Block LVL 24, Haste LVL 12, Phantom Onslaught LVL 10, Sweep LVL 11. Spear Deflect LVL 5, Empower LVL 9, Calculated Blow LVL 11, Roundhouse Kick LVL 6, Edge of Decay LVL 3. Spells Entangling Roots LVL 29, Mana Bolt LVL 28, Mana Shield LVL 23, Root Manipulation LVL 24, Arcane Orb LVL 20, Fireball LVL 3, Magic Missile LVL 4, Healing Palm LVL 5, Pollen of the Rafflesia LVL 3, Summon Pestilence LVL 10. Crafting Potion Making LVL 21, Farming LVL 20, plant breeding LVL9, mapmaker LVL4, analyze LVL24, refine LVL3. Auxiliary physical fitness LVL26, meditation LVL27, running LVL17, sprinting LVL13, sneak LVL20, acid resistance LVL22, poison resistance LVL14, pain resistance LVL11, first aid LVL12, equip LVL16, pathfinding LVL8, mental strength LVL8, curse resistance LVL3. All in all, he currently had a lot of combat skills, which meant that would be a good area to focus. At the same time, he recognized the utility that being a mage gave him, especially for now. No one else, aside from that girl Lyra with Sam, could use spells. It gave him a power that no one else had. Also, like Randidley had discovered previously, it wasn't difficult to practice mana and stamina things at the same time. The issue would be to integrate them well. From the combat type skills, he would continue to focus on the spear and the spear phantom skills. In addition, working on haste and empower would yield benefits all around. Crafting was a separate category, and when he had spare time, he would work on farming, plant breeding, and potion making to provide utility for the rest of his skills. The other decision would be what he would focus on for spells. Randidley really enjoyed his new spells and suspected that they would level up to become increasingly powerful. In addition, entangling roots and root manipulation were the things that lead him down this path, and he would continue to work on those. What it really came down to was which of the offensive spells would Randidley focus. After quite a bit of thought, he chose Fireball, even though it didn't make sense. No, perhaps he chose it exactly because it didn't make sense. A green mage spearman who also wielded fire, that was almost counterproductive. Randidley smiled to himself. It also seemed really cool, and he supposed after all of his hard work he could choose to be willful at a time like this. With those in mind, he would concentrate his stats on agility, intelligence, and control. He would harass and dominate with skill levels of spear skills, and follow it up with restrictive spells. Finally, he would have a high intelligence to unleash powerful flame spells to crack enemies with tough defenses. Randidley nodded to himself, satisfied. Looking at the sky, it still seemed like it was before noon. Inwardly he wavered, but then his eyes narrowed. He could not run from danger. He would go back beyond the boundary, seeking more challenges. That was the only way he could grow. Randidley returned to the camp at around 4 p.m., hungry and exhausted. Within him he had 2 cat bodies, 2 lizard men, and a strange scorpion the size of a large dog. Of them all, the scorpion had been the most dangerous. It had stung Randidley before he had even seen it, and a creeping paralysis came up his leg. Luckily, his poison resistance was so high to begin with, because he was barely able to crack the scorpion's shell and burn its brain with a fireball before he had become almost rigid from the poison. The paralysis had lasted several minutes and had put an end to the adventure beyond the boundary. After that, Randidley was ready for some rest. He had gained 2 levels in poison resistance, 1 in running, entangling roots, summon pestilence, and meditation, and another 6 in fireball. He had focused on fireball, using it to secure most of his kills. When Randidley returned to his cabin, he was surprised to find several men tending his fields. After watching them for several minutes, determining they weren't doing that badly of a job, Randidley retired to his cabin. Strangely, it was already occupied. Lyra sat on the pallet that Randidley used as a bed in those rare moments he actually rested, moving multicolored balls of mana in strange patterns. He coughed lightly to get her attention, and she sat up and gave him a withering look. "Get mugged on the way home. You look like you lost a fight with a homeless man." Randidley ignored her, dumping the bodies in the corner of the cabin. They would probably smell eventually, but for now. Actually, would they rot faster because of his edge of decay skill? That was slightly worrisome for providing good materials for Sam to craft. But Sam had mentioned something about a way to preserve the bodies, so she gave the bodies a glance and hopped up, flouncing past him. "Sam wants to talk to you, and Donnie, and Daniel, and Declan has been making eyes at your cabin. Is it nice being popular?" And with that, she left. Sighing, Randidley rubbed his head and grabbed a glass for water. He had noticed that there were a lot more people hanging around the village, seemingly almost 100. Although he wasn't sure why this was, if they all got a class, and tried to hold off against a wave of over 1,000 enemies. Shaking his head, he picked the bodies back up and went towards Sam, one thing at a time. Randidley was glad that he went to Sam first, because he had good news. He had created boots from the cat fur and claws Randidley had given him previously, and they seemed to be of decent quality. Unfortunately, his equip level still was too low to take advantage of the bonuses. For now, he didn't even bother looking at them, refusing to allow himself to be excited over nothing. He put them on and left Sam with the bodies, heading back up towards the village. As he walked past his cabin, he once more gave the men tending his fields long looks. But ultimately, they seemed to mean well, as they at least had a basic grasp of harvesting the fruit without destroying the plant, so he once more held his tongue. In the area between the cabin and the village, around a dozen lean-tos, of a much lower quality than Sam's had sprung up. Much more official-looking was the wall that was being erected around the village. At this point it was made of stacked logs and mud chest height. Apparently one of the new arrivals had some ideas about construction, because there was also a shoddy-looking gate. There were even a few people hanging around the gate, as if they were guards, making this seem like a much more official village. They all hurried out of Randidley's way, however, as he approached. Even he wasn't prepared for what was awaiting him within the wall. His initial guess had put the people around the village at 100, but there were more than 300 people sitting around, crouched in groups, whispering to each other. Daniel, who was talking to a large group of people, saw Randidley arrive and hurried over to him. "Thank God you are here. Big news, bad news. Apparently the mayor over at the town went crazy after obtaining his class and is driving a bunch of people away. Donnie is just letting everyone get a class if they wish, but..." Daniel looked at the ground and then finally said, "Are you really not going to help at all tonight?" "No, I'm not," Randidley confirmed, eyeing the people around him critically. So there had been some sort of shift in power over at the nearby base, Going tomorrow to investigate and see about the glass containers was even more important. But for now. Randidley turned back to Daniel. "I didn't want to do this, but talk to Donnie and get him to purchase the miscellaneous shop and buy vials for potions. I won't participate, but that doesn't mean I won't help prepare you." Declan narrowed his eyes, looking at the tide of monsters rushing towards the village. There were a lot of people, dead weight in Declan's opinion, who didn't choose to take a class and attempt to grow stronger. These people were just here for a place to rest, so the final count of individuals with classes was 77. There were even several newcomers with rather interesting classes, but Declan didn't give them much attention, even the pretty girls who came over. After all, without the Gausshound, this would be a long night. It was hard to tell how many of the 77 would remain in the morning. A monster wouldn't check how pretty you were before it ripped your face off and munched on your organs. As instructed by the ghost hound, they had spent most of today sorting themselves into groups based on how they would build. The results were skewed. 34, most of which were people who survived the earlier days, were going a strength build and were under Dozer's lead. They were a rough-looking group, but honestly everyone was, after several days of killing monsters without showers. Declan had 27 men under him, focusing on speed, scouting, hiding, and of course killing. It wasn't true that stats had to follow body type, so it was slightly surprising how many huge men had chosen to build speed, their bodies now rushing around with an unnatural grace. 10 had chosen, or been pressured into, the roles of damage soaks, most of their points going into vitality and endurance. They followed Donnie, and were standing rather nervously with their shields made by Sam, standing behind the gate. The remaining 6 were mage types, with a rare useful individual who had a rare blue mage class. She was a woman in her 40s that had apparently been a rather avid Dungeons and Dragons player at the local library, and had surprisingly embraced the new world quite quickly, chopping at the bit to get herself a class. 2 of the other mages were Ptolemy and an individual who got the class Herbalist, which meant they would mostly focus on healing. Ultimately, their long-range firepower amounted to 3 dunces throwing mana bolts and the blue mage tossing icicles. It was a far cry from the devastation that the ghost hound could cause. The one bright spot was that the ghost hound had provided potions, a lot of them. Declan reached down and felt the 10 at his belt, 5 stamina, 4 health, 1 mana. But then someone on the wall began beating a drum, signaling that they were coming. "First group to the front," Donnie shouted, leading a group of 8 people, including Dozer, to the front. These were the veterans who could take the brunt of the damage, while the 20 or so people behind them would rotate in to give the village's ringers a breather. Behind them, the rest of the class individuals waited in reserve, with Daniel, in case monsters scaled the walls. The NCCs, or non-class characters, as they had been jokingly referred to, huddled around the central building and the 2 strange shops that Donnie had purchased. Declan shook his head and gave a hand signal to the 20 men with him. As a unit, they scaled the wall, which was rather easy from the inside, and crouched low on the outside of the wall, waiting. Once the fighting started, Declan's job was to sweep the stragglers who couldn't make it to the fighting at the gate, ones that tried to surround the village. Although the term used was stragglers, Declan was under no impressions that his job would be easy. If anything, it would be the hardest, but he just grinned. That's how he wanted it. He heard it the moment that fighting started. There was a slam and defiant shouts from the defenders and growls and hisses from the monsters. A golden glow exploded from the gate, Donnie using his skill Aegis to boost the health and stamina of those around him. Declan didn't like the punk, but had to admit that his class was incredibly useful, especially in larger fights like this. After a few minutes, Declan heard the sounds of approaching monsters. Smiling slightly, he drew his daggers and gestured to his subordinates. They had work to do. Donnie couldn't breathe and hadn't been able to for a long time. He also didn't have time to check his status. He just kept his shield up with one arm, downing mana potions with the other and activating Aegis. 3 wolverines and a lizard rushed into the man to Donnie's left, sending him stumbling back. I can't, Donnie thought to himself, just wanting to drop and let it all go, but instead he found himself stepping forward. The step was unwilling, and he could practically feel Randidley's foot against his back, shoving him forward. And the question that had kept Donnie up these past 2 days rang incessantly in the back of his mind. What will you do, Donnie? His shield bash took the lizard in the side of the head, stunning it, his sword whipping out to stab into its shoulder. Stab and retreat, sidestepping and stabbing again. The man behind the guy who was knocked back had been blocked by the displaced person, but the individual behind Donnie had not. Greco had been one of the first people to get a class, and was a grizzled man just south of 40. When Donnie shifted over to the left, Greco shifted up, his huge axe smashing down towards an unsuspecting Wolverine. It was Daniel's idea, originally, following a frontline strategy similar to Roman legions. No one had been an expert in history, but they had muddled their way through to a working concept, and it had been working well enough for the first 20 minutes or so. But now everyone was losing their edge as the battle dragged on longer than they had anticipated. Donnie felt 3 taps on his back and stepped back gratefully, 2 people moving forward to take his place. After about 10 feet, Donnie felt confident enough to turn around, looking at the resting warriors. Dozer was there, his chest heaving, throwing back 2 stamina potions at once. Seeing him do so, Donnie blinked, then considered his own status screen. Donnie blinked slowly, looking at his status. No wonder he felt completely wiped. He had almost used up all of his stamina. He slowly removed his last 3 stamina potions and drank them all. Ptolemy trotted up to Thim and looked at him in askance, but Donnie just waved him away. One of the new recruits was vomiting off to the side. Everyone's eyes looked dead, the way Donnie felt on the inside. What will you do, Donnie? But still, for some strange reason, he found his feet moving and he was walking over towards Dozer. A notification popped up, but Donnie largely ignored it, aside from an annoyed grunt that another one of his skill slots was taken. Congratulations, you have learned the passive skill leadership LVL1. It's either this or death, and I refuse to die a virgin, Donnie said awkwardly, patting Dozer on the back. Dozer's body stilled. The other veterans, barely catching their breath without the aid of the huge supply of stamina potions Donnie and Dozer had been given, stilled. Then they all began to laugh. Your skill leadership has grown to LVL2. Do not worry, I'll have my girl personally suck your dick if we live through the night, Dozer said, slapping his knee and guffawing. The surrounding men chuckled. Even the few women seemed slightly amused. Donnie said, wondering if it really worked like that. Would girlfriends suck the dick of other people if their boyfriend asked them to? Then he shook his head and accepted a non-cracked shield from another NCC who was hanging around, as well as a health and stamina potion. This is the last of it, the NCC said, his expression nervous. But Donnie just smiled and turned to Dozer, ready to get back to work. Randidley returned to camp with a heavy heart, heedless of the wanton celebration around them. From what he gathered, the newbie village had done well, with less than 10 people dying. For a system-enhanced world, that was worthy of celebration. People were already cutting down more trees and carrying bodies away, even though it was barely dawn, but Randidley ignored them. Over the course of the night, he had gained 2 levels in Equip, a level in Sneak and Eyes of the Spear Phantom, and 3 in Pollen of the Rafflesia. He had stood among the monster horde heading towards the nearby town, letting his pollen passively fall, curious on how the nearby town would handle the monster wave. Based on the number of monsters, they had let at least 180 people get classes, but they didn't use their people, they used guns. They had 2 heavy-mounted machine guns blasting the entire time. Although it seemed reasonable, based on Sam getting the driving skill, there were probably shooting skills, but guns required bullets. Unless something very weird happened with the geography, there shouldn't be a facility to produce more bullets near here. But still, Randidley supposed that was a possibility, so they either had bases very near a person who could mass-produce bullets, or a person who didn't care that they would soon run out. Either way, it was a worrisome sign for the future. Randidley returned to his cabin, but once again was stopped before he could retire for his night training. A tall man stood in front of his cabin, leaning on the door. He was wearing one of Sam's sewed-together cloaks, but it looked like this one was of much higher quality than most. Randidley could tell that some of the cat fur he had brought back had been used around the throat. Perhaps the most distinctive feature about the man was his face. He had deep, brooding eyes and a chiseled jawline. He also seemed oddly familiar, but Randidley set that aside for now. Yes, Randidley asked, annoyed. The man chuckled, and it was a warm and attractive sound. Inwardly, Randidley's dislike grew. Maybe it's my vanity, but I'm surprised. Well, never mind. The world really has changed. I'm Cal Drake. I was wondering if you could do me a favor. A small light bulb went on in Randidley's head at the name. He dimly remembered that Cal Drake was a rather famous action star and there definitely was a movie. Seeing Randidley's confused expression, Cal smiled helplessly. Seems that doesn't mean anything to you. Well, that's fine. It's simple. Sam seems to like staying with your group, but the rest of us aren't so comfortable. I would like for you to take us to the other village in the morning. After Cal had left, Randidly sat down for meditation and pondered it in the dark. So this famous action star was one of the hooded figures that Randidly had seen. It also explained why both Lyra and Elaine were so attractive. They were probably all actresses. And the fact that he came himself without using Sam probably meant they were leaving without telling Sam should Randidly let it happen like this. His meditation skill level increased, distracting him, and he sighed. The whole point of letting Donnie be village chieftain was to avoid dumb problems like this. How did it end up happening anyway? Why did people not just leave him alone? In a few hours, the fourth day would dawn, over halfway towards the end of the newbie zone. Although he would likely be able to survive, he had less hopes for the rest of the group. Perhaps this village was doomed to fail. Perhaps this whole world was a death trap. Randidly only had around an hour before the sun fully dawned, but it was enough to level up Empower and summon Pestilence. He stood slowly, considering Cal's request. It's not that he minded fulfilling it, but the real question. His eyes sharpened as someone walked up to his cabin. Randidly exited, finding Sam. Sam simply grunted. Based on your face, Cal came and saw you right, and you were wondering whether to tell me. He spat off to the side. As if I give a shit about that prima donna. The real problem is he is insisting that the rest go with him so they don't get so separated from the real world that they start to think this is what life is like. Randidly chuckled. What does he think is out there? Place where monsters don't exist. A place where the weak don't die. Yay, honestly. They stood in silence for several seconds. Randidly rubbed his neck uncomfortably. Well, I'm going to the town to get those potion containers. The 50 we got for last night were helpful, but a surprising amount were just dropped on the ground after use. If they want to come, I'll take them there. But there is something strange about that town. You believe the rumors that the mayor has gone crazy? Sam asked. Randidly shrugged. I guess I'll find out today. The group that went with Randidly to the nearby town ended up being Cal, Elaine, the fourth, still-cloaked woman, and Declan, who caught them as they were leaving. It seemed to be a sore subject that Lyra wasn't coming, based on the grim line of Cal's mouth, but Randidly made no effort to talk with the group anyway, and let it slide. He was slightly more perturbed by Declan, who followed him closely with his eyes the entire route. Any enemies they encountered Randidly dispatched quickly with a powerful mana bolt. Perhaps no one noticed but Declan, but his intelligence and skill level were combining to make the mana bolts instantly deadly. One struck a lizard and smashed it into the tree behind it, cracking the tree. The group watched the tree slowly topple, and then continued on in silence. Randidly knew that the town itself was back towards the location that he exited the dungeon, and didn't have any better idea on where to approach to enter it, so he walked back towards the area with the machine gun nests. The rest followed. Honestly, it was something of an oversight that they hadn't at least sent someone out to scout the nearby newbie village. Null's attitude towards the other village seemed to indicate that there was some kind of competition between the villages, but it was hard to tell anything with him. He still didn't act the same around Randidly as he did for the rest. Null was also completely tight-lipped about his own origins, although Randidly didn't doubt that Daniel interrogated him on the subject at every chance he got, and if Daniel couldn't drag the answer out of him. They crossed through the forest with only one small incident. A group of imps had been lurking below a hill, hidden from Randidly's sight. When they walked over the crest of the hill, the imps rushed outward with gleeful shrieks. There were 7, and 2 were close enough that Randidly moved instantly to them, his spear flashing out before they could even attack. 4 more were instantly crushed by mana bolts. Only one had enough time to get off an attack in this doomed ambush, a blast of fire that missed Randidly completely, rendering his peremptory mana shield useless. Instead, the fire rushed towards the still-cloaked figure. At that moment, Declan stepped forward and used his small buckler shield to take the brunt of the force, grunting and getting slightly burned, but surviving. Within a second, the offending imp was dead. The issue arose when the surprise of having a ball of fire thrown at her caused the cloaked figure to shriek and fall backwards, her cloak unraveling around her head, revealing long blonde hair and a beautiful face. Declan turned with disdain towards the weakling he had been forced to save, and then froze as he saw her face. "You aren't you Vivian Plath?" Randidly scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of what was happening. It seemed like she was famous too, but he had never been one to pay too close attention to actors, and what with the system taking over their lives. Cal stepped forward. "Yes, but now's probably not the time for this. Let's continue to safety." "Oh yay, I'm just such a huge fan of your work," Declan said lamely, still staring at Vivian. She kept her eyes on the ground as she stood, pulling her hood back up over her face. Declan's gaze followed her as they began to move again, heading deeper into the town. Randidly had gained a level in pathfinding by the time they reached the area he had spawned, and they wordlessly followed the weird half-street in the woods to a cross street, letting them head deeper into the town. Bodies of monsters just littered the streets, rotting, a testament to the town's victory last night over the monster horde. The group was oddly silent, even Declan's fixation on Vivian swayed as they stepped over the rotting flesh. Noid randomly waved his hand and used root manipulation to lift bodies out of the center of the road, clearing a path. They walked down the road for about 300 meters before they came to a bus parked sideways, effectively blocking the road. The area around the bus had boards nailed up. It likely wouldn't withstand an actual assault by monsters, but an intimidating mounted machine gun sat on top of bus, a hefty warning to any who wanted to approach. When they were about 20 meters away, the guard who had been sitting at the gun straightened, his eyes widening as the bodies in the road shifted, pressed to the side by Randidley's roots. "Stop right there." Declan was bored. The guard had hailed them to stop, then sent for someone higher up on the food chain to deal with them. As it was, they were simply standing in the street, stinking of rot. Declan glanced at Vivian again, his heart thundering in his ears. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the weirdos that hung out with Sam were famous actresses and actors. And of all people, Vivian Plath. Movement on top of the bus brought Declan's attention back around. The tall black police officer looked over their group. "You shouldn't have come," he said simply, a small hint of something in his voice. It wasn't fear, it was more like dread, and it seemed like the ghost hound had heard it too because when he spoke, his voice was sharp. "Some of our camp preferred yours. And also we had a deal." "That is true," but the police officer hesitated. He opened his mouth to speak, but another voice overrode him. "Ha ha ha, we have guests." Well. An average-looking man stepped forward. His face was unoffensive, but also not very attractive. There were only two distinct features of his countenance. The first was his sneer. The second was the huge, tacky crown he wore. Almost unwilling, the police officer stepped to the side and the crown man stepped forward. "We get a lot of refugees coming to my town. What makes you different? Why should you be allowed entry?" Declan wrinkled his nose at the arrogance, and it seemed like it didn't sit well with Cal either. The ghost hound seemed rather bored, his eyes scanning the nearby rooftops. But Vivian wasn't dissuaded, stepping forward and removing her hood. "Please, there's no civilization out there. We just need a place to stay, that's all we ask." And afterwards, Vivian smiled. Declan didn't know how she did it in the post-makeup and showers world, but she looked stunning. The crown man seemed similarly taken with her. "Oh wow, you're beautiful. Hey, aren't you that actress?" A satisfied smile spread across Vivian's face. "Haha, those were different times. It's honestly embarrassing. I'm not sure what to do when the world is like this." "Oh, no worries." The crown man's smile was huge now. "You and your friends are more than welcome. Come in, all of you." Eager Cal and Elaine walked forward, following Vivian. Even Declan felt a strange regret, a weird compulsion to follow. He shook his head ruefully. Vivian had apparently really done a number on his head. "Elaine." The ghost hound spoke shortly as the tall, honey-skinned woman passed him. She stopped, almost unwilling, a hint of disgust turning the corners of her mouth down. "Yes. I have two friends, Sydney Harp and Ace Ridge. While you are inside, ask around to see if anyone knows anything about them. Please." Elaine blinked and then laughed, her eyes crinkling up at the corners. Honestly, every time I assume something about you, you end up proving me wrong. I'll look for your friends, but you protect Lyra all right. I can't tell if she's spoiled or playing the fool, but she really has no self-preservation instincts with the world like this. "I will," the ghost hound responded, and Elaine turned to follow Cal and Vivian. The ghost hound turned and gestured to Declan, who followed behind him as they began the long walk back through the streets filled with rotting flesh. "Oi, where are you two going?" The voice was cold enough to make the hairs on the back of Declan's neck prickle. Glancing over his shoulder, dismissively, Declan saw the crown man was still leering at them. The ghost hound didn't even bother to respond. "H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. I give you a personal invitation and you blow me off. Interesting. How about you kneel and beg for my clemency?" Declan stopped abruptly and dropped to his knees as if his legs had lost all of their strength. He blinked slowly, looking down at his legs, which refused to move. What was going on? Interesting. Declan looked up to find the ghost hound still standing, turning and measuring the crowned man with his eyes. "I assume you would be the mayor. I've heard rumors about you." The man bared his teeth. "Call me Constance, and I am the king, so kneel before royalty, peasant." "Congratulations, your skill mental strength has increased 1 LVL. The notification took Randidley by surprise. He had a weird pressure in his head, but hadn't imagined that he would encounter an enemy that could use mental attacks. And this enemy was the leader of the nearby newbie village. Due to the presence of a bunch of random people, including the eccentric seeming leader, Randidley wanted to leave for now and come back later to confront the police officer. It wasn't worth the hassle of dealing with this many people to resolve this, not when he could simply sneak in and steal what he wanted. But if the other wanted to be an asshole— "Interesting," Randidley said, turning to look back towards the ridiculous man wearing the crown, who he assumed was the source. There had certainly been something strange about the way he spoke, but without the notification, Randidley probably wouldn't have noticed it was a skill. The combination of his high willpower and the mental strength skill made most things like that useless. I assume you would be the mayor. I've heard rumors about you. Although his tone was light, Randedly was inwardly pondering how to handle this situation. If the mayor's skill was enough to control basically everyone else, having a base next to them would certainly make things difficult. On the other hand, he certainly could use his influence to obtain what Randedly wanted quickly. Was it worth the risk? Perhaps killing him was the best option. Randedly frowned. No, it definitely was the best option. But there was a certain part of him, the remnants of the person he had been before, who was repulsed by the thought of killing another man in cold blood. In self-defense, perhaps, but an anticipatory killing. Although it was pretty obvious this guy was deranged. The man bared his teeth. Call me Constance. And I am the king, so kneel before royalty, peasant. A slight tremor went through Randedly's body, and then he laughed aloud, amused at the fact he had gained another skill level in mental strength, and by Constance's words. Did you seriously call yourself king? I suppose the world has a definite fantasy cast these days, but I wouldn't have imagined someone would be willing to take it so far so quickly. Randedly supposed he should be happy that so many people were willing to fight against monsters so quickly after the world changed. Admittedly, the presence of rabid wolverines and fire-throwing imps helped, but still. Constance was just looking at him in shock, seemingly lost. Something in Randedly's mind abruptly clicked. Oh, your random class, it literally ended up being king. That explains your strange skills, but not your behavior. Randedly remarked, shocking himself with how chatty he was today. He supposed he was just in a good mood from gaining 2 skill levels so quickly. A king has 3 burdens and 3 tools, Constance said slowly, his eyes malicious. The first is the will of the people. In my hand I hold their hammer. By their will you will kneel. Randedly snorted, shrugging off the mental pressure almost instantly. You can only throw as much of that will as you can handle, and I guarantee you can handle less than I can. I was raised for this. Grinding his teeth, Constance stepped forward to the edge of the bus and pointed at him. The king's second burden, the second tool, the weight of their country. On my shoulders I bear its mantle. It will crush you. This time Randedly staggered, taken slightly aback by the immense physical pressure that fell on him. Ultimately, it didn't seem to be so immense as it felt initially, but the fact it was able to catch him off balance was impressive. Although his strength was only 18, so perhaps it wasn't so surprising. And now you die. Guards, gun them down, Constance remarked coldly, and 2 guards stepped forward with submachine guns. The guard at the mounted gun pulled its barrel around, aiming towards Randedly and Declan. The 3 individuals heading into the embrace of Constance had thrown themselves into the piles of body lining the road, terrified. Randedly's eyes flashed. Roots ripped up through the bus and grabbed the ankles of the 2 submachine gunners, twisting and throwing them to the ground. The roots also rose up and gripped the mounted gun, ripping out the bullet belt and forcing the barrel to point towards the sky. You, Constance's voice was furious, but Randedly's eyes were already cold and determined he had made his decision. No second chances. Randedly produced an arcane orb in each hand and pressed them together, the combination sputtering and twisting violently, and the collision of energy shot itself towards the bus. It was difficult to maintain the projectile, the energies wanting to violently explode on any contact, even with each other. But Randedly forced his will on the object as it shot forward. He ignored the 2 skill levels he received for this action and closed his eyes. The explosion rocked the road, turning most nearby corpses to mush. The bus was thrown backward, ripping the boards off from their hastily made nailings, ending up about 5 million further away, a huge hole in the middle of it. With a grinding noise, the bus rocked backwards and stilled. Through it, Randedly could see the crumpled form of Constance, who had been thrown off the bus and onto the ground. The weight lifted from his shoulders. Randedly wasted no time in rushing forward. The king would die this day. As he burst through the hole in the bus, he was met with a hail of gunfire, as the nearby guards had enough presence of mind to pull out their small-caliber weapons and fire. Randedly's mana shield took most of the bullets, breaking after 10 or 12, and by then he was already through the choke point and rushing towards Constance. Randedly saw the head police officer off to the side, scrambling to his feet, but he wouldn't make it in time. But in a move that surprised Randedly immensely, Constance sprung up to his feet, whirling around and grabbed Randedly's hand. The final burden, the final tool, the mandate of God, Gesh. On my head I wear their crown, you belong to me. This time Randedly shook a huge mental attack, slamming against him. Grunting, Randedly tried to withdraw his hand, but the flesh of his and Constance's seemed to have been bonded. For several seconds he futilely struggled, attempting to pull his hand away. But whatever it was, this skill was somehow preventing it, and Randedly was beginning to feel that the mental attacks were growing stronger, originating from that hand contact. His mental strength improved once more, but still the attacks came. Narrowing his eyes, Randedly focused and poured all his mana, funneling it all into summon pestilence, creating a huge humming cloud of flesh-hungry insects. He directed them towards their stuck hands and told them devour. Constance began screaming as the bugs attacked both of their hands, but still the bugs were deaf to his cries, a powerful willpower pressing them onwards. Even as he maintained his will, Randedly swayed unsteadily. But then he gritted his teeth and marshaled himself, enduring the next wave of mental attacks. The insects ripped and tore, digging their pincers into the flesh to rip it away bit by bit. Bite by bite they feasted. And then their hands finally parted, Constance's hand having been picked clean of any scraps of flesh, leaving only bone. The insects hadn't let them alone either, and they all sported visible tiny teeth marks and scratches. Randedly directed the insects to continue attacking Constance and looked at his hand, steadying himself. There were some small marks, but the difference in their endurance made Randedly's hand a much more difficult meal for the insects, and thus they opted for the soft flesh of Constance's body. "Wait, you must stop," the policeman shouted, running forward. Randedly regarded him coolly, his head still pounding from whatever skill Constance had tried to use on him. Constance continued to scream, clawing at his mouth and nose as bugs burrowed their way into them, directed by Randedly's will. All in all, it was quite satisfying. He pressed them onward, aiming to devour his tongue completely. He even got a skill level in Summon Pestilence. "Please, you must let him live. He's the only thing holding this town together. If it falls, really want the burden of all these refugees on your shoulders." The bugs continued to buzz, ripping small pieces of Constance's flesh away. "You want the glassware right. That is only possible with him. If he dies, things will be too fractured for you to get your glassware." Randedly thought about it for a bit, but did not call off the insects. The screams from within the buzzing cloud grew louder and louder. The police officer stared on helplessly, but a new voice cut across. "Let the man live, and I will give you this." A strange man appeared with a serious expression, offering Randedly a large black coin. There was something familiar, but then Randedly stilled. This was the same emblem that was on the golden coins used to found newbie villages, except the design on this coin was larger and more complex. A black Nexus coin, and as Randedly studied the figure, he realized why he looked familiar. Even though this figure had different mild features, there was the same vacuous smile on his face, the same empty eyes. "This was the village. How will that help me?" The screams now grew hoarse, the volume dropping precipitously to rasping moans. The village spirit paled but shook his head. I cannot, please. You must understand, we can only walk on the paths in front of us. To tell you is not my path. I am but one half of a whole, but if this man dies." Something cracked on the spirit's face and his whole form shimmered, then refocused. There were no tears in his eyes, but his eyes were empty. "Please." The only noise that Randedly could hear now was the buzzing of insects, but then, to his own surprise, Randedly sighed and then snapped his fingers. He didn't know why, really. Part of it was the lack of threat, and part of it was the glassware, and part of it was some sliver of him that hesitated in taking another's life. But a bigger part of it, there was something about this spirit, a sadness over its own fate that swayed him. Even still, Randedly rumbled, taking the coin. "You owe me." This, Null's eyes widened, looking at the black coin. Randedly regretted taking it, because Constance would undoubtedly become a problem in the future, if his skill was already at a point that it could threaten him. Randedly's eyes narrowed, but he would not make the same mistakes twice. Next time the king would die before he could activate his strange abilities. "I hope it's worth the trouble that asshole is going to be," Declan mumbled, his arms folded across his chest. "Of course it is," Null insisted, his eyes glittering. "This will let us found the town's dungeon an entire tier early. With this our future is assured. You must give it to me." "Answers first," Randedly said firmly, tightly gripping the coin. It was around 10 a.m., and they had successfully made it back to their village after his light assault of their next-door neighbors. Hopefully that demonstration was enough to cow Constance, but Randedly wouldn't bet on it. Although in the short term, his revenge was not likely to be forthcoming, he would want to grow much stronger before he dared reveal himself in front of Randedly again. Maybe his eviscerated tongue and vocal cords would give him pause, however. Null nodded rapidly, his excited palpable. Yes, each village may form its own, kept, dungeon, typically in the trainee tier." No, Randedly shook his head slowly, his gaze never leaving Null's eyes. "Bigger answers. How could their guide have this coin?" Null stilled, his expression instantly becoming bland and non-committal. "I don't know what you mean. I think you do." Randedly saw Daniel gasp, making the same realization he did. He held up the coin. "I haven't seen one of these. And not to be arrogant, but if I haven't been able to find whatever is making these and kill it, I doubt anyone over there has either. And if it didn't come from any of the people here." Null looked troubled. "This is not something I can speak of, I promise you. I am bound. But suffice to say your suspicions are not unfounded. All guides are not created equal, which brings me to the perfect opportunity to bring you the good news. I too have a gift, and it has just been unlocked as your village chieftain got his soul skill up to LVL 100. Null's smile did nothing to dispel Randedly's suspicions. If it didn't come from the people, it came from their guide. All guides weren't created equally, he was bound. but Randedly supposed it would end up being worth it if the dungeon warped time like the dungeon he had been stuck in. So what is your gift? Is it as valuable as this? Perhaps you should be the judge of that. You seem rather intelligent. Null said smartly, smirking at him. It is something called class inheritance. Very simply, due to my influence, there is an item you can purchase from the accessory shop called a mentor stone. Using that will force a connection, giving an individual a path disciple of the individual who used the stone. When that path is complete, if you bring them to me and the mentor was from my village, I can make sure they can obtain a similar class. Randedly stilled. This was obviously a similar method to what Shall had used with him, if it were true, and they could reproduce classes with more powerful growth rates. But the fact that Shall could do it made Randedly's eyes narrow with suspicion. Was it really something due to Null, or was it something that every village unlocked at a certain level? What do you mean by similar? Daniel asked. Null shrugged mysteriously. It is hard to say, but there is some potential for change. The higher rank the class, the higher the possibility is that the class might degrade into a less powerful subset, but conversely, the lower-tiered classes might evolve. So Null asked, turning to Randedly, will this gift of mine be useful? Do you have nothing else? Randedly asked, his voice light. Null's face soured, and for a long time he said nothing. And then he finally said, there is a path you may take where balance is ended and one half may feed off the other to grow stronger. If you do so and afterwards I am still alive, I will be able to answer your questions. At the end of this small speech, Null's face was red and his whole body trembled. Randedly suspected it was a ruse. Boo, in a way, there were similarities to what the other spirit had said about being one half of a whole. Thoughtfully, Randedly handed over the large black coin. The easiest way is to just give the different ranks tiers of equipment, but I simply don't have enough high-quality materials, Sam said unhappily. Randedly rubbed his chin. He had planned on training for longer beyond the boundary today, but it seemed like he needed to go on a more harvest-focused mission. Sam required supplies to test his new theories about preserving bodies. Brooding, he turned, only to find that Declan was still following him, a perfect pack mule. After assuring Sam he would handle it and requesting Declan's aid, Randedly left the village, glad to be away. Their village had grown again, swelling to around 600 people, and based on the talk, more would be coming. The most recently arrived said that they were in a moderately sized city to the south when the system arrived, and had largely hid within their homes. When the first pillar of light appeared with the notification, they were the brave souls that ventured forth, wanting to survive. They believed that more would follow when they saw the second pillar appear, and the monsters only growing more frequent. That meant there were more varieties of monsters and golden coins just 4 days' travel south. Randedly grinned. 4 days for an average person. The other strange part about the influx of people was that the entire valley around his house was being slowly cleared, and an NCC non-class character village springing up near his cabin. They relied on the skill system for strength, but were scared away from getting a class based on the responsibility to the town involved. Some people didn't have the guts to fight off a horde of monsters every morning. That might change as Daniel figured out the logistics of the class inheritance method that Null talked about, but that would take some time. In addition, there were about a dozen full-time farmers who had completely taken care of nurturing and harvesting Randedly's plants. He felt a pang in his heart at the missed opportunities for skill levels, but he supposed that he had other skills which were more necessary to train. Survival came first. Besides, farming was rather boring activity. They were doing a good job too. The fields were currently 5x the size of Randedly's original 4 fields, a huge sea of rapidly rising food. As they left the village, an annoyed voice stopped the duo. Someone else beat me to it. Huh, well, whatever. Wherever we're going, take me with you. I'm ready, I think. Lyra stepped out from behind a tree, her hair pulled up into a practical ponytail. Declan gaped at her. Lyra Silver. She gave him a dismissive look and then held up a hand to Randedly, silencing him even before he spoke. I know what you're thinking, but look. And just like that, Lyra teleported 5 meters to the right, her body instantaneous switching positions. My mana pool is big enough to do it twice, as long as I'm casting basically nothing else. I can control the direction and distance, although this is about my limit. Should be enough to stall long enough for you to protect me, right? So lead on, leader, Lyra said with a smile. Her smile was sharp, sweet, and sour like a knife just used to cut out the core of a fruit. Randedly opened his mouth to say something, but he saw something in Lyra's eyes as he did so, a fear of rejection. Almost helpless, Randedly turned away and walked forward, ignoring her. She laughed quietly and followed, Declan still staring and following her. Watch out for her, Elaine had said. So of course the first thing Randedly was doing was taking her to the most dangerous place he knew of currently. He scratched the back of his neck, feeling slightly guilty. Ultimately, Randedly decided to skirt the edges of the boundary and head towards the area he knew was controlled by the lizard men. Although they were strong and resilient, they didn't possess the oppressive speed of the cats. Randedly spared his followers a glance. Hopefully that would keep the mortality rate to under 33. He gave them both a max strength antidote too, in case they encountered one of the scorpions. Randidly wondered if either of them would have time to drink it, if it was a strong enough poison to paralyze him for several minutes. But then some of Xiao's callous acceptance settled over him, and he stopped fussing they would either grow stronger or die. He wasn't so capable that he could afford to worry overmuch about anyone other than himself. We are out here looking for lizard men. The couple I encountered used scimitars, which we should gather and carry back. Mostly, we want their scales. Incredibly hard to penetrate, great for cushioning blows too. Other than that, we might see scorpions, which we should avoid. I was stung once and it isn't fun. The other monster I've encountered here are hyper-quick cats. They are fast, way too fast, honestly. Randidly hesitated, then said, if we encounter them, just run. Then he narrowed his eyes, activating Eyes of the Spear Phantom, and began to search. They found a pair of lizardmen rather quickly. Randidly rushed forward and distracted them while Declan danced around and slashed at them with two small knives made from the claws of cats Randidly had killed. Even with Declan's low strength, they were enough to leave shallow cuts, which was a testament to the sharpness of the claws. Perhaps he would have to come back later and harvest more cats for that reason. Lyra was also surprising in her usefulness. She created realistic bird of mana that flitted around the heads of the lizard men, distracting them. Randidly kept them mostly at bay with spear movements, but when they would lapse their guard, he would blast them in the face with a fireball, leaving them snarling. After 5 minutes of tussle, they had managed to kill them both. Randidly had even let Declan finish one off, which let him gain stats from killing the stronger enemy. The growth rates weren't that much higher than the lowered-leveled enemies, but they were still something. So now what? Head back with the bodies, Declan asked, panting. Randidly snorted and gathered the bodies into his satchel. Then he began walking. Mana potion, Lyra said, holding out her hand. Randidly gave her an annoyed look but handed several over. Declan gritted his teeth, wiped the sweat from his brow, and followed. Such a well-mannered delivery service, Lyra said, wiping her mouth and returning the empty vial with a smile. Randidly sighed. He could already tell that it was going to be a very long day. Daniel considered his options. Donnie spent most of his time training with the recruits and left all of the decisions up to him. Null somehow sensed this and let Daniel have access to all of the village chieftain functions without having to receive constant permission. They currently were at a staggering 2,400 spirit points, which were gained whenever a person who had received a class leveled, whenever they killed a monster, or when they brought back certain items to trade. It didn't really seem like items were dropping that they could trade in, but Null assured Daniel they existed. He also informed him that stronger enemies gave more points, but your average enemy at this level was only one. The problem was how to spend the spirit points. 10,000 would upgrade them to trainee village, but Daniel was the type to build a solid foundation, rather than rushing up towards the upgrade. The most attractive choice were the Mentor Stones, which would cost 100 SP a pop, but they would allow more people to inherit Donnie's class of knight. There were other valuable options, like Ptolemy's Disciple or Clarissa's Weather Witch, but most of the men clamoring for classes wanted to take a more physical role. Nodding to himself, he walked over to the shop and purchased 4 before he could second-guess himself. They needed the bulk at the front lines. He had already talked to Donnie about it, and he had identified likely candidates, 3 men and 1 woman, tall and grim, steadfast even in the face of danger. They had been some of the first to move their families up from Franksburg to the south, which left 2,000. Sam had spoken with Daniel earlier, recommending they finally purchase the weapon shop, although he was getting pretty confident shaping armor. Making weapons required a forge, which they weren't currently equipped for. Basic weapon shop would cost 500 SP. Sighing, Daniel wandered around, looking at their bustling village. The outer wall had been raised to 2 meters, giving additional protection to those within the village. They even had several places where there was a mini rampart that defenders could stand on to attack invaders. An archery range had been set up in the far side, at the urging of Sam, and those who were willing to wait a bit and level skill before getting a class attempted to gain archery skills. Even if they didn't end up having a class related to archery, having the skill would still mean they would keep that and continue growing. Daniel really wanted someone to unlock and finish the archery path, based on his talks with Randidly about what paths did, but it was a little much to ask for absolute beginners. It would be much easier if someone with experience arrived. Most of the NCCs had moved down to the farming area, lower in the valley, but groups of them were walking around with one-shoulder pad warriors as work groups. It was how the NCCs could earn themselves food while staying here. Daniel made a mental note to talk with the man they put in charge of farming to see their yields. Sure, the crops grew fast, but Daniel wanted to save up some food for when the newbie zone dropped around them, in case monsters wouldn't just attack the village. He already had consulted a few people about where to set up a defensible perimeter around the NCC area. A group of 2 shoulder pad warriors walked past, heaving huge logs like it was nothing, laughing all the while. The current class system in the village was simple, but he already spoke with Dozer and Donnie about raising the criteria now that there were so many people showing up. There was effectively a 2-day waiting period, provided you were seen participating in the nightly defense. If you lived through your first night, you got the first shoulder pad. You lived through the second, and either Dozer, Declan, Donnie, or Daniel himself noticed you received a second shoulder pad. Above that, there was the tooth necklace level group that was currently only Declan, Donnie, Dozer, and Sam. But there were plans in the works to make that the level of the squad leaders. So 1 shoulder pads could be trusted, 2 shoulder pads were as close as they had to veterans, necklace wearers had some authority, and Daniel sighed. Randedly didn't really fit into any of the typical classification systems. It was a rather loose hierarchy, but it worked. Daniel couldn't help but wonder how long that would last. He already voiced his worries to Sam that someone would start stealing the items to signify higher status, but Sam just snorted. Maybe that would have worked a week ago, but now without the strength to back it up, they would get seen through instantly. And it's a mark of pride, earning it. Don't treat it like just an item. There had been a growing number of thefts, but the community reacted strangely to it rather than getting angry. They just shrugged and stole whatever else they found unattended. It was an open secret that basically everyone would take something of yours if you left it alone, and it worked currently because no one really had anything worth getting upset over. But that would change. Daniel rubbed his eyes. They currently just exchanged things by bartering, which was another vote for getting the basic weapon shop. Most people had traded excess bodies into the accessory shop, earning small amounts of bronze and silver coins that they were currently casual about, but once they could be used to purchase weapons. The economy would come alive, which would drive up crime, which is why they should really create a firmer hierarchy. Looking up at the glowing pillar of light that broadcast their position to the world, Daniel sighed again. Daniel went over to Null and bought the basic weapon shop, and then wandered past the group training area to a jutting pillar of stone that had sprung up next to the statue of Donnie. In it was a large wooden door, covered in runes. There, kept dungeon. Time was so accelerated for the people within that it basically didn't pass. 10 people could go in at a time, however they would get kicked out after 24 hours if they didn't complete the dungeon before that time. Completing the dungeon would earn a number of points equal to the level of the dungeon for the town. It was currently level 1, and Randedly had recommended raising it to 12 before leaving. Daniel grimaced. Raising it to LVL2 cost 200 SP, then LVL3 would be 300 SP. But Daniel supposed he wasn't doing anything else with the SP. He directly raised the dungeon LVL to 5, spending 1400 SP. Then Daniel went over to Dozer, who was throwing large boulders gathered by his crew to raise the skill Herculean strength. The dungeon is up, level 5. Don't take anyone near that level in with you, all right? No casualties. If there is danger, just wait out the 24 hours. Dozer snorted and gestured, and 8 of his subordinates swaggered forward, heading towards the dungeon. Surprisingly, the 10th was Clarissa, the weather witch. Daniel supposed that Dozer wasn't as dumb as he looked. The whole party disappeared, walking through the door into a glowing portal of light. But as soon as the door closed, it opened back up, the group trotting smartly out. They were all there. The only difference that Daniel could see was that Dozer was holding a large wooden club, caressing it even. Loot. Daniel asked excitedly, and Dozer nodded. Pa, Clarissa spat. Got it smelled in there. Got some silver coins too. No wands though, or staffs, or crystal balls. I've got a pair of meaty balls right here, if you need them, a man muttered, and the rest guffawed. Clarissa pointed at the speaker's feet, freezing them to the ground, then walked coolly away. The men around the guy laughed even louder as he struggled to break the ice. We have the weapon shop now, so the money has its uses. Although the cheapest weapons looked to be 30 silver, Daniel said, but Dozer just grunted and went back to the dungeon pillar, touching the door. About 24-hour cooldown. All right, rest up you lot. Next big thing is the horde, Dozer said, wandering away. His men dispersed, a few wandering towards the weapon shop, but most heading out to gather wood and build themselves some sort of houses. Sam had a few assistants with architecture and construction background, and they were getting pretty effective at throwing shacks up, but it would cost you something, whether it was labor or money or monsters. Daniel looked down at the NCC village, which was mostly tents and looked like it could blow over any moment. He wondered whether in a month there would be something like an aristocracy here. Technically based on merit, Daniel supposed, but still. The world was changing, but that didn't mean there wasn't work to do. Donnie had informed him earlier that they had 2 interesting classes come up earlier, Brawler and Ranger, and Daniel wanted to ask them about their stat gains and skills. After killing their 9th lizardman for the day, Randedly was rather pleased, almost enough to return back to camp. Most of the bodies were intact, and they hadn't encountered anything but lizardmen, although there had been a couple times that they had to flee, taking the freshly killed bodies as patrols passed by, but it had been fruitful for him. 2 levels in spear mastery, 1 in phantom thrust, 1 in footwork of the spear phantom, 2 in eyes of the spear phantom, 1 in fighting proficiency, 3 in block, 1 in haste, 1 in sweep, 3 in roundhouse kick, 2 in edge of decay, and 4 in empower. Entangling roots, root manipulation, and mana shield rose 1 level, while fireball rose 5. Meditation, equip, and first aid each increased a level, but the big gainer for the day was pathfinding, which rose 7 levels. Randidly supposed they covered a lot of ground, but this was a bit ridiculous. Still, he wasn't complaining. Ghost Hound, what is your agility at? Declan asked timidly. Randidly saw Lyra roll her eyes at the term and felt slightly awkward. It wasn't his fault he had inherited a weird last name from his father's family. Randidly considered lying, but decided it wasn't worth it. 46 plus a few bonuses. Why? Declan shook his head wonderingly. My agility reached 39 with that last level, but it's basically my only stat that high above 20. Still, you seem quick, impossibly quick. Those few points sure mean a lot. No, I suspect it's not that, Randidly said simply. Declan frowned. Then what is? It's the skills, obviously. Lyra interjected. Doggy, you have a skill to speed up your movements, right? A vein in Randidly's forehead twitched. Are you talking to me? Of course I am. Now answer, I'm making a point about how beautiful and farsighted you are. Slightly confused by her statement, Randidly said. Yes, actually, 2 of them. And you have other passive physical skills, right? Physical fitness, probably spear mastery. Yes, and what level are those? Randidly paused, considering. Around 30. Lyra nodded sagely, now pointing at Declan. No one else is as advanced as the doggy, not even Sam, so it's hard to tell, but this is where skills really start to shine. Taking a class gives you fast growth, but he has top-end utility. Your stats might be similar, but he will have 4 skills enhancing his stats at all times. The conversion isn't clear, but it adds up. Declan nodded thoughtful, and Lyra extended a hand towards Randidly, saying the words he was beginning to dread. Mana potion. Sighing, Randidly sat down on the ground, gathering the material and crafting more potions. He went for enhanced versions, so he got another skill level in potion making and enhance. You aren't wrong, Declan said slowly, but we also receive class-related skills every 10 levels. We have tried a couple times already, and it doesn't look like these are skills you can learn through practice. You can get variants, sure. Randidly continued to make potions, tuning the 2 of them out. Academically, he was interested in classes, but for now, he wanted to find out how long he could survive without one. Even if he waited too long, he wouldn't have a chance to regret it, he would simply die. But halfway through the 7th mana potion, he froze. It had been a good thing that he had sat on the ground for this, otherwise he wouldn't have felt it coming. Randidly instantly activated Haste and Empower, pushing Declan to the side and wrapping his arm around Lyra's waist, leaping across the dune. The sand underneath where Randidly had been sitting exploded, a huge centipede, rippling outward, its legs making a vicious chittering, grinding noise that set your teeth on edge. It screeched and shot towards Declan. Excuse me, but the first dance is mine. Roots burst out the ground, wrapping around the centipede's trunk, but it just ripped through them after a slight struggle. But that moment was enough for Randidly to cover the distance to the centipede and hit it with an empowered phantom assault. Randidly's brow furrowed as most of his blows skittered off its chitinous shell, and even the direct attacks barely cracked it. He would need a few direct hits to get through. The centipede spun, its body smashing outwards, and Randidly easily dodged it, landing on its back. Its head twisted and smashed towards him, but was met by a fireball in the face. While it was hissing in pain, Randidly looked at Declan. Aim for the legs. When it's looking at me, get close and try and cut them off. Watch out for when its body spins. Its legs, Declan's eyes were confused, but there are so many, cutting off a few. I'm not talking about a few, Randidly said grimly, dodging out of the way of another diving bite. Then the head twisted and spat acid at him. He spun his spear in a spear deflect and knocked away most of it, but some still landed on him. Randidly grimaced. Why always acid? I'm talking about them all, Randidly finished grimly. It's gonna take a while to wear down its health, and I feel like this will finally shut up Sam about his needing new materials. And you? He spared Lyra a glance. She just smiled cheerily and waved at him. Well, don't do anything stupid. The centipede screeched and attacked. Randidly spread his hands wide, roots springing out of the ground to seal its movements, fire in his hands to cause it pain. A small smile played across his lips. This was what he lived for now, this thrill. Carefully keeping an eye on his stamina and mana levels, Randidly rushed forward, dodging closer. Centipede could spit acid and writhe its powerful body, but it couldn't do much else. Declan stayed to the side and would rush in, severing 1 or 2 legs with his blades, then hurry away. If the centipede noticed this, Randidly hit in the mouth with a blast of fire, earning its ire. The battle dragged on, minutes crawling past. Minutes clumped together, until the total time they were fighting neared an hour and a half. Randidly continued to swallow potion after potion, maintaining a reasonable condition. Every few minutes Declan would stop and take a break, his chest heaving. Only after his stamina recovered did he rejoin the battle. There were several large holes on the centipede's torso now, ichor oozing out. Its hisses became more and more wrathful, however, as fury at its attackers overwhelmed any self-preservation instincts. Eventually, after a battle so long that even Randedly was reaching the end of his potion-fueled stamina, the creature swayed and fell. One of Lyra's birds perched on its head. Randedly collapsed. 2 whole levels of physical fitness, one of spear deflect, another 2 in fireball, 2 in haste and empower, 1 in running. Just enough PP to finally finish off the Monster Slayer path. Congratulations, you have completed the Monster Slayer path. Plus 10 stat S plus 5 to health region, mana region, and stamina region. Plus 0.5 health, mana, and stamina region per level. Although the path before you is long, you cannot stop. You can only drink the blood and bath in the gore. You may emerge changed, but at least you will be alive. A growth rate that includes region stats. Although this wouldn't help him currently, the other bonuses were enough of a boost to his current abilities that he didn't mind. It was a good haul. Randedly slowly got to his feet and grimaced, looking at the huge body. Annoyingly, it looked like most of these points would go into strength just so he could bring the thing back. It started as a low noise, pretty similar to the usual bustle of activity at the newbie village, which people had begun calling Donaton, a grunting and dragging, but it had a strange way of spreading. As if everything nearby the source of the noise went quiet. All in all, it was extremely annoying to Daniel, who was working out schedules for the dungeon. They had split their now almost 200-strong classers into 20-person groups, putting veterans with some fresh blood, sending them into the dungeon for tempering, as most of the nearby monsters had been pushed back by their expansion. There had been a few casualties, which made Daniel regretful, but it was hard to take it too much to heart. So many people had died since the system came to this world, and more would die tomorrow. That was just the way the world worked. And why this was necessary, they needed to gain strength to survive. Now though, Daniel was stuck with the annoying task of scheduling it all. Theoretically, they could have it in use almost constantly, except for the 24-hour cooldown, but they would need more people for that. So for now, Daniel looked up. Finally, the strange dragging reached the front of the village, and everything else seemed to have fallen completely silent. Annoyed, he walked out to see what all the lack of fuss was about. The sight made Daniel just as speechless as the rest of them. Randedly walked forward, a veritable atlas, carrying a huge centipede body on its shoulders. He appeared to have looped it several times around himself so he could carry a larger portion. The body of it was thicker than most men's torsos and stretched for 30 meters. The tail dragged on for about 20 of those, the rest on Randedly's shoulders, an exhausted Declan pushing from the back. A lovely girl with blonde hair appeared to be napping on the middle section of that thing's back, heedless. Randedly looked at them all and grunted. Dozer, give me a hand, Declan isn't pulling his weight. The joke earned a few nervous chuckles from the crowd, and Dozer walked forward, gesturing for several people to follow. Dozer went to the middle of the body and lifted. Immediately his expression changed. He shifted his stance and picked up again, taking the weight onto his shoulders. 2 of Dozer's men nervously approached the lovely girl, unsure of whether to help or leave her alone, but her eyes snapped open and she snorted. Hopping off the centipede, she blew a kiss at Randedly. It's been fun. Let's play again, doggy. You take me the most interesting places. Then she walked away. Randedly grunted again and began walking, taking this to Sam's. Let's see him complain about materials after I drop this on his fucking doorstep. Almost all of Dozer's men holding the centipede gulped and began to sweat. It wasn't a far walk, but more importantly, how the hell far did you bring this thing all by yourself? Daniel could hear it too, the whispers, ghost hound, ghost hound. That's the ghost hound. Slowly, those individuals who were new to the town looked on with bright, awestruck eyes. Sam didn't even bat an eye, he just scratched his ear noncommittally. You're gonna have to take it around back. Can't work on it here, Sam commented. Dozer, stay for a bit too. Gonna need you to smash the joints so we can work on it one segment at a time. Scowling and more drained than he had ever felt, Randedly left. He could have at least been a little surprised, but at the same time, Randedly had gotten his own reward on the way back. Congratulations. You have learned the skill Mana Strengthening LVL1. Mana Strengthening, channel mana through your body to slightly increase physical attributes. Effect increases with skill level and intelligence. Mana cost decreases with skill level. Just on the walk home, chugging mana potions, he had gotten the skill to level 7. It was the only way he had managed to drag that huge body back to the newbie village. It also made Randedly excited for the future. When he had both haste, empower, and mana strengthening going, his consumption of mana and stamina would be prodigious, but his abilities would also be impressive. After returning to his hut, avoiding the wondering and slightly fearful gazes of the people, he collapsed, finally alone. He rubbed his eyes, incredibly weary. Slowly but surely, he was finding strength. He raised his hand, still laying on the ground, reaching for the ceiling. More people were pouring in every day. More and more chances to find Ace and Sydney. And beyond that, once I find them, what will I do? What am I looking for? Randedly thought to himself, and the answer rose unbidden. Strength, the answer was simple. It was an answer learned from 7 long months of struggle. Randedly shook his head, a rueful smile forming. Then he opened his path screen and froze. Watcher 0, Entangling Roots 040, Meditation 035, Heretic I0, Oathbreaker 025, Apprentice Path 050. The Watcher and the Path were there before, but Randedly had earned every other path since he had started the 100 pp Monster Slayer path. Entangling Roots and Meditation came from skill level, Randedly guessed. An Apprentice was unlocked when his stat total got to 400, but Heretic and Oathbreaker. Randedly grimaced. Once more he would wait on the first two, and the ones with an unknown source probably weren't worth the PP investment at this point, while he had so many options. That narrowed his choices down to Entangling Roots, Meditation, and Apprentice. All three had their strong points. Apprentice would likely give skills, but was the most expensive. Meditation would likely further improve his regeneration abilities, which he needed, but probably wouldn't result in a skill, and might not give many bonuses until the completion. Meanwhile, Entangling Roots was Randedly's go-to skill when encountering a new opponent, slowing and tying down the enemy while he repositioned. Any improvement in that skill, or availability of a similar, more powerful skill, would be worth it, but he could only pick one. And all were significant investments, the lowest being Meditation at 35 pp. Well, let's look ahead a bit. What would he be doing tomorrow? He would participate in the monster horde later. After that, should he return to the other newbie village for the glassware? Perhaps not so soon, give them time to gather, and to forget he attacked their boss. Instead, might be better to head back to the boundary, head in a different direction. Take a tankier group with him and fight cats. No, the cats would probably kill most people instantly, aside from Donnie. Even Randedly felt chills as those claws ripped towards him. Back to the lizardmen then. That was fine, he had gained a lot of levels fighting against them. Perhaps rely more on his spells and let some people practice tanking, then if he wanted to focus on his spells. Ultimately, Randedly set the apprentice path aside. Better to focus on improving his current skills, either by meditation or entangling roots than learning new skills. Alright, now he needed to see immediate improvements in his strength if he wanted to survive for longer beyond the boundary. For several long seconds, Randedly teetered between the two options, but he finally settled on the entangling roots path. His immediate concerns were increasing his strength and harvesting more materials to keep the rest of the people in what they were now calling Donaton alive. So Randedly put his 6 leftover PP into the entangling roots path. At 5, he earned himself 1 in control and focus, so at least the path was going to be a rewarding one. He then looked at his full status screen. Equipment, average leather tunic LVL 5, plus 2 vit, gloves of quickness vit plus 1, Augie plus 3. Skills soul skill, spear of rot mastery LVL 120. Combat spear mastery LVL 40, phantom thrust LVL 41, spear phantom's footwork LVL 27, eyes of the spear phantom LVL 19, phantom half step LVL 5, heavy blow LVL 22, dagger mastery LVL 10, iron skin LVL 25, dodge LVL 27, fighting proficiency LVL 29, block LVL 27, haste LVL 15, phantom onslaught LVL 10, sweep LVL 12. Spear deflect LVL 6, empower LVL 16, calculated blow LVL 11, roundhouse kick LVL 9, edge of decay LVL 5. Spells entangling roots LVL 31, mana bolt LVL 28, mana shield LVL 24, root manipulation LVL 25, arcane orb LVL 22, fireball LVL 15, magic missile LVL 4, healing palm LVL 5, pollen of the rafflesia LVL 6, summon pestilence LVL 13, mana strengthening LVL 7. Crafting, potion making LVL 22, farming LVL 20, plant breeding LVL 9, map maker LVL 4, analyze LVL 24, refine LVL 4. Auxiliary physical fitness LVL 28, meditation LVL 30, running LVL 19, sprinting LVL 13, sneak LVL 21, acid resistance LVL 22, poison resistance LVL 16, pain resistance LVL 11, first aid LVL 13, equip LVL 19, pathfinding LVL 16, mental strength LVL 11, curse resistance LVL 3. His intelligence was already impressively high, making his spells hurt. Perhaps it was time to funnel some points into his other stats, keeping his physical capabilities high. In the fight with the centipede, if he hadn't been as fast as he had, the overwhelming power of that large body would have killed him. Randedly got up and walked outside, finally grounded and with a sense of direction. Now it was time to train. To his annoyance, people scurried around like diligent worker ants near his cabin, making preparations for the night. The farmers continued their grim-eyed vigil, nurturing the plants even now, and everyone gave Randedly a wide berth. Sighing, Randedly slipped away into the darkness, through the trees, following a path up the nearby mountain. When he found a relatively clear area, he began a new type of training, even though it made him nervous blasting himself in the chest with a fireball. The first explosion sent him stumbling, a large chunk of his health gone and with a burn status inflicted. Touching the wound, Randedly used Healing Palm twice, restoring the health and removing the burn status, but the skin still stung lightly. He did the same thing again. After around 10 repetitions, Randedly was forced to take a break to hit up all of the places where blue energy shards grew. He had marked them previously on his map for ease of gathering. After mopping up the monsters that inevitably cropped up around them, he returned to the clearing. Fireball, Healing Palm, Fireball, Healing Palm, Fireball, potion making. Some empowered Spear Phantom's footwork to break up the monotony and burn through his stamina. Fireball. Although Randedly had already gotten 2 points in Fireball and 3 in Healing Palm, now was when he got the notification that made him smile the widest. Congratulations. You have learned the skill Fire Resistance LVL1. Chuckling, Randedly continued with the rotation, his eyes firmed. Strength. For everything, he needed strength. He could not slack off now. Annie blinked her eyes prettily, pretending to just wake up as Dozer leaned forward, holding his forehead. Although Dozer had started to fall asleep quite earlier the previous night, mostly due to Annie's intimate ministrations, he still found getting up so early for the beast horde to be difficult. But still he stood, strapping on his leather and furs, lowering his necklace of teeth over his head. This is how Annie liked her men. Big, brooding, and direct. She admitted to herself this made them quite a bit easier to control, but that wasn't the reason she liked men with those certain traits. Although it was a nice side effect, yawning for effect, she allowed part of the blanket to slide off, her left nipple poking out from behind the blanket. She liked the way his eyes followed it for several seconds before grunting and turning away, scratching his groin and reaching for the huge club he had found within the dungeon. Not that she would have let him take her, right before he needed to fight against the horde, but she liked to make him want it. Stay here. He intoned seriously, giving her a look over his shoulder as he left. Wait for me. Annie nodded, her eyes bright. As soon as he left, she snorted, kicking off the blankets and finding some of the spandex she had scrounged up since the system came. Not that furs weren't great for the whole tribal vibe, but she felt next to naked without her leggings. Tying her hair up in a practical ponytail, Annie walked out of the hut and around to the small space in the walls where she had stored her bow. She didn't like to brag, but she was probably, obviously, the best archer in the village right now. Sometimes other people got lucky and hit the target, but she could loose an arrow and hit a target at. She scratched her head, then shrugged, basically further than anyone else. She had even started getting skills for it. Archery mastery, Hawkeye, snipe, power shot. For now though, she hurried out and towards the wall she had somewhere to be, as if she would just stay in and let her Dozer handle a problem himself. And after several awkward bouts of flirting with Daniel, he had finally succumbed and allowed her to be up on the new ramparts, shooting arrows. She was the best archer after all. They just both mutually agreed not to tell Dozer. He was surprisingly sensitive about some things. Annie arrived at the area near the gate, where groups of classers stood, faces grim. Sam was shouting around, passing out new shields that he had managed to make from the giant bug the ghost hound had brought back. It was honestly kinda cute, the way so many crowded around and jostled to get a piece of dead bug skin. Largely ignored in the milling crowd of warriors, Annie gathered some arrows from Sam's people and then climbed up the side of the ramparts by the gate, lifting herself up onto the vantage point. To her surprise, there was already someone up there. It was the older magician lady who had gone into the dungeon with Dozer and his men. Annie smiled sweetly at her but said nothing. Clarissa just nodded at her, then turned back to look out over the valley. In the NCC village below, the fires and lights were being snuffed out, one by one, so as not to attract the monster's attention. All right, first squad to the front, second squad ready to switch. Donnie shoulded sporting a new shiny black bug shield and a mean-looking iron sword that he probably got from the new weapon shop. Then he turned to the milling group behind those first 10 squads. The rest of you, listen to Daniel. He will set you up in squads. We will do one full rotation with the regulars, then work in the fresh meat every other squad, all right? Daniel nodded, and Donnie turned back to the front squads, grinning. Most people had to stand on tiptoes, straining to see his gangly teenage form, but then he lifted the huge shield almost 3/4 of the size of a door like it was nothing, revealing his power. So now he drawled slowly, walking to the front. You regulars, the final count is 260 classers here. Honestly, we might have bad news for the fresh blood. Who knows if there is even going to be any monsters left by the time we get through a full rotation, right, boys? They all howled and hooted, men and women, young and old, pounding their chests. Even Dozer, his adorable smile stretching wide as he pounded the ground with his club. Annie shook her head slightly. If he had enough ambition, Dozer could be double the leader that the little dweeb Donnie was. But honestly, he was happy now, so it was fine. And if they ever wanted to take out Donnie. Narrowing her eyes, Annie could just make out a figure strolling up from the NCC village, his spear spinning, as relaxed and casual as can be. The ghost hound. To her surprise, he kept to the shadows, walking calmly up. If someone didn't have a vision skill like Annie had. Then she blinked, shocked. Suddenly there was another person with him, a lithe girl, her blonde hair pulled up into a bun. The ghost hound gave her a look but just turned back. The two were quick too. Within 10 seconds they had crossed the distance from the village to the wall and scaled it silently, hopping up onto the area further down the ramparts from where Annie and Clarissa stood. Calmly, the ghost hound walked over, his eyes flicking past Annie and Clarissa and scanning the waiting classers. As they walked closer, the noise attracted Clarissa's attention, and she turned and hopped slightly, shocked by the two individuals' sudden appearance. "Oh, it's you. You're the ghost hound, right?" Clarissa said nervously, fear and wonder and excitement warring across her face. "I'm Clarissa, the weather witch." She extended her hand, but the blonde girl stepped in front of the ghost hound, taking it for him. "Can't you see he's in prime brooding mode? Let's wait until he acknowledges us before we get too friendly, shall we?" The girl said brightly, flashing a cheeky smile. This was the first time Annie had seen the ghost hound up close. He was tall, but not too much so. He obviously was athletic, but was not overly muscular. But there was something, she could feel it. Maybe it was the way his eyes swept over her, registering her and then dismissing her instantly. Maybe it was the unnatural stillness about him, like he was asleep or dead, until he moved with an unnatural speed. Maybe it was the piercing green of his eyes, like they could rip through your soul and rifle through your thoughts at will. When the ghost hound finally turned away from her, Annie released a breath she hadn't realized she had been holding. The blonde girl gave her a knowing smile. "All I'm saying is, if you're going to ask me for mana potions all night, just take them now." The ghost hound said, his voice amused, looking at the blonde girl. She shook her head vehemently. "But where would be the fun in that? Imagine how epic a moment it would be, for you to pass me the mana potion right when I need it, and then I cast the best spell ever and save the world. Try and think a little bit about someone other than yourself, doggy." Besides, the blonde girl added, her smile turning wicked, "I obviously have mana potions of my own. I'm not an idiot. I'm just giving you the chance to feel involved in my life. Aren't I generous?" This time, Annie was the one to flash the blonde girl a knowing smile, and for a second their eyes met. This girl talked a big game and played the part of arrogant princess pretty well, but Annie could tell rather easily how much she wanted the ghost hound's attention. No matter how skilled an actor or whatever she was still young. Scratching his head, the ghost hound nodded to Clarissa, to acknowledge that he heard her, but then stepped forward to the edge of the ramparts. "Donnie Daniel Dozer." It was in his voice too, a low baritone that resonated in your chest. The crowd fell silent, looking up at the figure who appeared above them, holding a plain-looking spear and looking down towards them with serious eyes. The three men walked forward, frowning. "Randidly," Daniel said. "Are you fighting just as artillery?" the ghost hound replied with a smirk. Annie blinked. It was the first time that she had heard his real name. She should have known ghost hound was fake, but it just fit him. Daniel's eyes went wide, his panic clear, but the ghost hound had already turned away, and Donnie and Dozer were both nodding, their eyes firm. What Annie didn't expect was that Randidly would immediately turn and look her straight in the eyes. "You are an archer." A little nervous, Annie nodded. "I don't have a class, but..." He just shrugged, his emerald gaze turning back towards the darkness. "That's fine, but when I point it out, I'd like you to make the shots. Prepare your bow." He glanced at her and then added, "They are coming." Sure enough, when Annie looked out, a veritable sea of monsters were rushing forward, and above them, smaller, swooping forms could be seen in larger, colossal shadows. "Those," Annie muttered. "Looks like giant condors, right? They are pretty tough too. Doggy's mana bolts don't take them down in one shot, and those things have some juice," the blonde girl said enthusiastically, and then the ghost hound pointed, a bright flash of fire shooting forward to the approaching mob. When it hit the monster's line, it exploded outwards in a blast of flame, knocking everything in a 3-meter area. The monsters in the epicenter burnt to a crisp. It really looked like artillery had struck. Then he pointed again and again and again, and the front line charging towards them was ragged and scattered. Donnie sighed theatrically. "Welp, let's pack up, boys. Looks like this is going to be an easy one." There were a few chuckles, and the tension was largely out of the first few squads, but they weren't relaxed. They were stretching muscles and tightening shield straps, squeezing the shafts of their axes and adjusting their fur and snakeskin armor. These were the men that had survived at least 2 nights. Although they hadn't been at this for long, they knew their business. If they didn't, they would be dead already. The front runners of the monsters had slowed, scared, but the second wave surged forward, running past, screaming their fury. Again and again the ghost hound pointed, his finger the harbinger of death. But there was a third wave of monsters, and a fourth and fifth, and the ghost hound drank a mana potion and broke them all. 10 more surged forward. Grim-eyed, he reached up and cracked his neck. Above, a bird screeched, and a strange winged creature with a woman's head and torso dove towards them, talons flashing. Clarissa. "Oh, doggy," the blonde girl interrupted, batting her eyelashes. "How about you let me go first?" A strange, glowing hawk condensed on the girl's outstretched arm and threw itself up, wings beating. Then it streaked upwards, meeting the harpy creature midair. The screeching was abruptly cut off, and the harpy fell down in 2 pieces. The hawk swooped around, ripping through some of the approaching harpies, but there were dozens. The ghost hound rolled his eyes, looking surprisingly human as he grinned at the blonde girl. "If that's all, Clarissa, would it be that uncomfortable to give a compliment every once in a while? The stoic type is cool and attractive, but a lot of people are drawn to the gap, too," the blonde girl muttered. But then she stamped her foot and waved her arms, and suddenly a crow, a hummingbird, a goldfinch, and an eagle sprung into existence, all made of that strange glowing energy, and flew up, joining the hawk. Each of them seemed to be more weapon than natural creature, ripping holes through the harpies just by flying into them. Harpy bodies fell like rain. The bird bodies sizzled and flickered, but they silently screamed their fury and slaughtered their way through the harpies. But as soon as they appeared, they faded, the blonde girl collapsing in a sweating heap. "I suppose that's my cue," Clarissa said, stepping forward and summoning icicles, which she began to throw, expertly spearing a flying harpy. "You too," the ghost hound rumbled, and Annie started. He wanted her to hit wildly flying birds. At night, while they swooped down and tried to kill her. Admittedly, the ghost hound shot any down that came too near, all the while throwing fireballs at the ground army, leaving wide gaps in the flood of monsters. Gritting her teeth, Annie knocked an arrow and raised her bow, taking aim. But as she tried to track the harpies, her vision just blurred, their movements too confusing. So she just closed her eyes and loosed, hoping for the best. She was rewarded with a screech. She opened her eyes, shocked to find an arrow through the eye of a harpy, the body crumpling and falling to the ground. She gained a level in archery mastery. Feeling giddy, she quickly knocked another arrow and shot it. That one ripped the throat out of one harpy and ricocheted away, taking another in the chest. She gained another level in archery mastery. The ghost hound gave her a long look. "Nice shots," but then he was turning away, glaring towards the sky. Still too far away, he muttered. "Aegis." The call came, a golden light suffusing the first squad as they ripped easily through the first wave of enemies and then the second. But as more came, they came more thickly, wolverines and lizards and imps. At this point, the people in the first squad were all above level 10 and could take several of each enemy on at once. But if there were 100. Their weapons slashed forward in short, brutal strikes. Admittedly, they were still pretty clumsy, but they were getting the hang of Roman legion-style fighting. Annie killed another harpy and shook her head sadly. That was another reason why her dozer wasn't in charge. His fighting style didn't match the strategy. Finally, the ghost hound said, looking up towards the sky, "Here they come." Randomly gathered fire and released it, aiming upwards. He didn't bother with calculating wind or speed, but just reached up and adjusted the flight path slightly with his extremely high control stat, backed by his willpower. His fireball struck the wing of the first huge condor, the bird screaming and sliding sideways, losing its ability to glide with a huge chunk of its wing blown off. But dozens more cruised lower, aiming for the base. First squad, switch. Donnie called, his squad sliding back one individual at a time, a member of the second squad. It was a smart ploy. Having the first squad at the back to deal with what came would be smart. Randomly threw several more fireballs upwards. The first condor crashed into ground, its fully 30-meter wingspan smashing dozens of monsters on the ground. It didn't appear to have a high level or any offensive weapons, but it was able to carry around 30 monsters on its back while gliding. Randomly had seen them hopping off the mountain, looming Donatin them to get up speed and slowly gliding down here. It was annoying, but the condors themselves weren't too big of a problem. It was what they represented that was scary. Randomly activated his eyes of the spear phantom and looked the back of the horde, but low-leveled monsters rushed out unendingly. Not yet, Randomly drank a mana potion and tossed a dozen more fireballs up into the air, ripping holes in wings and blowing heads entirely off bodies. Most crashed into the monster mass, sowing chaos, but there were far too many of the condors. Several times the condor crashed on their side of the wall. Around 24 groggy monsters staggered off the condor, met by the newer squads, backed by the first squad. Only problem occurred when a condor crashed onto the wall, splintering the wood and giving the monsters handholds to crawl over the tall walls. Luckily, Declan's group appeared like ghosts, ripping through the distracted monsters, while Sam gleefully had his men drag the condor over the wall. Shaking his head, Randomly admitted to himself that Sam's pursuits were getting decidedly strange. Randomly saw Sam just a small gash and his head and rubbed blood on the body, before looking at it with greedy eyes. The way he looked at a fresh monster body he had never seen before it wasn't moral. Randomly continued to rain fire down on the attacking monsters, his skill level increasing, the explosion getting marginally larger inch by inch. The squads rotated smoothly, the fresh recruits stumbling but surviving. Ptolemy was there, healing scratches, bandaging wounds, replacing any wooden shields that broke. Randedly spared a glance for the weather witch and the archer. Both possessed a surprising amount of metal, standing tall while harpies attacked the group of them up here. Not that he would let any get close enough to matter, but still. Both were accurate, both were practical, both were blessedly silent. Mana potion. Lyra chirped, playfully poking Randedly's side. Shaking his head, he tossed her a mana potion. As annoying as he thought he should find it, it was hard to be too put off when every time she summoned those glowing birds of hers, she ripped through a dozen enemies, clearly demonstrating her skill. It was, almost nice, Randedly admitted to himself, to have someone who didn't look at him with fear and awe. She treated him like a person. The fact that she was a lovely teenager who managed to master skills that Randedly hadn't managed to imitate didn't hurt her appeal either. After dealing with Lyra, he turned back and scanned the battlefield, a long, slow smile forming. Looming at the back, crouched down but abundantly clear, was a large wolverine, too large, and Randedly could clearly see its name and level, glowing blue. Godmother Wolverine LVL 19. Randedly prepared to go meet it, then thought better of it. Instead, he turned towards the forces below, half of which were grunting and fighting, half of which were bent over and panting. Dozer, time to live up to your namesake. Clear a path directly forward into the enemy. Donnie, get your most durable people and follow him. We have our first boss. Dozer's squad wearily got to their feet, hefting their shields and drawing their short swords. Randedly chuckled, then shook his head slowly. No, leave those twigs here. I said clear a path, not thread a needle. Give Donnie a hole large enough to stumble through. The whole group stilled. Dozer shifted, looking up at Randedly. Then his ugly flat face split into a huge grin. He dropped his short sword and shield and drew the huge club that he had obtained in the dungeon. All around him, men shed armor and small arms, drawing axes, clubs, halberds, and spear. Huge, weighty weapons that were meant more to bash and slaughter. Dozer strode forward, his 10-man squad following him. The fourth squad was currently at the front, holding back the monster horde. SQADS 6 through 10, Dozer bellowed. Confused, they shuffled to the side, revealing Squad 5, who nervously glanced backwards, while the fourth squad struggled with grim expressions. Donnie formed up a group of 25 or so people, hurrying after Dozer. Dozer and his group began to run. Randedly threw down handfuls of fire, not at the area near the gate, but in a line directly forward, thinning enemies in the way. His huge thighs bulging, Dozer crouched behind the fifth squad, their eyes wide, and then leapt, his huge 2-meter club held high overhead. His squad loyally followed, roaring. Their huge, muscled forms reached the apex of their leap, then fallen, weapons swinging. Most nearby monsters were meat paste before they understood what was happening. Dozer rumbled forward, his huge club swinging. 4 or 5 monsters crushed or smashed backwards with every blow. His men charged after him, swinging like mad themselves, and the monster horde was quickly bulldozed before them. Donnie followed, the golden glow of Aegis suffusing his group as they walked forward, mopping up the mess left by Dozer. Feeling that the time was right, Randedly bombarded the area around the Godmother Wolverine with flames, killing the weaker monsters and antagonizing the boss. It roared and stood on its hind legs, shouting its challenge towards the sky. Then it lowered itself again and charged forward, heedless of its minions it crushed. Within seconds, Dozer had caught sight of the charging Wolverine and laughed wildly, raising his club. The two forces met with a huge boom, Dozer staggering back several steps, but the Godmother Wolverine stopped dead. Its face was confused and then furious, and it reared up again, but suddenly Donnie was there, shield blazing with golden light, and shield bashed it directly in the face. Stunned, the thing stumbled, and Declan was there, sweeping in, his knives leaving long scratches on its flank. Their squads spread out around them, knocking the monsters back and forming a loose defensive circle, letting the powerhouses meet. Randedly felt slightly disappointed that he wasn't a part of the struggle, but he sensed that this enemy was not one that would get his blood flowing. Although it was as high of level as the things beyond the boundary, it just had a prodigious amount of health. It was enough for the 3 of them to defeat it, and also they would be further reassured of their ability to survive without him. That was very important for the future. Instead, Randedly drew his spear and hopped off the wall. Now was time for him to play. Randedly had a satisfied expression as he watched the sun rise. For one, there were only 3 deaths this morning, and one of them was an NCC who got too curious and wandered too close to the horde. In addition, Randedly experienced an enjoyable amount of level gains. Spear Mastery increased by 2, Phantom Thrust by 1, Spear Phantom's Footwork by 3, Heavy Blow and Fighting Proficiency by 1, Haste by 2, Sweep by 4, Empower by 3, Calculated Blow by 8, Roundhouse Kick and Edge of Decay by 4. Fireball also increased by 3, with Root Manipulation going up by 1, Pollen of the Rafflesia and Summon Pestilence both by 2, and Mana Strengthening by 3. And the ever-important equip went up, putting it at 20 and giving Randedly a nice surprise. He was finally able to identify and equip the necklace he had gotten from the first cat he had killed. Necklace of the Shadow Cat LVL 20, Vitality +1, Strength +2, Agility +7. He certainly savored that agility boost, after wearing it without any effect for long. Then Randedly's eyes widened as he wondered if the habit of teeth necklaces denoting authority came from imitating him. He shook his head ruefully. There was no way that was the case, right? He certainly had earned quite a lot of PP in the battle, but he supposed that was understandable. Part of it was the huge library of skills he currently possessed. Odds were 1 or 2 would level up constantly. Additionally, no matter how strong you were, being surrounded added a lot of mental pressure, raising the stakes. In addition, his higher recovery rates, combined with his constant potions, meant that he could continue far longer than others, outgrinding skills levels with the sheer amount of time spent fighting. Still, the rewards this time were large, and the completion notification for entangling roots was a welcome sight, followed by a flood of additional notifications. Congratulations, you have completed the entangling roots path, +3 int, wise, control, and focus, +25 mana. Where you walk, the earth comes alive, heeding your beck and call. You have learned the skill Wall of Thorns LVL1. You have learned the skill Soul Seed LVL. Wall of Thorns produces a bristling wall of thorns. Size and sharpness of thorns based on intelligence and skill level. Shape of the wall and distance away based on wisdom and skill level. Soul Seed, a rare skill that will not level. Nurture the seed with the essence of your other skills and different plants will grow. Effects of the plants will be determined by the level of skills used to nurture them. Plants grown from soul seeds will have intelligence and level, and will be capable of growth. Congratulations! As the first member of your race to unlock a rare skill, you have received the reward path Frontrunner 0100. Use this path to lead your race to salvation. For finishing the Entangling Roots path, your skill has evolved. Synchronicity with Soul Skill Spear of Rot Mastery detected. Calculating mutations, 3 mutations found. Forking path. Choose which skill Entangling Roots shall take on characteristics of Pollen of the Rafflesia, Edge of Decay, or Spear Mastery. Randedly looked at the notifications and blinked. The new skills both intrigued him. Looking at Wall of Thorns, he was excited to go cat hunting today, trying to find and kill the annoying things. Soul Seed was a little more nebulous. His confidence was also boosted by the reward path he received, although he was a little leery about another 100 PP path right now. But for the moment, his attention was on the ways that Entangling Roots could evolve. He hesitated for a half-second, but really, he knew immediately as he saw the options what he would choose. Congratulations, you have chosen Spear Mastery. Your skill has evolved into Spearing Roots. Level has been reset, but benefits from the previous skill's skill level have been retained. Immediately, Randedly walked out into the forest and tried it. The sight of dozens of sharpened roots shooting upward, boring holes in the wood of an unlucky tree, set him laughing. Although he would now need to rely on root manipulation for his control, the increased strength and power of the stabbing roots were more than enough to make up for it. Anyways, he had been using root manipulation to touch up on the accuracy of Entangling Roots anyways. And now, for the big control, he had Wall of Thorns. Curious, Randedly used that, and a short, waist-high hedge of sharpened thorns springing up. Randedly pressed his finger against a thorn and pulled back, impressed. If it was sharp enough to get through his endurance, most low-leveled monsters would tear themselves to pieces on it. Finally, Randedly looked at his hand, concentrating, and summoned a soul seed. A small, wizened-looking nut appeared in his hand, weirdly maroonish in color. A small bar hovered over the seed. Soul seed nurtured. Randedly scratched his chin. Nurtured, was it? The notification had said I nurture it with skills, so do I just. As he focused on the nut, he felt a strange connection forming. He knew instinctively that while he had the seed on his person, it would grow based on any skill he activated. So for now, he put the seed away and turned back to his spare PP. He immediately poured it into the meditation path and was rewarded at 5 with 15 mana and at 10 with +2 wisdom. Yawning, Randedly rubbed his stomach. Today was a good day, and every good day deserved a good meal to start it off. Leaving by a side path, Randedly escaped from Donaton without any more questions from Daniel or any strange followers. Lyra was beautiful, sure, and useful. Her spells were powerful too, and she was a non-classer like him, so they had that in common. Randedly froze, and she was here. He spun around, expecting to see her, standing there, her mana birds fluttering around her. But there was nothing, the path was deserted. Randedly frowned, then chuckled nervously, shaking his head. Even if he had grown definitively stronger, he wasn't so strong that he could just have his head in the clouds while searching for these cats. And today was the 5th day. Looking at the sun, Randedly wondered again what would happen once the newbie zone walls fell, and the monsters from beyond the boundary roved towards the village. Clenching his fist, he turned and began to walk. He would meet whatever came with strength, and so for now, he would work on sharpening that strength. Daniel glanced up at the nervous man, annoyed. What is it? He snapped. Sam wants to speak with you, sir. The man stuttered and then hurried away. Sighing, Daniel wiggled his fingers at his assistants, who tiredly took the paperwork from him as he stood to leave. Despite what the rest of the people here seemed to think, a society required bureaucracy to function. You couldn't just steal whatever you needed from wherever you wanted. That wasn't a sustainable economy, however. As he walked towards Sam's settlement down by the farming area, Daniel rubbed his temples. It was becoming increasingly difficult to find a way to actually base their economy on something. They had no real production besides food and animal pelts, and the slightly more sophisticated armors that Sam would produce, but still. Gold was becoming increasingly popular as a currency, but none of the classers even took it seriously. They gambled it away on dumb, ridiculous bets like arm wrestling contests, or who could cut down more trees with a single swing. They were like children, and their increased physical prowess was their shiny new toy. Sir Daniel, a woman said, hurrying next to him, struggling to keep pace with his long strides. Although Daniel hadn't really gained very many levels, he had gained quite a few skills during his duties. As such, he had seen it prudent to put some into physical attributes, so the woman, who was one of the designated NCC representatives, was struggling to keep up. He had to admit, being called Sir Daniel certainly was better than Chubbs. What is it? Daniel said, lengthening his stride. We would like permission to extend the current farming plat, probably by double. Moving further south down the valley, a recent arrival brought coffee seeds and... Fine, Daniel said, waving his hands. Draw up a new map and send it over for approval. Yes, sir, the woman said, peeling away gratefully. She began shouting to the nearby classers, offering food bribes for labor. A lot of single shoulder pad classers, having nothing better to do, agreed and began to follow her. Daniel arrived at Sam's area, shocked at the changes that had occurred. The ground had been flattened, and around a dozen wooden tables were covered with monster parts. Some tables were covered in monsters being skinned, others were skins drying, others were stacks of sordid bones, still others had men stitching away, creating armor and clothing from the furs of monsters. A lot of people had taken to wearing it, especially the classers, but Daniel still preferred the feel of processed cotton. Sam and Dozer stood over to the side, surrounded by several of Dozer's brutish henchmen, as Dozer hefted what looked like the giant skull of the wolverine he had killed last night. As Daniel watched, Dozer lifted the object and placed it onto his head. Narrowing his eyes, Daniel walked closer. Although it was definitely a wolverine skull, there was no way it should fit his head so regularly, with the eye holes wide and spaced so it's easy to see out from within. As expected, you can see immediately, Sam said, positively glowing as he regarded it. He jerked a thumb at the skull-covered Dozer. That's the work of my new skill, bone shaping. Can't do much of anything impressive with it yet, but if I keep working at it, we will have whole suits of armor soon. Imagine. Dozer grunted happily, clearly excited, but Daniel just rolled his eyes. So how quickly can things like that be made? Well, Sam hemmed. It's not like it takes too long, but it's not short either, and it needs to be personalized by me. Shaking his head, Daniel reached into his spatial backpack, which had been purchased with 50 SB, and removed a pile of folders. I look forward to seeing them in widespread use. In the meantime, I took the liberty of drawing up some evaluation forms for you two and Declan to handle. Evaluation, Dozer muttered, staring uncomprehendingly at the tiny words covering the pages handed to him. Yes, evaluation. I know you're tired of me harping on the ranking stratification, and I am too. I made a rubric for you to grade each classer by. Strength, utility, teamwork, leadership, etc. Just fill all the columns in and add them up, and you will have a number between 1 and 100. Obviously, we will just be going by the tens digit for the specific rank, but specificity is always preferable, Daniel explained with a smile. Then he turned and walked away, leaving the piles of paper with the two men, but then he turned and called over his shoulder. Oh, and I expect it done by the end of today. Until it gets done, I'll probably be too busy to work out the schedule for the dungeon. The cat quickly sidestepped, avoiding the wall of thorns, but the spearing roots shot upward, leaving several scrapes across its body, and in that moment it stumbled. A phantom thrust ripped into its neck, spraying its blood over the ground. After a few wobbly steps, it collapsed spent. Pleased, Randedly sat too, beginning to refine blue energy stones to make higher-tiered mana potions. He had been hunting cats for around 2 hours and had caught 6. The wall of thorns really helped, but even more important were the points that he had started putting into strength. Whereas before he could leave small scratches, now his blows actually would send the cat stumbling with the force. In addition, the extra agility from the necklace had done a lot to even out their difference in speeds. Honestly, it was mostly perception and reaction that was holding him back now. He was slowly beginning to realize that his body was faster than he could handle. Ruefully, Randedly put that on the list of things that needed to be worked on as he progressed. So far today, he had gained 3 levels in Wall of Thorns, but only 2 in Spearing Roots, even though he used it much more. Apparently, in addition to the skill level bonuses carrying over, the difficulty in leveling also increased. Haste also went up by 1, and Refine by 2. Randedly also noticed that although evolving the skill had increased the mana cost to 45, his mana pool of 450 still meant he could cast it 10 times before he needed to break for mana potions. The rate at which he could improve spells was improved enormously by the larger mana pool. As he began to move forward through the strange wasteland, he wondered if he had gotten to a level of strength that he would get an impressive class, probably something related to his Spear of Rot mastery. But he still wanted to push his fire magic forward to a higher level before trying it. The combination would be deadly in a class, but currently he was leery about using fire magic, so that would take a back seat. Randedly removed the Soul Seed from his pocket. Soul Seed 22 nurtured. Strongest influences 1, Spearing Roots 2, Wall of Thorns 3, Haste 4, Refine. Randedly wasn't sure what to make of the strongest influences information, but he supposed it was still interesting. More interesting was that it had gotten to 22 in 2 hours, so it would roughly take 8 more hours to be nurtured, and after that, he would plant it. Movement caught Randedly's eye, and he saw, for the first time, 2 cats streaking across the wasteland together. He supposed they had to breed somehow, so it wasn't surprising. It was honestly more surprising that he hadn't seen it before. Monsters did breed. That's why some of the classers had captured some wolverines and lizards and were starting a farm for meat. They even apparently accepted domestication well enough, as long as someone with a level over 10 was there, or equivalent strength. They had some intuition about who could kill them, but the two together made his hunting more dangerous, but also doubly as efficient. They hadn't appeared to have noticed him, so Randedly crept forward, hiding in the shady side of a large crack in the earth. As he moved into position, he received a level in Sneak, which made him chuckle. It certainly had been a while since he used this skill. As they came hurtling past, a wall of thorns sprang up, which the first one plowed right into, setting off a series of long yowls. Spearing Roots rushed up, silencing it quickly. The other dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the thorns, and was caught in the back leg by a Spearing Roots. Already the next Spearing Roots was rushing towards its hobbled form, but this cat did something that Randedly had never seen before. It swayed its upper body, receiving some scratches, but largely dodging the attack. Then, also contrary to form, it leapt away, streaking back from whence it came, leaving a trail of blood. Strange, usually they would attack him on sight, regardless of their injuries. Randedly collected the body of the first cat and squinted at the fleeing one. Shrugging, he decided to follow it. Although it would be increasingly dangerous if it returned to a den or warren of the things, it would also speed up his hunting quite a bit. A smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, Randedly loped silently after it. Dozer, Donnie, and Declan glanced fearfully at each other, and then down at the stack of papers in front of them. The immaculately scaled and designed forms were soggy and wet from coffee. When the man who wanted to grow coffee had arrived, he had sweetened the deal by offering some of his already roasted beans. Naturally, those bribes slowly percolated up the chain of command until they arrived at Donnie. Only 16 years of age and not such a coffee drinker, he had turned to Declan and Dozer for their expertise on the subject. All in all, the two had assured him it was an excellent strain. Unfortunately, they had knocked over the pot, spilling all of the remaining coffee. Unfortunately, the sheets they were supposed to rank all the classers with had been ruined. I mean, what can he really do? I'm the village chieftain. Donnie said uncertainly. Good, you take the blame, Declan said, crossing himself. He distributes the food, Dozer mumbled. He controls who gets weapons from the shop with SB, rather than having to save up gold themselves wood that comes up from the NCCs. He controls that. You wanted to start to build a house, didn't you, Donnie? The three considered the issue solemnly, picturing Daniel's pudgy face contorted in fury. It was honestly difficult to imagine. It really couldn't be that bad, right? Well, Dozer said uncertainly. He did mention that all he really needed was a 110 ranking. We could just rank everyone. Today, Declan snapped. But then Donnie blinked, then laughed. Yes, that's exactly what we do. With the most efficient method for determining strength, the other two looked at him. He smiled widely and spread his hands. With a tournament, the three of them straightened, their worried looks turning into flinty, evaluative ones. A tournament, Declan said calmly, making a knife dance across his hands. A tournament. Dozer agreed, his chest heaving, his eyes bright. I'll go tell the squads and grab Sam. I'm sure we can assemble a stadium or something by the time we get to the top 16. People who lose in the preliminaries need to build, Donnie said, picturing himself being crowned champion. Ah, Dozer said, blinking. Will the ghost hound be participating? They mulled this question over for several seconds. Let's not bother him with this, Donnie said. After all, it is purely administrative work. It is being done to rank the classers, nothing more. Nothing more, the other two echoed, eyeing each other. Randedly had followed the trail to the edge of a small path, leading downwards into a ravine, before he hesitated, the hair on the back of his neck tingling. There was something strange here, something wrong. But the trail of blood led forward, and Randedly felt a familiar thrill growing. Against his better judgment, he walked down into the gorge, around twisting turns, through meandering paths, until finally, deep within the gorge, Randedly arrived at a large cave. The trail of blood had long since disappeared, so Randedly was expecting an ambush. Eyes of the spear phantom were activated and scanning around, but when he finally spotted the enemy, it wasn't one that he needed to be using any extra skills to see. It was large as a short bus. Body of a lion, head of a woman, wings of an eagle. Its eyes slowly opened, its amber eyes drifting over towards him. It lounged in front of the entrance to the cave, plain as day. The floating text above its head dominated Randedly's focus, freezing him solid. In a bright yellow text that Randedly didn't recognize, he immediately recognized that he might be facing his own doom. The hungry tribulation, Eptal LVL 30. My, the creature murmured, getting to its feet. It seems the sheep have wandered quite far from the shepherd. And what soft will you have? Haven't even received a class yet. Well. What are you? Your name is Yellow. The creature said, seeming pleased. It sat on its haunches, regarding him with a glimmer of interest. So the sheep does know some things. Yes, I do not fit into the normal hierarchy of enemies you face. I am special. I am the tribulation that waits outside the edge of the newbie zone for freshly formed villages. A desolation, but perhaps also a blessing. The hungry tribulation. The Sphinx flashed its teeth. Randedly remembered now the fear he had learned first in the dungeon, surrounded by enemies much more powerful than himself. Although this enemy wasn't as high as the level of the boss of the dungeon, the suffocating aura was 10x as great, and there was no shall here to take the brunt of the damage. The feeling came, wet and raw and fresh, the old dread of a predator looming above him. His hands were shaking, but his smile was growing wider and wider, his eyes bright. He might die here, but he definitely felt alive here, too. In a smooth motion, he drew his spear and leveled it towards the Sphinx. Aren't you supposed to tell me a riddle or something? Its smile widened, and it lowered its stance into a crouch. No, but we shall enjoy our time playing together. To a wandering, lost sheep, there are a few lessons that I am willing to teach. It leapt forward and Randedly dodged to the side, activating haste, empower, footwork of the spear phantom and mana strengthening. His eyes narrowed, sensing rather than seeing that he wouldn't make it in time. He instantly used phantom half-step, creating some distance, weighing his options. But whereas the cats had been annoyingly fast, this creature was mind-bogglingly fast, and already crossed the distance to him, its huge paw swiping sideways. His spear got up in time, and he activated Mana Shield and Iron Skin. At the same time, he used Spearing Roots, aiming for its underside while it was distracted attacking him. It laughed as it sidestepped so fast it vanished, avoiding the roots and belched fire at him. Randedly felt sweat on his brow as he raised his hand, simultaneously channeling root manipulation and shooting a fireball to intercept the fireball spat by the Sphinx. Randedly didn't doubt that he wouldn't be able to take many of those fireballs due to his low resistance. The fireballs met in a huge explosion of roaring flame, and Randedly could tell that his was slightly weaker, but he leapt over the smoke, using the cover to pull out and down a stamina and mana potion. Then he narrowed his eyes, scanning for the Sphinx. Here it cooed from behind him, its paw smashing into his back. The impact was brutal even with iron skin. Randedly could feel that several of his bones had broken, and some of his organs were failing. He simply pressed his hands to his chest and activated Healing Palm, barely keeping his health afloat. Staggering to his feet, he drank 2 health potions, feeling his body snap back into place, quite painfully, but otherwise without any repercussions. Randedly had also come to a realization. It wasn't that the Sphinx was fast, it simply used the same skill that Lyra did. It could literally teleport anywhere around him. Snickering, he felt it move. Rather than trying to track it with his eyes, Randedly raised his spear and prepared to receive its attacks. If Lyra had taught him anything in the past few days, it's that the things she did came at great cost. It was not a move that could be used indefinitely, and when it ran out of mana, that was his chance. He simply had to survive that long. Glendale watched the city, feeling slightly annoyed. On behalf of the leader of his group, he had been sent to investigate the 2 newbie villages that had sprung up so close together here. In the winding, 50-mile trek up here, their group hadn't seen a single pillar of light. Imagine their surprise when they arrived and found 2. Something was different here, and their leader was cautiously pessimistic, and thus, Glendale was planning on making contact with both. But when he had originally approached the first village, the more civilized-seeming one, he had been told to turn around and leave or they would shoot. As he tried to explain himself, they had fired off warning shots, sending him scampering back. Although he had put some points into End and Vit from finishing paths, he didn't think he could do something as ridiculous as survive bullets. Just as he was about to give up, disgusted, something strange happened. The bus that acted as a gate to the city pulled to the side, and a truck drove out, carefully driving in the small, thin path free of monster bodies. As it pulled off the road and went around on a path, Glendale walked out cautiously, waving his arms. This was different. Maybe they had sent someone out to talk with him. The truck was ready to pull right past him and only stopped when he shouted, "Hey." Still, it did stop, so Glendale walked to the side, looking into the driver's seat. A tall, athletic-looking black man sat there, dressed in a police uniform. Next to him was a beautiful woman with honey-colored skin that looked oddly familiar. Glendale offered a nervous smile. "Hey, again, I was just wondering, how do you get into the city?" The two exchanged a heavy glance. The officer turned back to Glendale. "Unfortunately, we aren't accepting any more refugees at this time. If you want shelter, we recommend you head to Donaton. Actually, we are heading there now if you need a ride." Glendale nodded uncertainly, then got into the back of the cab. The truck pulled away, driving around the hill in a long loop, while the two up front talked in tones too low for Glendale to hear. Instead, he turned and looked at the cargo. It was glass. Randedly's left arm hung useless at his side, 4 large furrows in his flesh keeping him from being able to move it. And the slashes from the Sphinx came faster and faster. With only one arm, he blocked as well as he could, dispersing the force. But the Sphinx just teleported behind him and attacked from a different angle. Gritting his teeth, Randedly used spearing roots, starting them behind him, so that the sharp attacks rushed towards his back, hidden from the Sphinx's vision. As the huge paw descended towards him, Randedly raised his spear with his good arm, simultaneously guiding those roots around his body, hugging him as closely as they could, the attacks rushing forward. Because of that, the Sphinx's attack hit him almost square on, the training spear given to him by Shao bending dangerously. But at the same time, several of the spearing roots landed on its paw, digging into the Sphinx's flesh. It tusked in annoyance, shaking its paw, and Randedly used that opportunity to withdraw several potions, downing them all. Then, as his health surged back upwards, his arm healing, Randedly leapt forward, an empowered phantom onslaught rushing towards the creature. As soon as it ripped through the roots, however, it teleported away again, his attack hitting nothing but air. Panting, Randedly adjusted his stance and waited. The Sphinx just seemed disappointed. You are likely waiting for me to use up my mana, correct? But it is in vain. Before the newbie barrier drops, I have unlimited mana so that I would not succumb to any of the other monsters out here. I might not have any regeneration, but my well of mana and stamina will never run dry. And for you that is bad, bad, bad. Randedly lowered his spear slowly. It couldn't be accidentally doing this, right? And what about your health? The Sphinx threw its head backwards, laughing. Ha ha ha, from your face you are wondering if it is a trap, yes. That I claim to have no regeneration and fail to mention infinite health, just infinite stamina and mana. It is no trap. Although I am bound, I am still a Sphinx. I have my pride. No challenger will be clueless around me. Although it is a broad term, isn't it, little sheep? Clueless, clueless, clueless. But it continued. That is not to say I cannot heal myself. But until the barrier drops, I am stuck out here, and so I might as well play with you for a while. It gets so dull out here. And the only way to amuse myself is to eat, eat, eat. Then it stretched in a very cat-like manner and began to walk towards him, its eyes gleeful. Breathing in and breathing out, Randedly looked down the shaft of his spear towards his opponent. It blinked out of existence, and Randedly relaxed, waiting for the sign. Then he felt it and abruptly looked up. It had teleported above him, and several fireballs shot down towards him. God, he wished it had a higher resistance right now. He shifted his stance, raising his spear and spinning it in a spear deflect. The fireballs crashed against his defense, almost causing it to falter, and he felt his arm being covered in burns, lowering his health. But he simply willed his spells into motion, spearing roots shooting upwards in the area obscured to him by the flames. Gah, the Sphinx spat and Randedly grinned. About time the fucking thing didn't do that dumb 3 of the same words thing. He rushed through the smoke, seeing several long scratches left on the Sphinx's side as it hopped backwards, and Randedly pursued, rushing forward. The Sphinx teleported a dozen meters backwards, but Randedly just used phantom half-step, covering most of that distance, his spear lashing out. Roaring its fury, the Sphinx spat several more fireballs at him and reared up onto its hind legs ready to meet him. But Randedly had immediately teleported backwards with phantom half-step, hopping behind a rock to drink several potions and avoid the vicious flames. You, the Sphinx said, seemingly amused. Ignoring it, Randedly drank the potions and then opened up his menu. Spear Mastery up 1, Eyes of the Spear Phantom up 1, Spear Phantom's Footwork up 2, Phantom Half-Step up 3, Dodge and Block both up 2, Haste up 1, Spear Deflect up 3, Empower up 2, Spearing Roots up 1, Root Manipulation up 1, Mana Strengthening up 3, Physical Fitness and Running up 1, Sprinting up 2, and Fire Resistance up 1. 26 PP all told, and he dumped it all into his path, finishing it off. Congratulations, you have completed the meditation path, +5 to perception and reaction. Your mind is clear and your eyes are focused. That path lies ahead may be fraught with difficulties, but you will meet it directly. Effectiveness of meditation improved. Regeneration has increased to plus 1.5 per skill level. There was a slight hesitation then, as Randeley considered what to put his PP into next, but that horrible voice spoke again. My, what is taking so long? Don't you want to play? Play. Grim-eyed, Randeley looked towards the frontrunner path. Reward path, huh? Well, here goes nothing. He had 17 PP left and put them all into it. To his surprise, he received 8 distributable stat points, one every 2 levels. If this continued, this path would be worth 50 stat points without even including the completion bonus. But then Randeley heard movement and dumped all of it into agility. He needed the edge and speed or he wouldn't be able to handle the teleportation. Rushing forward, Randeley was wearing a crooked grin. He had missed this. Hanging on by a thread, fighting for his life. In moments like this, he forgot how much life was lost due to the system and just enjoyed the primal simplicity of it. Rubbing sweat from his brow, Glendale finished helping the beautiful woman, Elaine, and the police officer, Craig, unload the cases of beakers and test tubes and seemingly hundreds of other glass articles onto the ground, finally stopping to glance around and take a look at Donaton. Honestly, while the other city had been the one with more buildings, Glendale hadn't barely been able to see any movement. Here, people were swarming. They were currently in an area that was beginning to form into a small town square, sitting down in the valley, below the fort from which the pillar of light erupted. There were several foundations being laid for houses, and huge tree trunks were laying everywhere, seemingly abandoned on the ground. Right now they were in front of a rather large longhouse-looking building, which Elaine explained was Donaton's warehouse for supplies, although, she mumbled, looking around with a strange light in her eyes. It's a lot bigger than the last time I was here. Their glassware was accepted by a stern-faced woman with a clipboard, who took everything in with a glance before turning around and whistling. Around a dozen youths crawled out of the woodwork looking surly. She frowned at them all. Fine, finish taking these back to the vats in the back, and then you're all free to go watch the spectacle up there. Whooping, the youths swarmed around Glendale, who stood still so as not to be trampled. Very quickly the crates were moved and Craig and Elaine got back in the truck, the latter gazing wistfully across the grounds, towards another large building, farther down the valley. But then she shook her head and settled into her seat. Before they left, Craig leaned out the window and gave the woman a serious look. Make sure the ghost town knows that we will forget what happened. Let's take a non-interference policy from now on, all right. Good luck. And with that, they drove off. Glendale made a mental note about the term ghost hound because they used it as if it was a proper noun. Was it a monster of some sort? Had this village tamed a monster? Is that why they had formed so quickly? Not that it would likely be difficult to fight down one of the blue monsters in their area now that they had banded together with a common goal and a leader. But they hadn't. These people had. The woman snorted and then turned to Glendale with raised eyebrows. What, are you defecting? Well, I'm a bit busy, so... Oh no, Glendale shook his head. I'm from a group traveling up from Franksburg, about 60 of us. We were looking to trade. Strangely, the woman's eyes began to sparkle. What are you looking for? Partially food and a place to stay, Glendale admitted, and also access to whatever it is you do to get a class. Information too, and we are willing to give supplies in exchange. Clothing, tents, tools, and Glendale added, saving the best for last, medical supplies. Well, I'd be willing to talk about the clothing and tools. We are probably past the tent stage, and medical supplies, the woman shrugged. I don't think anyone has gotten a cold since they've gotten stats and could just raise their vitality and endurance. Glendale blinked, slightly surprised. I mean, even without infections, keeping health high should be something you'd be interested in, right? Perhaps they had miscalculated, Glendale thought. Perhaps the classes were more powerful than they had thought. Before the woman could answer, Glendale heard laughter from behind him and turned to find a lovely girl with sharp features and blonde hair to her shoulders. She smirked at him as he turned around. The woman bowed slightly. Ms. Lyra, should we expect the ghost hound? Lyra scrunched her face up and huffed, folding her arms. The woman straightened and smiled. Then she turned to Glendale again. Well, if you have any examples of clothing, I'd love to see them. Numbers, sizes, etc. I'm willing to buy in bulk if food and information is what you want. As for getting a class, there are some rules about that. You will have to go check up at the classer portion of Donaton. Classer, but then Glendale shook his head, refocusing. No, but first, I guess I just don't understand why medical supplies aren't more attractive. You probably didn't know this, but certain plants can be mixed to create potions. Lyra burst out laughing, slapping her knee. The woman gave Glendale a kindly smile. Mr. Glendale, he said, straightening. Glendale followed the woman as she walked into the longhouse. They passed dried meat, dried fruit, nuts, furs. Glendale's eyebrows rose. Perhaps the woman was right about not caring about food. He had only seen a few dozen people, though, so it was strange they had so much. Then they passed through to the back, where around 20 people were standing by large vats, slowly filling the glass containers. Some with red liquid, some with blue, some with yellow. Glendale gasped, walking forward. The workers moved rapidly, some grinding, some carefully measuring, others pouring water sample, and all of them mixing. As Glendale watched, he saw flashes of joy on some faces, while disappointment colored others. Several were carefully filling buckets with powder from the ground-up energy crystals, struggling to maintain the equality in quantity while upping the scale. No wonder they weren't interested in medical supplies. They had enough potions to solve any problems that might come their way, and also no wonder why they were more interested in the tools portion of the offer. Most of the measuring equipment that they had were rather archaic analog scales, where they would balance the two amounts of powder on the trays until they reached an equilibrium. Only then would they mix. No electronic scales seemed to be present. Glendale mentally thanked Alana for insisting Regina bring a few generators. Really, the only thing this place seemed to be lacking was electricity. Hopefully, that would be enough to trade for what they wanted. Wonderingly, Glendale wandered closer, and his mouth fell to the floor as he watched the people work with a closer eyes. The speed that their hands were moving, they probably all had double-digit agility. Lyra chuckled, and the woman just looked on with a tight-lipped smile. Glendale picked up a vial of the finished potion, examining it. 68 health, he muttered, shocked. The highest they had been able to achieve was just over 50, and that was only when Regina. The woman coughed into her hand, seeming to be embarrassed. Yes, unfortunately, mass-producing it wasn't as effective as we wished. Here, she walked over to a smaller space to the side, where a cooler sat on the table. She filled a vial with liquid from the cooler, the liquid glimmering azure, and then brought it back to Glendale. Here, consider it a gesture of goodwill. This was personally mixed by the ghost hound, and maybe this will help you understand why we don't need medical supplies. This restores. Glendale gasped, 199 mana. That much mana, from just this small amount of mana. This can't. Glendale stuttered to a stop, wanting to deny it, but unable to refute the notification floating in front of him. Lyra, still giggling, wiped the tears from her eyes. Oh man, I told you this would be good. Still slightly shell-shocked, Glendale followed Lyra, who promised to take him to someone who could talk to him about getting a class. This the NCC village, Lyra explained. All the buff and glorious classers live up there, above us on high in Valhalla. Glendale had slowly figured out that NCC was what they called people without a class, while classers obviously had a class. What Glendale stammered, slightly intimidated by how cute the teenage girl leading him was, regardless of her constant stream of sarcasm. What's it like having a class? Oh, I don't have a class, I just rely on my charm to get around. She winked slyly at him and then continued to walk forward. At a loss, Glendale followed. As they walked up the hill towards the fort, Glendale realized that it was a lot bigger than he had realized, and it looked like it was almost completely deserted. Lyra continued walking past the gate, and Glendale glanced curiously in before following. Although there seemed to be a small group of people at tables, it really was completely empty. Glendale hurried onward. Down the hill and round the bend in the valley they went until the sounds of shouting grew louder. It was only when they rounded the corner that the sea of people became obvious to Glendale. Probably just short of 800 were around, some standing, some watching, some working. The area seemed to have been a quarry, and directly in front of them was a slope which led downwards before leveling off. People lined up around the outside of the quarry, cheering at the people fighting in the center. Off to Glendale's right, there were around 50 people, some of them bandaged, others running around, cutting down trees, dragging them and stacking them, seeming to be making a rough-looking stage, surrounded by bleachers. As Glendale watched, an old man raised an axe and cut a 10-meter-tall tree in half, down the middle, with a single swing of his axe. Several men took the two halves and began assembling the seats, while several others set up another section of tree for him to cut. What is going on? Glendale gasped. Lyra shrugged. A tournament, obviously. Want to compete. Gritting his teeth, Randidly stepped backwards, just beyond the reach of the Sphinx's claws. With a grin, it teleported just slightly forward, putting him back in the path of the attack, but Randidly had predicted this, stepping forward and throwing a phantom thrust to meet its torso, even before it had teleported, drawing a long but shallow scratch across its chest. It grumbled its fury, spinning quickly, lashing out with its hind legs. Raising his spear, Randidly dodged the left foot and deflected the right, but was sent tumbling by the size of the foot. Gritting his teeth, Randidly created a wall of thorns between them, buying him a fraction of a second. Time seemed to slow as he considered his options. Health was still fine, but both mana and stamina were nearing dangerously levels. Mana was easier to conserve, but regenerated much more slowly. It basically wouldn't regenerate enough to matter in the foreseeable future. Stamina, on the other hand, would regenerate at a tick of about 1 per second, but he was constantly using it as he attacked, dodged, and blocked the fearsome attacks of the Sphinx. Stamina it was. As quick as possible, Randidly withdrew a stamina potion and drank it, leaping away from the wall of thorns, which went up in flames with a roar of heat. he retreated further, using the cover from the flames to run a small distance up the path away from the cave where the Sphinx sat. When the wall of thorns collapsed in a poof of char and soot, the Sphinx was sitting calmly in front of the cavern. It winked at Randedly, then padded back into the cave. Several seconds later it returned, a half-eaten cat in its mouth. It gobbled the thing down, and as Randedly watched, the Sphinx's wounds healed. CCC, plus you are not one of mine, so there are certain consequences associated with killing you. So feel free to run away. For a second, Randedly was torn, but then he lowered his head and backed slowly away. Only when he was out of sight did he allow himself to turn, and then only to sprint for 10 minutes, crossing the wasteland and returning to just inside the edge of the newbie boundary. Randedly didn't trust the creature for a minute, but he did believe that the notifications that appeared told the truth, and he would be safe within the safe zone from monsters of that level. As Randedly sat and meditated to recover more quickly, he wondered what would have happened if he hadn't followed that cat to find the Sphinx. If in 2 days, that had simply shown up at Donaton. It would have ripped through them, especially the NCC village below. That was free recovery for it. Ultimately, Randedly felt like he and some of the other elites could escape, or hold it at bay when it no longer had access to the infinite mana and stamina, but most of the village would be ripped to pieces. The farms burned, the potion brewing enterprise derailed, the Wolverine butcheries slaughtered. All of the NCCs that worked for Sam, raising skill levels before trying to get a class, dead to the monstrously fast Sphinx. They would likely survive ultimately, but the village would be reduced to a few dozen individuals at best. The piece they currently had, holding onto the past, would be shattered. Narrowing his eyes, Randedly smiled. That was, of course, what would have happened if he had not discovered it early. As he would murder it, ripping the creature to pieces before even the newbie barrier dropped. Randedly removed the materials from his ring, beginning to refine and brew more potions. He was running low of almost everything, but he could gather the things he needed quickly, before returning to fight the Sphinx. It would be slightly slower than just returning to the village, but Randedly feared that if he returned, Lyra would follow him. Although he had been able to scrape by and survive, her weaker physical stats and limited mana pool would spell her end rather quickly. It might be a fun game to the Sphinx, but that didn't mean it would show mercy when there was prey right in front of it. There was a throbbing pain in Randedly's forehead, right behind his eyes, probably due to the extended bout that he had just fought with the Sphinx. He had struggled against the thing for 5 hours at least. The sun was beginning to set, and only now was the edge of weariness beginning to fade, but the headache remained. He then opened up his path menu. Randedly had gained 1 level in Spear Mastery, 2 in Phantom Thrust, 1 in Phantom Half Step, 2 in Iron Skin and Dodge, 3 in Block, 1 in Spear Deflect, 1 in Empower, 2 in Edge of Decay and Spearing Roots, 1 in Healing Palm, and 3 in Fire Resistance. In addition, he had gained a level in Meditation as he sat and recovered. With these PP, Randedly continued to dump them into Frontrunner, and with those stats he raised his reaction by 11. As the fight had gone on and he had gotten used to his increased speed, he realized that he wasted quite a lot of time calculating his response. His body was still fast enough to barely keep up with the Sphinx, even so, but with an increased reaction, hopefully the gap between them would narrow further. Randedly considered his status screen. Randedly Ghost Hound. Class Level NA. Health R per hour, 311 303, plus 8, 155 plus 12. Mana R per hour, 501, 512, 71.5. Stam R per min, 357, 357, 59, plus 4. Vit 45 plus 4. End 30. SDR 28 plus 2. Augie 57 plus 10. Perception 24. Reaction 41. Resistance 9. Willpower 55. Intelligence 73. Wisdom 39. Control 55. Voga 26. Equipment average leather tunic LVL 5 plus 2 Vit, gloves of quickness Vit plus 1. Augie plus 3, necklace of the Shadow Cat LVL 20, vitality plus 1, strength plus 2, agility plus 7. Skills Soul Skill, Spear of Rot Mastery LVL 228. Combat Spear Mastery LVL 44. Phantom Thrust LVL 44, Spear Phantom's Footwork LVL 32, Eyes of the Spear Phantom LVL 20, Phantom Half Step LVL 9, Heavy Blow LVL 23, Dagger Mastery LVL 10, Iron Skin LVL 27, Dodge LVL 31, Fighting Proficiency LVL 30, Block LVL 32, Haste LVL 19, Phantom Onslaught LVL 10, Sweep LVL 16. Spear Deflect LVL 10, Empower LVL 21, Calculated Blow LVL 19, Roundhouse Kick LVL 13, Edge of Decay LVL 11. Spells Spearing Roots LVL 6, Mana Bolt LVL 28, Mana Shield LVL 24, Root Manipulation LVL 26, Arcane Orb LVL 22, Fireball LVL 22, Magic Missile LVL 4, Healing Palm LVL 9, Pollen of the Rafflesia LVL 8, Summon Pestilence LVL 15, Mana Strengthening LVL 13, Wall of Thorns LVL 4, Soul Seed LVL, Crafting, Potion Making LVL 22. Farming LVL 20, Plant Breeding LVL 9, Mapmaker LVL 4, Analyze LVL 24, Refine LVL 6. Auxiliary Physical Fitness LVL 29, Meditation LVL 31, Running LVL 20, Sprinting LVL 15, Sneak LVL 22, Acid Resistance LVL 22, Poison Resistance LVL 16, Pain Resistance LVL 11, First Aid LVL 13, Equip LVL 20, Pathfinding LVL 16, Mental Strength LVL 11, Curse Resistance LVL 3, Fire Resistance LVL 8. Spear of Rot Mastery was getting close to 250 again, which was where it evolved last time, but randomly suspected that it would wait longer on the second time around, perhaps to 500. But now that his reaction was 41, Randomly had more confidence that he could keep up with his own agility of 67 without making any mistakes. He shook his head ruefully. Contrary to his plans, he was just raising everything, staying good at everything. But in this case, he had no choice. His most powerful quality, his spells, just weren't able to cope with an enemy that could teleport freely around him. He needed to lock it down before he could smash it with the heavy hitters. Randomly had to rely on closing the distance and attacking it to start the fight and seize the momentum. And to do that successfully, he needed physical stats. Struck by a sudden thought, randomly checked his pockets and found the Soul Seed, inspecting it again. Soul Seed 91 nurtured. Strongest influences 1. Spear Mastery 2. Spearing Roots 3. Empower 4. Fire Resistance 5. Refine. It appeared that while he was fighting the Sphinx, the seed was nearing completion. Although he had no idea what sort of result would occur because of it, he noticed that Spear Mastery and Fire Resistance became stronger influences due to the nature of the fight. Shrugging, randomly stood and began walking towards the spot he had in mind to harvest energy shards for potions. The headache had faded mostly, and his heart was tingling with excitement. It would be a long night, but by morning, the Sphinx would be dead. Dozer put his hands on his hips and laughed enthusiastically. Kukuku, what other outcome but this was possible? Bask in my radiance, I am the strongest. Donnie and Declan gazed hatefully at him but kept their mouths shut. To be sure, both Declan's speed and Donnie's endurance and ability to interrupt tempo and survive damage were intimidating. However, this was not a battlefield. There was nowhere for you to hide, no cover to hide behind. There was no press of bodies that ensured that Donnie's devastating shield bashes could be brought to bear. This was a duel. In an open space, Dozer's larger weapon was at an advantage, and after a long struggle, he had prevailed. The strongest, I would probably rate you as a distant 5th overall, but your ambition sure is optimistic. Dozer frowned, his moment passed, but didn't say anything as he turned to face the speaker. Lyra walked forward, her typical smirk in place on her face, her eyes glittering. Although she was probably the most attractive woman in Donaton, very few people had the nerve to talk to her. One of the reasons was the presence of the ghost hound, but the other was the viciousness with which she could rip through enemies with her magic. The men had whispered uneasily about how when the blood of harpies rained from the skies, in that last monster horde, there was only one culprit, Lyra. The ghost hound could reduce a horde into nothing with a blast of fire, and Clarissa was extremely accurate with her icicles, but those didn't intimidate in the same visceral way as having drops of blood fall on you while fighting. A red rain that marked the activity of her cruelly silent birds. Who's above me? Dozer rumbled, intimidated but unwilling to let go of the moment. Her smile widened as if this was exactly what she wanted. Well, obviously myself, Clarissa, Annie, and Sam. Can you think of anyone else? The ghost hound hung between them, a name that Dozer would easily admit was more powerful than he. But at the moment, looking at her small smirk, Dozer felt a hot spark of dissatisfaction. But then he frowned. Annie, what are you talking about? She doesn't even have. But Lyra just waved at him placatingly. Yes, all a big joke. Donnie boy, actually I'm here for you. There is a guest. She gestured theatrically to a thin man with long black hair tied up in a bun standing behind her. The man was looking around nervously but stepped forward without hesitation when he was indicated. Hello, I'm Glendale. It's nice to meet you. Glendale returned to their base camp quickly, hurrying forward through the lengthening shadows. It had been 10 days since the world had changed. Glendale had thought that as a general rule, his group was probably more adaptable than most and had done well for themselves. While others had just wanted to sit inside and wait out whatever had happened in the world, Regina had taken a more sustainability-focused outlook on the whole situation. She had pushed for gathering individuals, gathering medicine and food, defending themselves actively, clearing out monsters in the hospital where they all used to work. She had led them, inspiring them to greatness, discovering potion making and magic and everything they knew about this world. The casual way that the people had talked about these things in Donaton had shattered his worldview. They were strong, far, far stronger than Glendale had believed possible. During the tournament, Glendale had watched as many fights as he could, and the casual strength even the one-shoulder pad classer could display was breathtaking. Approaching the camp, Glendale stopped and whistled, as agreed, and heard the counter whistle. He hurried forward, happy to finally be back. They had set up shop at a gas station, their convoy of tractor-trailers and ambulances pulling over, surprised at how few monsters they encountered in the area. In retrospect, the reason was obvious: the town was already dominating the nearby landscape. When even the NCCs had enough strength to handle themselves around a monster, the wandering creatures would thin out rather quickly. Remembering the pens where there were some enterprising individuals trying to breed monsters for meat, Glendale shivered. As he passed some people, he nodded to them and received weary nods in return, their eyes hollow, following his bulging backpack. Unfortunately, in this group of 70, the food that he had been given wouldn't do much to sate their hunger, but it would bring hope. Alana, the tall woman who handled most of the dirty work for the convoy, looked up as Glendale hurried towards Regina's RV. After a second of terse silence, she waved him into the interior. Slightly breathless, Glendale stepped forward. Regina Northwind, former surgeon, current leader of their expedition, was frowning down at a ledger in front of her. She didn't immediately notice his presence, and Glendale hesitated, unsure of whether to disturb her. But she coughed lightly into her hand and said report without looking up from the papers in front of her. Glendale recounted his experiences of the day, about how the first location refused him entry, and how he had gone to the second, Donaton. Although they were much more tribal, they also seemed more active. Most of the other refugees apparently came into Donaton, with the other town closed. He explained how their numbers appeared to be around 1,000, and then he showed Regina the powerful mana potion, and examples of the different crops that the administrator woman was willing to trade for tools and clothes. At this, Regina sighed lightly. Not interested in the medicine at all, I suppose it makes sense. How much of this did you say they had? Around a cooler full. And from the way they talked about it, it wasn't too difficult to create. They are even harvesting the energy crystal trees. They are growing a grove. Regina's eyes narrowed. And they have classes, yes. What do classes do? How strong were they? They didn't all have classes, Glendale explained slowly. From what I could gather, classes gave you something like a special path that also provides skills. In addition, you get a stat growth rate. As for how strong they were, Glendale hesitated. After a long pause, he just shook his head. I do not know how to explain. Strong. So strong that I can't comprehend their strength. Regina was silent for a long moment. Compared to Alana, how strong are they? Glendale reflexively looked back towards the door where Alana sat. Then he released a long sigh. As far as I can tell, there are 3 ranks of people, with special individuals above that. Alana is likely comparable to the first rank, maybe a little stronger, more skillful with her spear, but the people at the second level, they surpassed the human limits. The air was very still. Didn't even seem like Regina was breathing. Then something loosened and she leaned back in her chair. How are women treated there? It seemed normal. There were female warriors. The head of the NCCs, they call it, non-class characters, was also a woman. I also met a very strange woman named Lyra who seemed to have a fair amount of influence, but there were definitely more men than women. Outnumbered them about 2 to 1. If that's the case, Regina rubbed her forehead. We have no choice and there's no reason not to trade with them. Let's gather everyone up and head closer tomorrow. There's one more thing, but I don't know what it means, Glendale added. Regina arched an eyebrow and he continued. They kept referencing something called a ghost hound. At first I thought it was a monster or something, but it seemed like they were talking about a person. Not to put it bluntly, but a lot of the men there seemed like brutes or thugs. But as soon as the ghost hound was mentioned, they got as quiet and well-behaved as Christian school children. You think this ghost hound is the reason that these villages formed so quickly? Regina asked, rubbing her chin. Maybe. That's the only thing I can guess. Glendale backed out of the room, a lump in his throat. She made it sound pretty now, but Glendale would rather have not been the scout. But Regina had a very compelling reason why it had to be him. He was the only remaining male in their group. Immediately after the system arrived, most of the male doctors had stormed out of the hospital, demanding answers, only to be mauled by the waiting monsters. Regina had gathered up most of the nurses and organized them, working through their new series of problems. Most of the remaining men had either died or had run off, unsatisfied with taking orders from Regina. At the end of 10 days, Glendale was the only remaining man, surrounded by 70 women. The Sphinx looked up at him, seemingly pleased. Oh, you came back so soon. Did you miss me, Mimi? Snorting, Randidly drew his spear. There was no point in talking with this dumb creature, but he didn't attack quite yet. The trick to this fight would be seeing how far he could push the Sphinx with small scratches before it began to take him seriously, to slowly whittle away at its health and then all at once drop the hammer on it. Randedly sincerely doubted that the fireball was the most powerful spell in the Sphinx's arsenal, and if Randedly had a weakness, it was to magical attacks. As such, once push came to shove, Randedly planned on moving fast and hitting hard. He wasn't entirely confident that he could take it down immediately, but based on his observations about the way the Sphinx thought, he could certainly do a lot of damage to it very quickly, damage that it wouldn't expect. With a smile, the Sphinx teleported closer, pawing casually at Randedly. Already, he could feel the difference in reaction making itself known, as he easily sidestepped the blow, seeing it coming several fractions of a second more than previously. His body finally felt under control, rather than the wild roller coaster ride it had been previously. He stepped forward, meeting the Sphinx with a phantom stab to its side, drawing a long scratch. It had taken him 2 hours of bitter struggle previously to get such a blow. Although it seemed annoyed, the Sphinx's grin widened, and it teleported again, directly behind Randedly. But as he was spinning to face it, it teleported a second time above him and belched a fireball down towards him. Rolling to the side, Randedly managed to avoid the fireball but was met by another paw strike. He gritted his teeth and met it with a sweep empowered and strengthened by heavy blow. But the Sphinx just seemed to chuckle and teleport backwards, lowering its paw and opening its mouth for a fireball. But this time, Randedly was ready, activating Phantom Half-Step. He crossed most of the distance to the Sphinx and leapt forward, a phantom thrust rushing forward into its mouth. The half-formed fireball sparked fitfully and collapsed as the spear pressed through it, and Randedly felt the blade of his spear sink into the soft flesh of the roof of the Sphinx's mouth. There was a moment then where Randedly had a second of clarity. The fireball spell backlash was disintegrating, and his spear was going to pierce through. This was a little bit too quickly to stick to the original plan, but Randedly did not shy away from the challenge. Instead, he firmed his resolve and threw everything he had into this strike. As the soot and flame from the failed fireball faded, Randedly could clearly see the Sphinx's eyes, as its face changed from one of confusion to shock to a hint of fear, and then an overwhelming, ancient anger, a willingness to slaughter. Randedly supposed he would need to move up his timetable a bit, and he really had been hoping to inflict more draining wounds before this happened. After all, his edge of decay would begin to add up in a long fight, as the Sphinx struggled to continue with several gashes. Before the rage in the Sphinx's eyes could turn to action, Randedly flexed his hands, tightening his grip on the shaft of his spear, casting 4 spells at once. First, he summoned Spearing Roots, ripping up from the ground into the Sphinx's stomach. Then he used root manipulation to create another Spearing Roots, but this time, he just pushed them up to the Sphinx's head height and wrapped the roots around the Sphinx's mouth, binding it closed. Randedly's high willpower and control were brought to bear as he pressed with everything he had to rapidly effectuate his will, speeding the root's movements until they blurred. Randedly wasn't sure if its mouth was always the source of its offensive spells, but better safe than sorry. The third spell was Summon Pestilence, most of which Randedly used to attack the still shocked eyes of the Sphinx, while several small insects were directed to land on out-of-the-way parts of its body, burrowing into its fur. This was the most difficult because the insects themselves were hard to direct individually, and they had very few drives other than to bite and rip flesh. But he stilled them with an effort, the immensity of which brought on the beginnings of a headache. The final spell was Mana Strengthening, as Randedly then threw everything he had at the Sphinx. It reared back on its hind legs, seeking to escape from the roots spearing into its stomach and wrapping around its mouth, but Randedly rushed forward, quick as a ghost. Every step was empowered, haste was burning as quickly as it could, and he launched a full-power phantom onslaught on its chest, ripping into its flesh. Before, Randedly's attacks would leave long, shallow scratches that annoyed the Sphinx, but weren't all that deadly. That was because none of his attacks were empowered up until now. Although the bit of speed and strength that it adds is small, that small burst is just big enough to rip through the outer skin of the Sphinx without slowing down, dealing significantly more damage as the blade cut into its body. Furious, the Sphinx tried to open its mouth to roar and rip the roots around its mouth slightly, but Randedly's intelligence was high enough now that the roots were incredibly resilient. They ripped at the edges and frayed, but held, which was the perfect opportunity for an empowered sweep to rip a large gash in the Sphinx's exposed throat. The blood spurting out of its throat likely incensed it further, and it bucked wildly, ripping the roots out of its stomach and slashing wildly at the roots binding its mouth, ripping it to pieces. During this time, Randedly brought a mana potion to his mouth and drank it quickly. By the time he had down the thing, the Sphinx had ripped away from most of the roots. Calling another Spearing Roots to shoot up into its flank, Randedly surged closer. The Sphinx had slightly recovered from its shock this time and twisted out of the way. Even though its body was huge, it managed to dodge and deflect most of the roots. However, though some missed, Randedly just activated root manipulation and brought them wrapping around the Sphinx's body. All the while, he continued to stab and slash, ripping large gashes in the skin of the Sphinx. At that moment, the Sphinx threw itself backwards, ripping all the roots to bits. It then stood still for a split second, and then its eyes widened. Grinning, Randedly activated the pestilence he had hiding on the Sphinx's body, sending it viciously biting into the open wounds of the creature. For the teleport spell to work, no foreign materials could touch the body. Luckily for Randedly, those hungry insects counted. The split second bought by the shock of the teleportation failure allowed Randedly to drink a stamina potion and rush forward, haste and empower turning footwork of the spear phantom into an impossibly fast and smooth movement technique. Furious, the Sphinx opened its mouth and shot a fireball at Randedly, but he simply sidestepped and kept coming, stabbing over and over as fast as he could. Still, the Sphinx was simply too big. There was no way for Randedly to inflict a deadly amount of damage in a short amount of time, but the point would be making the Sphinx convinced that he could. At that moment, Randedly saw his chance. As the Sphinx stumbled backwards, swiping half-heartedly at him to keep him back, while shaking its head to rid itself of the pestilence insects, Randedly jumped forward and thrust with the spear. Inwardly, Randedly grimaced. He had drawn a deep gash in the Sphinx's head, right above the left eye he had been trying to blind it, but it had jerked to the side at the last second. Still, this was apparently the last straw. With movement born of panic, the Sphinx spun around and leapt towards the cave, where Randedly assumed he had additional bodies waiting to eat, just in case. Randedly's grin crept higher. Gotcha. As the creature rushed towards the mouth of the cave, Randedly strolled after it, removing a mana potion from his bag and drinking it. Then, just as the creature reached the mouth of the cave, Randedly spent all 500 or so of his mana on spearing roots. Normally, spearing roots was an incredibly powerful, penetrative attack that had a significant drawback, although it wasn't truly a flaw. Spearing roots could only be produced from the ground. Still, most everything remained on or near the ground, so this wasn't an issue. It just limited the avenues of attack Randedly possessed, and on a monster with a huge body like the Sphinx, limited the areas he could damage easily. Where normally he could only produce the roots from the ground, which limited their effectiveness, a cave meant the ground was all around you. And the Sphinx ran right into the large mouth of its cave, only a meter or so of space between its head and sides and earth. An onlooker watching could perhaps believe that the cave had been a mouth this whole time, and the viciously sharp roots were the teeth, chomping down at the creature that foolishly entered into it. The roots caught it in its upper torso, probably only its head making it safely through to the cave proper, while wave after wave of roots stabbed downward, burrowing long holes into the flesh of the Sphinx, all around its body. Although Randedly hadn't been able to bring it to bear earlier due to the Sphinx's ability to teleport, there was no doubt that his intelligence was of a level to inflict serious damage on an enemy, even if they were LVL 30. The roots were sharp, the force they contained was vicious. The wriggling movements of them, due to careful use of root manipulation, insidiously ripped the wounds open even wider. That said, Randedly suspected that the Sphinx was still alive. Using another mana potion, Randedly used the roots to grind around for a bit, before throwing the Sphinx back out to the ground in front of him. Then the roots twisted and settled, hardening to block the cave. The Sphinx was still alive. It wouldn't be stopped very long by the roots, but it was more than enough to slow it down while Randedly ripped into its back. Mewing in agony, the thing staggered to its feet, huge holes in its back and shoulders. Even though that one portion of its body was a mess of gore, that was only about of its body. Its head, lower back, and both sets of legs were fine. The wings, however, had been turned into broken, useless limbs. As Randedly approached, a notification popped up. Congratulations, your soul seed has been completely nurtured. Upon being inserted into fertile soil, the seed shall grow. One less thing he had to worry about then. Now was time to finish this. You, the Sphinx said, turning towards Randedly. Me, Randedly said, stalking closer. This seemed to incense the creature because it opened its mouth again, mana flowing rapidly to fill it. But instead of a fireball, the energy spread and covered a 10-meter area around the Sphinx, including Randedly. Within a second, the air began to vibrate. Then it began to twist and rip. Jarring, jagged vibrations, strange movements in the air, made it unbearable to be near that strange magic in the Sphinx's mouth. Randedly stumbled to a stop, struggling to collect himself. Although he had been through a lot, this was the most painful experience Randedly had ever encountered. It made his bones ache and twist, his marrow roiling. After what felt like an eternity, it stopped, and Randedly collapsed, coughing up blood. It hadn't done much actual damage, but the pain, combined with the strangeness. Randedly looked up just in time to see the Sphinx leaping at him, mouth wide and teeth bared. Rolling to the side, Randedly managed to get out of the way, and then empowered his hands and pushed off the ground, throwing himself almost instantly up to his feet. The paw smashed to the ground, leaving a huge crack in the earth, and unfortunately Randedly was still too dizzy to recover completely after leaping upwards, and could only fall back as the shockwave sent him staggering. Gritting his teeth, Randedly forced his trembling hands to still just as another paw swipe came ripping past. This time he wasn't quick enough, and the huge claws ripped through his shirt, leaving the flesh of his left shoulder in tatters. A notification came up that his health had dipped below 20, but Randedly couldn't even focus on it, his eyes narrowing to view his current enemy. Although the Sphinx had taken the initiative, now that he really looked, Randedly could tell that it too was slightly off from using that spell. It hissed at his close viewing, spitting a fireball directly at his face. Randedly rolled again, his sharp eyes picking up the small form that slipped out of his pocket in the roll. Reflexively, he reached out and grabbed it, his quick fingers wrapped around the small, completely nurtured soul seed. Fertile soil, recovering his spear, Randedly had a crazy idea. As the Sphinx opened its mouth again to shoot another fireball, Randedly threw the small seed towards its mouth. The passage of even the small seed was enough to throw off the flow of mana for the spell, and once more the fire energy dispersed. Randedly followed this up with a hasted and empowered phantom thrust, his spear tip hitting the seed midair and driving it forward, once more ripping into the wound on the roof of the Sphinx's mouth. Eyes burning, Randedly didn't just withdraw the spear this time, but drove it deeper, ripping upward through the jaw and stabbing towards the skull, hoping he hit something vital. The Sphinx began to tremble, mewing strangely, and Randedly took that time to plant his feet and shove the spear forward, even deeper, cracking against something with a wet thump. Just when he thought the Sphinx would collapse, its mouth snapped shut, snapping the spear into pieces. As Randedly was sent stumbling backwards, it raised its head and howled, and Randedly could see that half of his spear was still sunk deeply into the roof of its mouth. Spitting out blood from his mouth, Randedly dropped the remnants of the spear and withdrew several potions, hurriedly raising himself back up to full strength. He now regretted turning down Daniel's offer of a spear from the weapons shop. A spare spear would come in handy right now. Apparently realizing that it couldn't do anything about the pain right now, the Sphinx turned its red-rimmed eyes on Randedly. Then it charged, all pretense of playing gone, just an extremely large, angry monster. It was met by a cloud of pestilence to the face, blinding it but barely slowing it at all. While it couldn't see, Randedly had spearing roots rip into it at a sideways angle, aiming mostly for the tendons of its legs, seeing several satisfyingly deep gashes result. Leaping to the side, Randedly felt a hint of confidence that this was in the bag. That was when it twisted midair and leaped after him, its eyes glowing golden, the light burning through the vicious insects, and the huge body smashed into Randedly, knocking the wind out of him. The two of them crashed into the ground, and he felt his ribs scream in protest. Although wounded, the Sphinx leered down at Randedly, its breath hot and hungry. Now, wah. Using root manipulation, Randedly grabbed the Sphinx's feet and dragged it back off of his body. The Sphinx turned to face the roots, kicking and ripping himself free, and turned back to Randedly, only to be met with a roundhouse kick to the face. It wasn't enough to do any damage, but it fell back, slightly stunned. In that moment, Randedly poured all his mana into spearing roots again, several sharp spears ripping upward into the earlier holes, digging deeper into the torso of the creature, ripping through its stomach and puncturing holes in its lungs. With a high-pitched screech, the air once more began to hum, then distort, and Randedly had to grit his teeth to stay standing. The back of his head throbbed, and the strange pain in the air seemed to be intensifying. Blackness ate at the corner of his vision, and he stumbled forward, his knees weak. Not like this. After all this time, all this struggle, was he going to let it end like this? Biting his lip to keep himself conscious, Randedly cracked his knuckles and swayed slowly closer to the Sphinx, even if he had to rip out its spine by hand, and at that moment the spell broke, the Sphinx collapsing, rolling onto its back and scratching at its own face. Randedly blinked several times. A long, thorny bramble was sticking out of the Sphinx's eyeball, blood spurting everywhere. And as soon as he saw it, he felt a strange connection to it. He knew that this was hatched from his soul seed, fertile soil indeed. While it was again distracted, Randedly drank more mana potions and speared it with roots again and again, making sure to rip the muscles of its legs to shreds, and then only afterwards attacked towards its necessary organs. When he was close to running out of mana, he drank a mana potion, fueling a constant barrage of spearing roots, flaying the flesh of the Sphinx from its bones. After several brutal spells, covering the nearby ground with gore, the Sphinx turned to Randedly, looking ridiculous, its mouth propped open by the spear, its left eye currently being popped and drawn back within its body by a thorn creature. It was more zombie than Sphinx at this point. "I'll KK kill you," it whispered, and then it spat something, infinitely faster than a fireball. Then it vomited up a gallon of blood and collapsed. Notifications sprang into existence around him, but Randedly had barely enough time to twitch before the impact slammed against him, spinning him around. He looked uncomprehendingly down, only to find a long, thin pink thing like a giant leech sticking out of his body. The weird part was that the thing was covered in strange markings. Blinking, Randedly realized he recognized it. It was the Sphinx's tongue. Just as he thought that, the thing quivered and then started wiggling, working itself deeper into his flesh with a malicious intensity. Swearing, Randedly reached over with his other arm and tried to get a grip on the thing, but the reaching arm was the arm that had been struck by the Sphinx's claws. The arm at first spasmed and did not listen, and only after he narrowed his eyes and slowly worked his will against the failing flesh did he get the hand to move where he wanted it to. His fingers were wet with blood, and by the time he grabbed at it, his fingers slipped off and the wiggling pink thing vanished into his shoulder. Almost non-comprehending, Randedly looked down at the gaping hole in his arm that it had left by its passage. He could feel its alien presence in his body, and a horrible sense of wrongness spread out. It began to move, working its way towards his chest. Randedly began to sweat. Removing it from him would be. But as he considered the problem, a small vine-like bramble crawled out of Sphinx's body, hurrying over towards Randedly. He could sense it strangely, he realized, and he could feel it, what it was thinking just barely. Worry radiated out from it. It seemed to understand something was wrong. Looking down at the small vine thing, only about a foot long, several thorn-covered tentacles, Randedly felt oddly touched. Then the tongue moved deeper into his chest, and he grimaced. Then he had another crazy idea. Crawl in, find it and stop it. Go on, Randedly encouraged, offering the open wound the tongue had used to climb into his body, pulling the gory hole open with his free hand. The thing rolled around on the ground and confusion radiating off of it. Grimacing, Randedly thought, with all the force he could muster, picturing what he wanted, and projected that thought towards the vine thing. Instantly, it understood, and it climbed into the wound, wriggling after the first interloper. Honestly, the vine creature was even more painful than the tongue, leaving huge gouges in his flesh as it moved. Randedly drank his last health potion, keeping his health at safe levels, and he felt the vine reach the tongue, just in his upper torso. The vine wrapped around it, its thorns digging into the struggling tongue. He sensed from the vine's projected impressions that it was having difficulties, but Randedly could only smile grimly. At least he had bought some time. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun was rising. Hopefully the village had fared well in his absence during the monster horde, but Randedly assumed they would be fine. The enemies they faced might be numerous, but they were low-leveled. It was a course designed to fatten people, so that the butcher could come and reap them. Randedly spared the Sphinx a glance, then sat down and began to brew health potions, doing his best to ignore the agonizing pain caused by the constant struggle within his chest. Little did Shall know, but his training, all of it, even this part, the painful, high-stress potion making, would become relevant in the future. When he had finished, he walked over the Sphinx and placed it into a larger spatial storage ring that he had Daniel buy for these hunts. Then he turned and began to trudge home, not daring to move too fast, lest the tongue slip free and rip through his heart and lungs. Although his stats had improved, Randedly was under no impression that this was something he could survive. Regina Northwind looked around at the battlefield after the monster horde came, and the professional way people were already moving among the bodies, selecting the ones with salvageable pelts and dragging the rest to large piles, where they would apparently be sold to a magical store that made them disappear. Remarkable, Regina said calmly, and Glendale looked around nervously. The people here seemed perfectly content to abandon their previous life and pick up this new one, filled with violence and struggle. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but the weirdos that had founded this village were doing something right. In addition, the NCC that Glendale talked to was hurrying over, talking with a pudgy man with an irritated expression. Both groups from Donaton arrived at once, the two duos nodding to each other. Then they all turned to the hospital group. "The name's Donnie, nice to meet you. You're the group that's looking to trade clothes," the skinny kid said, with a surprising amount of confidence and maturity. The big one grunted, "Dozer, strongest warrior." Alana relaxed in a dangerous fashion next to him, and Glendale shivered. "And I'm Daniel, and this is Ms. Hamilton. Do you really have clothes? God, I want to be in something other than furs so badly." The chubby one said, shivering, "Yes, we do," Regina said with a slight smile. "And you have two things we need very badly: food and access to a class." Donnie's mouth twisted slightly. The food. Donnie and Daniel exchanged a glance. "That's relatively simple. Mrs. Hamilton has authority to trade as much as she deems fit. We will basically take as many articles of clothing as you can spare. We haven't yet found anything like cotton or a monster to farm for wool, so we basically can only make clothing from fur. It's been itchy," Daniel interjected. As for classes, Donnie continued, "There are a few more strings attached to that." Regina's smile didn't change. "In terms of clothes, most of what we have are scrubs used in the hospital, but we also have the hospital's stock for special guests, and we managed to hit up a department store on our trek up here. You say strings, though." Regina's smile didn't change. "Such as?" But as Donnie opened his mouth to answer, a shout came out from the group of gatherers, over by the monster bodies, and the group turned to look. Walking slowly across the battlefield was a tall, athletic-looking man. He was young too, probably only in his early or mid-20s, but the firm line of his mouth and his piercing green eyes made him stand out. Glendale noticed that Dozer and Donnie exchanged a shocked glance. Regina also noticed and narrowed her eyes. However, the most shocking things about the man were the long, jagged wounds on his left shoulder. His entire torso was revealed, his clothing in tatters. His pants were covered with dried blood, and his hair was matted and sweaty. The man's green eyes swept to the side, and he beckoned two lounging individuals who wore 2 shoulder pads each. They leapt to their feet like the ground beneath them became lava and hurried over. The man said something to the two, and then they saluted and dashed off. Glendale began to hear it then, the whispers around them. The ghost hound, that's the ghost hound. He's wounded, so this was the ghost hound. Glendale wasn't sure what he had been expecting. Although the bloody man before them certainly seemed like an intense person, he didn't seem to be worthy of the almost worship he noticed in the gazes of nearby people. And the ghost hound was heading directly for their group, his gait still slow and even. By the time he had arrived, the 2 men he had sent off had returned with a large table made of thick wood, carried between them like it was cardboard. It honestly looked like a work table used to work metal. The ghost hound climbed up on it, grunting. "Dozer, you have an axe," he grunted, sparing Regina's group a glance, then ignoring them. Yes. Good, split open my chest, right about here. You are going to have to pull back the bone, but try and snap the ribcage cleanly. I don't want any more internal damage. Oh, Miranda, good. Send someone to bring me several jars of the high-quality health potion, just in case. While the rest of the people looked stunned, Mrs. Hamilton bowed and made several quick hand gestures at some people standing behind her. Instantly, several people dashed down towards the NCC village. Glendale looked around, abruptly conscious of the fact everyone who was in the area was slowly drifting closer, looking intently at the ghost hound. The ghost hound seemed rather annoyed and glared at Dozer. "Well, okay, You shouldn't do that. If the strike doesn't kill you, the blood loss will." Regina spoke up, drawing the ghost hound's attention. They made eye contact and held it for several long seconds. "If you want," Regina offered, "I could handle it. I was a surgeon before the world changed." The ghost hound hesitated and shook his head. "Impossible. Time is of the essence." Dozer cut. Dozer raised his axe, but Regina stepped forward, frowning. Glendale sighed to himself. If Regina was anything, it was stubborn, and being so quickly dismissed did not sit well with her. "You've lost a lot of blood and are behaving foolishly. If you insist on this, you will die and will have no one but yourself to blame." The air around them stilled. Glendale was uncomfortably aware of how many people were looking at them, but the ghost hound just chuckled. "You won't understand easily, will you? Fine, cut me open. Right here, I need something removed." The ghost hound pointed to a spot midway through his right pectoral muscle, just above where his lung would be. Regina nodded and removed several instruments from her bag. A needle, scalpels, rubbing alcohol. Shaking his head, the ghost hound said, "Don't worry about that stuff. Just cut. I don't have long." Regina bit her lip but set the alcohol and needle aside. Instead, she walked forward with her scalpel and stood over the patient's body, her emotions falling away from her face. Instead, she took on a practiced stance and pressed down with her scalpel. And pressed, and pressed, and pressed. The ghost hound chuckled. "Now do you understand? Yes, you would be more exact, but you have no strength to wound me even when I'm like this. Even with the sharpest knife, you cannot penetrate my skin." Now Dozer cut. Regina stepped back, her face stiff, and Dozer stepped forward, raising his axe. He brought it down in a smooth arc, the blade sinking about an inch into the ghost hound's stomach. Hissing, the ghost hound narrowed his eyes at Dozer. "That was close, you took it too easy. Hopefully you can fit your hand in that small cut to break my ribs, yay. Reach in and pull them, snapping them open. Shouldn't be too hard, they are already partially fractured." His hands trembling slightly, Dozer reached in and gripped the inside of Randidley's ribs, setting him groaning. He tested his strength, but to his surprise, found the ribs resisted him, so he pulled harder and then harder. Blinking, Dozer readjusted his hands and yanked, grunting, finally rewarded with a loud snap. The ghost hound's ribs cracked at the side and opened up, revealing most of his chest cavity. He beckoned, and a jar of health potion was brought to him, which he guzzled down. About halfway through the jar, he said, "You should see a pink tongue wrapped up by a thorny vine. Pull them both out and throw it on the ground. Stay away from it afterwards and don't touch it for very long." Glendale wasn't sure what surprised him more, the strange things he was saying, or that Dozer really did reach into his chest and pulled out those 2 objects, both of them wiggling wildly. Dozer hastily threw them to the side, and the nearby people scrambled backwards, away from the strange things. Then Dozer pushed the cracked ribs down, back into a semblance of place, and removed his axe. The ghost hound drank the rest of the potion, and the wound slowly healed back up. Panting, he collapsed on the table, eyes closed. "Doggy, how much of that is your blood?" Unbeknownst to everyone, Lyra had snuck through the crowd and was staring down at the Gauthund. The edges of his mouth quirked up in a grin. Less than half, only the fresh drops. With what seemed like a great effort, he heaved himself to his feet. And where is the thing that did this to you? Her voice lowered to a dangerous note, her eyes beginning to glow a clear blue. Strangely, as this happened, Glendale began to feel the strangest sense of impending danger and had to fight an abrupt instinct to flee. But the ghost hound just waved his hand. The space directly behind the table, which was once mostly empty, was now filled with a strange creature of mangled flesh, the size of a small bus. It resembled the top half of a lion, with the bottom half of a jellyfish. Glendale paled as he realized that it wasn't a jellyfish, but that most of the bottom half of the body had just been reduced to hanging, torn strips of pink flesh. Lyra stilled, then giggled, rolling her eyes, the tension sliding out of her. You save all the fun things for yourself. The ghost hound chuckled, walking over towards the tongue and the thorny thing. The tongue's struggles seemed feeble now, and as the ghost hound approached, the thorny thing slid off of it and over towards the ghost hound, climbing up to curl around his shoulders. Blinking, Glendale noticed that a strange, unassuming man had appeared above the tongue. His eyes sparkled as he stared down at it. Slowly he reached, meaning to grab the tongue. But then the ghost hound snorted and flicked his fingers, an explosion of heat spreading out in a wave. The tongue wizened and shriveled, disappearing to nothing. My kill. The ghost hound grunted, before returning to the table and laying back with a sigh. Glendale sat inside Regina's RV, Regina's brooding form and Alana's pacing one, making him extremely nervous. The negotiations for food had gone relatively smoothly, but the classes didn't come cheap. Everyone with a class was required to assist with the monster hordes for now. Once the safe zone for newbies dropped in the area, they would likely have similar duties. But the lack of information made Donnie unwilling to commit to anything specific in regards to what those might be, at least for now. Taking a class was a path to power, one that progressed much more rapidly than the actual paths, but it meant tying themselves to this place. And in a way, it meant that Regina would be subordinate to someone else, which didn't sit well with Alana. We should try the other village again before we commit, Alana commented dryly, finally done pacing. To Glendale's surprise, Regina shook her head slowly. No, this is better than I had hoped for. I already planned on accepting their offer for now. Settling down will be good. The problem is the structure. Rubbing her head, Regina gestured at the notes she had Glendale take. As far as we can tell, they don't appear to really have any strict hierarchy. Warriors are rated on a 1 to 10 scale. Miranda Hamilton is in charge of the NCCs. Daniel is in charge of supplies and the village growth. They have their 3 leaders of the warriors, Donnie, Dozer, and Declan. And why do they all have D names? Alana muttered, but Regina ignored her and continued. And they have some mages, some healers, some archers, but right now it's all working. And the only reason is because of that man, the ghost hound. The problem isn't him, but it also is. Glendale spoke up for the first time. Do you think he will abuse his power? Regina hesitated but shook her head. I don't think so, but like I said, it's not him. The village is growing strong because he is the pillar that keeps them going, but that is also their weakness, if he weren't there. Regina gestured, it would all fall apart. Leaning back in her chair, Regina sighed. In addition to that, the way they treat them. Well, I suppose there was no other avenue. He is their savior, they revere him. Although he remains fine for now, attention like that can change a person. You aren't making me very excited to stay here, Glendale said nervously. Alana continued to pace. It's best to face the ugliest truths first, Regina said grimly, her eyes narrowed. That way, you aren't surprised by what you wake up to find one morning, and you are ready for it when it happens. After an extremely long day, Randy finally had a moment alone to turn to his notifications. For now, he ignored the skill level notifications and focused on the unfamiliar ones. Congratulations, your soul seed has sprouted into a soul plant LVL1. Due to the circumstances, the soul plant grows by feasting on blood. The soul plant option has been added to your menu. The soul plant can only level when you choose it to. Based on the blood absorbed, the soul plant will have different options for growth. Congratulations, your soul plant LVL1 has absorbed enough blood to level. Congratulations, your soul plant LVL1 has absorbed enough blood to level. You have slain the hungry tribulation, Eptal. Due to you not belonging to the newbie village that corresponds to the tribulation, bonuses have been halved. All parties involved receive +5 to all stats. You have learned the skill Agony LV. Agony spend health to inflict mental and physical damage on those around you. The ratio of health lost to damage dealt improves as skill level increases. Warning, you will experience the pain as well. Randy smiled bitterly. So that was the skill the Sphinx had started using at the end, or at least a version of it. He was lucky that it hadn't used it the entire time. It undoubtedly had more health than him. The Sphinx could have simply ground him to nothing. Randy set that train of thought to the side and considered the additional notifications. Due to its tribulation being defeated, all individuals within the newbie village receive +2 levels. Its pillar of light will now pulse blue, to warn of the impending collapse of the newbie barrier, which will fall in exactly 24 hours. Warning, a newbie barrier near you shall fall within 24 hours. This means several things. First, monsters over level 20 may periodically spawn. Specifically, Tier I raid bosses may now spawn in the area. These raid bosses are extremely powerful, and if not eliminated quickly, shall form a settlement and spawn additional high-level monsters. In addition, a wild dungeon will form near any newbie village that has survived its past the fall of its newbie barrier. The dungeon level will grow depending on time, and the level density of monsters and individuals with classes in the nearby area. Upon clearing a wild dungeon, a time will be recorded. The quickest time to clear the dungeon will receive SB for their village once a day, depending on the dungeon level. Wild dungeons that have not been cleared in a week will periodically spawn monster hordes. As the time the dungeon hasn't been cleared grows, so will the frequency of monster hordes. In addition, new options for spending SB have appeared in the newbie village that has survived its tribulation. Congratulations, you are the first person to slay a tribulation on your world. You have taken the first steps to joining the Nexus. More rewards to follow in 24 hours when the newbie barrier falls. Randedly frowned slightly. It wasn't that the new changes were especially dangerous, especially if they kept up good scouting in the surrounding area. And what bothered him wasn't that the rules were weirdly formulaic and game-like. Daniel would be excited about the new source of SB by clearing the dungeons with the best time. The danger of monster hordes could also be controlled somewhat due to frequent dungeon clears, and that would allow the village to relax. Although that depended on what exactly a raid boss entailed, but Randedly felt that this change would shift the village. Mostly, he predicted that the non-combat classes and the non-class characters, now without the worry of a daily horde, would explode in number. Most of the growth would be in non-combat areas. They still received a daily trickle of refugees from nearby areas. Those people would have the choice to either take a class or take their time. It would be good for the town. But the more Randedly thought about the changes coming for the town, the more he was bothered him was that none of the people of Donaton seemed to be aware of these notifications. Shouldn't they have gotten them when he defeated the village's tribulation? Brooding, Randedly looked up and towards the pillar of light. Then the blood drained from his face. Perhaps the villagers of Donaton hadn't gotten the notifications because they weren't within an area where the newbie barrier would be falling ahead of schedule. But admittedly, the barrier would fall in about 24 hours. It was now the 6th day, and a golden pillar of light stood tall over the village, luminous even during the day. Slowly turning, Randedly looked at the pillar over the neighboring village, where the king was likely sitting on his throne. The pillar pulsed blue. It seems that their newbie barriers would drop at similar times. Randedly wondered if their neighbors would finally stop turtling and come out and help deal with the raid bosses. He also wondered whether the buildings they received for defeating a tribulation were buildings that Donaton would also receive when the newbie barrier fell. The king hadn't made a move since Randedly had went to his village, broken their gates, and had pestilence eat through the king's tongue and vocal cords. Non-interference policy, the policeman had said. Hopefully that would continue. Hopefully the new buildings wouldn't give them any ill-advised ideas, although having more help for the hordes and raid bosses would be helpful, especially since 2 dungeons would probably spawn, 1 for each village. Then he shrugged. So what if they didn't come help with the monsters? More experience for Donaton. There was a lot to do, but Randedly put it off for a little bit longer, looking instead at his skill notifications. In that last bout with the Sphinx, he had gained 2 levels in Spear Mastery and Phantom Thrust, 1 in Spear Phantom's Footwork, 2 in Phantom Half Step, 4 in Fighting Proficiency, 1 in Haste, Sweep, and Phantom Onslaught, 3 in Empower, 2 in Roundhouse Kick, an impressive 6 in Spearing Roots, 1 in Root Manipulation and Fireball, 1 in Physical Fitness and Pain Resistance, and 2 in Mental Strength. These stats he poured into Intelligence, Strength, and Control, raising his ability to do damage, which had been slightly underwhelming during the fight against the Sphinx. The frontrunner path was only 7100, and he still had 15 more stats to get from it, but his status screen was already starting to become monstrous. Randedly Ghost Hound. Class Level NA. Health R per hour, 311, 340, plus 8, 175, plus 12. Mana R per hour, 501, 534, 77.75. Stam R per min, 357, 392, 65, plus 4. Vit 51 plus 4. End 35. SDR 38 plus 2. Augie 62 plus 10. Perception 29. Reaction 46. Resistance 14. Willpower 64. Intelligence 86. Wisdom 44. Control 64. Focus 31. Equipment average leather tunic LVL 5 plus 2 Vit, gloves of quickness Vit plus 1. Augie plus 3, Necklace of the Shadow Cat LVL 20, Vitality plus 1, Strength plus 2, Agility plus 7. Skills Soul Skill, Spear of Rot Mastery LVL 259. Combat Spear Mastery LVL 46, Phantom Thrust LVL 46, Spear Phantom's Footwork LVL 33, Eyes of the Spear Phantom LVL 20, Phantom Half Step LVL 11, Heavy Blow LVL 23, Dagger Mastery LVL 10, Iron Skin LVL 27, Dodge LVL 31, Fighting Proficiency LVL 34, Block LVL 32, Haste LVL 20, Phantom Onslaught LVL 11, Sweep LVL 17. Spear Deflect LVL 10, Empower LVL 24, Calculated Blow LVL 19, Roundhouse Kick LVL 15, Edge of Decay LVL 11, Agony LVL 1. Spells Spearing Roots LVL 12, Mana Bolt LVL 28, Mana Shield LVL 24, Root Manipulation LVL 27, Arcane Orb LVL 22, Fireball LVL 23, Magic Missile LVL 4, Healing Palm LVL 9, Pollen of the Rafflesia LVL 8, Summon Pestilence LVL 15, Mana Strengthening LVL 13, Wall of Thorns LVL 4, Soul Seed LVL, Crafting, Potion Making LVL 22. Farming LVL 20, Plant Breeding LVL 9, Mapmaker LVL 4, Analyze LVL 24, Refine LVL 6. Auxiliary Physical Fitness LVL 30, Meditation LVL 31, Running LVL 20, Sprinting LVL 15, Sneak LVL 22, Acid Resistance LVL 22, Poison Resistance LVL 16, Pain Resistance LVL 12, First Aid LVL 13, Equip LVL 20, Pathfinding LVL 16, Mental Strength LVL 13, Curse Resistance LVL 3, Fire Resistance LVL 8. Randidley's intelligence, agility, and control all were well over 50, which was probably the line that none of the other members of Donaton had passed, even if they focused completely on one stat. Combined with a total vitality of 55, Randidley did it all well, even tank, and much better than most people did. It was still something of a disappointment for Randidley that his resistance was still so abysmally low. 14 looked very sad surrounding by 46 and 64. But his speed was currently so high, and he possessed enough defense skills that he didn't want to invest the points into it currently. Randidley walked out of his hut and towards the area where they had left the thorny vine. Now, as he intended to level his soul plant, he wanted to be able to see it. When he came to the glass container, he found the strange being much as he had left it, but Randidley was surprised to find Lyra, crouching nearby and poking the container. "You have weird taste in pets," she informed him, wonder in her eyes as she gazed down at the wiggling creature. She didn't even seem to mind the long scratches the thorny vines left on her hand as it tentatively prodded her back. He smiled slightly, mildly embarrassed, and elected not to respond. He hadn't managed to top her in quips yet, and after an exhausting day, now was not the time to start. Instead, he opened his menu, and sure enough, there was a soul plant option. He clicked it, and a small status screen appeared. Soul plant blood click to rename. LVL 1 click to level up. Survivability 6. Physicality 4. Magical aptitude 1. Brain function 3. Particularity 2. Battle ability 4. Special skills flexibility. Randidly scanned through the explanations for the stats. They were all pretty self-explanatory. Survivability was defense, physicality was physical strength, magical aptitude magical strength. Brain function was how intelligent it actually was, like what sort of concepts and orders it could wrap its mind around, while particularity counted any characteristics that made it unique and gave it strength that weren't really covered by the others. Battle ability was a combination of all the above scores, which would equate it to what level monster it could hold its own against. Starting out able to fight level 4 didn't seem very impressive, but Randidley supposed it was level 1. It had time to grow. Although it was pretty impressive that this small, weird plant with 1-foot-long tentacles could manage to surround and strangle one of the LVL4 wolverines that were as numerous as fleas. After a slight hesitation, Randidley renamed the plant to Thorn due to its prickly appearance. Then he clicked Level Up. Congratulations, your Thorn LVL1 is ready to level up. Due to its nature, your first choice is set, make Thorn either hungry or thirsty. No explanations were provided. Randidley sighed. So it was going to be like this, huh? The level ups for the plant were much more opaque than his own. On a whim, he clicked hungry. Thorn is now LVL2. Survivability has increased by 2. Physicality has increased by 1. It has learned the skill Strangle. Congratulations, your Thorn LVL2 is ready to level up. Due to absorbing the blood of the smiling tribulation, Eptal, please choose whether Thorn shall absorb its body or mind. After a second of hesitation, Randidley chose body. After all, he didn't really need a strange mage plant. although having it be a little bit more intelligent would undoubtedly be useful. Thorn is now LVL3. Physicality has increased by 2. Due to increased size, particularity has increased by 2. A gasp took his attention away from the notifications, and he turned to see that Thorn had swollen to be a fat bush about 3 feet in diameter, bristling with thorny vine tentacles. The glass container cracked and fell to pieces. He felt Thorn's pleasure as it stretched its new body, flexing its powerful muscles. Lyra turned around and kicked Randedly in the shin. "Warn me next time, Jesus." Then she paused, tilting her head and giving him a long look. "And also, I've known you for less than a week, Randedly. If you hadn't come back, it's not fair to make me cry over someone I've known for less than a week." Randedly scratched his chin awkwardly. "Why does it matter to you?" Lyra promptly kicked him in the shin. Then she stormed off. Scratching his head, Randedly turned around shocked. He had received a new notification. "Congratulations. Your soul plant LVL3 has absorbed enough blood to level." He saw his plant some distance away, along the tree line, ripping through 2 or 3 imps. "Congratulations. Your thorn LVL3 is ready to level up. Due to exposure to the forbidden tongue of Eptal, he has gained profound insights into the world. Shall he have mastery of the land or sky?" Apparently Thorn had done enough with the tongue to get an extra bonus, huh? As for the choice, although Thorn flying would be amusing, wasn't this also a pretty straightforward choice? Thorn is now LVL4. Magical aptitude has increased by 1. Brain function has increased by 1. Particularity has increased by 3. Thorn has learned the skill dig, so now it could dig. Shrugging, Randedly looked once more at its status screen. Thorn blood. LVL4. Survivability 8. Physicality 7. Magical aptitude 2. Brain function 4. Particularity 7. Battle ability 11. Special skills, flexibility, strangle, dig. It had certainly been effective at LVL1 when it had grown within the skull of the Sphinx, so Randedly was hoping for something similar in the future. What was pretty interesting was that its battle ability now put it on the same level as something LVL11, even though it was only LVL4 by its own standards. That was reassuring, although it was hard to tell how accurate that was. Obviously, Randedly had no level and could handle 100 level 11s. It was a question of quality of the fighter, rather than level, but it served as a decent way to understand strength. After playing with Thorn a bit and impressing on it the importance of not eating humans, Randedly left, heading to talk with Daniel and Donnie about what was to come. Better invite Sam too, and Declan and Dozer, because they would be the ones on the front lines. Randedly grimaced. Why did it seem like the stronger he got, the more people he had to talk to? Wasn't this why he let Donnie found the village in the first place? The group of 6 stayed after the ghost town left: Daniel, Donnie, Sam, Dozer, Declan, and Mrs. Hamilton. They stayed silent for several seconds as they listened to his departing footsteps. The first one to speak was Donnie, who turned to Sam. "Have you had a chance to look at the body he brought back?" Sam grunted. "Yay, and what I've seen, let's just say that unless you have the strength of Dozer, it's a real chore to cut the thing up, even the hide." And that was mostly turned to Swiss cheese, almost useless now. The bones and claws are a different story, and I have a few ideas about how I can use them. Daniel coughed. He means if what Randedly says is true, and there is another one of these out there, waiting, can we handle it? After a few seconds of thoughtful silence, Sam said, "If we are there to meet it in formation, probably. But out of all of us, probably only Dozer, Clarissa, and Lyra can damage it. If we can keep it locked down for long enough, sure." The room fell silent at the unspoken truth of that statement if it came upon them in the night, while they weren't ready. Declan smiled crookedly. "We still have a day, let's up the training." "Daniel, how much can we improve the dungeon?" Daniel checked his notes. "We are currently just short of 9,000 SP. By noon we will get there. If you would prefer we focus on the dungeon instead of upgrading the village itself, we can push it up to LVL14. That is an almost 3x increase in difficulty. Is that what you all want?" Donnie, Dozer, and Declan made eye contact and nodded. Mrs. Hamilton closed her eyes and shook her head slightly. "This might not be quick enough," she said, "but if Ms. Northwind's group joins us, a lot of them used to be nurses. They could be taught healing palm and become a healing corps. Having a designated healer with each squad would increase the success rate." "That's a good idea," Daniel said slowly, rubbing his chin. "In addition, I think we should initially just raise the LVL to 10 to let most people go through it. Even still, I expect some casualties. You can't account for everything. For the more elite troops, they can wait and head into the LVL 14 dungeon." Donnie laughed awkwardly, shaking his head. The rest of the group looked at him, confused. It's not the dungeon plan. Well, not the method. It's just Donnie, looking suddenly like the teenager he really was, scratched his ear awkwardly. "Can you believe that we're talking about this, risking our lives, if this had been 2 weeks ago?" Everyone remained silent as Donnie continued to speak, "And yet I can't stand still. because I know that if I wait or hide, something big and mean is eventually going to show up and I won't be ready for it. So I train and risk just to prepare. It's like the ghost hound says, the only thing a spear can do is move forward, thrusting into the future. It's just strange how much we've changed in such a short amount of time. After that, the group dispersed, slowly drifting apart, alone with their thoughts, considering how the world changed, and changed them in the process. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Glendale followed Regina and the rest of their group, driving their convoy down the road towards Donaton. While it had been cleared by some enterprising individuals in preparation for Donaton's expansion, but it hadn't been very professionally done and the road was quite bumpy. But still, they made it to the town and slowly headed up, a group of 60-some women in Glendale following after Regina. To their surprise, the attitude at Donaton was grim as they arrived. Almost the entirety of the village, almost 1,200 people, gathered around a tall pole that was erected on the slope between the NCC village and the Classer compound. Through the crowd, they saw Mrs. Hamilton and Regina walked over. "Miranda, what's going on?" Miranda Hamilton turned to the group of new arrivals and smiled. "I apologize, this has just been a very intense morning." The kept dungeon was improved to level 10, and when it reached that level there were some changes. Increased difficulty, but also increased time compression, so you needed to spend more time there, apparently up to a week. The first group to go in, when they realized they weren't going to be kicked out after 24, started rushing for the boss to escape before they ran out of food. Ultimately, they were able to make it, but Mrs. Hamilton's eyes were slightly wet as she looked to the monument, where 3 names were being carved into it by a serious-faced Sam. Their squad leader died defeating the boss. He was one of the original 12 or so that received a class from Donnie on the first day. It's just a sobering experience. Regina nodded slowly, a sympathetic expression on her face. Death is always difficult. Especially when it comes so cheaply, Mrs. Hamilton said bitterly, but then she wiped the tears from her eyes and turned to the group. "But I won't trouble you with the details. Come, I'll take you to Donnie and Null." When they got to Donnie, Daniel was also there, and Daniel took the time to explain a little in regards to classes, what little they knew about the 3 options and where they came from. He also explained the mentor system. Then he proceeded to talk about why some individuals were currently just raising their skill level in the hopes of getting a better third option. "Actually, ma'am." A voice interrupted. "If you would like to wait a few minutes and let us ahead of you in line, we can finally test this hypothesis." An older man with short gray hair and 2 axes strapped to his back walked up with a portly bearded man. "What do you mean, Sam?" Daniel asked. But Sam didn't respond. He was just smiling slightly at Regina, who in fact was smiling back, her mouth creeping ever wider. "As long as it's no trouble," Sam said slowly. Regina controlled her face, her smile fading to twitching lips. "No, be my guest. If Glendale didn't know better, were these 2 flirting?" "Ah," Sam said, turning to Daniel. "Well, Jerry just insists. He has to know whether this means anything, raising skill level. I'm telling him patience, it's only been a week, but—" "Someone has to be the first," Jerry interrupted, and stepping forward towards a blandly smiling Null. Everyone was quiet for several seconds, then Jerry swore quietly. "Well, shit. Now I feel like an idiot. The current power option, it's Leatherworker. This shit fucking works. Fucking hell, man, why didn't you stop me?" But Jerry wore a wide grin as he turned around and faced Sam, who slapped him on the back. As the 2 left, Sam glancing over his shoulder towards Regina as he walked away, Regina's group discussed their options. By the end, everyone had decided to wait, working their skill level up by helping out around the village. Everyone except one person. "Are you sure?" Regina asked, her eyes curious. Glendale nodded. "Yes, if we are going to be here, I want to get strong as quickly as possible. I know I might be able to find something more suited to me if I work at it for a while, but I'm just going to go for it." Alana seemed dissatisfied, probably because she also wanted to take this option, but just folded her arms. Nervous but feeling hot with emotions, Glendale went up to Null and asked for a class. Again, there was a long silence. Finally, Regina asked, "Well," Glendale just shook his head slowly. "My first option is lackey, my third is assistant, but my second random option." Feeling almost embarrassed to say it, Glendale finally stammered out, "I'm, probably taking the second option, and it's called SSSS Sovereign of G Ghosts." Randedly looked up, surprised that someone had knocked on his door. He set aside his ingredients, giving up on figuring out how to craft the next tier of potions for now. He supposed just under 200 was still a lot health or mana, even though his mana pool was over double that. When he opened it, he found all of the important figures of the village: Sam, Donnie, Daniel, Declan, Dozer, Mrs. Hamilton, Annie, and even Lyra, who was walking over and poking an unnerved Thorn. To his surprise, Regina was also there, the surgeon who recently had her group join Donaton, and that tall, pale man Glendale who always seemed to be lurking around. Dozer was hefting a large package over his shoulders, but randedly turned his attention to Sam, who had been the one who had knocked. "Yes, you've done a lot for us, kid, no 2 ways about it." Sam said gruffly, so we thought we would give you something in return to show our appreciation. You said your spear had been broken by that monster, right? Randidly nodded slowly. Dozer lowered the large package and unwrapped it, revealing a towering 8-foot-tall spear made entirely of bone. As Randidly looked, his eyes widened further. He stepped forward and took the monstrosity from Dozer, feeling its significant weight. Without a strength of at least 30, utilizing this was impossible. Even now, Randidly made a mental note to invest a few more points in strength, so he could control it better. The shaft appeared to be made entirely of linked vertebrae, grafted and shaped somehow to flow smoothly together. A sharpened spike of bone ran sideways across right before the head of the spear, itself a beautifully fanning bone, sharpened to a razor edge. Randidly stepped past them into an open space and performed several simple spear moves, marveling in the power he felt behind every movement. Then he looked at its stats. The spine spear of Eptal LVL 30, agility +2, strength +10. If you crave something, take it. Randidly looked for a long time at the sentence that followed the stats, then slowly nodded. It would take a while before he raised his equip skill high enough that he could make use of those bonuses, but still. You made it from that monster's spine, Randidly asked wonderingly. Sam nodded, seemingly pleased. Hess, don't think you are the only miracle worker, kid. As everyone began to drift away, chatting with each other, some with rather pressing matters to attend to as Donaton continued to swell like crazy as more and more people attracted to the pillars of light, Randidly walked up to Regina and Glendale. I apologize if I was short with you. Having that inside my chest wasn't enjoyable, Randidly said. Regina nodded calmly. I apologize as well. Perhaps I am just too used to dealing with hot-headed young men. I didn't even consider that you might know what you're talking about. Although most of who we dealt with were people from the hospital, right after the system came, a lot of injured people from Rollins University came, demanding treatment. Rollins, Randidly said slowly. Regina blinked and then nodded. Oh yes, portions of Rollins campus were teleported down there, mixed with Franksburg. Do you know it? Randidly's gaze sharpened as he turned away from Regina and looked to the south. Yes, he said, his gaze unwavering. I used to go there, and so did Ace and Sydney. It had been a little under 2 weeks since the newbie barrier had fallen around Donaton, and it had been an extremely busy time for Sam. Much to Sam's disgust, Daniel was pushing very strongly for an increase in the differentiation between ranks, so Sam had received the task of creating a new ranking system for the village. Outwardly grumbling, but inwardly rather smug that he had another chance to put off all of the other busywork that Daniel demanded and just experiment with bone shaping, Sam assented. This new push for a more complication of the ranking system stemmed directly from some of the other more pressing activity in the recent weeks, the consolidation of the squad system and the preparations for the incoming tribulation. The former was going quite smoothly by and large. All classers were separated into groups of 10, 9 squad members and a leader. There were a few exceptions to the numbers, based on need and special interest, but by and large this had held to. Thus far they were in the mid-20s in solidified squads, while there was a pool of regular members and officer-tracked people who were randomly grouped together and made to play war games under the watchful eye of Dozer, Declan, and Donnie. If a squad seemed to gel, they would become an official unit and receive their call sign and their current number. The call sign would never change, but their number could. It was based on the ranking of their perceived strength, so that could go up or down depending on the situation. Regina had commented that while currently effective, the squad system was only a short-term solution. As the number of people in the village increased, they would likely need to have experience fighting as a larger unit. Better to start looking for another tier, a company of men, and train someone to manage that many men. She continued to point out that the great flaw of the current system is oftentimes the strongest or second strongest person in the squad is the squad leader, and at the front lines of fighting constantly. This allows for very little tactical deviation once the fighting starts. There is just no way for a person fighting to have the vision to spot the enemy's weaknesses and exploit them. Sam thought she had a point, but Dozer and Donnie seemed nonplussed by her words. Sam almost laughed aloud at their expressions. Sure, they were strong, but they just seemed so young sometimes. Not that he could blame them for their confusion. If things stayed as they have been, they wouldn't need a company. The fall of the newbie barrier did indeed mean that more monsters spawned in the area, and stronger ones, occasionally double as strong, but after a few close scrapes they had hammered out a rough patrol schedule and dealt with most of the incursions. Other than that, very little had really changed. Raid bosses were a concern, but Glendale's new abilities had been invaluable at finding and identifying them, rendering them pretty harmless. Other than that, there just wasn't a unifying foe anymore, like the monster horde had been, to keep them on their toes and make them work hard to survive. There was, of course, the looming tribulation, but up until now no one had seen it. That, Sam reflected, was having a strange psychological effect on Donaton. They were constantly training, grinding themselves to a point, ready for the oncoming vicious sphinx. Vigilant patrols scoured the area. Any non-domesticated monsters were killed seemingly seconds after they spawned. All in all, Donaton had become a very safe and orderly place. Still, everyone was waiting for the hammer blow to fall, but Sam shook his head, focusing on his current task. In order to provide at least a little differentiation, he was making several types of pendants created through his bone shaping. For the general groups that weren't part of the squads, they were given a bone pendant in the symbol of their use. These were for the general corps that didn't yet make it into a squad. A weird flame-shaped bone for the mages, a cross for the healers, an axe for Dozer's squad, a shield for Donnie's, a curved dagger for Declan's. This group of pendants was annoying to make due to their group size. Sam was forced to spend most his mana pool and use mana potions to continue on with the project. Bone shaping, by itself, was simple. Sam used his hands infused with mana to rub the bones. It was a gradual process, but some of the mana would sink into the surface of the bone, and Sam would still maintain a certain measure of control over it. After a sufficient amount of mana was rubbed into the bone, he pressed, driving the mana up and forward into the shape he wanted. The bone slowly twisted and stretched, moving to fill that shape. Not enough mana and the skill failed, and he was left with a strange, twisted bone. Too much mana and the bone exploded. Press too hard and the bone exploded. Press too soft and nothing happened for several seconds, and then the bone dissolved into powder as the mana diffused. Sam had practiced obsessively these past few weeks, slowly reducing the percentage of bones that he wasted through his skill. Although it wasn't outwardly obvious, Sam was a prideful man. Early on, when the village had been established, his skill with an axe and construction had given him what he thought was a pretty significant head start in terms of paths, which translated into higher stats. It was nice, in a way, protecting the girls and even that asshat Cal, wielding his axes with wild abandon, running solely on the thrill of adrenaline while monsters rushed forward. But as the classers leveled, that stat advantage disappeared. And then Vivian, Elaine, and Cal left, wanting to flee to civilization. All he had left was Lyra, but of course by that point she no longer needed his protection. Sam couldn't fathom the extent and methods of her skills, but he couldn't deny the results she had achieved. In fact, she had been visiting the ghost town these past weeks, giving him lessons in the control of mana. Sam chuckled despite himself, his smile grim. Was even he beginning to just call Randidley the ghost hound? It was a sobering thought, although Randidley was clearly the most powerful and versatile person in the village. He bore so much weight on his shoulders. Sighing, Sam turned back to his final project for the new stratification system. For the squads, he made the numbers 50-11, simple, plain numbers of bone, which would be worn by the squad leader. For the final 10, however, he used larger pieces of bone, which would be worn on the squad leader's back. These took a few tries, but make them he did, resplendent as graceful bones, displayed in Roman numerals. X, IX, VII, VII, VIV, IV, III, and finally I. These would be the pride of Donaton, Sam hoped, the honor that all the classers strived for, and the non-classers, Sam supposed. There were several competing, although there was sometimes some grumbling when they were included on your team. It did raise their skills more quickly, which was helpful. It also was becoming increasingly obvious that having an NCC gave squads certain advantages. Often they knew most basic combat skills and could fill multiple roles in combat: healer, mage, tank. Unfortunately, this versatility came at the cost of low health, mana, and stamina pools. They usually rather quickly had to rely on potions. For the top-ranked squad, Sam reverently used a bone from the tribulation Randidley had killed. They were darker than normal bones, a gray-blue, almost resembling metal. This, after all, was the pinnacle. It should be worth striding for. Then Sam examined the piece of equipment he had made, then chuckled. Livery of the first squad, LVL-29, a sigil made for the best. Wearer receives plus 50 health, mana, and stamina. Those under the command of the wearer receive plus 10 health, mana, and stamina. Sam nodded, pleased with himself. The others had granted small amounts of health or stamina, but this was a much more significant amount. There were, after all, perks to being on top. They had already arranged a system of challenges, so the lower squads could fight to gain rank, but it hadn't been used over much thus far. Now, the pendant wearers would try to obtain a top 10 ranking for the extra bonuses the larger pieces granted, and those in the top 10 would aim for the top. Wistfully, Sam wondered how he would fare should he join the pool to be placed into a squad. Although he felt he was slightly inadequate in comparison to the top tier, he thought that he matched up pretty well in comparison to most people's physical specs. He was nearing 20 in almost everything. Perhaps not super impressive, but still. A throat clear caught Sam's attention, and he looked up. Daniel stood there, fidgeting slightly. Sam chuckled. How long were you waiting? Almost 5 minutes, Daniel replied, probably only half joking. although with Daniel's patience, it would no doubt get spent after even that short amount of time and judging by the way he was bouncing from foot to foot. Well, Sam asked, folding his arms. The first stage of the class trials happened today, Daniel gushed, his eyes bright. I have the results. Based on the original plan, one was long-term, while the other was short, and he had likely made the short-term group take a class. Before Sam could say anything else, Daniel handed him a clipboard. Upon closer examination, it was covered in stats, lists of skills, physical descriptions and measurements, paths, and general psychological assessments. Unfortunately, most it was marred with underlines, circles, and seeming random lines drawn around between strange bits of information. Sam gave Daniel a level look. Shaking his head, Daniel said with an annoyed expression, Okay, the short version, right? The total stats, rather than the distribution, made a difference in quality of the classes received. Due to some variables I haven't been able to identify, some individuals level skills faster generally, while others displayed particular affinity toward a certain skill and leveled only that very rapidly. It was only 2 weeks, but I was surprised that the difference between the lowest individual and the highest was approaching 20 stat points. Focus, Sam growled, rapping his knuckles against the wood of the work table. Blinking, Daniel opened his mouth, then closed it with a scowl. With an exaggerated sigh, he said, All right, fine. As I stated, total stat amounts made a difference in terms of quality, but stat distribution doesn't seem to affect class type. A person with high intelligence could still become a berserker. Class type stems from the skills you have leveled. Heavy blow leads to warrior, Herculean strength to defender, mana bolt to mage, healing palm to acolyte. Perhaps unfortunately, Daniel continued. The one individual who was best at leveling probably got the worst class out of everyone, jack of all trades. The stat gains are fine, but the skills he's gotten have been lackluster so far, just general proficiencies. Since he was good at everything, I just had him level everything he could. Spells, fighting skills, cleaning and cooking, construction, potion making, etc. But because he had everything, he had no dominant skills that lead to his class. As such, I've agreed to take him on as an assistant. It seems that in terms of classes, what matters is the flavor of the skills. An assistant will be useful for you, Sam said half-heartedly, mulling over the news. The stat total increasing the quality was good, but the general skills making classes more difficult was not great news to hear. After all of his production skills were spread out quite a lot. In addition, he had a fair amount of combat-related moves. If he took a class now, what would he get? Not really, Daniel said with a smug grin on his face. Ever since my class granted me the memorized skill weight, you were being sarcastic, weren't you? Well, I'll be leaving then. No need to stay around and be mocked. Daniel's affronted face as he turned and stalked away was so comical that Sam had to laugh. They were embracing this world quickly, Sam thought, perhaps too quickly, becoming too used to their positions of power. Hopefully this strange pseudo-peace didn't last too long. Oh, one more thing, Daniel said, still hurrying away. I'll leave the pleasure of speaking with the ghost hound about this piece of news to you. Good luck. Now it was Sam's turn to scowl. Randedly was never in a good mood these days. He was taking the tribulation absence harder than anyone else. Sam knew that he wanted to go out and hunt it down but didn't know where to start, so Randedly could only wait. All the while, his gaze turned towards the south. In one of their evening strolls through the area, Regina had confided in Sam that the strange, wistful gaze had started when she mentioned Rollins. Perhaps there was a connection there, the past of the man who would become the ghost hound, hidden there. Some connection or relationship that could draw him, even now. What exacerbated that wistful mood was that apparently the mana lessons with Lyra weren't going well. Sam walked past several farmers who were tending their fields, their eyes studiously on the ground, the raised voices already audible. What do you mean you just do it? Randedly growled. I just do it, so why can't you? What do you want me to say? Lyra answered, and Sam could picture her furious face, her mouth pressed into a thin line. Sam hurried closer. Some instruction would be a welcome change of pace. Okay, I have a skill that lets me see mana. After that, I just reached out and played with it, shaping. I figured you could skip the seeing step and just control it, but I didn't realize you had a giant dick for a brain. I can feel it's there, sure, but I haven't been able to touch it. I just want you to tell me how to touch it. If you can feel it, aren't you touching it already? Just do it, want it, feel it. What the fuck are you waiting for? The farmers were beginning to blush. Sam arrived at the small gate that surrounded Randedly's house, granting him some privacy, and let himself in, making as much noise as possible. He was met with 2 hostile glares. Luckily or unluckily, those glares quickly switched and settled on each other. Lyra tapped her foot on the ground lightly. This is where the teacher has to spank the naughty student, right? Good thing I'm into role play. Try it. Randedly's voice dropped dangerously, and suddenly Sam felt like he wasn't actually very impressive physically, if it came to blows between them. How could you even stop it? You can't even see mana. That's the whole reason this is so annoying, just. You know what's annoying? Your attitude. How am I supposed to just do it, if you just behaved like a reasonable person just once? Would you even listen? Aren't you too busy treating me like a little girl to take me seriously? Oh, there's Lyra again, just joking around. She's so snarky and unapproachable. I'd rather pat her on the head and then leave her alone so she just. But then Lyra stopped speaking and spun on her heel and walked towards one of the walls. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a bear made of mana that smashed its paws against the wall and ripped a hole through it like it was made of gauze. Lyra calmly stepped over the broken wall without altering her gait and proceeded away, past the area now completely vacated of farmers. Inwardly, Sam sighed. He hadn't known Lyra well before the system arrived, but he had spent a good amount of time with her since then, and Randedly too. Lyra was always raised to be an actress and the best actress. She grew up under constant pressure and observation. She felt seen constantly and judged, and only a stubborn disposition and her natural talent and intellect had helped her through it. Now facing Randedly, a person who she was obviously attracted to, she was infuriated that he wasn't behaving how she expected by viewing her as a woman. To him, she was just a teenager. 17 might be old enough for some people, but to a 23-year-old Randedly, that 6-year age difference was more than enough to balk at. Honestly, Sam respected that about him, and he had some fatherly instincts towards Lyra still, so he wanted her to end up with someone her own age. But even Sam couldn't deny that their interpersonal issues were beginning to color their other interactions. These lessons, for instance, would likely go much more smoothly if one wasn't clearly broadcasting her sexual frustrations and the other dismissing her outright. So Randedly said, turning his furious gaze to Sam, "What did you come here for?" Randedly sat in his cabin, meditating. Slowly his eyes opened, his piercing green eyes burning a hole through the wall, looking towards the south. It had been 3 weeks since the safe zones around theirs and the neighboring village had expired. During that time they had scouts combing the surrounding area. They had found the 2 dungeon locations, the one near them being LVL 20, the one west, past the other town, was only LVL 14. They had also encountered a few tier I raid boss, the most troublesome of which ended up being a LVL 25 rhinoceros pack leader, surrounded by a few dozen of its rhinoceros children. What they hadn't yet encountered was their tribulation. So Donatan's leaders waited, Randedly waited, his patience dwindling away, leaving a bubbling cauldron of frustration. Most people weren't informed about the details of the tribulation, just the new dangers that might appear anytime, so the village continued to grow unabated. The greatest change in the past week was the completion of housing for almost everyone involved. Sam's builders were really starting to click, and they could throw up enough rooms to house an extended family in an hour. Some of the more enterprising and fed up individuals among them had worked out a pretty sophisticated plumbing system, which finally eliminated the need for latrines. They had even figured out how to get a pretty sustainable and working power plant out of mages, but they didn't really have any infrastructure here to make use of it. Nothing required power. The one change that Randedly did appreciate was that budding mages were forced to repeatedly heat water with the fireballs resulting in a functioning bathhouse. It really made a world of difference to wash with hot water. Due to that rising demand, an NCC woman gathered herbs, planted a garden, and began selling soap. For the first time in a long time, the people of Donatan were clean. Their numbers were currently just under 3,000, with around 800 of them taking classes, mostly men, although an increasing number of women who had been training up skills were getting interesting classes. Many of Regina's group had got healing-style classes and were now fully integrated into the regular squads. There was even one woman who received the class Green Mage and had shyly come asking him for advice. He calmly told her practice and returned to his own training. Those of Regina's group that hadn't chosen healer had usually gone a mage route, quickly bolster their previously pathetic mage core. Just recently, after obtaining a specific skill they wanted to base their class on and leveling it a decent amount, they were now taking classes, getting even more specialized skills, preparing to be an active participant in the village's defense. Over the past 3 weeks, he had also taken thorn hunting several times. The little bugger was vicious, moving invisibly underground and springing upward, sinking its many thorny vines into the victim's body and wrapping the unfortunate monster in a death grip on its throat before it even knew what hit it. Unfortunately, it seemed like it had become very picky about blood after eating the Sphinx and hadn't leveled again. His own training with the spear had gone very well. Although he hadn't gotten equipped high enough to use the stat bonuses, despite a bunch of shitty, high-level equipment he had gotten from Sam, he was now used to the new spear's weight and rigidity. It wasn't a change reflected so much in skill level, but comfort in battle. More than anything, Randedly had focused on solidifying the foundations of his spear techniques, practicing the strange forms and exercises Shal had taught him. If he were to meet the tribulation now, he had no doubts in his mind that his powerful spear blows would rip wide holes in its body, even without his oppressively powerful magic. In terms of productivity of mage skills, these weeks were spent mostly focusing on Fireball, trying to raise it to the point that it was comparable to spearing roots. However, it seemed like that wouldn't be the case for a long time. Instead, Randedly now hoped that he would get a Fireball path and obtain a more powerful flame spell that he could focus on, with a higher potential. He did have the option of going and checking if there were any skills he could learn from the skill challenges, but until he went through the apprentice path himself, he was leery about spending SB to learn something that he might be able to get on his own. What was significantly slowing his progress was everything else. Randedly knew logically that his attitude was getting worse and worse. He struggled, but failed to refine energy shards to a stronger version of themselves, allowing him to discover the next tier up from potions. Since their fight a week ago, Randedly no longer bothered with lessons with Lyra in regards to mana control, and she hadn't bothered to come and ask about it. Both of them appeared to be agreement, at least on this subject, and for some reason this annoyed Randedly even more than the fight had. He could sense the cool mana and warm stamina flowing through him, strengthening him, being used for his different skills. He just couldn't, affect it at all, and Randedly didn't know why. To him, it felt akin to trying to affect the flow of his blood. Yes, he could feel his heart pound and the blood flow through him. That didn't mean he have any method of interacting with the blood, controlling it. These frustrations and the lack of the tribulation really seemed to sap away the effectiveness of his skill training. It just hadn't been increasing like it used to. Something needed to change. Sighing, Randedly returned to the present and stood. He had waited long enough, and he was now quite sure of his theory. It was time to talk to the council. Although Donnie was the nominal chieftain, Donaton was basically now run by 3 people: Daniel, Regina Northwind, and Mrs. Hamilton. Honestly, although she led the NCCs, Mrs. Hamilton had the most influence due to the sheer number of people who had chosen not to take a class yet or ever. She controlled access to coffee, to the baths, to soap, to the mass-produced potions, and to the food. Needless to say, she usually had the deciding vote. Every night, the 3 of them met to discuss the direction the town was headed, what resources they needed, and what the big project for tomorrow would be. There was a standing invite to Donnie and Sam, and they showed up occasionally, but they were largely absent. Dozer and Declan had no interest in it, and preferred to spend their nights training. They also didn't invite Randedly, but he sorta assumed that this was because he made his unwillingness to be involved in the small details quite clear to them all. So when Randedly showed up, dragging a confused Donnie, the 3 were very shocked. They glanced at each other nervously at their luxurious meal of baby Wolverine with freshly harvested herbs as garnish. The new, trendy strain of coffee filled their mugs. Of them all, Regina recovered herself the quickest. "Ah, Ghost Hound, lovely for you to join us. Would you like some?" "No, and I'll make this short." Randedly's face was grim. "I've put it off for some time, but I think something needs to be done. I will lead the caravan south to gather additional refugees in Franksburg." The group blinked. "But what about the tribulation?" Daniel blubbered. Randedly grimaced. "That's the whole point. I suspect it won't come as long as I am here. In fact, I suspect it was the reason I discovered the other tribulation in the first place." After picturing the wounded cat that led him to the Sphinx for several seconds, Randedly shook his head. He had assumed it had died or had been eaten by the Sphinx, but he had never seen any proof. "At any rate, we cannot constantly stay at the ready forever. I suspect it is a different variety of tribulation than the other village experienced, but no less dangerous, just less confrontational. For the trip, I think Alana, Clarissa, and Devan will suffice." The 3 were silent, not because the choices were bad, but because the choices were some of the hand-picked few they were considering sending south already. Had he been monitoring their communications? Not that there was anything to hide, but... Meanwhile, Randedly simply chose those 3 because it made sense. Devan was the first person to successfully complete the mentor system with Donnie, and was the knight with the highest level, other than Donnie. His squad, which would accompany him, was ranked 16th currently. Alana obviously knew the path and would be a good guide of the area, and Clarissa's magic would be useful, as well as exposing her to danger, which she had thus far been insulated from due to the structure of their squads. They could take one of the junior squads for manpower, and would be able to handle basically anything that Randedly had seen thus far. Besides, they were traveling back into a zone covered by the newbie zone. Any more would be overkill. "I'm glad to see you agree," Randedly grunted and left them. Donnie, feeling awkward, sat down and began to eat the food. So he asked, talking with his mouth open, "What were you guys talking about? Wow, this is good." In the pre-dawn light, Randedly's face cracked into a smile. He had just gained a level in meditation, and with it, he finally had enough to finish off the frontrunner path. After putting the final PP into it, he received a notification. "Congratulations, you have completed the frontrunner path. The odds were stacked against your race, but you rose above the trials and tribulations to give your people a safe place to stay. Being the first brings great power, but also places a great weight on your shoulders. Others are raised, but only because you drag them upwards." May this path give you the tools to share some of this weight, because beyond this path there is always another. You have learned the skill blessing of the North you. You have learned the skill blessing of the East you. You have learned the skill blessing of the South you. You have learned the skill blessing of the West you. You have learned the skill inspiration. The explanations for the first 4 skills were useless, just text about blessing a worthy subordinate and granting them power, but inspiration was a bit more interesting. Inspiration, the next spell you cast will be inspired. You will be able to accomplish feats far beyond the limits of your normal mana pool. All mana will be consumed. You will not regenerate mana, for any reason, for 24 hours after completion of the spell. That spell cannot be used in conjunction with inspiration for 30 days, so one big spell at the expense of the next day's worth of spells. The cost was extremely high, but, well, Randidly supposed it depended on the effectiveness of the spell, making a mental checklist of the 2 things he still had to do before the caravan headed back south in an hour. He walked outside of his cabin and winced. Make that 3 things. Geez, don't look so excited to see me, Lyra said sarcastically, petting a trembling thorn. She had eventually bullied the plant into letting her treat it like a pet, although Randidly had no idea how. Things had been strange between them. In a rare moment of weakness, Randidly had asked Daniel who she was or had been before the system, and Daniel had gone on a rant about cult classics and horror legend and a bunch of other pre-system fanboying. But Randidly did gather some relevant information from their talk. Lyra really was 17, no matter how mature she looked. On the other hand, Randidly was 23, or he was if the time in the dungeon counted. Based on the calendar, it was still 2 more months until his birthday, but still, the difference in age made him uncomfortable, and so he was in a weird space where he wanted to see her, but dared not seek her out. No, it is good to see you, Randidly said after a moment of hesitation, but Lyra just snorted. Well, what? Randidly asked, frowning. Lyra gave him a withering glance. Aren't you going to ask me anything? Her eyes narrowed. Aren't you leaving for a while to go to the south? Well, yay. Doesn't it seem like I want you to ask me something about going to the south? Her teeth made grinding noises. Randidly winced. Lyra, if you want to come, fine. I don't give a shit about coming or not. I want you to ask. So ask me to come. The air around her vibrated dangerously, strange mono reverberations spreading in all directions. If you want to come, just come, Randidly shouted, raising his arms. The air stilled. Lyra nodded curtly, her expression a pleasant smile. Sure. Then she turned and walked past him. Not knowing what else to do, Randidly reached out and grasped her arm. She turned and gave him an evaluative look. Do you have some business with me, sir? Her tone was low and surprisingly devoid of sarcasm, even though the phrase itself seemed designed for it. Not knowing what else to do, Randidly just looked at her. Then he had an idea and used one of his new skills. At times like these, perhaps a gift would help smooth things over. To his surprise, Lyra's puzzled frown turned into a vicious glare. Ripping her arm away, she spat on his bare feet. Do you think I want a fucking blessing from you? Is that what you want? Another subordinate. She turned and walked away, head held high. As she passed the gate around his cabin, she called over her shoulder. Just to clarify, I won't be coming south with you. Randidly scratched his head as he watched her go, but there were more things to focus on. In an attempt to distract himself, he brought up his path menu. Watcher 0, Heretic III 0, Oathbreaker 025, Apprentice Path 050. His options had decreased, but he already had made a decision. It was time to head down the apprentice path. More skills meant faster gathering PP, which was his way of gaining strength. Finally, Randidly turned to the final item on his agenda and removed a small seed from his pocket. He had created another soul seed after the cooldown wore off and had been nurturing it these past 2 weeks. Soul seed 100 nurtured. Strongest influences 1, Fireball 2, Meditation 3. Potion making 4, Refine 5, Calculated blow 6, Root manipulation. The influences were a bit strange, especially for a plant. Let alone Fireball. How could a plant use meditation, potion making, refine, and calculated blow? It was because all he had done was focus on discovering potion recipes and mopping up random creeps in the area with Thorn. Ultimately, he was also very pissed off that he hadn't been able to make any headway on mana manipulation. Even after Randidly stopped meeting with Lyra, still he practiced, struggling to find ways to make it work. Unfortunately, reality wasn't kind. It seemed that his thoughts so much earlier in regards to the way he viewed the system shaping his abilities were true. He could perform skills, and he had different pools of resources to fund those skills, but he wasn't able to control those pools directly. Perhaps what Randidly needed was a skill to make these things manifest. Like whatever strange skill Lyra refused to name, that allowed her to see mana. She seemed to think that was a pointless step, and maybe it was for her, the strange combination of frustration and inexplicable talent that she was, but Randidly needed to see it, he figured, to get a handle on using it. Thinking about Lyra made Randidly oddly morose, and he turned and gazed at the bear-sized hole in the fence around his house that Randidly had quietly requested remain there, marring his wall. It had been strangely lonely, as most everyone stayed out of his way, allowing him to train constantly. The stress had sapped the last tiny bit of effectiveness from an already almost useless few weeks, and Randidly wanted to keep this as a reminder of what he currently wasn't sure, because Lyra and her lessons and her feelings for him were all jumbled up into a ball that Randidly wasn't sure he even wanted to touch. But he knew he didn't want to be left alone to slowly wind himself up in his house until he snapped. For that, Randidly knew he valued Lyra. She attacked him verbally, which was reassuring in a way. The rest of the town basically took everything he said as law and showered him with veneration and compliments. Other people might like that attention, but to Randidly, it just came off as creepy. The abuse, while perhaps offensive to some, grounded Randidly by putting him in a situation that he understood and was used to. When the three of them, Sydney, Ace, and himself, had hung out, they weren't being. They were vulgar and caustic, constantly engaged in a cold war of banter and employs. Ace and Sydney. Randidly's gaze turned south, which was why he had to go, no matter how strangely Lyra was acting, and why he refused to think any more deeply on his own feelings, no matter how lovely she was when she smiled. Randidly clenched his fists and looked down, having forgotten he was still holding the small, strangely nurtured seed. Still, he supposed, looking at the tiny seed in his hand, it would work out somehow, even if he wasn't around to see it. As Randidly walked out to the slope between the NCC village and the classer compound up on the hill, he was surprised to find two small children crawling through the fields, picking weeds. He recognized them, two Nathan and Kirsty. They were twins and the youngest members of Donaton, at 8. The system hadn't been kind to children. Although from what Regina had said, it was less that they were killed, and more that the parents of these surviving children weren't willing to travel with their kids and turtled up in their homes. Ultimately foolish, but Randidly supposed he could understand the sentiment. Struck by a sudden notion, Randidly walked over to the children. When they saw him approach, the two straightened uncertainly. The girl wiped her nose on her sleeve. Randidly crouched before them. "I need a favor." They made good time heading south, mostly because everyone other than Randidly sat in the tractor trailer and drove, while he roamed through the forest, slaughtering anything he came across. The monsters were relatively strong for a while in the teens, as they traveled through the area where the newbie zone had fallen. During that time, Randidly had mostly worked on his fireball and summon pestilence, gaining 1 level in the former and 2 in the latter. But after the third day, they had entered the area where the newbie zone around Franksburg, and the common level of enemies halved to something like 7 or 8. During that time, Randidly started training Agony. It was a vicious, brutal skill. It drove him insane every time he used it. If he didn't see it ripping apart the will of his enemies by the same token, he wouldn't continue to rely on it. In addition, he didn't have that big of a health pool to draw from. But against these low-level enemies, especially in groups, it was more than enough. By the end of 3 days, they reached the spot on the highway where they would need to turn east, and Randidly had gained 1 level in Roundhouse Kick, 2 in Pollen of the Rafflesia, 1 in Wall of Thorns, 3 in Mapmaker, 1 in Physical Fitness, 3 in Running, 4 in Sprinting, 2 in Pain Resistance, 1 in Equip, 2 in Pathfinding, and an impressive 8 in Agony. Randidly had a hunch that the pain you went through as you used the skill increased the effectiveness of the leveling by stressing the body. Either way, his growth was an impressive thing. As they camped, Randidly poured his PP into the apprentice path. At 10 and 20, he received 2 distributable stat points each, but he received a strange notification at 25. "Congratulations, you have encountered a branching path. Choose a patron from the following list and complete your apprenticeship." Randidly idly scrolled through the list, but then his eyes widened as he examined the options. Patron of Silence, Patron of Frostbite, Patron of Nightmares, Patron of Crystal, Patron of Zephyr. Honestly, this seemed like another instance where the system gave him no guidance, and being the first one to reach this point came back to bite him. Sighing, Randidly simply went with his gut. He chose Patron of Ash, if he really was going to commit to fire as his damage-dealing spells. The path you walk has become littered with ash. The sky darkens, the fire stands before you, and you do not blink as you walk towards it. Ash fills your lungs with every breath, but you dare not falter. Other than the cryptic notification, nothing seemed to change, so Randidly shrugged, setting it to the side. He walked towards the group, who were gathered around the back of the truck, all 13 of them. They stood as he approached, the squad saluting him, Clarissa, Alana, and Devan simply nodding. "You should figure out what your plan is when you enter the area, and who your leader is. I will not accompany you, I have other business." Although Alana seemed slightly unsettled, she said nothing, and the rest nodded calmly as if this was expected. "Anything else?" Randidly asked, feeling quite strange. Although he supposed everyone at Donaton had always listened to him, to have them be so deferential to him now was a bit. Actually, the leader of the squad spoke up, adjusting his pendant numbering 16, his eyes bright and nervous. "We were wondering if perhaps you could give us some pointers on fighting." Alana was unwilling to join the rest in all coming at him at once, but at Clarissa's insistence, she relented. You will understand after it starts, Clarissa assured her. Alana pressed her mouth into a thin line. In the meantime, Randidly went and cut down a sapling, whittling it into a good approximation of a spear. The balance was a bit off, but it would be better than cutting someone in half with his huge spined spear. Randidly used his root manipulation to clear cars out of a 20-meter circle and stood at the far side, calmly drinking a mana potion. After restoring himself to prime condition, he added, I won't use skills to start. If you touch me, that will change. Deal. Alana's eyes were burning, but Devan nodded seriously. Randidly was slightly worried it would take a while for them to start, but Clarissa was not a shy woman. An icicle zipped towards his head. Grinning, he spun his sapling and knocked it harmlessly away, eyeing the rest. They surged forward in neat lines, the front with shields raised, moving to encircle him. As they neared him, he simply stepped forward and delivered a non-roundhouse kick to the one on the far right, throwing him stumbling back several meters. In that opening, Randidly strolled through, his sapling lashing out, keeping the rest at bay. Another icicle rushed at his head, which he again knocked away. Then he lowered himself and rushed forward, putting his significant agility to use. Clarissa would make this fight annoying if they ever locked him down enough to use her powerful spells. Gotcha, Alana growled, lunging forward, stabbing towards his side. Randidly only chuckled and spun the sapling to his left hand, which he jabbed backward with, expertly knocking the spearhead harmlessly to the side. As Randidly turned back to face forward, he found a shield bash rushing toward his head. He swayed his torso, straightening and spinning, avoiding it completely, and twisting around Devan to have a straight shot to Clarissa, who stood with her hands raised above her head, a ball of glowing blue energy held at the ready. Frost no. But Clarissa had stuttered to a stop upon seeing her. Randidly knew what spell she was casting and leapt back towards the 10-man squad who were hurrying back towards him out of formation, desperate to assist. 3 strikes had knocked 3 men to the ground, with a 4th and 5th soon following. At that point, Alana arrived before him, furious, swinging her spear. Randidly calmly blocked it and watched as she tried to kick him in the chest. Randidly sidestepped and then knocked her legs out from under her. Before he could deliver a blow, knocking her out, a shout dragged his attention back to Devan. Grimacing, Randidly rushed forward. Challenging shout was a bitch of a move. He felt as if he could overpower the compulsion to attack the user directly with his high willpower, but there was also no harm in going along with it to demonstrate the difference in strength. He simply thrust, his sapling sliding cleanly through the air towards Devan's shield, having no other choice but to attack directly. The wooden imitation spear and the reinforced iron shield collided with a dull boom, the force large enough to throw a shock wave outward. Eyes wide, Devan stumbled backwards, his stance completely overpowered. Lightning bolt, the spell shot out, catching Randidly in the chest. He gritted his teeth slightly to withstand the weird tremors and then rushed towards Clarissa. Frost Nova. Randidly hopped off the ground, using the moment of his earlier dash to carry him the rest of the distance towards her. A wave of cold hit him, creating a layer of frost over his skin, but his strength was more than enough to easily overpower it. He landed and punched her shoulder casually, then looked around, nodding. That should be about it then, right? Alana stared at their small campfire, her gaze clouded. Devan sat down next to her. You've never seen him fight before. She shook her head slowly. No, I've seen the monster he killed and brought back, but I didn't know. Ah, that's right. You were out on patrol the day he fought against the Kill Squad. Devan nodded. The Kill Squad was the nickname for Dozer's personal squad. It also could include Donnie, Ptolemy the healer, and the brawler, depended on what they needed. It wasn't ranked, both because it included people from multiple squads and because Dozer and Donnie didn't join the squad competition, but its strength couldn't be denied. Who was there? Everyone. Devan's tone was bitter. How did they do? Devan offered her a mug of coffee. She took it, better than us. They started out being brutalized, but Donnie was guarding Ptolemy full-time and they managed to slowly box the ghost hound in while getting healed, and the brawler was able to touch him. After that, he used one of his basic skills. Phantom thrust. It was impossible to see. You saw him raise his arm and then you woke up, hours later, with a headache. This happened to everyone. They sat in silence for several minutes, Clarissa drifting over and settling down next to them, hearing what they were talking about. She leaned forward conspiratorially. He hasn't told anyone, but Daniel says that based on his talks with Null, the ghost hound's spear skills should be around 30, maybe even higher than that. Is he? Alana hesitated, then said, Is he ever gonna take a class? Devan shrugged non-committally. Does he need to? Randidly watched with amusement as the group moved towards Franksburg. He had detected the enemy scouts around them and faded away, avoiding their notice. It seems like his party would be ambushed, but he wasn't worried. Alana was a capable leader, and Devan's eyes missed nothing when it came to approaching threats. They would find their way out of it. Besides, despite Daniel's groanings, they had all been provided with spatial rings to store their supplies. They would probably be searched lightly, but Randidly didn't think the world had degraded to the point that you would steal dingy rings off of captives. All their hidden supplies would be safe. For himself, Randedly circled around to the far side of Franksburg, his heart beating wildly as he saw more and more Rollins University buildings. Some of them were strangely split in half, only parts here, with rooms exposed, like a giant had sliced them and moved a piece, but some people from Rollins had definitely made it here. Cautiously, he revealed himself and began walking towards the interior of the city, looking lost. Monsters had apparently been cleared out in this area, although they were thick outside of the city limits, so there was nothing that would force him to reveal himself. Eventually, a group of people in police motorcycle helmets and full body camo came trotting around the corner. When they saw them, they froze, the people in the back running into the people in the front, and Randedly raised his hands, doing his best to look unthreatening. He supposed he should have changed out of his shirt and pants made out of wolverine fur, but before anything else happened, one of the figures spoke. "It that Randedly. I can't believe you are alive." The girl removed her helmet and rushed him, wrapping him up in a hug. Randedly coughed awkwardly. Yay, I made it. It's good to see you too, Tessa." Tessa was, of course, Randedly's ex-girlfriend, although it was hard for him to think about her as that presently. That was primarily due to the time-warping effects of the dungeon, however. After all, Randedly had been walking back from breaking up with her the moment the system initialized, so to her, it had been only about a month. She chatted excitedly the entire way back, hanging right next to him, and Randedly was curious to see that none of the other members of the group seemed to care about his presence. In fact, they didn't really seem to care about patrolling at all. There was no real formation, just wandering around in a large square. Still, although it was slightly strange, Randedly was reassured by her presence. She was an influence from the past, before the system came. She also was proof that more Rollins University had been here, which gave him hope for Sydney and Ace. However, Tessa was never comfortable with his relationship with them, especially Sydney, so Randedly found it difficult to bring up the subject. Even though he had broken up with her and didn't have any lingering feelings, he still was slightly cautious. Tessa seemed to notice his frown and gestured awkwardly at the group. "Oh, this sort of job is just a commission thing. When they have need, they offer food and people do tasks. It's actually my first time patrolling like this, haha. I don't know if I could actually kill anything, even if a monster attacked me, but don't worry, I'm still pretty strong. I have a skill level of 84, so I'm pretty tough, Skill level, Randedly's focus sharpened. She had a skill at level 84. Yay, like the total level of all of your skills leveled up, added together. Because that's how many points you have to put into paths. What's yours, Randedly? Randedly nodded slowly. It made sense that they needed a way to gauge strength without levels here because they didn't have access to a class. I'm about 70. With just 2 of my skills, Randedly thought inwardly, but let the number sit out there. Oh wow, that's pretty high actually. I guess you need to get skills to survive in the wild for so long. What are you wearing anyway? The conversation was starting to wear on Randedly, and apparently the leader of the patrol too, who turned around, took off his helmet and sneered at Randedly. Don't let her sweet talk you 70 is nothing. I'm 91 and I'm still here stuck patrolling around. Some people are born lucky and others aren't. Levels don't mean anything in front of fate. Oh fuck you Alex, Tessa said, partially glaring at Alex, partially glancing nervously at Randedly, but Randedly just shrugged. It would take a lot more than this to offend him, especially when he knew that his intelligence stat was only 1 lower than the total number of skill levels this guy had gained. The group lapsed into silence, and soon they arrived at a gated area which Randedly recognized as part of Rollins' campus. A bored-looking man let them through and then handed out small bags to them all. When her turn came to receive a bag, Tessa stepped forward, pulling Randedly. We, found someone, an outsider. The man's eyes widened, and then he walked over to a little kiosk. Been a while since we've seen one of those. Figured most everyone outside was dead. Here. The man handed him a bundle of papers, stapled together. Randedly flicked through it, and saw it was general information about skill levels, monsters in the area, how to find work and food in the city, etc. Apparently, they had gotten so many refugees that this had been necessary at one point. Randedly had to admit that it was a pretty big city. People had probably flooded here, rushing to escape from the monsters running rampant in the wild. Then the man wished him luck, and Randedly followed after Tessa. He spared her a glance. She had shoulder-length brown hair and glasses, and a face with high cheekbones. What had originally attracted Randedly to her was the small frown that she was perpetually wearing, as if every moment was a struggle against the injustice of the world. The first impression that Randedly had of Franksburg was people. Whereas Donaton was cozily crowded, tucked into a valley, here there were people everywhere, filling the streets, hanging out windows, calling and cooking, selling food for tokens that Tessa explained were from the government. Eventually, Tessa stopped in front of a building, her mouth twisting. This, is where I live. I have a bunch of roommates, but since you probably need a place to stay. But for right now, he continued, looking around. I haven't seen this many people in what feels like forever. I kinda just want to see the city. If it's not too much trouble, how about we meet back here tomorrow morning and you can show me what living here is like? Tessa's face fell slightly, but she maintained her smile and nodded. Yay, sure, you should be safe inside the city, but my apartment is 576 if you get cold and, need a bed. After she had left, Randidly found himself a bench and read through the packet. After reading the entire thing, he rubbed his neck and looked around. Honestly, it was very similar to the way Donaton operated, just on a much larger scale. There were a lot of large, short-term projects, and everyday new jobs would be announced for different times. People would go and work and receive food or tokens. Randidly was also curious about whether the government was making any moves to find a gold coin and found a newbie village. He assumed they had to be, and they should have enough strength to do so after 5 weeks. It was only a matter of time before this place became a village too, and with the huge population, it would gather SP extremely quickly. The pamphlet said the population was around 15,000 here, but Randidly had no doubt that it had grown precipitously since the pamphlet was made. He wouldn't be shocked if it was more like 50,000 now, but for now, Randidly wanted to do several things: meet more people and gather information on Franksburg, and the easiest way to do that. Randidly stood and walked around, heading for a job crier to find a job for the night. Karen frowned down at her 2 children, Nathan and Kirsty. They stood guiltily in front of her, their faces smudged with soot. Where have you 2 been, and how did you get so dirty? Did you wander over by the forge again? Both children shook their heads but kicked the ground, remaining silent. Karen upped the voltage on her glare. Eventually, Kirsty mumbled something. What was that? Karen said. We were taking care of a special tree for the ghost hound. You were what? Karen asked skeptically. Then she snorted. A special tree, huh? Where is it? Let's see how special it really is. Karen had been expecting her overly curious twins to take her to an old log from a long-dead fire, but to her surprise, they led her behind the farms, past the area where the domesticated wolverines were raised, into a small clearing, hidden by low hill that should really just be called a mound. There, standing in the middle of the clearing, was sure enough a tree. Its bark was black and seemed to be covered in soot, and there were no leaves on it, but it had a trunk and branches, just like a normal tree. The thing was only about as tall as her chest and was swaying lightly in the breeze, moving side to side. Karen reached out and touched the bark, and sure enough, her fingers came away covered in soot. The tree began to sway more rapidly, buffeted by the wind. Karen let out a relieved smile. At least it was just a tree, even if it was a scrawny, weird one. But then Karen froze. There was no wind. There had been no wind this entire time. Karen stumbled backwards, afraid, and almost tripped over her children, who were standing behind her, arms raised, swaying side to side. Karen looked from the children to the tree. The children moved left and the tree mirrored them. They moved right and it followed. What are you doing, honey? Karen gasped. Nathan turned and said matter-of-factly, dancing. The tree likes it when you dance with it. An hour later, after taking Nathan and Kirsty home, Karen returned to the clearing and the weird tree with Mrs. Hamilton in tow. To Karen's surprise, Mrs. Hamilton insisted they wait, and the portly boy who ran the Classer compound came down to meet them. The 3 of them proceeded to the clearing and stared at the tree a while. So Daniel coughed impatiently. What is this about? Apparently the ghost hound gave 2 children a seed, and it grew into a dancing tree. Mrs. Hamilton remarked with a bemused expression. Do you know how to make it? Karen just shrugged helplessly. You just dance, I guess. Daniel snorted and stepped forward up in front of the tree. Then he began to perform the robot, doing a surprisingly good job. Mrs. Hamilton chuckled amused. Oh, shut up, but then they both stopped, shocked. The tree, jerky and slow at first, but then with increasing proficiency, imitated him doing the robot. Well, fuck. Mrs. Hamilton said, her eyes wide. Alana glared up at the man in front of her, her hands handcuffed behind her back. Although she wasn't quite sure whether she could break out on her own, she was positive that Devan and the rest of the squad could, but they all just sat silently looking at her. Sighing inwardly, she kept a stern face to hide her indecision. Let me ask again. The blonde man asked, stepped back away from them. Where did you come from? How did you survive out there with the monsters? Like I said, we came from a town to the north. We've already established a newbie village, and so we have classes. The man made a disgusted face. Bah, don't play dumb with me. You sound like the freedom fighters. Guns, where are your guns? The only way to beat back these monsters is with bullets. If you survived, it was due to guns. Did you hide them before you came close, looking to fool me? As if ahahaha. Alana rolled her eyes and the man leapt forward and slapped her. It felt like a child's slap to her enhanced body, but still her eyes narrowed. The man stood, straightening his jacket. Then he said, fine, keep lying. We will let you starve a bit in your cells, see if you change your tune. If by the end of the week you still refuse. The man's smile turned sinister. Well then, don't blame me for being impolite. Men, take them away. Randidly, to his own amusement, was sewing. Apparently there was a big event tomorrow night, and they needed costumes. Lots of costumes. Sam had whined about Randidly learning more basic skills recently, for PP, but Randedly had been so frustrated these past few weeks with the tribulation, and Lyra he just was disgusted by the thought. But strangely, after leaving the village, traveling around, seeing so many people, running into Tessa, feeling close to finding clues about Sydney and Ace, Randedly relaxed. So Randedly sat hunched over in a dimly lit warehouse, stitching clothing together. It was oddly soothing. He also activated root manipulation, making the small plants in the area dance. It wasn't quite as efficient as he normally would want to be, but Randedly supposed that this was something of a break anyway. He had initially asked if anyone had known if anyone knew someone named Sydney or Ace from Rollins University, but he had just received blank stares. Shrugging, he focused on the knitting. Randedly supposed it wasn't surprising that they didn't know anything. There were a lot of people in the city, and only a few dozen people here sewing. This would take time. Mostly he listened to the people around him talked, as they stood, walked around and stretched their sore hands and then sat back down to continue to work. Randedly continued to stitch, his moves becoming more natural, his loops tighter. I heard they're leaving tomorrow morning, one woman said, but another sighed in response. They always say that. The senator can't work up enough balls to actually do it, and the fire department isn't going to volunteer to do it on their own. Another woman chimed in. The freedom fighters would do it if they got enough volunteers. The second woman fixed the first with a long stare. And do you know what volunteering means? Being a meat shield for the gunners, the mortality rate for which is very, very high. No amount of food is going to make people leap to their deaths, not when easy work like this is available. The woman gestured to the piles of finished clothes next to them all. Her own pile was rather large. Every other nearby person had about 70 of her pile. Except for one, Randedly's was about double the size of the woman's. They glanced at him, but then ignored him. He was just one of those weird, shut-in types who would come out at night to work and then return to their room to eat. It was disgusting to the second woman. People like that were exactly the reason why the city stayed bottled up, while monsters ran rampant around them. Randedly ignored their stares and waited for the talk to continue, intent on his stitching. A notification popped up and he smiled. His sewing skill was already LVL 5. It seemed his increased stats let him grind these finesse tasks relatively quickly. Time passed and Randedly's stack of clothes continued to grow. After a while, a portly man and a taller woman walked around picking people. About 1 out of every dozen were chosen. The second woman was chosen and also Randedly, to his own surprise. Those that were picked, the man announced, follow this woman. The rest of you come collect your pay. The woman took them back and introduced herself as Cassie. This needlework requires a bit more finesse, but the pay is better. If you are interested, I want you to try learning this stitching method. Randedly mastered it the quickest, within about 15 minutes, and after an hour of impeccable work using that method, Cassie was shocked that he had been an amateur. The second gossiping woman, her competitive spirit rising, sewed furiously, attempting to keep up. After another hour, they asked if anyone needed a break. Randedly continued to stitch, heedless, working on an elaborate hoop skirt. The gossipy woman, her eyes bloodshot, looked at him helpless. Then she bit her tongue and shook her head, returning to the sewing. Another hour passed, Randedly humming softly to himself. Truly, it was a good thing to relax the body. Overtraining only strained the body. Having hobbies was very important to your mental and physical health. The woman's chest heaved, her eyes bulging, but still she kept herself razor-focused, never wavering with her needlework. By this time, Cassie returned and asked them both if they would like to stay on for another 4 hours, doing embroidery. She cautioned them that if they started, they would need to finish or they wouldn't get paid. Randedly simply nodded, standing and following after her. His sewing skill had reached 9 anyway. It didn't seem like grinding like this would have any more effect. The gossiping woman collapsed. Alana looked curiously at Divan. You don't want to escape. He simply shrugged, and the rest of them seemed similarly relaxed. Even Clarissa had frozen and shattered her handcuffs after the guards locked them in the room, pulling a pallet out of her spatial ring and taking a nap. It is not that I don't want to escape, but I want to efficiently accomplish our objective. Their leader is paranoid and stressed beyond what he can handle. He's worried about everyone taking his power and thinks guns are his only salvation. I have no doubt that such a desperate, worried man will want a display of power, so we wait and try to recruit there. Blinking, Alana asked, display of power, what do you mean? He means, one of the squad members interjected, that the idiot might publicly torture us or some shit, maybe execute us, and he will bring a big crowd together to do it. Better to let them do the gathering and then cash in on it. Clarissa rolled over on her pallet, snoring loudly. She offered 2 slips of paper. Randedly took them uncomprehendingly. Don't look so confused, Cassie said, laughing. You must have noticed the costumes were for oh god, you really didn't, haha. It's for the concert tonight. Those are backstage passes, feel free to come and visit. It's supposed to be a good show. Cassie waved as he left and Randedly wandered away bemused. A concert, huh? He supposed live music was a fine way to relax. But for now he walked briskly back to a job crier, looking for something to do until the time he had to meet Tessa. Hopefully, there would be more knowledgeable people at this new job. Daniel looked at the report, slightly disappointed. In the wake of Glendale acquiring such a powerful sounding class, he had dedicated a lot of resources to leveling him up quickly and finding a suitable protege who would use a mentor stone and gain the same class. They had done it, but the difference in classes was staggering. The notifications sat before him, frustrating him endlessly. Congratulations, you have received the class of Sovereign of Ghosts. You have gained the Spiritual Communication LVL1. You have received the skill Spiritual Merger LVL1. You have received the skill Spiritual Summoning LVL1. You have received the skill Spiritual Bestowal LVL1. You have received the skill Aura of the Spirit Sovereign LVL1. You have received the skill Soulbind Monster. You may learn 12 additional skills to these and those you already possess. Skills may be forgotten to learn new skills. Plus 6 health per level, plus 20 mana per level, plus 4 stamina per level, plus 4 per WP wisdom or focus per level. These points may be distributed between 4. Glendale's class was truly impressive. 6 skills, one of them being what the Ghost Town called a rare skill, and a 20-point boost to mana per level. In addition, 4 stats per level, although they were distributed to some weird areas. Meanwhile, congratulations, you have received the class of Spirit Caller. You have gained the Spiritual Communication LVL1. You have received the skill Spiritual Summoning LVL1. You have received the skill Ghost Claw LVL1. You may learn 6 additional skills to these and those you already possess. Skills may be forgotten to learn new skills. Plus 8 health per level, plus 10 mana per level, plus 7 stamina per level. Plus 2 per wisdom or focus per level. These points may be distributed between 3. Null had said that they could obtain greater or lesser versions of classes through the mentor system, but this was oppressively lesser. To be fair, it was among the higher tiers of the classes they had. It allowed them to summon and bind lesser ghosts, which were excellent scouts. In addition, it did also get Ghost Claw, which was an offensive move that summoned an ectoplasmic ghost hand to attack with. It was scary looking and seemed powerful even at level 1, but it was clear that while Glendale had obtained something special, the Spirit Caller was a high-ranking foot soldier at best. Daniel rubbed his eyes. Although increasing his stats meant he could stay awake for longer, that didn't mean he should too often. But the reason he was up now was because the hordes used to come around now and he was just used to it. Inwardly, Daniel should be pleased at their progress, but if anything, he felt listless. They had survived. The tribulation was hanging over their heads, but nothing had happened yet. The village was growing and prospering. Businesses were forming. There were weird dancing trees popping up. It just felt. Daniel turned to Null. What should we be working towards right now? Null remained silent. Will we eventually have more direction? This time Null nodded slowly. It is hard to say, but perhaps. When will that happen? Again, silence. Daniel had studied Null's reactions for a long time. He only didn't speak when there was a direct answer, and he was somehow kept from saying it. If the answer was vague, he felt no compunction from droning on and on about a subject. But when the answer was too simple. A light bulb went on in Daniel's head. He had planned on purchasing a second kept dungeon with the 12,000 SP they had, but Null, let's upgrade to a trainee village. Null's smile stretched very wide, his white teeth glittering in the candlelight. Damn it, the man swore, his chest heaving, dropping his knife and resting his forehead against the counter. Randedly continued to consistently slice carrots and move them into the bin. He had gained the skill cutting vegetables, but it was currently only at level 2. Apparently cutting carrots was nowhere near as good experience as sewing. The other problem with job was that no one was talking. Everyone was just furiously chopping carrots. Which was almost soothing. After briefly inquiring to his nearby cutting mates about Sydney, Ace, and Rollins, Randedly had settled into the monotony of the task without much complaint, making him admit to himself that while he still wanted to find Ace and Sydney, Tessa had reminded him of some things that he would rather have been forgotten. The long talk with Sydney, before Randedly had walked and broken up with Tessa. The long walk back from that event, where Randedly had wondered the entire time what sort of face he should make in front of Ace. They were his best friends, but relationships weren't simple things, and Randedly preferred as little public interaction as possible, even at the best of times. Besides, if they survived this long, they probably wouldn't die from something random, right? He had time. Randedly looked up, searching for the source of a strange pounding noise. The man next to Randedly straightened and looked at his hands. I've been putting most of my points into agility, Yano, but it's like I hit a wall. Even though my stat is still going up, I can't get any faster and just a little more, and I bet they would move me up to kitchen duty. Randedly stayed silently for a long moment. The rest of the workers in the kitchen kept their eyes on their table, continuing to cut. Feeling bored, Randedly began to randomize his cut locations, starting in the middle, then hopping to one side, then back, then between them, while simultaneously keeping all of his carrots an even size. It was disappointingly easy. Stats really started to mean a lot, huh? Knocking another 2 cut carrots into a bin, he gave the man another glance. He still hadn't straightened and continued to work. "What's your reaction stat?" Randedly asked, trying to sound casual. The man didn't move, mumbling to himself. Randedly frowned, flicking a carrot at the man. It ricocheted off the man's head. He straightened, shocked, and Randedly asked again, "What is your reaction stat?" The man shrugged. "What does it matter? I'm trying to just move more quickly." Randedly sighed. "Reaction improves your nerve endings and increases your sensitivity to tactile feedback. You feel better. More than that, you might not be able to control your speed without reaction. No matter how good the acceleration is, a car that can't turn won't win many races." The man just gaped at him. A small Asian woman to Randedly's left looked up at him. "Did you hear that at one of the university lectures?" Randedly frowned, then shook his head. "No, just from my own observations." The woman muttered something and looked away, ignoring Randedly again. But Randedly made a mental note to his Tessa about these lectures and to go to one. Why hadn't the woman mentioned it when he asked earlier? There might be more people he knew there if it was sponsored by Rollins, maybe people who knew Ace and Sydney. Randedly reached into his unfinished bin and found nothing. He looked around the room. "Where do I get more carrots to him?" Everyone looked at him in shock. The supervisor saw the situation and came over. Then he scratched his head, shocked. "I guess you can go." Nodding, Randedly walked out, relieved. "Wait, you forgot your tokens," but Randedly was already gone. Shrugging unhappily, the supervisor returned to his spot, wishing he had thought to ask the guy to come back again tomorrow. The man who had put all of his points into agility looked at Randedly's neatly cut carrots, his eyes bright. Reaction. As Randedly was walking away, a notification popped up. "Congratulations, your Arbor LVL1 is ready to level up. Due to its nature, your first choice is set. Give Arbor either vanity or sloth." A vein in Randedly's temple throbbed. It was bad enough when he had checked the seed he had left, which he had named Arbor, and saw what it grew off of. Randedly brought up its status screen again. It was a hard thing to stomach. Randedly wasn't sure where he went wrong with this soul seed. Perhaps it was the weird skills, perhaps it was the abandoning it and leaving it with those kids, but this one grew based off of attention. Randedly swore to himself to not make another soul seed until he had time to purposefully nurture it, and now he had to choose between vanity and sloth. Sighing, Randedly selected vanity. It was better that it liked looking at itself in the mirror than it being unwilling to work. He supposed vanity wasn't that bad of a flaw for a tree thing. Arbor is now LVL2. Particularity has increased by 2. It has learned the skill Elaborate Dance. Randedly closed the notification in the Soul Seed menu before he did something stupid, and so, with a twitching smile, he arrived outside Tessa's apartment, settling down to wait. He just hoped that no one gave Arbor any sort of weird attention that would warp its growth. Looking around at the passing people, he considered asking around about Sydney and Ace. But seriously, what was he expecting? Maybe there was some sort of giant missing person board. Randedly supposed that he could ask one of these people, but decided it was fine to wait for Tessa and ask her. It was nice being alone, one of the crowd, without people freezing up in some strange mixture of awe and fear when he passed. For a while, Randedly enjoyed the simple feeling of being treated like a normal guy. Tessa pulled her ponytail over her shoulder nervously, spinning in front of the mirror. She felt strange. But the world was a strange place now, wasn't it? She had known things were wrong in her relationship with Randedly a long time before he broke up with her, but she had wanted to work through it. It didn't seem like he did. In the wake of that, the system had descended on the world, ripping away half of her building and all of her sense of security. The night everything happened, both the breakup and the world shaking change, Tessa had curled up in her bed and cried herself to sleep, trying to ignore the screams. They had been dating for a year, and it hit her hard. Not, of course, harder than the system, but still. The next month had blended together in a desperate blur of short-term jobs and in sleazy guys like that patroller Alex, always trying to isolate her and tempt her with cheap beer and free food. And now, just finally when she was wavering, Randedly showed back up. If that wasn't fate, she didn't know what was. Noticing the time, she hurried down the steps. To her surprise, Randedly was already there, calmly eating a hard-boiled egg. "Oh, I'm sorry, did you wait long?" Tessa asked, instantly nervous. Randedly was a good-hearted person, but he did have something of a moody streak. Not that he would do anything about it, he would just be grumpy, but Tessa didn't want grumpiness to interrupt their reunion. Again, Randedly's even gaze surprised her. His eyes calmly looked her up and down as he swallowed the last of the egg. Then he shook his head. "No, I just got here." He still had the habit of keeping his face completely still while lying, which was slightly relieving. Even so, though, why did he lie about something so simple? He always lied for the dumbest reasons. Although this definitely was the same man she dated for a year, he seemed almost completely different. Her eyes had always been drawn to him, but now there was something more to that. Like his presence drew everything towards him, as if he was the center of the world. Tessa shook her head, trying to banish those thoughts. "So, I have some food tokens saved up. I can show you around the city." She trailed off as Randedly gave her the look. She felt her cheeks flush slightly. It was the look he gave her when he already knew what to do and was about to tell her. It was annoying a lot of the time, but there were some other times. Actually, he said calmly, I had a question first. What do you know about the university lectures here? Sam grunted, turning over the breastplate. Over the last month, he had managed to set up something of a forge, and they were beginning to experiment with shaping metal. The whole ordeal was vastly simplified by when, around a week ago, Daniel had purchased the supply shop, and they could purchase bars of smelted iron for relatively cheaply. Far, far more cheaply than the weapons and armor they would become. The only issue left was shaping the metal. He examined the breastplate more closely. Novice's breastplate LVL2 plus 7 health. Bonus would be barely noticeable, but Sam supposed it was better than nothing. An improvement is an improvement. Good work. The man who ran the smithy, Seth, chuckled bitterly. And fucking long hours of work too. I need to get some more points into stamina, and I should be able to make things like this pretty regularly. As my metal working skill improves, so should the armor. There are even specific skills for each body piece, so when we figure out a mold for a helmet, it will go even faster. We are moving in the right direction, Sam. Why the rush? Sam scowled. Powerful. Don't say something like that. You know it's bad luck. A notification popped up, silencing him. Congratulations. Your newbie village has been upgraded to a trainee village. The chance of obtaining superior classes is slightly increased. Raid bosses spawning in your area have a slight chance of spawning as a Tier II raid boss at LVL 30. Dungeons in your area will become active more frequently, spewing out waves of monsters. This cannot be prevented. Due to your tribulation remaining, the tribulation has been strengthened. Be careful of your impending tribulation. Due to being the first trainee village on your world, the sole skill of your village chieftain has been strengthened. The skill level will be reset, but all of the gains shall be retained. Due to being the first trainee village in your zone, you have become Earth's Nexus seed for this zone 32. Searching for appropriate matching village. Match found. Village is first trainee village in zone, in world, and third in your batch of worlds. Nexus portal has been founded near the center of your trainee village. In 7 days, the portal between your and your sister village has opened. Warning, in 21 days, a LVL 35 raid boss will randomly spawn on either your or their world. Good luck. Sam's glare towards Seth deepened, but then he snorted and left the smithy, heading towards the village center. Daniel owed them all an explanation for this. Randidly glanced around at the students listening to the professor's lecture. This was the third lecture they sat through, and honestly most of it was trash, more hurtful than helpful, although not in any permanent way. The first professor had recommended gathering as much PP as you could, and then spending it all at once to increase the effectiveness of the stat gains. The third professor had speculated on the source of the system, and whether God was involved. It was only the second professor of the day, a small Greek man who Randidly found fascinating. Why, he had asked, is this happening? The classroom had remained silent, and the professor had continued, and I'm not talking the technical details of why, but the larger scheme. Why has this system been installed on our planet? Why are we pushed towards killing monsters, growing stronger, and gaining classes? There is no such thing as a free lunch. What are we losing? A student raised his hand. Our humanity. We are becoming desensitized to the value of life. Professor waved that answer away. Technically correct, but you are thinking that humanity is the center of the universe. It is clearly not. Anyone else? Money, resources, precious metals, control. Randidly spoke softly, but his voice resonated strangely, carrying over the other whispers. The professor gave him a long look. Control over what? Randidly shrugged. After a pause, the professor continued to talk, moving on to the resemblance to RPGs and what that could possibly mean about the why. Randidly and Tessa went on to the next lecture. After lunch, Tessa stood, her hands nervously smoothing her hair. I need to go. Oh, but I wanted to ask. She squirmed a bit, looking at him, and he simply waited. Then she said, There's a concert tonight. I have enough tokens to buy us tickets if you want to go with me. Randidly waved his hand. Don't bother. She visibly wilted. Oh, then I should really. Ah, Tess, that's not what I meant. Randidly scratched his head awkwardly, uncomfortable at making her upset. Even if he wasn't interested in her now, he still had fond memories of their time together. He didn't want to hurt her. I was given these, so you don't need to buy tickets. He produced the backstage passes, and her eyes widened into saucers. Shrugging, he offered them to her. She held her hands up. Oh wow, no, you keep them. I wouldn't want to lose them at work. How did you get these again? Randidly coughed into his hand. For sewing. Sewing, yes. Is it really that strange I can sew? She burst out laughing. No, it's strange that sewing can get these. I didn't even know they existed. Where did you? Well, never mind. I need to get to work. Meet outside my building at 8 p.m. Randidly nodded, and then watched as she smiled at him over her shoulder and left. Bemused at her timid attempts at flirting, he turned and walked towards the nearby job crier and swiftly obtained a job on a farm. It was apparently how Franksburg supported itself, with cutting-edge vertical farms, but still, Randidly was relieved to find an activity he recognized. At least this he had experience with. Daniel raised his hands helpless, a smug Null standing behind him. I didn't know. How was I supposed to know? Null wouldn't say. You had a theory, however, Regina Northwind said, folding her arms across her chest, that something would change if you upgraded the village, and you did it without consulting any of us. Yes. Daniel visibly deflated in front of the older woman looking frazzled. Glendale closed his eyes and felt the whispers of his bound ghosts. Although the spirit caller could only manage a finite amount, it did not seem like Glendale had that restrictions. The spirits floated everywhere, giving them an almost perfect picture of what was happening in the surrounding 20 miles. After a few seconds, his eyes opened. Looks like incidence of raid bosses has tripled. There is already one directly between us and Turtletown, and it looks like another is forming to the south, along the route between us and Franksburg. Both the dungeons have exploded like volcanoes. The monsters are numerous, but they are still only LVL 12 or 13. We will take the monster horde from one, and looks like most will be soaked up by Turtle Keep and their infinite bullets. Donnie rubbed his head. Even in the best case, it likely wouldn't be for a few days more before the caravan to Franksburg returned. But still, I move that Dozer and Annie head to the south to remove the raid boss from the route to Franksburg. Immediately. Seconded, said Mrs. Hamilton. Thirded and passed, said Daniel with a sigh. Dozer nodded and immediately stood, Annie sighing theatrically and following him. Monster incidence is also up, generally, both in level, a little in quantity, a lot, Glendale added. Donnie just rubbed his forehead. Regina frowned and then spoke. Samuel, what is our perimeter like? Well, Ms. Northwind, Sam said with an uncharacteristic bow. Likely quite secure. The monsters have never had much success coming up over the mountains, and we have small teams on rotation to watch out for such incursions. The arena built up the valley to the north converted very well into a small fort. Really, the only weakness is the road that leads directly through the mountains to the NCC village, and the new farming expansion down to the south, following the valley. Anytime, he replied, his smile widening. Mrs. Hamilton rolled her eyes and then said, I move for Sam's men and 4 numeral squads to move to the southern farming expansion and clear the area of trees as quickly as possible, extending the area double as far as the expansion was planned and clearing ground for a fort. Seconded, Ptolemy said after a small hesitation. The rest of the table was silent. Every few days they held short bouts between the squads. If the lower won, they switched places. If they lost, they stayed the same. Excluding the irregulars, they now had 30 full-time squads on call, who lived, ate, trained, and fought together. 4 single-digit squads were 40 of their best men, with an average level of just short of 20. I'm not sure if I get a vote, but I think it should happen, and immediately. That's the direction of the dungeon that will hit us hardest. They will arrive in a little over 6 hours. Glendale gave Regina a nervous look. After a sigh, she just smiled and shook your head. Yes, you get a vote. And that's 3, and the resolution passes. I move that we send the heavy mages to set up a roadblock a little ahead of the NCC village, in case something nasty comes down that direction. Their mage squads were divided into 2 teams, the heavy squad, which was effectively leaderless without Clarissa. They focused on pure power, breaking through heavy lines of monsters with fire, thunder, ice, or poison. Seconded. Donnie and Mrs. Hamilton spoke at the same time, then looked at each other surprised, before smiling. Resolution passes, Regina said with a flourish, and Glendale closed his eyes, sending a ghost to whisper in the ear of the second in command of the heavy unit. You know, Mrs. Hamilton said suddenly, perhaps ask Declan his condition. If he seems fine, point him in the direction of the other raid boss. You know how much he likes to kill the boss-type monsters. Agreed, Regina said, and then she turned and smiled at Daniel, who was shivering. And now, perhaps you should explain to us all the new options we have as a trainee village. After all, spending large amounts of SB should be a group decision. Randidly finished his hole, wiped the sweat off his brow, and then moved on to the new spot and began digging again. The idea was to dig a defensive ditch around the entirety of Franksburg, which was an intimidating notion. The process was simple if effective. One person, in this case Randidly, would dig holes to a predetermined depth at predetermined points. Then another person would follow and clear out all the dirt between those 2 holes, working on getting it all down to that predetermined depth. A third would follow later and make it even, and then another crew would come in and reinforce it, either as a defensive trench or fill it with stakes. Randidly raised his hand to his eyes and looked behind him. His second man was nowhere in sight, long left behind by Randidly's ridiculous speed at digging holes. It was a rather fruitful activity. 2 Randidly had got to level 3 in manual labor, and LVL 5 in digging. Even physical fitness had risen by 1 level. To Randidly's pleasure, these skill levels were enough to finish up his apprentice path. Congratulations, you have completed the apprentice path, applicant of ash. You have walked a path fraught with danger and ash and climbed to summit of the volcano. You peer inside and see a face in the lava with closed eyes, and as you watch, they slowly open. Be ready, traveler, for you stand to be tested before the patron of ash. commencing teleportation in 10, 9. Randedly's eyes narrowed. This was unique. Did everyone who made it to the apprentice path get tested like this? He supposed it was possible. If he had been warned, it would be easy to prepare for in advance. In a self-mocking manner, Randedly looked down at his dirt-covered furs. Hopefully the patron of Ash wasn't a stickler for cleanliness, but Randedly felt like he didn't really need to worry about that. 1. The world around him blurred, and he was suddenly standing on a huge slab of black stone, suspended over a volcano. The surround land was covered in surging lava, large waves of cooling rock and liquid metal the only landmarks in the distance. Before him, high above the slab of rock, hovered a face of stone, its eyes white-hot and dripping, its open maw cherry red and grinning. It spoke slowly, almost surprised. None have chosen me as a patron in a long, long time. Apparently my standards are too high. The face gurgled and spat up a blob of lava. You are LVL, you have no LVL, that is unexpected. Thus your opponents will be LVL 25. Survive for 10 minutes and you may have my blessing. The platform rumbled and began to descend. With raising eyebrows, Randedly watched as they neared the lava. He might be strong, but surviving exposure to actual lava was still a little. But around 2 feet above the lava, the platform stopped. A bubble of lava grew and popped, spewing liquid rock onto the platform. The area was relatively big, but still the heat was almost unbearable. Randedly suddenly wished he had heat resistance. Then a glowing form reached out of the lava, gripping the platform, slowly pulling itself up. It was a LVL 25 lava golem. Randedly removed his new bone spear from his inventory, spinning it lightly. He would need to be fast with his strikes, because he didn't want to risk his spear melting. A noise from behind him made him turn, curious. 4 more lava golems were clawing their way out of the lava on the other sides, slowly standing and turning to face him with burning eyes. Randedly grinned and activated haste, dashing towards the lava golem in front of him. He used a normal stab to attack it, wanting to see how strong it was in relation to him. To his surprise, the tip of the bone spear ripped into it rather easily. The lava just reformed around it, and it continued forward. Frowning, Randedly backed off a bit. Golems were made of a substance and usually had cores that animated them. On this golem, his right chest cavity seemed to glow with heat. Looked at the others, left eye, left knee, pelvis, right hand. Shrugging, he turned back to the first. Could it really be this easy? He slashed with his spear again, ripping into the golem's chest. He felt it that time as his spear struck something else other than malleable molten rock and melting metal. The entire body of the golem shuddered, but then it continued on incensed. Randedly grimaced. The heat was really something, so much that he was losing more health per second than he regenerated. Randedly twisted the spear and then just pulled, using the spear like a shovel, and separated the core from the rest of its body. The body in front of him collapsed, and the small golden ball rolled the ground, sizzling. Randedly walked over to it and crushed it with the butt of his spear. Then he turned to the rest, who were lumbering closer. 3 more had crawled out of the lava to join them. He shook his head sorrowfully. What a tiring day. At least it was only 10 minutes long. While the adults of Donaton ran around working, preparing for the influx of monsters to the area, the children gathered in a certain clearing. There weren't an overly large number of children in the village, but enough that there was talk of installing a schoolhouse, which filled them all with dread. Luckily or unluckily, there always seemed to be another, more pressing project, so it had not yet happened. But that word yet hung over their heads. Nathan and Kirsty were the youngest, at 8, and the rest were between 10 and 16, not yet allowed to engage in any of the combat exercises or obtain a class. In a rare show of unanimity, the leaders of Donaton had declared that no one under 17 could obtain a class from their village, although they were free to stay here. Most of the older kids thought this rule was dumb, especially when Sir Donnie was barely older than them, but the rumor was that he had received special dispensation from the Ghost Hound, who the children talked of in reverent voices. They secretly hoped they would run into the Ghost Hound too, and impress him enough that he would order they receive a class. For that very same reason, they found themselves standing in this certain clearing at that moment. Because against all odds, the Ghost Hound had spoken to Nathan and Kirsty and told them to protect and nurture a certain seed, and now they stood around that seed, which had grown into a charcoal gray sapling. But as they watched, a small smoking bud formed on the highest branch. Slowly, infinitely slowly, that gray and smoking bud twisted and wiggled and writhed. Then it fell still. The bud parted and a single burning leaf praised the dancing tree. Kirsty said, rubbing her hands on the sooty trunk and then drawing lines on her face. The rest of the kids, their faces strange, just looked at her. Even Nathan gave her a strange look, but Kirsty just smiled and looked at the notification that had appeared in front of her. Congratulations, you have been offered the Soul Skill Priestess of Arbor. Would you like to accept? Yes, no. Kirsty nodded and clicked yes. The flimsy leaf wavered and then fell as if blown by wind and drifted towards her. Reflexively, she raised her hand and caught it. The fire burned, but she didn't mind. Instead, she felt something. Pulses coming from the tree. Suddenly, she knew what to do. Nathan looked at her with a doubtful expression. Randomly moved quickly among the growing number of lava golems, expertly smashing their cores and moving on to the next. They were strong and basically invincible aside from their vulnerable cores, but they weren't that difficult to deal with. That is, until they surrounded you and raised the temperature 150 degrees. So randomly hurried around at first, ripping them to pieces. But that seemed to displease the large face, and it began sending more at once. It was a number still within manageable limits, but it made randomly sweat, literally. But he controlled himself and continued to fight while seeming to struggle. Only then would the face remain passive, simply glaring at him. The time slowly ticked down, and randomly gradually allowed more and more lava golems onto the platform, seeming to struggle. 5 minutes, 4 minutes. Every now and then there would spawn a larger golem, still level 25 but one that clearly had better stats. Still, randomly kept his mouth shut and swept through them, knocking out their cores and crushing them. 3 minutes, randomly blinked. The time had increased. Narrowing his eyes, randomly spared the face a glance, but it remained stoic and frowning. Still, he knew that it wasn't a fluke, yet he said nothing, continuing to kill golems. More and more began to flood upwards, filling the stone slab, but randomly just upped his speed to match, once more activating haste. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. A huge 8-meter-tall golem pulled himself out of the lava, bellowing its fury. Randomly allowed himself a tight smile. It seemed the big guy was starting to grow impatient. Well, fine, if you wanted to be serious, you should have just said so. Randomly had thus far just been using the bone spear as a weapon to deftly scoop out cores, but now he lengthened his grip, bringing the full 8 feet of spine spear to bear. He began to sweep expertly back and forth, smashing the golem cores with accurate blows. Hissing, the large lava golem rushed forward, and randomly raised the spear directly over his head. With all his strength, he brought it smashing downwards, splitting the lava golem in half and revealing a vulnerable golem core. Lightning fast, a phantom thrust flashed forward, crushing the core to powder. The golem collapsed, and to his annoyance some lava splashed on his bare feet. Swearing, he hopped up and down and then stamped his feet to get the melted rock off of him. But as the stone cooled, it simply grafted onto him and would not budge. The lava below the platform began to bubble, and several more 8-meter golems heaved themselves upward. More disturbingly, an even larger scaled creature moved, shifting the lava visibly as it swam closer. Randomly just pointed his spear at the giant face. The 10 minutes is up. Give me your blessing. All the golems stilled. The face's mouth moved soundless as its eyes narrowed. A hum, the time counter, has been reset and you know it. Honor the deal. Again, randomly was sweating, because honestly, if the giant face refused, if he survived this, he was definitely warning everyone away from the apprentice path. Whatever rewards he received were not worth this, but randomly had a hunch. From the way he had seen Null behaved, although he had free will with how he did things, there were certain things that he couldn't do, and certain things he had to do. Ah, right you are. You have succeeded. Now stand still and await my blessing. A golden sigil appeared in front of the face's forehead and slowly began to drift downwards. In the meantime, the golems around randomly slowly started moving again, surging closer. Fuck this. Randomly ran towards the edge of the slab. Right as he was at the edge, he activated Haste, Empower, Mana Strengthening and produced a spearing roots beneath him, launching himself an extra 3 meters and then leaping forward towards the wall. The weird thing about spearing roots and entangling roots before it was that there didn't need to be actual roots for it to work. There just needed to be soil or stone. So even though the roots instantly withered and caught fire, they still came into being and gave randomly a foothold not on molten rock. Burning through his mana, he raced up the inside of the volcano, moving so fast that the giant face couldn't react. Then he leapt up out of the volcano and dashed across the rim before throwing himself at the giant face. As he approached, Randomly's face was covered in a wild grin. The face was stone too. Took him 3 seconds total to climb out of the volcano, dash across, leap, and then rush up the face, leaving a trail of ash in his wake. It was only 3 seconds later, as the face realized what was happening and his expression darkened with a frown, that randomly leapt again and caught hold of the golden sigil. He instantly flickered out of existence, teleported out of the strange volcano world. The face was still for a long time as the golem disintegrated and fell back into lava. The stone slab fell deeper too. Still the face floated there, its expression unreadable. Then slowly, the giant face smiled. Heh, it chuckled, and then it sank back into the volcano, looking forward to the next time that individual would return to its realm. Randomly reappeared back in his freshly dug hole, smoking slightly at the edges. He sorta thought that some of his hair was still on fire. Molten rock still clung painfully to his toes. Notifications popped up in front of him, but he was distracted by a voice. Oh, there you are, Randomly. Thank God. I honestly feel better to find you were taking a break. I thought you were a machine there for a minute. Cesar, the man who was supposed to follow Randomly and connect his holes together, grinned down at him. He was a tall, well-muscled man with golden skin and blonde hair, and from the alacrity with which he got to digging, he knew he had a high stamina. It was just nothing compared to Randedly. Honestly, Cesar continued, I've put all my points into endurance to raise my stamina, but it raises so slowly. Makes me feel like it isn't even worth it. Grunting, Randedly raised himself out of the hole, holding his shovel. Try investing in vitality instead. Will increase your regeneration, which will give you more staying power. Because right now, when you run out of stamina, it takes a long time to regenerate, right? And then you can dig for longer, which will increase your skill level, lowering the stamina consumption further. Leaving Cesar to his thoughts, Randedly moved forward to the next spot and dug, and again, and again, and again. Within the hour, he had once more left Cesar far behind and had time to view the notifications in front of him. Congratulations, you have obtained the blessing of the Patron of Ash. Its energy swirls through your body, slowly assimilating into you. Remaining assimilation time, 10,000 minutes. You have gained the skill Incinerating Bolt LVL1. Incinerating Bolt, shoot a highly concentrated, high-temperature bolt of lava. Heat and size increase with intelligence, focus, and skill level. Range and accuracy increase with wisdom, control, and skill level. Congratulations. For surviving the first test of the Patron of Ash, you have gained 5 LVL in fire resistance. Your path leads you deeper into the flames, and your patron will not force you to proceed without protection. These will be added onto any levels you already have. This skill does not count against the skill total for your class. You do obtain PP for these levels, as if you gain them normally. Congratulations, you have completed the apprentice path. You have come under the scrutiny of a greater power and emerged alive, but the path is long and stretches every onwards, plus 50 to health, mana, and stamina, plus 2 to all stats. The path initiate of Ash I-075 is available to you. First, Randedly checked around him, and seeing no one, walked a little way out into the field he was digging in, until he reached a deserted road lined with empty houses. Monsters skittered forward, strange dog-sized ant things, almost a dozen of them, racing towards him. He raised his arm and used Incinerating Bolt. A burning bar of lava ripped forward, catching the first ant in its thorax, punching a hole right through. The bolt continued through 4 ants completely, burning sizzling holes in them before finally cooling so much that it simply smashed the face of the 5th ant. Randedly raised his eyebrows, impressed. It was like firing a fist-sized incendiary round. But then his expression fell. At the cost of 100 mana a pop, it seemed. He fired several more, testing it out, dispatching the rest of the ants. Then he walked back to his holes, looking at what skills LVLS he had gained. 1 in haste, 1 in empower, 1 in mana strengthening, 3 in sweep, 1 in phantom thrust, 1 in spear phantom's footwork, 6 in fire resistance, and finally 1 in incinerating bolt. The mana cost was debilitative, but when he leveled it, it would be, without a doubt, his most powerful single target spell. The stupid Sphinx would have been a lot more agreeable with a flaming hole in his throat. He arrived back at the hole and picked up his shovel. According to his mental math, 10,000 minutes was just under 7 days, so he wouldn't really know what he had received as a reward until that point. At least the bonuses from the apprentice path were noticeable. The 50 health, mana, and stamina especially. It took a lot of stat points to gather that much of any of those, let alone all of them. The last decision was what his next path would be. Watcher 0, Heretic III 0, Oathbreaker 025, Fireball I-050, Initiate of Ash I-075. He immediately discarded the Initiate of Ash, shuddering. He had a sneaking suspicion that following that path would lead to more encounters with the Patron of Ash, which Randedly was not keen on at the moment, regardless of the possible rewards. Besides, he finally reached level 30 in the Fireball skill and unlocked a path for it. Hoping for more skills than he had gained from the Apprentice path, he poured his leftover points into the Fireball I path. He had 13 points and got plus 2 focus and plus 5 mana after putting 10 PP into it. He supposed that was a normal return, but he was still slightly disappointed. He pulled up his stats in an effort to cheer himself up. Although he was beginning to collect some useless skills at the bottom of his ancillary column, he was still pleased. With still an hour or two to burn before he would meet Tessa and go to this concert, Randedly continued digging. Sam collapsed in his bed, exhausted. Although you could improve your stats a lot, you couldn't escape exhaustion. Shifting around with a groan, Sam looked at his stats screen. He had kept his point distribution rather even, focusing on control, so he could craft and forge more effectively, and then survivability. All in all, he felt like he had some of the best stats among the NCCs, if not the best. Although even at the best of times, it was hard to tell what Lyra and Annie were doing, who were his only real competition at this point. Most of the other men working under him were also classless, but they were slowly folding, taking classes, after the success of the first NCCs to switch. Daniel's guidelines for obtaining a useful class were a powerful draw. Although they weren't impressively powerful, the classes they obtained were still in the upper tiers of classes, which was very tempting for the crafters. especially now that they were hard-pressed on every side. The fighting had been heavy at all fronts. Casualties were kept in the single digits, but everyone was tired and sore after a long day of stopping the flood of monsters. And based on what Glendale could gather with his ghosts, this looked to be a daily thing. There was already a plan, backed by Declan and Dozer, that Declan's unit would stay on constant raid boss watch, hunting and killing them before they could establish themselves and cause trouble. Meanwhile, Dozer pushed again for his unit to be sent into the nearby dungeon, which was the main source of the problems. Thus far they had hemmed and hawed away from that, just to keep the village safe. But if sending a team bought them time, it might be necessary. Not that without Randedly they had decided to stay away from dungeons necessarily, and they had a kept dungeon at LVL 16 and another kept dungeon at LVL 5, which seemed fine. Just without his presence as a buffer, the council was unwilling to send one of their best men into unforeseen danger. They wouldn't know what sort of enemies or location they would encounter until it was too late. Not that Randedly would be much help with that, considering how he was barred from dungeons without a class. But Ptolemy was starting to hesitate, and would likely give their plan the third it needed to pass. Damn, need to rehaul this whole council system, Sam muttered to himself, sitting up. Then he heard a familiar shuffling, and got up out of his bed, creeping to the window. Sure enough, Lyra stood there, dancing, petals of glowing mana swirling around her. Every night she would do this, every night since she had seen Randedly casually shooting bolts of mana out of his hands. But whereas Randedly was eminently practical, Lyra appreciated the beauty of mana. She sought to learn the nature of it, and in exchange was blessed with abilities the rest of them couldn't imitate. Every evening, right before the sun sunk below the horizon, she danced, and as the gloom gathered, the air around her would fill with new and different shapes, increasingly detailed and increasingly complicated. Birds and snowflakes and wolves and blooming flowers. For Sam, it was a small moment of escape from the pressing dangers of their current world. Lyra would dance too, swaying among her shaped mana, with a grace that made Sam chuckle, mostly due to how desperately Randedly was avoiding her strange feelings for him. Who could resist a flower this lovely? But Randedly was a strange one, which was why Sam supposed of all the people she had met, Lyra was so fixated on solely him. Sam only knew a little bit about Lyra before the system, in terms of personality, but what he had heard from other people in the business, she wasn't a good person. She was professional and she perfectly played her roles, but off camera she was cold and dismissive, preferring to return to her own lodging rather than spend time with the other cast members. But currently among those blue-white shapes, her wistful expression was so soft that Sam didn't dare make a sound, lest he startle her in this moment of vulnerability. Sam watched the dance for a long time before heading to bed, begrudgingly preparing for tomorrow. Tessa knew that she was going to be late, but it was only partially on purpose. She had told Randedly a slightly later time, so she could stop by a friend's place and borrow some makeup and jewelry. But she hadn't accounted for the absolute swarms of people rushing around excitedly, setting up into a place by one of the many viewing screens that the city was setting up, at its own expense, for free viewing. The concert was relatively expensive in terms of obtaining tickets, and Tessa herself had been straining for the past 2 weeks, working double shifts every day just to be able to afford one. Buying two would have effectively put her down to zero resources, meaning she would have to work before she could eat, but for Randedly she would have. Either way, Randedly had casually obtained 2 tickets and backstage passes at that, leaving her shocked. With the money that she had saved, she had gone shopping, acquiring a cute white sundress covered in blooming pink lilies. When she arrived, Randedly didn't seem worried or rushed. He just seemed focused, his eyes following the hundreds of people that surged excitedly past, talking and shouting. Hey Randedly, but then Tessa froze, looking him up and down. For some strange reason, he was covered in dirt and smelled like he had been on fire. She had thought it strange that he was wearing furs, but had supposed that was just a part of living outside the city. But now, with the furs looking crispy and matted, she couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. He also wasn't wearing shoes. Tessa struggled to find words to explain to him what was wrong. Sensing her gaze, Randedly looked down at himself and then chuckled. I didn't even realize. This probably isn't good apparel for a concert. Tessa was flummoxed, and then said hesitantly, there are bath houses that can clean you up at, but obtaining new clothes at this hour. Now was Randedly's turn to look uncomfortable. I have other clothes, but they are just a bit. Oh, that's perfect then. The bathhouses does cost some tokens, but I can. Randedly held out a hand, which was filled with a dozen tokens, what Tessa would take almost a week to earn. Is this enough? She just looked at him, her mouth hanging open. Breathing heavily, Declan stood over the cooling corpse of the Tirai raid boss, this one a centaur creature that had used a bow. In a frontal confrontation, he was probably extremely hard to deal with, as he and his minions fled from you while shooting arrows towards pursuers. But for Declan's squad, that specialized in assassinations and quick attacks. The raid boss had been blasted and sliced up so many ways that it had died with its face locked into a confused expression, barely understanding what had happened to it. While the rest of his crew cut through the few enemies that he had spawned from the raid boss before they arrived, Declan reveled in his stats, boosted by his recent position as raid boss hunter. Luckily, his recent killer bonuses had gone to Vit and End, which boosted his survivability and let him focus his stat gains on agility, perception, and reaction. Unfortunately, he only had 2 more non-class skill slots remaining due to his class limitations, but he was currently very pleased overall with his kit. Obscuring Mist was his 1 mana usage, summoning just a little bit of cover for him to approach. Then he chained Backstab, Shadow Strike, and Sneak Attack into rapidly rip through the raid boss's health. His 2 direct subordinates, Tara and Ivan, walked up to him, Ivan licking blood off of his knife. Ivan was Declan's direct disciple, using a mentor stone to take the killer class from him. Meanwhile, Tara had obtained the strange class Juggler, which made her a magic-based speed class. She was his. Declan frowned. She was his. What is it? Ivan asked lazily. Another raid boss spawn. We shouldn't go after it. We need to refill most of our potions. Our healer is exhausted, Tara said, sparing Ivan a glance. He simply snorted. They had settled into an adversarial role, but both of them respected the other's strength too much to take it too seriously. No, we are heading back. The full council is being called. We are finally heading after a dungeon. Declan looked up at the sky. Clouds were brewing overhead, with low rumblings coming from the north. They had been lucky in terms of weather so far. There had been some scattered rainstorms, but nothing serious. But this one. Thunder rumbled and Declan saw a flash of purple lightning from the clouds. This one wasn't natural. All right, boys, we're going home, Declan called, and then turned and started jogging. The rest of his team, tiredly joking and carrying various parts of their quarry's body back to the base for Sam, followed. When they arrived at the stadium, the line was around the block, and a sea of people jostling to get closer to the gates. A dozen men with assault rifles stood by the entrance, glaring around, keeping even the most rambunctious concert-goers in check. There was certainly some similarities to a dictatorship in the post-system world. The constant threat of force hung over everyone. For his part, Randidley was bemused. The people ran up against him and rebounded, their difference in stats showing even though Randidley didn't exert any strength. But people clamored forward, pressing around them, and he was forced to extend his arms to keep Tessa from being crushed. She looked at him gratefully, one more eyeing the very form-fitting clothes made for Randidley by Sam from the fur of the shadow cats, and then leaned backwards into him, pressing the length of her body up against him. For a moment, Randidley's thoughts shifted in a lustful direction, but then he just shook his head. So much had happened, he had changed way too much to imagine ever being intimate with Tessa ever again, even if she was quite cute. Besides, Lyra, Randidley paused, wondering how to finish that sentence. Luckily, a nearby commotion distracted him from this train of thought. Make way, freedom fighters coming through. Surprisingly, Randidley recognized the voice. It was that pessimistic man on the patrol who had talked about how there were 2 types of people, and one was on the lesser ones, that it was useless to struggle against your role, etc. or something. Randidley honestly had a hard time recalling. He shoved his way forward, followed by several athletic-looking men and women in ripped clothes. Pistols and a weird, saber-style weapon hung at all their waists. At the center stood an extremely tall man, probably almost 2 meters tall, with fiery orange hair. His arms were extremely long and lanky, and at his side hung 2 of those sabers. As he passed, the patrol man noticed Randidley and Tessa, but his eyes went straight to Tessa, drinking in the curves of her with a lewd gaze, his smirk making him really seem like a sleazeball from a bad gangster flick. Tessa, what a coincidence. Did you manage to get tickets to the concert? As he spoke, he reached out for her shoulder. Frowning, Randidley knocked his hand to the side. The man's face fell and he turned to glare at Randidley. Alex, Tessa started to say, but the man's face was already red. You fuck, are you trying to say you are better than the freedom fighters? While you are sleeping safe at home, while your government is too scared to move, we are the ones risking our lives on the front lines. You have some fucking nerve. Randidley gave him a sidelong glance. The crowd had quieted around them, drawing back away from the confrontation. Although he hated to actually deal with this worthless person since Tessa was here. Weren't you saying how struggling was worthless for us just yesterday? You sure changed your tune fast. Now on the front lines, very admirable. You, Alex clenched his fists, eyes flashing. One of the bigger guys from the small group stepped forward, laughing. Common newbie, don't be so tense. Hey man, I just think that's Alex's girl. She just needs to come with us and everything's forgiven. Otherwise. The man smiled grimly, the threat hanging in the air. The crowd around them began to mutter, but they kept their eyes on the ground looking away. Randidley just chuckled. Do you think that if you say things nicely that changes things? You want to take an unwilling woman with you. That's rape. The man's eyes darkened, but his smile stayed easy. Haha, rape, now, don't throw around words like that. If it was rape, would all these people really stand by and just watch it happen? The crowd crept back further. The group of freedom fighters, aside from the tall orange-haired man at the center, glared around, drawing their sabers. No one spoke. Yes, Randidly said simply, for they are weak. Tessa was sobbing quietly. I'm so sorry, I'm sorry. Alex leered at the two of them. So you are the only one who thinks something's up. Now he's just a newbie, the man drawled, but he is still a freedom fighter now and afforded certain protections. And one of those protections is against civvies like you stealing his woman while he is away, fighting on the front lines. And stand down, Randidly blinked and looked towards the central figure, the tall man with orange hair. He hadn't spoken that entire time, but now he interceded, his tone brooking no dissension. The orange-haired man then grinned and added, the concert is about to start. I'm not gonna miss Reina because we were fucking around with some girl. Move. Unwilling but ordered, the freedom fighters sheathed their sabers and pressed forward through the crowd. Alex, eyes bulging, hissed, you're lucky this time. Don't you ever fucking let me catch you again, asshole, or else. Then he turned and left. Randidly, still bemused, shook his head then moved to follow. Randidly, what are you doing? They won't do anything now, but after the concert we should go hide. Tessa's voice wavered, but Randidly just yawned. No worries, I'm sure it will be fine. Besides, would you really waste these backstage passes? Tessa stood still, torn. But Randidly just walked casually forward, pushing his way right through people, and she was forced to sigh and hurry after him. After all, if he was going to waste his time rather than train or search for Sydney or Ace, he sure as hell wasn't going to waste his time in the nosebleeds. Inwardly, she wondered when he had become so brave, or so dumb. The people at the gate were shocked when they saw the backstage passes, and directed them around the side of the stadium to another, quieter entrance. A man with a clipboard took their passes and checked them off. Oh, so you are Cassie's guests, the man said, his face warming immediately, looking them up and down. After a few seconds of scrutiny, he extended his hand to Tessa. And you must be the gifted seamstress that sewed the costumes. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. If you ever have some spare time, please consider making a gown for my daughter. I'll pay very handsomely. Tessa just gave the man a blank stare. Randidly politely disengaged the conversation and walked into the stadium, dragging a dazed Tessa. How did you say you got these? Randidly frowned. Sewing, I told you. Sewing gowns? Tessa asked incredulously. Randidly's frown deepened, but he did not reply. He couldn't decide whether it was more embarrassing to acknowledge it or to simply stay silent. Daniel peered through the newly available options for the village, excited even after the exacting interview he just sat through with Regina. Most of the new items available for purchase with SB were simply higher-tiered versions of the shops they already owned. Weapons, armor, miscellaneous, accessories, etc. There were, however, some notable and expensive exceptions. One was the purchase of gold Nexus coins, which could be used to found another newbie village. Although this didn't seem a very practical way to handle things, it would allow them some way of making outposts should the need arise. In addition, Null informed Daniel that the golden Nexus coins had two other uses. The first was they could be consumed by individuals with classes to allow them to have another, extra skill above the normal skill cap. This could be used as many times as they wanted, but at 5,000 SB, it was too expensive to be feasible for general use. And even concentrating a few on one person was bound to have a low level of return. After all, they would need to first position themselves to learn a useful skill, and then take several weeks to level it up to a level where it could impact battle. The second use was to bribe a random monster to act as your companion. In the case of rare monsters, you needed to be a higher level and have beaten it until it is near death, but then it would serve the user for the rest of its life. It would continue to level. This option was mostly attractive due to the currently unused ride skill that Donnie and his knight mentees had, if they could gather a cavalry squad. Aside from the coins, Daniel now had the option to purchase what he could only guess were higher-leveled buildings. Production-focused buildings, which Sam was already very interested in, pre-made smithies and workshops, watchtowers, a shop for rare crafting materials, a very expensive cathedral, something referred to as a Nexus array. And also, most intriguingly to Daniel, was the Adventurers Guild building. The rest of the council were less impressed, and insisted on first purchasing several watchtowers to help with the immediate threat of monsters, and a smithy in order to advance the weapon and armor crafting past the basic stages. But almost unwillingly, they agreed that the Adventurers Guild could be the next building. Eyes sparkling, Daniel looked at the 8,000 SB option, and to him it only meant one thing: quests. After thinking about it for a long time, he was sure that it could only be for acquiring quests, or bounties, or something else game-related. Always the downer, Mrs. Hamilton had suggested that it might be possible that it allowed more individuals into their world, like the strange portal that had sprung up and would open in several days. But Daniel didn't think it was that likely. At this tier, their strange and confusing bond with another trainee village would probably be their only contact with other forces in the Nexus. Still, even that contact posed interesting questions. Daniel was very much looking forward to that portal opening. After a long walk down a deserted hallway, Randidly and Tessa emerged into a large, cluttered space, full of people with glassy eyes drinking straight from liquor bottles. At the far side of the space was a small opening in the curtains, from which flashing lights and noises echoed. "Oh my God, Reina is on already." Tessa hurried forward, barely seeing the bodies sprawled around, grasping and laughing drunkenly in the dimly lit room. A bouncer blocked her before she could rush out onto the stage and pointed her to a side door, which would lead her to the general admission area. Heedless of Randidly, she rushed out, leaving him frowning. There was something strange. Then his eyes narrowed as he realized what it was. It was the same, albeit more subtle and slight, feeling that he had gotten around the village chieftain of Turtletown, as the people of Donaton had taken to calling it, an insidious influence. But while the other had been a harsh order, this was a gentle cajoling. Have fun, be happy, be free, live, enjoy yourself, everything is fine. So this was why such a large town could continue on simply based upon inertia. This voice could periodically wipe away their concerns, luring them towards staying. This town was home to a siren. Randidly gave the bouncer a short glance. Although he seemed to be maintaining his cool much better than Tessa had, he too was grinning stupidly and bobbing his head to the music. Sighing, Randidly sat down to meditate. Once he identified the influence, it was rather easy to resist, but it took a lot of the enjoyment out of the concert. Instead, he focused on understanding the way it affected him and the other people backstage. An hour and a half later, when the concert came to what sounded like a stunning conclusion, Randidly opened his eyes, inwardly torn. This singer, Reina, possessed a dangerous power. Even though he knew what it was, and his willpower was undoubtedly significantly higher than hers, he felt a slight, unnatural lift in his mood after prolonged exposure. Randidly wondered how specific the messages she sent with her songs could be, but at the same time, the positive, uplifting portion of the song had side effects. Randidly had gained 3 LVLS in meditation while he sat through the concert. It was quite similar to that strange golden potion that came from the origin banana in that way. It was an effect that, if harvested. Randidly blinked. He had been so focused on trying to learn mana manipulation recently that he had completely neglected to improve his potion-making skills. Finding the uses beyond a short-term boost for that serum would be excellent. Now was obviously a poor time to realize that, but later, if he could find the right equipment here. The people around Randidly were still slightly dozing and sophomoric. Even the bouncer was slumped in his seat by the stage. Only the tech people remained lucid, hurrying around with noise-canceling headphones over their ears. But as Randidly watched, several sweat-soaked people, removing their earpieces, walked off the stage while talking excitedly. Last of the people to leave the stage was a slim, buxom figure. Her body curved gracefully, almost impossibly proportioned. But what drew Randidly's eye was her face. Although she would never be called unattractive, she would also never be called beautiful. Her face, currently set into a tired expression, was perhaps only pretty, but it was a striking face, with large eyes and a mouth that seemed in constant motion. Then, across the dark room, they made eye contact, and she smiled reflexively, a tired smile of victory, of a job well done. Randidly had to resist the urge to smile back, looking at her contemplatively. He immediately received a level in mental strength, which made him chuckle, and he stepped backwards, deeper into the shadows of the musical equipment boxes. So even her smile contained a skill. Although she would likely be an asset to Donaton, it would be better not to interact overmuch with her. Then their gaze parted, and Randidly felt the direct beam of positivity she shot towards him fade, along with her smile. A second later, a cloud of confusion seemed to come over her face, and she turned back, her gaze searching, scanning across the position that Randidly had just vacated. Almost unwillingly, after several long seconds, she turned to face a man who emerged from another back room, wearing a suit. The man brought along a gaggle of other people, who Randidly recognized it was the freedom fighters. Most of them had dumb, glazed expressions, especially Alex, who seemed to be drooling that he was so close Reina, but the extremely tall man with orange hair still had a serious expression. If he was simply wearing headphones to block the noise, that was one thing, but if he wasn't, then apparently there was some strength in this town after all. Reina and the orange-haired man walked up onto the stage, and Randidly slipped away, heading out through the passage to the area Tessa had gone. He found her almost immediately, smiling and leaning against the side of the arena, seemingly at peace with the world. She didn't even notice his arrival, lost as she was in the after effects of the euphoria Reina provided. One more thing, one last surprise for my fans tonight, Reina said, strutting back out onto the stage, arms held high. It was strange. That smile of hers, her entire face changed, shifted. Suddenly, it was the only thing you wanted to look at. Randedly's frown deepened. This woman was incredibly dangerous. Every day he thought deeply about his decision to forego killing that man with a similar ability. At the time, the temptation of the Black Nexus coin had been too much. But now, sure, the kept dungeon had been invaluable for quickly exposing the freshly raised classers to danger. But still, tomorrow is finally the day we have been dreaming of, Reina announced. Tomorrow the freedom fighters will finally be wiping out the ant colony, and afterwards, with your help, the freedom fighters will found a newbie village and vanquish the monsters. The crowd was practically frothing at the mouth, screaming. Even Tessa looked up with fanatical eyes. Randedly supposed there would no longer be a shortage of volunteers for the mission. The rain made the night an extremely long one. Wave after wave of monsters streamed towards the village. The mage battalion held the road, but the efficacy of their magic was greatly reduced by the damp, resulting in more and more of the reserve squads to be called there to reinforce them. Donnie held the freshly raised southern defensive line. Weeks of fighting at the front constantly had worked great changes in this teenager, accelerating his growth into manhood. Meanwhile, Donaton's scouting teams roved through the forest, ambushing and retreating, constantly thinning out the numbers of approaching enemies as much as they could. But it never seemed to be enough, and as the night stretched onward they began to tire, tiny mistakes turning into fatalities. The healing division worked as fast as they could, but they had a limited supply of mana potion, which swiftly reached dangerous levels. Non-fatal or debilitating wounds were wrapped up but not healed all the way. Health could regenerate on its own quickly enough, even if structural damage to the body would not without the aid of spells. It was likely the bloodiest night in Donaton's history. While Dozer and Declan and their squads rested, several Tier I raid bosses were able to set up shop and multiply, adding to the constant flow of monsters. In their absence, and the absence of the Ghost Hound, several individuals set themselves apart in terms of bravery and skill. Of those people, there were two that changed the course of the night, Lyra and Annie. When the northern fortress, the most heavily fortified and the location of the heaviest fighting, was breached by a rare, fire-belching iguana, the defenders paled. Monsters leapt forward, squirming to get into the hole. But from nowhere she appeared, her typical gray hood pulled over her head. Dozens of silent birds glided forward, and for the next 5 minutes, the only thing that made it through the breached wall was a thin misting of blood. During that time, another squad hurried over, plugging the gap and stabilizing the defenses. Meanwhile, Annie stood atop the watchtower on the road, firing arrows like a machine gun. The production-focused people began to dread her glare, because it could only mean one thing: she needed more arrows. They thought about complaining, but almost unerringly, the arrows that Annie shot would take a monster in the throat, or eye, or heart, stopping them dead. Although her own stats weren't high, she invested heavily in strength and control, giving her arrows quite the punch. And just like that, dawn came. With a heavy expression, Regina received the preliminary report. 80 dead, and most of that classers. Still, those that survived were changed. The predictable monster hordes of the first week had been stressful, but they were predictable. The following month had been filled with training, with those hordes in mind. Only now were they exposed to true strife, the true horror of war. Not just actual level, but their skill levels had sharply risen across the board, allowing them to invest in their paths, which further increased their strength. Grim-faced, they watched Dozer and Declan's squads punch their way out, heading out for their respective targets. The monsters would be repaid in blood for what Donaton had suffered that night. Randedly worked as a cook in the aftermath of the concert, after escorting an exhausted Tessa home and asking a barely lucid Cassie to look for two people named Ace and Sydney. It seemed that almost everyone who had watched the concert felt sluggish, so business owners were desperate for help, even allowing someone fresh off the street like Randedly to assist. They had set up food stands around the city and lowered the food prices to catch the dregs from the concert, and it worked like a charm. Apparently being subtly influenced by a songstress was very draining. After 15 minutes, Randedly had gained the cooking skill and understood basically what to do. He was making fried street noodles. Another half hour had passed, and he had already reached LVL3 in cooking, as he pumped out noodle dish after noodle dish. Seeing Randedly's crazy speed and consistency, the overseer for this block moved Randedly to a large grill, where he fried eggs, meats, potatoes, and pastries. This activity was much more demanding, because each item had its own perfect cooking time, and with the volume of orders, Randedly might have 30 things on the grill in front of him that needed adjustments at specific points. The manager's mouth dropped to the floor as he watched Randedly's hands blur, both seeming to act independently of the other, keeping the entire kitchen running smoothly, the food even tasting better than it had in a long time, even though their usual cook had his cooking skill at LVL9. Furtively glancing around, the manager told his subordinates to get Randedly's information so he could be invited back to a permanent position, then hurried away, confident that this location would be fine in his absence. At around 5 in the morning, even the most hardcore celebrants had drifted away, and the shops closed down, the business owners packing up, their eyes swimming in all the currency they had gathered. Randedly, now with a LVL-10 cooking skill, had promised to report for work as a chef later, but could only shrug when the workers inquired where he lived. After all, he wasn't about to tell them about Donatin, and it seemed slightly rude to use Tessa's address. The more they pressed, the more hesitant Randedly became, until he finally just took his payment and fled. Still, he likely would return to work at a restaurant. Cooking was a surprisingly enjoyable experience. It had also helped level haste and empower one level each as he worked on his control of those skills. For the first time, the city seemed quiet, and Randedly enjoyed the peace of it. Even the job criers were absent, although there were several shouting people calling for volunteers for the Freedom Fighters operation today. But it seemed like the euphoric effects left a long hangover, and even the most dedicated volunteers were still struggling out of bed. Shaking his head, Randedly trotted out of the main part of the city into the edges, sneaking past a guard and earning himself a level in sneak, and finding an abandoned home out past the vertical farms, and even further beyond the defensive line. Although one day was fine, it wasn't good to go any longer without training certain skills. Randedly withdrew his spear, the large bone monstrosity made from the spine of the Sphinx, and began to move through the basic moves taught to him by Shao. Then he began to accelerate, moving faster and faster until his body blurred, pushed to the limits of his physique. When he would tire, he would take a short break and spend his mana on incinerating bolts. Then he would return to the spear work, enjoying the physical exertion. After a few repetitions of this, in which he gained 2 LVLS in incinerating bolt and 1 in spear phantom's footwork, he stopped and checked his satchel. He still had plenty of potion materials that he had gathered on their trip south from Donatin. Honestly, Randedly was mostly annoyed that he had been so stressed and focused that the only way he tried to improve his potion making was by refining these further. But he had been so fixated on this lead on Ace and Sydney. Hopefully Cassie would remember speaking to him and assist in his search. Otherwise, Randedly was slightly at a loss about how to find them in such a large town. Even if they were here, among 50,000 people, and there were still restricted areas, mostly belonging to the government and freedom fighters where they might be. Randedly chuckled involuntarily, trying to imagine Ace putting up with the swaggering attitude of the freedom fighters he had met. Then he sighed and shook his head, one thing at a time. Besides, his enthusiasm for finding them was diminished slightly the more he thought about them. They had been a beacon that had kept him focused through the dungeon, but now the sheer size of the area he had to search to find them was discouraging. Besides, Randedly had to survive long enough to find them. Although that didn't seem like it would be a problem, Randedly knew that the thing that would be able to kill him wouldn't announce its arrival and give him enough time to prepare. So Randedly left his small hideout and went in search of some necessary tools. It was time to return to the skill that had changed it all, that had earned him the spot as Shao's disciple, and made him the man he was today, potion making. Hey, Lyra stilled, recognizing that voice but barely able to believe it. Not only that, but this was her secret spot, deep in the forest. How did he? She turned, finding a smiling Randedly looking at her, his expression affable. Something clicked into place in her mind, but still she smiled back at the figure. Hello. Randedly stepped closer, his gaze suddenly turning serious. I'm sorry to follow you like this. I'm sorry for everything, but after I left, heading to Franksburg, I realized something. I need you. Randedly paused there, gazing down at the glowing sword of mana that was sticking out of his chest. What gave me away? The creature taking on Randedly's shape inquired. Lyra considered. There was the mana fluctuations she had sensed watching Donatin the entire night. Images of different monsters, but all hanging back the same distance that she had seen over the course of the battle. The fact that Randedly could never, sneak up on her. The dumb grin it walked up with. The sweet lines it used. How she sensed only a deadness from this creature, whereas Randedly burned with a strange, musky emerald life. The apologies. I have never heard Doggy apologize, even when he's being an idiot. Lyra said sweetly. Randedly dispersed before her very eyes, leaving only a shapeless blob of gray-purple laying on the ground. Above its head floated a foreboding label. Kim Lath, the tribulation of many faces, LVL 35. Would you like to fight now? Kim Lath asked, its voice oddly flat as if a computer was speaking. Randedly reformed, this time holding a spear. Lyra just shrugged, if you want, but it really is good to see him. With an exaggerated calmness, Lyra walked over to the shapeshifter and touched its face. Although she appeared casual, her attention was stretched to its limit, prepared to blink away if necessary. But the fake Randedly tilted its head to the side and nodded. Would you like to share a meal? It asked, its voice no longer artificial sounding, but also not quite Randedly. Lyra nodded. Randedly looked out from the cleanly split building, his face grim. He was standing in a room he hadn't been in for almost 8 months, but was still intimately familiar, or at least he was standing in the first 6 inches of it. Randedly grimaced. This was Sydney's dorm room, the place that both Ace and Sydney had likely been, curled up in bed, watching a movie like they did every Friday night until he got out of class. He had gone to Tessa's place instead of his usual ritual of proceeding directly to Sydney's room, so it was probably just starting to get late, and they had probably been starting to wonder where he was. Or honestly, perhaps they hadn't even noticed the extra 45 minutes slip by, absorbed in whatever it was that they were watching on the TV. Either way, it didn't matter. Everything after that 6 inches was empty space. Most of the room had been teleported elsewhere, at whatever location the other portion of Rollins University had ended up. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Randedly stepped forward and off into the void, dropping the 7 stories to the ground. He hit the ground with a crash, staggering a little but quickly straightened and walked away, back towards the high school he had found nearby. While he was scoping out the high school, he had seen the familiar sign for the dorm, and a flash of hope rose in his heart. Not that they would be there, still in the building, obviously, but that it would be enough proof that they were here, hiding away somewhere. Randedly shouldn't feel as disappointed as he did, and chided himself for it. But he closed his eyes, and what would he even say if he would see them now? Sydney's ultimatum still weighed on his heart. It was why that last week, before the system arrived, had been one of the most stressful in his life, culminating with him breaking up with Tessa. He had made a decision, perhaps a spur-of-the-moment one, but still a decision during his night class. But now it had been so long that he had lost the thread of it with the passage of time. If he saw her now, if he saw Ace now. Releasing a long-held breath, Randedly smiled. It was relieving in a way. Now he knew for sure that they weren't here in Franksburg. He had time, and in that time Randedly swore himself he would grow strong enough to face them both. Then he opened his eyes and walked into the high school, heading directly towards the chemistry lab. For now, strength, growth, progress. It was better to focus on the present. There were 3 main reasons that Randedly had decided to spend the day today like this. The first was that it seemed like jobs would be scarce, with the huge freedom fighter operation. Second, he was no longer sure that he could easily find enough variety in jobs to be worth spending another day earning PP at one. And finally, it could be said that the real reason that everything happened was due to his potion making. He had brewed that potion that had dispelled the strange curse the shamans had placed on Shao, which had started everything. But since then, he had left potion making by the wayside. Sure, he continually made better and better potions, earning him several levels, but the real growth in his skill had occurred while trying out new recipes. His attempts in the past few weeks to find recipes had all ended in failure, but he was beginning to suspect that it was due to his preconceptions getting in the way. Randedly had originally assumed that all potions were variants of the 2 base materials, red and blue energy shards, but his brief stint as a chef got him to thinking. In a way, what the system did was simplify the inputs in life and quantify the outputs. That is, of course, in addition to breaking most physical limits and laws, but that was secondary. It made everything work in a system. What had thrown him off, Randedly reflected as he began to set out beakers, was the origin banana. The profound effect of the juice from that plant had made him believe that the 2 colors were the important factors, but it seemed that simply wasn't true. The origin banana was a rare exception, rather than the rule. As such, in order to progress past this level of potion making, he needed to identify the other base units of the potion system. Once he had those, but he set those thoughts aside for now. He already had some theories about what they would be, but he wanted to try a few things first. Kirsty looked on bemused as the strange thorn creature crawled all over Arbor, wrapping his thorny vines around it. She could feel Arbor's annoyance and helplessness through their bond as it was forced to put up with its elder brother's teasing. Finally satisfied, Thorn climbed down and wriggled over towards Kirsty. She wanted to stumble backwards, but knew this was necessary from Arbor's whispers. So gritting her teeth, she allowed Thorn to come close, and with surprising delicacy, prick her with a single thorn. It absorbed her blood cleanly, the creature shivering slightly. Then, as per the instructions from Arbor, she raised her hands over Thorn and used her new skill, Blessing. She instantly gained 2 skill levels. Small motes of gold flew off her fingers and landed on Thorn. It seemed immensely excited about this and dug into the ground and hurried off in the distance, seeking the ample prey that was wandering around recently. Feeling abruptly tired, Kirsty sat down. Nathan, who had been standing off to the side and watching the whole interaction, walked forward, offering his sister a cup of water. She drank thankfully. "We should go," Nathan said, glancing over his shoulder, "if Mom finds us here." "I know," Kirsty said meekly, standing up and hurrying back. Their mom didn't like them hanging out with Arbor. Thought it was a creepy tree she didn't understand. Kirsty's eyes glittered. None of them did, really, not even Nathan. Randedly looked down at the 4 small crystals in front of him, his expression satisfied. It had taken him most of the day, but he had finally isolated 4 base units. There might be more, but for now, he had found these to use in experiments. A red and a blue crystal, and then a green and a purple one. The end result had him earning 3 LVLS in refine, which was an added bonus. The green one had been the one he was most confident about. He had previously made several basic poison potions as weapons that could be thrown at masses of enemies. As his skills with spells had grown, this method had swiftly been outclassed, but that didn't mean that poison wasn't still powerful in the right situations. It had taken dozens of the strange mushroom that grew wildly in the area, but he had slowly boiled them down and refined them, extracting the poisonous energy from them and condensing it into a crystal form. It was randidly reflected, probably enough poison to even threaten him, condensed in the sparkling green crystal. Still, it was almost useless in that form. The second new crystal, the purple crystal, had been the one that had taken him most of the day. In the end, it had been a strange, passing comments that randidly remembered Sam making that was the clue. Sam had been talking about the difficulty about harvesting parts from monsters. The trouble is, Sam had said, his face fixed in his perpetual frown, that the bodies degrade pretty quickly. A bone or pelt you get an hour after they die is half as strong and tough as one from 5 minutes after it passes. The effect gets worse the more superficial wounds it has, the more blood it's lost. It's like most of the mana sits in the blood and slowly dissipates after it dies. So Randidly had captured ants and crushed their bodies to a pulp, gathering the juice. Then he had boiled away the pus until just the blood remained, and he refined and refined and refined. He was forced to go out 5 times for more blood, the final time slaughtering his way through a warren full of the ants in order to gather enough bodies. He had even earned a level in incinerating bolt and 2 levels in agony. Still, stubbornly, a thick, molasses-y substance his only prize. But then he remembered the rest of Sam's explanation. The trick we discovered, Sam said, scratching his head, is to wipe a little of your own blood on it. It's like it's a signal to the system that you want the body. That's the reason that we got the Sphinx in such pristine condition, even after so long you had bled all over it. Could it really be that simple? Randidly had wondered. He created a spearing roots from the ground and allowed it to draw a line across his skin. The blood gathered and then dropped onto the molasses of partially refined blood. With a sizzle, the outer layer of molasses crusted over and then disintegrated, turning into rancid-smelling ash. But there at the bottom lay a small purple crystal. Staring at the crystals now, Randidly couldn't wait to start experimenting with potions, but he looked up and saw the setting sun and grimaced. In terms of efficacy, it looked like the 2 crystals he had made were only of the basic level, which meant that refining more of either of them would be a much more comprehensive effort than gathering blue or red energy shards. But right now, he had promised to return to the business owner and do some more work as a cook for him tonight, and he had also wanted to check in on Tessa, but time just seemed to be against him today. Ruefully, he placed the crystals into his inventory and walked out, heading back towards the city. The cooking was enjoyable enough and the PP attractive enough that Randidly was willing to put the potion making off for now. It could be done anytime, now that he had the ingredients after all. Besides, even if Sydney and Ace weren't here, it was worth it to monitor Franksburg. Raina's powers were more than enough reason to keep an eye out. Alana looked up, bored. They had largely been left alone here, and the charm of the group's company had worn on her. Devan's plan to wait until the blonde man had taken some action had seemed reasonable initially, but now that 2 days had passed, it was beginning to seem foolish. It's not like there was enough room in here to practice with her spear, and not even the guards provided much distraction. Although today most of the guards seemed excited about something else, so much so that there was a life to their faces as they were served gruel, which the group didn't even bother to go near. But then, as the sun set, something changed. There was banging and yelling and swearing and then silence. The blonde man who had claimed to be in charge of the town came in pale-faced, followed by 3 men. The first was tall and grizzled, his hair cropped short, a total military type. He hovered around the blonde man, glaring daggers at the other 2. The most eye-catching of the 2 was a large man who was missing his left arm, but strapped to his back was a large metal disc that seemed to be part shield and part buzzsaw. The third figure was a portly man with glasses. He smiled at the group when he arrived, but otherwise stayed silent. Finally, the blonde man coughed, turning to the prisoners, who had clearly escaped their handcuffs and were enjoying a meal of dried wolverine meat. We have decided to believe your story and offer you your freedom in return for an alliance. Devan nodded serenely, as this was the most natural thing in the world, but Alana could barely resist snorting. But she managed it, barely. What sort of alliance? She asked cautiously. The blonde man's face fell, and he turned to the 2 figures who were clearly from another power in the city. The portly man smiled. Hello, it's nice to meet you. You are Alana, right? I'm Anthony, the man who founded a combat-focused organization in Franksburg, the Freedom Fighters. We are in the midst of an operation to kill one of the nearby bosses and receive a gold coin so we can gain a newbie village. At our suggestion, Anthony glanced at the blonde man. The senator has seen fit to offer you your liberty in the city in exchange for your assistance in this operation. I assume you came here with a purpose, and as long as it's within reason, I'm sure we will be amenable to it. Although she was pissed off at being trapped here for so long, Alana felt that some exercise would be just what the doctor ordered. It would mean that they could finally recruit more actively in the city. Still, helping them gain a newbie village might be counterproductive to the recruitment efforts. For a long moment, she was torn between helping them and the goal of the mission. But she supposed that they came with recruitment as a goal. It was just an assumed goal. They had just wanted to help any families who were still surviving. But as things seemed to have stabilized in the region, assistance and the development of a positive relationship could be considered a success. For her pride, she would find a way to extract reparations, but that was for later. She gave her toothiest smile, resembling more wolf than person. That would be excellent, Mr. Anthony. Of course we would be willing to help you. We are all humans after all. We need to work together to defeat this monster threat. And honestly, I would do anything if you gave Devan a shower. Clarissa added snarkily, her nose wrinkling. It smells like stale animal sweat in here. Devan just chuckled, his face impassive, as the senator and his military aide looked on nervously, worried by the recent developments. But things were no longer within his control, and the senator could do nothing but acquiesce. Pan-seared, pan-seared, the small Hispanic man yelled over the clatter of the kitchen noise, miming at Randedly. Randedly cocked his head to the side and then recalled the method that had been explained to him earlier and used a spatula to press down on the beef, or whatever red meat this actually was, before flipping it and repeating the same on the other side. Still, he didn't press too hard, so as not to drive out the juices. He took a pinch of spices and sprinkled them on top, before raising the heat and placing the pan back down. He pivoted to his left, bending over and removing the fish fillet from the oven. His other hand reached out and began to throw butter, herbs, and garlic in a pot, stirring rapidly. Then he flipped the meat again, lowered the heat, and brought the sauce onto the stove. The Hispanic man, Carlito, working to Randedly's left, passed him the vegetables, shaking his head. You do learn quickly, don't you? Don't forget about cutting the meat. Smooth, even strokes. On and on it went, a night of movement and constant heat. Orders were shouted from the front, and the kitchen staff jumped to work. Apparently, the previous chef had volunteered for the Freedom Fighter operation and hadn't come back in time for his shift. That, combined with the ominous news that had made it back from the front line, made the owner willing to let Randedly work in his kitchen, regardless of his lack of experience. It also helped that he had a cooking skill of 10. By the end of the night, of course, that skill had risen to 13, the constant stress of a long night working the kitchen pushing him beyond his comfort zone. Mostly the small, cramped space had started to wear on him, but that too had its own benefits. He had earned the skill Grace and raised to LVL3. Grace LVL3, passive physical skill, increases the fluidity and control over movement. Also slightly increases coordination and balance. Although it was a passive skill, it seemed to be incredibly useful, even in fighting. Shal's spear methods emphasized assault and overwhelming, direct speed without much use of feints, so Randedly supposed he just hadn't reached the proper criteria previously to earn the skill. But twisting in spot and sliding between other chefs had certainly been a work in physical control. Randedly idly wondered how people had managed to perform this job while they had normal stats. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he walked out of the back door to the building and gratefully accepted a drink from Carlito. Randedly drank it in one gulp and then grimaced. Was that tequila? Of course, Carlito said with a smile. Unfortunately, your resistance to alcohol rises with your vitality, but still, there is nothing so wonderful as the burn of a good tequila. Then he gestured to the unmarked glass bottle, winking at Randedly. But when there is no good tequila, we make do with what we have. Do not drink too much more, friend. Overexposure to this swill is known to cause blindness. Randedly shook his head, amused. He liked Carlito and his wild stories and exaggerated jokes. He was loud and abrasive in the kitchen, but Randedly could tell that he was a good person with an honest heart. It was, Randedly reflected, tragic that Carlito was born in this time, where good people like him died like flies. They joked and laughed for a while longer, Randedly feeling strangely at ease, even as a part of him nagged to get back to the potion recipes. But before he could leave, their manager came hurrying back out the back door, sweating. Oh, thank God you two are still here. I'll pay double, no triple, if you stay and make one more meal. But the kitchen has already been cleaned. Do you want us to go through everything again? Carlito rumbled, his eyes narrowing. The manager raised his hands in a placating gesture. No, I'll handle all of that. But a very important client came, and well, for her, there are no such thing as hours, please. As soon as the manager agreed to let them off without cleaning, Carlito's cheer returned. Tying his apron back on, he called over his shoulder. So who's the big wig? The manager's face became starry-eyed. It's Raina. Derek Quinn had been a truck driver before the system had come to the world. But when everything changed, he had crashed his truck into a column of giant, mutant ants and received the exterminator path. He had no idea what to believe. Perhaps even more difficult to handle was the ants' subsequent counterattack, swarming him and biting at him, ripping off his left arm before other drivers on the highway saw his plight and came forward to beat them off of him. He still remembered that extended hand, and opening his eyes to find a portly man smiling down at him, his glasses splattered with blood from that ants. "Hey there, buddy, I'm Anthony. You're gonna be okay." Luckily enough, Anthony was a nurse and had managed to bandage his wounds enough to keep Derek alive. Unlike most people who were mutilated in the aftermath of the system's arrival, Derek didn't fall into a stupor, giving up. He got angry, and that anger had served him well. He had gotten up to the exterminator VI path, cutting his way through the ants, but there were still so damn many of them. Derek spared a glance for the group of 12 people that trailed after them, wearing a mismatch of bone armor and fur, most of them holding swords, but their leader holding a spear. The other woman seemed to possess no weapon at all, but just walked forward in the middle of the group, yawning. He was slightly depressed when Anthony had called him away from the front line to escort this group, and was now even more disappointed. Even with a class, how could this group change the tide of the fight? After all, the problem wasn't talent, it was simply. They rounded a bend in the road, and the battle stretched before them, almost endless. Thousands upon thousands of ants marched forward, rushing to attack the intruders. These hills had been empty 8 hours ago, but now the bodies were piled higher than a person in some places. "So you see," Derek said sarcastically, "a small squad like you would be perfect for this operation." Alana, the leader, nodded seriously and turned to the weaponless woman and what seemed like the vice commander. "So, doable." The vice leader commented. "Child's play," the weaponless one said, cracking her neck. Alana turned back to Derek. "All right, take us to the front. We will handle the rest." Derek stayed back on top of the hill, scowling down at them as the group proceeded to walk forward. He had to admit that they were disciplined, far above the level of even the regulars of the freedom fighters, as they settled into a crouch and moved in formation. But how much could a class really help in a huge melee like this? The numbers were stacked against them. Like a ghost, a tall, orange-haired figure appeared next to Derek. He spared him a glance. It was Lucifer, the only man in the freedom fighters that Derek had no confidence of being able to stand against. He was also the second in command of the freedom fighters in all but name, leading the most powerful battalion. "Is that them?" Lucifer grunted, wiping blood from his sabers. Derek nodded. "Let's see if classes are really worth all this trouble." Randidley's hackles rose at the mention of Raina, but then he shrugged. She wouldn't even be near him, she would just wait out for the food. But when they walked into the kitchen, there she was, sitting up on the counter, her legs dangling. Next to her, a serious-looking woman with pistols strapped to her waist stood, arms crossed. "Oh, Raina, I'm such a huge fan. It is such an honor for you to taste my delectable cuisine," Carlito said, bowing. Raina rewarded him with a sunny smile. "Actually, I'm just peckish. Matilda here told me that her favorite dish was fish tacos, and when it came to fresh food, this was the place to come." Matilda, who Randidley assumed was the guard, just glowered, looking excited about nothing, fish tacos or otherwise. Naturally, Raina's gaze moved past Carlito to Randidley, who followed him through the door into the kitchen. Randidley looked towards the ground, feeling a small urge to smile and suppressing it. Mental strength rose another level, and the urge dropped to almost nothing. Randidley sighed his relief and began to move towards the supply freezer to get the ingredients for fish tacos. He began running through the list in his head. He would need. "Excuse me, were you at my concert last night?" Backstage, Randidley paused, turning slowly. Raina had hopped down off the counter and was studying him, something strange in her eyes. Nodding, Randidley said, "Yes, I was." The silence grew slowly, their gazes locked. Then Carlito chuckled uneasily. "Honestly, who wasn't at your concert, Ms. Raina? It was the event of the year. I wish I could get a recording. Your music speaks to me." Not everyone was backstage, and not everyone can just look at me with such mild eyes while I'm smiling at them, not since the system came to this world. Raina said, her voice light. "In fact, I don't think I have met anyone that can, not even that zombie Lucifer. What's your name?" To Randidley's surprise, there was no power or skill in the question. No influence from the system pressed against him, urging him to answer. It was just filled with curiosity and a yearning. And most of all, loneliness. After an extremely long pause, Randidley answered, "My name is Randidley Ghosthound." One of the great reliefs of Randidley's life in regards to the system was that no longer would his name earn him strange looks. Raina nodded, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. "Well, Mr. Ghosthound," she said, the corners of her mouth quirking upward, "would you like to have dinner with me?" As Derek Quinn watched, standing next to the silent Lucifer, he watched as the squad picked up speed, moving through to the front lines of the battle. Then, the last of the freedom fighters stepped to the side, gladly willing to let someone else hold back the swarm for a while. With a crash, they smashed into the ants. Derek froze. He had been expecting a crash, but they simply slid into the enemy lines, barely slowing at all. His increased perception let him barely glimpse as each one of the 10 shield holders stabbed forward smoothly with a short sword, each time accurately driving their sword into the skulls of the ants. The bodies were shoved to the side and trampled on, the squad barely breaking stride. As they penetrated deeper into the ant lines, more swarmed towards them, recognizing this new threat, but the spearwoman simply stabbed into the ants approaching from the back with ruthless efficiency, breaking the ants' legs and leaving them useless. But what was most shocking was the weaponless woman. Magic user Lucifer mumbled next to Derek, his tone wondering. Although there were individuals who used the mana bolt skill, it was mostly just as a supplement. After all, no one had a large enough mana pool that it was feasible to train up the skill. But as this woman raised her hands, forked lightning shot out, smashing into 2 ants, and then each of those splitting into 2 more and then 2 more. 32 ants collapsed dead from the move, and 64 were sent staggering, stunned by the electricity. With a pleased expression on her face, the woman did it again, clearing another huge swath of ants, and then drank a blue potion from a flask. Like a well-oiled machine, the squad marched forward, barely seeming to break a sweat as they ripped through these enemies that had kept the freedom fighters stumped. It was possible that a squad of their elites could have managed to do something similar, at least for a time, but they would quickly run out of stamina and be stranded in the middle of an endless number of ants, helpless. Even Lucifer himself could only fight for a half hour or so before he needed a break. As Derek watched, he realized their advantage was twofold. First, it was clear that leveling gave powerful bonuses to health, mana, and stamina. Otherwise, there was no way they could do this. But the other advantage was professionalism. Those small thrusts effectively killed the monsters, but he suspected that they cost next to no stamina. They were simply well-equipped and efficient. The freedom fighters couldn't compare. Inwardly, Derek felt a small tremor in his heart. He had heard that this group came from the north. These were likely their elites, but even if they had several other squads like this, just how powerful was the place that they came from? Carlito and the restaurant manager chatted excitedly at dinner, their eyes becoming increasingly glassy as time passed. Even Matilda began to smile, as Reina told wild story after story, her smile wide but her eyes always scrutinizing Randedly. Finally, almost gently, her smile disappeared like a mirage, and she said coldly, "Matilda, would you escort these 2 away? Mr. Ghosthound and I have something to talk about in private." Matilda, her face settling back into a stony expression, dragged the befuddled 2 men away, leaving only Randedly and Reina in the room. She smiled at him, "So, we are finally alone." Randedly folded his arms, his eyes narrowing. The only reason he had remained this long was that he couldn't set aside his nagging feeling that she would be incredibly useful to have on his side. Even still, he was still made nervous by. But then her shoulders slumped and her whole demeanor changed. Tears began to form in the corners of her eyes. "I am really glad I met you. You are the first person to really see me, Everyone else is just blinded by the skills," and she sniffed and then looked at Randedly with an odd expression. "How attractive do you think I am? Be honest." With his eyes fixed on the table between them, Randedly was almost squirming. Give him a sphinx with infinite mana any day. This aspect of life was something he was simply never good at. His experiences in the dungeon taught him how to act in life, but never how to interact. "Honestly," Randedly said tentatively, and Reina nodded. He shrugged helplessly. "Honestly, rather plain. Your body is very, well endowed, but your face, although that changes when you smile, but I can't be sure that's not the skill." Reina leaned forward, her hair swinging to cover her face. The table was silent for almost a minute before she straightened, a strange look on her face. Reina stood, her smile sad but still making Randedly want to smile back at her, and ultimately that made him not trust her. She put a business card down on the table. "This is my address. If you want, we can talk again. I'd really, really like to talk again. Please visit." Then, to Randedly's surprise, she leaned over and pressed her lips against Randedly's cheek. He stood still. His perception had seen her coming, and he had ample time to react, and his agility was so high that it would have been simple to evade her, but he was simply surprised. Randedly had obviously had girlfriends before and relation, but those had always moved slowly, building over time. This sudden kiss left him at a loss. What had him most stunned was that there was no familiar influence of her charm on him. It was a genuine moment without a skill. Reina pulled back and they looked at each other for several seconds. Then she tried to smile but failed. You're not going to visit, are you?" Randedly shook his head slowly. This woman, he could not trust her. She left then, Matilda allowing the other 2 into the room, who looked with wide eyes at Randedly. Carlito was the first to speak. "Randedly, man on your cheek, that lipstick," did Reina. Sighing, Randedly stood and walked out into the night, leaving the people behind. Feeling annoyed, he scaled a nearby apartment building, quickly climbing 20 stories to the roof. There, he let out a long sigh. He really needed to work on his people skills. If only the system had skills for that. A notification popped up, a welcome distraction from his current annoyance. Congratulations, your Thorn LVL4 is ready to level up. Due to diet and influence, Thorn wonders whether he is a lone hunter or a team trapper. As mulled over these choices, another notification popped up. Congratulations, your Arbor LVL2 is ready to level up. Due to diet and influence, Arbor wonders whether he is simply a lonely tower or a pillar of the community. Randidly narrowed his eyes at the timing. It was strange enough that both were leveling at the same time, due to the seemingly increased difficulty for his soul plants to level, but they also both had similar references. Were they developing a symbiotic relationship with each other? That didn't sound right, otherwise there would likely be more of a connection between the two levels. Randidly supposed that without his presence, both had been forced to be exposed to more humans. Perhaps they were simply wondering what their purpose was, in the grand scheme of things. This was a lot more likely for Arbor, with its higher brain function, but still. Because he wasn't sure of the effects of either, Randidly split the difference. Arbor, well, all he really knew about the thing was that it was vain. As such, it seemed to make more sense that it would be a part of a community. Meanwhile, Thorn was designed to lurk and slaughter monsters, which meant Randidly preferred it as a lone hunter. Satisfied, Randidly made both of his selections. Thorn is now LVL5. Physicality has increased by 3. Brain function has increased by 2. Particularity has increased by 1. Thorn has learned the skill Thorny Whip. Arbor is now LVL3. Magical aptitude has increased by 1. Brain function has increased by 1. Particularity has increased by 4. Arbor has learned the skill Aura of Arbor. Randidly looked at the ultimate results from the level ups, slightly aggrieved. Randidly shook his head. Thorn's level had gone how he had predicted, and he was delighted to discover that his battle ability increased to 18. That meant that Thorn could handle himself around enemies at level 18. Average enemies at least. Meanwhile, Arbor, the soul seed he had never seen, continued to focus its points in particularity, earning the ambiguous Aura of Arbor. It was probably useful, but would it have killed the thing to grow a little, in terms of battle ability? 20 men left and 19 men came back, led by a dozer that had enough of a beard that the time he spent in the dungeon must have been a few weeks at least. No one spoke as the men returned, cutting a brutal path through the wandering monsters. The men were covered in blood. Several had several glittering, high-level weapons that they didn't leave with. The squad's Soul Knight had 2 shields, one on each arm, rather than a sword strapped to his waist. They marched in silent formation, the discipline brutally apparent, making clear the absence of one of their number. But even more notable than the absence of one of his warriors was the midnight blue kitten that Dozer had cradled in his arms. Daniel looked at it curiously and was surprised when it was dumped on him by Dozer, who promptly walked over to Annie, picked her up and carried her off. Daniel, frowning, opened his mouth to say something, but Regina put a hand on his shoulder. Leave him be. Glendale already reports that the monsters from that dungeon have ceased. They have obviously won. We don't need to know the details until he is ready to tell them. But what about? Daniel looked helplessly at the cat that seemed to suddenly come awake, yawning. It blinked violet eyes at him, then gingerly raised its paw and placed it against Daniel's face. Daniel couldn't help but smile. The cat smiled up at him, it seemed, and flexed its paw, its claws sinking into his face. Daniel's howls earned chuckles, even from the freshly returned squad, who collapsed, releasing all the tension that had kept them wounded through this journey. They had made it home. Nathan frowned at his sister, who was standing next to Arbor, but also dangerously close to the strange, thorny creature that now frequented the area by the tree. Both of the strange plants were glowing slightly, the thorn creature writhing on the ground and Arbor growing upwards, fast enough to see with the naked eye. What's going on? Nathan asked. His sister smiled serenely at him. The ghost hound has willed it, so they are changing. Nathan thought his sister was being weird, but said nothing. As he watched, the light around Arbor dimmed, but the thorny vine creature began to thrash more. Watching closely, Nathan could even see the thorns on the vines slowly growing more twisted, longer, sharper. These weren't the needles they were in the past, but were more like hooks aiming to rip flesh. Why did Arbor stop growing if the other one still is? Nathan asked, but his sister just smiled and walked away, back towards the village. Surprised but glad they could leave and go see the return of Dozer's squad, Nathan followed. They wound their way through the coffee farm and the banana farm, moving quickly, sticking to the shadows. Although they hadn't been forbidden from coming here per se, it was getting increasingly difficult to do so. Then, returning to the farming area proper, they relaxed somewhat. This was the area that it was relatively okay that they play in, although not usually so late. Farmers and potion makers walked back and forth, discussing ratios and ingredients. But instead of turning upwards towards the Classer compound, Kirsty kept walking towards the middle of the valley, where the mage battalion guarded the road coming through the mountains. Kirsty walked through the men sitting around taking breaks, even while the sound of spell casting evidenced the proximity of the front lines. They drew a few stares, but mostly because of the presence of children, not because any of them planned on stopping the two kids. Still, Nathan was quite nervous. To his relief, they stopped, almost directly next to the watchtower, right behind the spot where the relief squad waited, ready to assist their comrades. Kirsty pointed, and Nathan's gaze followed her finger. Quickly erupting from the ground was a gray, ashy piece of wood that looked like an exact duplicate of arbor. Faster than any plant had a right to move, this arbor clone grew upwards, until this arbor was the same size as the original arbor's new size back in the field, about as tall as a grown man. Then its branches began to spread, curling upwards. Then 4 flaming leaves bloomed on the tree, the relief squad turning to gaze at the tree with wide eyes. Notifications popped up in front of Nathan that he tried to read but made his head swim. You are under the influence of the skill aura of arbor. This allows you to make use of a gift of arbor. Regeneration is also passively boosted by 10. Gift of Arbor, the next active skill used, will use 50 of the normal amount of mana or stamina. Gift of Arbors grow at a rate of 1 per hour per sprouting. As long as you are within the aura of Arbor, gifts from any sprouting may be used. There might only be 2 now, Kirsty said, her voice loud and a little shrill, but soon this place will be covered in them. May the blessing of Arbor be with you all. Randedly had spent the past hour carefully separating out the 4 different colored crystals he had refined, creating 13 different recipes. Ultimately, Randedly had admitted to himself that he simply didn't have enough of either the purple crystal or the green one to mix them with each other, trying out all the possible combinations. The first 12 recipes were 2 groups of 6. First, the purple with red, 25-75, 50-50, and 75-25. Then the same purple with blue. The second group of 6 was the green crystal, rather than the purple one, but otherwise the same. The final recipe, the one that he would save for last, was equal parts of all 4 crystals, ground down and mixed. Randedly started with purple, because honestly, although he understood what the poison was generally, he wasn't sure what this crystal refined from the blood of monster would do, and was more curious about its effects. His hands moved to the 50-50 mixture, purple and red. Careful to get every small ground-up crystal, he dumped them into a glass container. The potion mixed and turned a dark maroon color. Curious, Randedly examined it. Lesser Potion of Health LVL 18 increases your maximum health by 180 for 20 minutes. If after the time runs out, your health is below 180, your health will be reduced to 1, and you will obtain the status effect Overdrawn, which reduces regeneration by 90 for an hour. Randedly nodded slowly. At his level, it might not quite be worth it, but as his potion level increases and he could raise the bonus. Curious, Randedly did the same thing, between purple and blue, obtaining a LVL 23 potion of mana, increasing the mana pool by 230 for 10 minutes, but otherwise largely the same. The current boost was about the same as his highest tier potions, but they were made with the least refined ingredients. After a bit of experimentation, if he could obtain a potion of mana that increased his mana pool by 460 for 10 minutes, the increased spellcasting burst would be highly effective. But the night was long, and there were still more recipes to try. Derek straightened abruptly. The change had come to the ants about an hour ago, around 3 hours after the squad had trundled on down and into the ant warren. Suddenly the ants began wandering away, the once directed swarm lost and leaderless. Without a concerted attack, the ants were quickly beaten back after all. They were quite weak individually. Even the volunteers, let alone the freedom fighters regulars, could handle a lone ant. But still, for a long time, there was no sign of the squad. Had they perished in the attempt, yet here they were, walking casually back, continually slaughtering any monsters that stepped in front of them. Like this was just another day at the office. When the group reached him, for a long time, Derek Quinn didn't know what to say. He had thought he had worked hard and found strength, but in his heart he knew that this was partially because of the classes, that they had this advantages, but at the same time. He had watched them, they moved cleanly, with a proficiency and professionalism that made him helpless. It made him realize something. While Franksburg had tried to keep back the outside world, maintaining the status quo, these men and women had gone out into the outside world and changed themselves to thrive in it. They had forsaken their previous humanity and found a new strength. Through the new world was ruled by the system. Alana cleared her throat. So take us to Anthony. We'd like to talk conditions. Randedly considered the potions in front of him. The purple 25, red or blue with 75 created another intriguing potion. Lesser Mana Regeneration Potion LVL 25 increases mana regeneration by 250 for the next 5 minutes. This potion was actually one where Randedly preferred the non-mana option. Mana regeneration, even with a build like Randedly's with a lot put into it, was still so slow he would only receive an extra 200 mana per hour with that. Taken down to a 5-minute time period, that was only an extra 15 mana. Health potions were more impressive, but still slightly lackluster. It would restore on Randedly 40 some odd health, which was still pretty insignificant. What his focus was on was the stamina potion, and whether a regeneration variant could be made for that. Unlimited stamina for a short period of time, not only would it hurry training speed at certain key intervals, it could be used to make individuals unstoppable for a short period of time. In addition, there had been talk from the potion makers that they had found a method to delay the time a normal health potion would heal you over. If that same method could be used to extend the time the regeneration was increased, even if it lowered the bonus. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough materials on hand to experiment with that for now. That would have to wait until he returned to Donaton. Although helping the town had been slightly a hassle at first, they were swiftly growing into something that was useful to him. They could be used to effectively gather the materials he needed for both the green and purple crystals. Otherwise, he would need to drain dozens of mushrooms or ants every time. The purple 75 was his current favorite potions. Lesser Hungry Flesh Potion LVL 23, gain health steal for 5 minutes. 2.3 of the physical damage dealt will be recovered as health. Lesser Hungry Soul Potion LVL 27, gain mana steal for 5 minutes. 2.7 of the magical damage dealt will be recovered as mana. These were undoubtedly useful. It would take a certain type of fighter to use the health steal, but the mana steal was intriguing. Again, though, the concept of stamina steal would be the most interesting if it existed. Satisfied with these, Randedly turned to the green crystal mixtures. The 50-50 splits turned out to be direct boosts to stats. Lesser Physical Tonic LVL 24 plus 5 to all physical stats for 10 minutes. After that, 10 physical stats for 30 minutes. Randedly grimaced. He wasn't a fan of these potions. Unlike the direct boosts to health or mana, these had demerits no matter what condition you were in at the end of the time period. The green 25 yielded a strange result as well. Lesser Physical Fury Potion LVL 27, gain Physical Fury for 27 minutes. Physical damage taken slightly reduced. Physical damage dealt slightly increased. Mana was similar, except flipped. It was only the green crystal at 75 that really surprised him in terms of the poison potion results. Lesser Health Fire LVL 28, deal 0.56 of afflicted target's current health per second for 30 seconds, or until the fire is put out. Lesser Mana Fire LVL 24, cause target to lose 0.24 of target's current mana per second for 30 seconds, or until the fire is put out. Both of these potions would be extremely dangerous if discovered. They were designed to fight against a person with superior health and mana. Even Randedly, if afflicted with them, would have difficulties. But what Randedly realized while looking at the description was that although they both were powerful, it was ultimately a potion that was vastly more dangerous for mages. Their spells had more power than similarly leveled physical skills, but magical stats were useless without mana. A tank with low health still had his or her high physical stats and could struggle, but a mage. Chuckling, Randedly straightened and cracked his neck. He supposed it was good then that he was non-committal and insisted on being good at everything. A potion like this would strip away all of his magical weapons. Then he focused again, looking down at the final pile of ingredients which would combine all 4 of the crystals. Moving carefully, he mixed them. The potion glowed briefly, then settled down into a swirling blackness. As he watched, those small flecks of light emerged, almost like stars, that slowly dissolved the blackness. Finally, the water cleared, turning back to, well, water, but when Randedly peered closely and examined it, his eyes narrowed. Viscous Liquid of Possibilities LVL, higher-tiered base crafting material, can be refined to a more stable form, so Randedly refined it, over and over for an hour. Finally, he held a small, clear marble in his hand. Stone of Possibilities LVL 42, a stone that holds a lot of potential. Can be used to store 42 health, mana, or stamina, which can then be siphoned back from the stone to yourself, should the need arise. Reusable. So not only was this Liquid of Possibilities used for potions of the next variety up, but it could be refined into stones that then could be used to keep health, mana, or stamina for emergencies. In addition, over the course of the night, Randedly had gained 8 levels in potion making, raising himself to LVL 30, and 6 levels in refine, rising to LVL 12, so the capacity of the stone was determined by those 2 skills. He lamented the additional grinding he would need to do, but grinned at the thought of the possibilities. Hopping off the building, Randedly went prowling towards the edge of Franksburg, searching for more crafting materials. There was still a few hours until dawn anyway. Randedly wanted to check in on Tessa to see if there were after effects from exposure to Raina's song, but otherwise he didn't plan on wasting his time raising his digging skill again. He felt slightly guilty that he had ignored her all of yesterday, but his pursuits today had been rather distracting. Better late than never. Shrugging, Randedly put it out of his mind. Better to focus on the present. His smile widened. If possible, he would create more of these stone of possibilities, in preparation for the dangers that were sure to come. Alana's demands were simple and fair, establishing a small base within Franksburg that they could use for trade, a share of the various supplies that Franksburg had access to due to its size prior to the system, specifically of tools and clothing, and the chance to appeal to the populace, seeking more people to move up and settle within Donaton. Although they were more well-equipped and highly trained, Alana explained there were far fewer of them. Donaton was about 3,000 people. Anthony informed them that Franksburg had a population of 42,000 at last count. You should wait, she advised, or at least limit the amount of people you allow to receive a class. A monster horde will come based on the amount that have a class also, we believe, based on the population, but that is more of a 1-to-1 ratio. The number of classers multiplies the monsters by 10. Look, Anthony said in a very smooth voice, a smile on his face. I appreciate your concern, but I assure you that our deficiencies are primarily in assault in terms of defense. We are more than capable. Snipers, machine gun nests, walls, we have it all. We really appreciate your concern, but we'll take it from here. Devan frowned and moved to step in, but before he could speak, both he and Alana saw something that made their blood chill. The golden coin turned to powder and disappeared, and a small scorpion flashed into existence on the ground. It was red with a crimson stinger, but as the two of them watched it flickered, and sudden and unassuming-looking human stood in its space, her hair long to her shoulders and black. The pupils of her eyes were crimson. You've made an excellent choice, the woman purred, making the senator and Anthony blink and turn around. I will be the spirit of your newbie village, Helen. Without classes, you cannot find power, but with them, well, you can rule this world and others, she said, with glittering eyes. Randidly frowned up at the notification about the newbie village and then looked up towards the pillar of light. This would certainly accelerate their timeline for recruitment, this time here. Randidly hesitated. It had been a chance to relax, which had helped clear his head and let him think again about potion ingredients, making this breakthrough on potion making. He had gained a lot of skill levels in random activities, which were useful for PP, but didn't have the opportunity to lead to useful higher-tiered skills. It was almost a mini vacation. After the frustration and inaction of the previous 4 weeks, it was exactly what Randidly had needed to rediscover his drive. Without the constant threat looming, he had felt somewhat lost, but now his goal was clear. Randidly needed information and reach. He would do his best to grow and insulate these villages from the growing threat of the system, ease their transition into this new world. He would not baby them, but he would do his best to keep the unknown from crushing them. They might need to weather their monster hordes, but he would not let in tribulation break them. Once these villages expanded, he could gather more information, using Donaton as a base. Information both on the system, concerning skills, classes, and survival, and on location of other survivors. So for now. Randidly looked at the pillar of light thoughtfully, but then turned away. There was something that Randidly wanted to experiment with, but first he had a few other errands. First things first, Randidly recalled the notification he had received earlier, as the PP he earned for potion making was enough to finish the Fireball Eye path. Congratulations, you have completed the Fireball Eye path. As you tread down the path of fire, the ground may be hot beneath your feet, and your hair is wet with sweat, but strength fills your limbs. The path may stretch ever onward, but your pace accelerates. Mana plus 50, Mana region plus 10. You have gained the skill Circle of Flame LVL1. Circle of Flame conjures a circle of flame that moves outward from the caster. Costs 150 mana. Size of flames determined by control and skill level. Heat of flames determined by intelligence and skill level. Speed of spread determined by wisdom and skill level. Duration of circle determined by focus and skill level. Randidly nodded at the nice boost in mana and mana regeneration. He would need to experiment more with the skill, but now it seemed he had an area of effect spell and a single target spell in fire, which would keep his options open during an extended fight. Even though the cost was again debilitatingly high, improving the skill level would do a lot to increase the effectiveness of the spell, making the mana cost worth it, or at least Randidly hoped so. After all, it was possible that it was already extremely powerful. It just didn't seem like a good idea to check while strolling down the street towards Tessa's apartment. Sidestepping around a mom and 5 kids staring up in wonder at the pillar of light, Randidly looked at his possible paths. Watcher, 0. Heretic IV 0. Oathbreaker 0, 25, Initiate of Ash I 0, 75, Potion Making II 0, 35. Randidly was slightly curious about why Heretic continued to increase, but wasn't willing to invest his PP into it to find out when there was such an attractive option as Potion Making II. There might not be very many stat points, but it would likely end with Randidly learning a skill that he would use for crafting. He put the remaining 5 points into Potion Making II and earned a point in Focus. Right afterwards, Randedly looked up to find himself standing in front of Tessa's apartment building. Since returning from the dungeon, Randedly's sense of time had become somewhat fuzzy. The first week out, the arrival of the monster horde had done a lot to help with that, giving a standard time, but since then he had noticed that his lack of normal sleep hours made him commit several interpersonal oversights. After all, he had brought Tessa back from the concert 2 days ago and hadn't really bothered to check on her in the intervening day. Randedly didn't even know when she had to leave for work. He didn't know her apartment. Should he just go up? Even though it had been so long in his mind since he broke up with her, he still felt some lingering feelings. Since he had already struck out on the clues about Sydney and Ace, she was probably the person he was closest to. He wanted her to move to Donaton, where she would have a larger measure of protection. Although, depending on the results tonight during the monster horde, perhaps Franksburg would turn out to be a relatively safe place. Randedly wouldn't mind some time focusing on meditation, but there would be more fruitful times to do so. Better to just head up. Randedly decided to just head up. What was surprising was the state of the hallways in the building. Trash lined the walls. People lined the walls too, laying on piles of trash and sometimes bundled up blankets. It seemed that the elevators weren't working, so Randedly had to climb the stairs, which luckily were clear, but nervous people who wouldn't meet his gaze hurried past him in every direction. That was nothing compared to the surprise that awaited Randedly when he left the stairwell and headed into Tessa floor. A tall, scarred man with long gray hair pulled up into a ponytail blocked his way and held out his hand. "Rent." The man grunted, seeming bored. Randedly blinked. "I don't live here," then screamed. The man flicked his fingers and turned away. Several other well-muscled men chuckled, leaning against the walls farther into the floor hallway. Looking around, Randedly thought things were slightly off with this floor. Besides the strange grouping of thugs, there weren't any of the other grungy hall tenants that Randedly had seen on the other floors. Still, Randedly didn't really care. As he smiled lightly at the guys hanging around, he activated Pollen of the Rafflesia. It was a skill that he hadn't really worked to improve recently, mostly due to the long amount of time it took to affect the enemies. After all, much faster just to stick a spear down a monster's throat. But while in Franksburg, Randedly supposed he should be more subtle in his approach. Content to stand under their harsh eyes, Randedly just remained in the doorway, waiting for it to take effect. Apparently, Mr. Ponytail had a decent amount of vitality. Because his bored expression swiftly descended into a frown, his eyes remaining clear. "Why the fuck are you?" His words were interrupted by the sound of one of the guys vomiting behind him. The man spun, clearly more concerned about this new occurrence than Randedly's continued presence. "Come the fuck on. If you knew you were sick, why?" Another man swayed and then collapsed, his face pale, his mouth foaming. Another man backed away from Mr. Ponytail, his eyes wide, shaking like a leaf in a storm. One man began to vomit, spewing more bile over the floor. Randedly's smile widened as Mr. Ponytail seemed dumbstruck by this turn of events. It seemed his intelligence of 96 did a lot to speed up the time it took for these people to fall under the pollen's influence. And to Randedly's pleasure, he gained a skill level in Pollen of the Rafflesia. Before the system, Ezzy had worked as a bartender. Not a sexy or exciting life, but a satisfying one. Now, after the world fell to shit, he worked security on the housing for the girls who worked at the Carp Twins Gentlemen's Club. Normally, this just meant shoving away the bottom feeders that would follow them home, or attempt to break into their rooms after hours for a place to sleep. Occasionally, he would need to escort one of the girls somewhere, or keep a close eye on one for Missy Carp, who was the more business-minded of the Carp siblings. It wasn't a fulfilling life, but it was a stable one. After all, life with the system made things dangerous, and stable was an important factor to consider when choosing a line of work. Nothing had ever happened quite like this, where his fellow guards collapsed around him. With a strange fear in his chest, a growing nausea, and a sliver of disbelief, Ezzy turned back to the slim man. Did you do this?" Ezzy hissed, looking closely at the man. Tall, muscular, but not in a bulky way, black hair, green eyes. His features were as sharp as his smile was mild, but something instinctive deep within Ezzy's gut told him that this man was dangerous. This was a man not to be trifled with. "Congratulations, you have gained the skill Sixth Sense LVL1. Whereas previously Ezzy had been nervous, now he was petrified. As soon as the skill notification appeared, the prickling of danger became a pounding violence that was hanging over him. The very air that he was breathing seemed suffused with some strange harm. Ezzy stumbled back and away from the man, coughing. He raised his sleeve to his mouth, trying to filter the air before he breathed it in, but it was already too late. His vision swam, and he struggled to remain standing. "Congratulations. The skill Sixth Sense has grown to LVL2. The man calmly stepped forward, moving around the moaning and writhing men, avoiding the pools of vomit. Strangely, Ezzy could feel that the man had stopped doing whatever it was that he was doing, and the oppressive feeling that filled the air was slowly thinning. But the creeping dread just grew stronger as he approached. I'm just here to visit a friend, the man said, regarding Ezzy carefully, a small amount of surprise in his eyes. Congratulations. You have gained the skill Sleep Resistance LVL1. Congratulations. The skill Sixth Sense has grown to LVL3. Each increase in Sixth Sense's level brought with it a reinforced certainty that this man was dangerous. Ezzy backed up further down the hall. You can't. These girls work for the Carp siblings. You know what that means, right? The man frowned, and Ezzy felt some relief in his heart. Perhaps if he at least was afraid of the Carps, this whole situation could be avoided. Honestly, no, the man said, shrugging awkwardly, but I think you'll find that doesn't matter to me. Ezzy collapsed, finally succumbing to the sickness in his veins. Tessa frowned up at the door. Had someone just? The knock came again in the same even rhythm. She was nearest the door, and her roommates had fled back to their bedroom, fearful of who would dare disturb them. If this was one of Ezzy's goons coming to harass them again, firming her resolve, Tessa opened the door. To her surprise, Ranedly stood there, looking curiously into the apartment. Hey, he said in that slow, offhand way he had, speaking a beat too late. It was like sometimes he became so focused that he forgot to speak, and when he finally did, it was only because he felt guilty about his silence. I came to find you. There's something I wanted to talk to you about. Tessa opened her mouth, then hesitated. Finally, she just said, okay. Missy Carp trimmed her fingernails neatly, thinking while she worked. There were a lot of pieces moving here. It was hard to handle all the directions that Franksburg was shifting. The arrival of the people with classes from the north, the establishment of the newbie village, the rising star of Reina. Being the head of the seedier business organizations within Franksburg was a tough responsibility. Even as the system's brutal violence eased the disapproval most people felt towards her business ventures, and her brother Edgar sure as hell wasn't going to take care of it. There was only her, and Edgar would affably follow her lead. It was only in the cruelty department that he was her vast superior. And now there were reports of a strange man who could make others sick with a glance, fucking around with her girls. Missy gave Ezzy a glance. Out of all of their hired muscle, he was the one with the most potential. Although the senator had informed her in confidence that there would be limits on who was allowed to get a class initially, as they tried to gauge how well their defenses would hold, he would ensure that a few of the Carp's nominated chosen would get first crack at classes. Ezzy was smart and before today seemed to be capable. She would probably still send him for a class after this, but it was annoying that this happened now. Were the events related? But the senator had kept the individuals with classes under his paranoid eyes. There was no way that he would have missed out on such a powerful individual among the classers who had arrived, unless he was one of their agents used for infiltration. Sighing, Missy set these thoughts aside. They were useless at this juncture. Did you get any information about him, who he was visiting, what the purpose was? Ezzy nodded sorrowfully. Then after a slight hesitation, he said, he did give his name before I passed out, so we would know to leave him alone from now on. He called himself the Ghost Hound. Missy snorted. What sort of dumb name is that? Shivering, Ezzy could only shake his head. Lana passed back and forth, annoyed. As time passed, she only became more tense. In a show of generosity, Anthony had decided to limit the amount of people who could get classes on the first day to 500. He made a great show of how torn he was, and how ultimately he really valued the growing relationship with Donaton, etc., and that was what swayed him. He added that he hoped that they would remember his understanding in the future. It made Alana want to vomit. They weren't doing this for their own benefit, they were doing it to protect Franksburg. Even Devan seemed somewhat disgusted by Anthony's slimy way of handling the situation. Only Clarissa seemed unfazed. Just seems like there are going to be a lot of monsters to kill, which will level my split lightning faster. What's not to like? The other woman said with a shrug. Alana just sighed. These RPG types were the worst, as they threw themselves into growing with the system like it was a game, flippantly disregarding the dangerous reality. Still, Clarissa never made a foolish mistake, so maybe Alana just wanted to lash out. Devan, come here. The entire group blinked, spinning around. They were located on the roof of a rather nice house deep in Franksburg that Anthony had given them to use. As if it was the most natural thing in the world, the ghost hound stood there, beckoning. Devan immediately stepped forward and the ghost hound put his hand on the man's shoulder. A long moment passed. The two men gazed deeply into each other's eyes. There seemed to be some sort of powerful connection occurring in front of her, some sort of intimate bond. To her surprise, Alana found herself blushing. What sort of situation was this? Finally, after around 10 seconds of this, Devan looked at the ground. Shaking his head slowly, he said, I would prefer not. The ghost hound nodded. I understand. It is a lot to ask, and likely unnecessary. Alana, come here. Alana's blush turned into mounting horror. Devan would prefer not. And now the ghost hound wanted her. As if he could read her mind, the ghost hound rolled his eyes. I have a special skill I'd like to test, but to receive it you have to sacrifice your class. A strange stipulation, but I suppose the skill is pretty strange in itself. So Alana said slowly, You can give me a class, right now. The ghost town seemed to ponder that, I don't know. But I do think what I'm giving you will be powerful. Do you want it? Alana hesitated, but only for a moment. Yes, I wanted, Alana repeated, her eyes blazing, remembering the casual carnage left in Clarissa's wake and the brutal efficiency of Devan and his squad. If it's power I can grasp with these hands, I want it. Randidly put his hand on her shoulder. A notification, a red one, a strange departure of the regular blue kind, floated in front of her. Warning, Randidly Ghost Hound has initiated the skill blessing of the South U on you. This will create a permanent bond between you two. Should Randidly Ghost Hound perish, all benefits gained from this bond will be retained, but the growth of the bond will cease. Do you still wish to accept his blessing? YN. Alana clicked yes, although she frowned. Why did it say warning instead of the usual congratulations? Warning, this bond is permanent. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Your class will be lost upon the acceptance of this blessing. YN. Now this was getting annoying. This must be why it had taken so long. There were so many pointless notifications. Alana pressed yes again. Warning, this is your final warning. A portion of this bond's strength will be drawn from Randidly Ghost Hound. Are you sure that you wish to accept this bond? YN. Holy fuck, Alana swore, pressing yes. This time the familiar blue notifications appeared. Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the South. Calculating blessing. From Randidly Ghost Hound, you have received the soul skill blessing of the distant southern mountains. You have gained access to the class, Spear of the Broken Ridge. As you do not possess a class, speak with a town spirit to obtain this class. Your skill Spear Mastery has been changed to Spear of the Broken Ridge Mastery LVL1. All previous benefits have been retained. Spear Thrust has been changed to Sunstrike LVL1. All previous benefits have been retained. You have gained the skill Hot-Blooded LVL1. You have gained the skill Child of the Sun LVL1. Hot-Blooded LVL1, as your current health drops in relation to your max health, you receive a small boost in all physical stats. The boost increases as skill level rises. Child of the Sun LVL1, regeneration of health and stamina increased while under the sun. At night, your body glows, slightly illuminating your surroundings. Regeneration increased by 2 per skill level. Illumination increases with skill level. Oh wow, Alana whispered, looking at the notifications. She had no idea how good the class would end up being, but the changes to her skills obviously seemed to be changes for the better. She couldn't wait to try out her new skills, and these weren't even the skills she would get when she got the class. She selected the option to display the notifications publicly, and the Ghost Hound carefully read through every one of them. At the end, he sighed. So only really useful for people without classes, huh? Still, that leaves us some options. Anyway, don't die before we return to Donaton and get the class. I want to see the stat gains. Wouldn't it be easier if I just got it here? Alana wondered aloud, but the Ghost Hound shook his head. The place you get your class, some sort of weird connection is formed there. I'm not sure what it does, but we shouldn't take it lightly. Just keep leveling up skills for now. After all, the efficiency of grinding for PP is increased now that you have a soul skill. If it works the same way mine does, you get a bonus every 5 PP spent. Devan, just don't let her die, all right. Devan nodded seriously, and the Ghost Hound walked to the edge of the roof and jumped, disappearing into the night. Devan walked up beside her and looked after the Ghost Hound for a long moment. Then he turned to her. Time to get to work, ready to join the defenses. Tessa looked at the ground, frowning. She didn't know what she had expected. She had reunited with an ex-boyfriend, and in spite of the crazy change that had occurred, they had gone to a concert together, and then he came over to her apartment to talk. Although she didn't necessarily expect him to beg to be back together, what she really hadn't expected was for their relationship not to come up at all. Instead, Randidly had urged her to move north to a different town. She hadn't even realized there was a different town. Tessa had sorta been under the impression that Franksburg was all there was left. While she was sitting on the couch, frowning and pondering, the apartment door opened and one of her roommates came back, practically bouncing with excitement. Tessa, did you hear? People came from out of town, like out of town, like 30 miles north out of town, and they want people to resettle with them. How crazy is that? Tessa blinked. That's crazy. Sam sat in his workshop, kneeling on the floor, trembling. The pressure had evened out somewhat recently, from raid bosses, and Donaton was instituting several new policies in order to raise preparation for the possibility of that happening again. One of those policies was the official formation of 5 new squads. Sam had already done the work on the pendants, to give them their mark of pride, but more squads meant more and better equipment needed to be made. Armor was important, as an extra 50 or so health it provided would mean a lot. If some stats could be added, so much the better. In addition, the high frequency of combat meant that there was equipment in need of repairs, and when it came to skill, Sam stood at the top of his crafting association. But at the moment, he did nothing. Instead, he frantically struggled to move, overcome by a strange bout of weakness. His hands trembled slightly, unable to even maintain a grip on the small hammer he had been using to work. Over the past few weeks, there had been a few scattered moments of lightheadedness, where he felt strangely empty and light, as if all his strength left him. Initially, Sam had worried it was age, but Rickman, their official whiskey brewer, had been 79 before the system came, a doddering old man. After slowly leveling his various skills and using the points to increase his vitality and endurance, Rickman's strength had returned, and now he had salt and pepper hair, looking as though he had just turned 50. Because of this and other examples of the elderly recovering at least some strength, if not their youth, as their stats rose, and because no one else seemed to be suffering from these strange bouts of weakness, Sam had ignored them. But now, as he trembled on the ground, unable to move, he was profoundly afraid. There was so much they didn't know about the system, so many pitfalls they might blindly walk into. If he died here, Randidly Lyra, even that fucker Cal, still over in Turtletown. And Regina, Sam breathed slowly, trying to calm himself, and strangely, he felt the bout of weakness recede. 5 minutes later, he stood, feeling just as vigorous as he ever had, but when he looked at his hands, there was a hint of fear. What was happening to him?